Hey, we're starting stream. Let's see if this works this time. And all right. I think my mic is on. Okay. Is this not showing? Okay. I think that we've got this going. So let's call our man. There we are. Okay, we are live, and I'll wait while you bring a few people on before I go back to you know what I'm doing. I'll explain to
Gotcha.
everyone else when we get someone else on here.
All right, so
Uh,
let's start adding people. I'm gonna add PATÄR.
yes.
I'll see if I can add Romero. I'm not certain I'll be able to get him, but I'll
Understood.
do so anyway.
And Pac
Um,
One is with us. I mean, so long as he's here, really, we're fine. I'm sure Pac One has a lot to cover, and the two of you can hold the stage quite well. So, Pac One, before I go back to what I'm doing, which I'll explain in just a moment, introduce yourself and tell us if everything is as well as can be. Happy Easter.
Oh, happy Easter, Douglas. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm Paco Mariales. I'm good. I'm just hanging out.
Thank
Family.
God.
My wife just got home from work. Yep.
Oh, thank God. I was worried. Your voice sounded quite worn there for a minute.
I ate some medibles, so
Okay. All right. Got
kind of baked.
Okay, so hopefully you can hold the stage and
Oh,
converse
yeah.
well enough with our man Jameson. So, as everyone knows, I pretty much just got home from the Easter celebrations with my son and my extended family, so to speak, my adoptive family at the estates, and of course, I'm not in any way, shape, or form fit to do anything right now. The only thing that I'm doing right now, thanks to the one thing that I derived from the Marine Corps, is fixing my bed, which sounds like no big deal to anyone else, but I have this fetish about it where, I do bounce the quarter off it. So it'll take me probably a good part of this opening hour to fit the sheets just right. And while I'm doing that, these two gentlemen will hold the stage. I'll check in every few minutes or so, or, every 10, 20, well, 10, 15 minutes or so at the most. Probably sooner than that. And in the meantime, both these gentlemen have a lot to talk about. And they're going to also vent, probably cathart a little bit about their frustrations, which is fine. And either that or they're going to join together in celebration of their blessings on this holy day or something like that, right? Which would be, yeah, 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 we can expect that.
Blessings.
Yeah.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
Yeah. I'm gonna go mute now. I'll be back soon enough. These guys will handle it. Thank God they're here. And maybe I'll even gossip about those that aren't. When I return and feel a bit more comfortable, my sheets are fitted. All right. Till then.
Nice.
All right, folks, those hospital corners are no joke. You remember those PATÄR, right?
No, what's going on?
You remember those hospital corners?
Oh yeah. Corner. Yeah.
Oh man, so how have things been going with you, man?
It's been chill, man. I've been doing these tumblers. I said last time I'd do these pretty much sublimation, like they're like coffee. They hold like coffee, or it'll keep something hot or keep something cold or whatever. I've been selling them, and I've been making them. And there's this little shop in the hospital where my wife works, and they seen that my wife had been selling them. Everybody at the hospital knows my wife as she's as the one who sells everything. Like when I sell tamales, she sells tamales, or she sells headbands. Just all day she always has something she's selling, and she's everyone always buys something from her all day. So the lady from the shop who owns the shop asked her to bring a couple tumblers up there, and she said she would order 15. And so when my wife went up there to take them and deliver them to her, she ended up buying 25 tumblers, man. So she bought 10 more than she said than she was already going to order. So that's kind of cool. So I've been like busy making these things all week long. Like, so like they just sell. Everyone's into them.
That's what's up, man. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I definitely have to also hit you up about that algorithm. I know I was being on the I was like, oh yeah, man, no one's gonna listen to my shit. I was being like a fucking shithead and all, but yeah, I gotta hit you up for that anyway, just for the hell of it, because you know, never know what can happen, and I'm going to that, and the fact that I am electronically suppressed by both YouTube and Facebook.
Yeah.
They do not
really
like.
not. Honestly, both of them are like, well, Facebook more or less is like, a lot of people aren't really on Facebook as much as they used to be. You know, there's more people right now are like, I don't. There's really not Facebook. Facebook's got like with, like, for instance, like with me, I did ads. I've done ads with them and stuff. And like when I first started doing them, I'd do like $25, $30 ads, and it would show me getting like, you know, thousands and thousands of interactions, you know. And then, you know, I did it for probably like 2 or 3 weeks, and then like for 2 weeks I did, and then I did it again, and it was showing that I was only getting like four or five, you know, that the first day, and then like by like day 3 or 4 I had like 15 interactions, you know, and they had used up like $11 of the $20 that I was going to invest in it. So it was like, man, that to me, they weren't promoting, you know.
Yeah. I can't even get that much because they literally, I don't know why. I don't care who they think I am. I don't even want to understand what goes on in their minds, because they're so like far out there that I just don't want to connect to that. But for some reason, no matter what even if I make comments on YouTube's, like sometimes they just block it from other people seeing it, you know, and stuff. And you know, I don't get what's going on, but I get what's going on.
So if someone's just complaining, like reporting whatever it is, doesn't matter what page, like, because I'd like for instance on TikTok, I've done a couple of things, and I've had like 2 or 3 videos where they're like, you know, we can't because of it goes against guidelines, community standards, or whatever. Basically, someone reports your shit, so that's why they don't get you. You're not allowed to post it.
I see. So I've
or
probably
if you say
been
something, if it's in the algorithm, then they're not gonna, you know, say a certain phrase or something.
Well, chances are that Richard K. Cole and the other fucking faggot who's now gratefully dead. I would have killed that piece of shit myself, honestly. That would have been quite satisfying. But anyway, yeah, those pieces of shits are probably the ones that were like reporting me up the wazoo because they couldn't fucking convert me to their fucking bullshit of you know, don't explain in the military. You know, that other fucking shit that they're spewing, which is obviously a load of shit, because there's no way in hell someone who wasn't in the military could know half of what Douglas knows. So, yeah, I need to qualify that right now.
Yeah, you already know. Shit. Oh, sorry. Fucking. It's been nonstop. I haven't had, you know, honestly, I haven't had really any issues with anything lately, and it's but I haven't also been getting out or going out much, you know, getting around. I try not to anyway. So unfortunately, you know, but yeah, they're definitely. It's interesting to see that even when it's like the new faces that are emerging, that are basically carrying on the torch of, you know, the agenda of the kings of Edom, where the temple is set, you know. So, you know, seeing things like that is definitely in itself.
I did have someone who tried to hit me with a fucking car. Of course, I went into that, and I have not seen those mofos since. But I assure you that will not go unavenged, of course, because trying to kill me is not something I take lightly. Other than that, you know, yeah, I haven't seen many people try to mess with me, but I attribute that due to the fact that I've been working on several protection spells to try to keep people at bay. Because I still do have to go out, although not that much. But when I do, you know, I do hope that I have enough money to get shit-faced, because, you know, getting drunk is the only thing that lets the anger die down some.
So what all did you get into today? What all did you do today? Just hanging around the crib?
No. I had to go to the city. I literally decided to just get wasted. I wouldn't have ordinarily done it, but, you know, my mother was under the impression I didn't have enough money to buy groceries, so she gave me her card, and I just went to town with it, because it's like, you know, what the fuck? You know, because if I didn't do that today, I would have been in a shit mood. Yeah. And, you know, that just opens things up a little bit, so that I can just be like, you know, a lot calmer, a lot looser, a lot me, you know, because, you know, addiction or not, some of us need that shit, man.
Yeah. So today we got well, my wife worked, so we didn't celebrate little Easter shit with the kids today or anything, because my wife worked. But I did. I got them dressed and took pictures and shit outside while the sun was out, and then brought them in because it's cold as hell out. And then I was just sitting around with, you know, it was nap time, and my daughter, she was making headbands, and, you know, she watches them all the time. She's 16, so I went and I drove around for a minute.
That's what's up, man.
Seeing what was all open, because, you know, usually everything's closed on Easter, and I was gonna get something to cook for dinner, and a couple of little markets were closed, but like one of the bigger stores, Myers, was open, which was surprising. And then I seen like all these restaurants were open. There were a whole bunch of restaurants open today, man. And so I just got some Subway, dude, and then came home and freaking ate that. Just hung out with the kids for a while. But we're gonna we planned on. So there was a kid on Facebook, and he's like 16, and he's doing this fundraiser. I don't know, for some fundraiser for some kids, for some shit for some kids or whatever. And what he's doing is he's hiding Easter eggs, and he's charging X amount for so many Easter eggs, and he'll come with and hide them in your yard, and they'll have candy and everything already in them. And so we paid him we bought like 240 Easter eggs, and then we're gonna get some Easter eggs and put like money in them and hide them around too. But we invited like our friends and, you know, their kids, like all the kids around our kids' ages and shit, to come over and, you know, do a little Easter egg hunt on Tuesday. You know, that'll be cool. Like,
that sounds like fun. I mean, that definitely sounds cool, man.
Yeah, do something with the kids, man. Just whatever, because it's cold as hell today.
Yeah. What was the temperature where you are?
Today, I think the top that it was like 51 today. Yeah. Let me see.
Yeah, it was like 50 out here as well. It was fucking cold as shit. Actually, it's like 46 right now. So I mean,
It's 39 right now here.
holy shit. Yeah, yeah. Spring.
Yeah, cold as hell.
That's the north for you, man.
Yeah.
That's the north.
If Tuesday is supposed to be 44. That's bullshit. But about Monday is supposed to, or Sunday is supposed to be 76. Next Sunday, it's supposed to be 76. So at least that's good. It's bullshit. Ugh.
I don't know. I kind of like the cold because with the cold, at least I don't overheat. But the thing is, like when it's warm, everybody's out in like swarms, man.
Yeah, I
Especially
don't
in
like
like
the
this.
cold. I
You don't
don't
like
like
the
the
cold?
cold. No, I don't like the cold. I don't care
Oh,
for the cold. I'd rather be hot. I would rather be hot all day long. I'm good with
seriously?
it. Yeah, I'm good with it.
That's
I used to like winters and shit, man, but in the past 2, 3 winters, I'm like, man, fuck this. I'm sorry. I can't. It's too, I mean, my back, my neck, my hands hurt and shit. Like, my kids are always inside and you know, they don't like the cold or, they only want to be outside for a minute. Then it's just, I don't know. I don't care for it. I like to cook out, man. I like to be
ah,
outside. I like to be outside, my shirt off and shit. Fucking feet in the grass.
okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, me personally, I just like the cold because there's less people. Um,
Yeah,
less
I get
less
it.
people in the city, less people everywhere, man. And when there's less people, I am more free to be myself and enjoy the ambience of the atmosphere. Whereas, when there's so many fucking people, like once it gets over 70, shit is fucked up here in New York, man. There's just
Yeah,
just just
yeah,
no end to the people. And
yeah.
everyone, for some reason, it doesn't matter where you go, whether you're in the hood or whether you're in the suburbs, somebody has to fucking put their ghetto blasters on like high. It's just fucking ridiculous.
Well, what's messed up, man, is that everyone's cooped up in naturally cold states. Everyone's cooped up all year. And they really get like 3 months out the year that they get to be out and really enjoy themselves. So the first half of that time, they're wild and crazy, man. That's why right when it first starts getting warm, shit, that's when it's like the worst, and then it kind of starts declining after that.
Well, unfortunately, here it doesn't stop until like October. Like that's when it actually starts to get those fall temperatures again and whatnot. November, that's when we actually get winter, like weather. Um,
And it starts getting icy cold here in October, man.
yeah, it gets real cold, but the thing is, like,
No one's trying to be out.
that's the best time to be out in the city in like urban environment because like nobody's out there. So
Exactly.
like
That's how you like it. Yeah.
yeah, you have your you could dress in layers. It's like the entire city is fucking yours. It's like fuck everyone, man. You
But,
know, because I don't know. I've always just been that way. People are just I don't know, man. They're like it's like having too many mosquitoes flying around you.
I used to live down in the Rio Grande Valley, and it was little tiny little city I lived in, but most of the cities around the city too were small, man. So it was hot, sunny. It was secluded, so you didn't really deal with like a lot of people, and so it was cool down there. So that's maybe that's a good place too if you like seclusion.
Yeah, it's not seclusion as much as it's just it's just to be in those it's that window of opportunity, right? There's this certain time period where people are less likely to congregate, because I love cities. Don't get me wrong. I love the tall buildings. I love the skyscrapers. I love everything. about that. But there's something about being out there in the winter when no one's out there that makes it all personal. It's like your own fucking kingdom, like your own playground, like your own urban jungle to like just go wild, go off in, you know. Whereas in the summertime, every fucking body and their fucking stupid dogs and everything the fuck else is out there. And it's just like, dude, what the fuck, you know? It's just, and the thing is, everyone thinks that, you know, what makes things worse in the city is that everyone thinks that everyone's like them. Everyone thinks everyone's like social and, you know, just happy being around people. And so they get too fucking close.
So have you speaking of cold temperatures and shit, have you caught any colds lately?
No. Since I did get Omicron, but like since
Omicron.
Yeah, that shit was fucking nasty too. I didn't even catch it from not wearing a mask. I caught it because in the hospital they didn't care where they put me, and they put me right next to someone who fucking had COVID.
When did you catch it?
When I was COVID free. That was in like December.
December? I didn't know. I don't, or at least I don't remember, man. I'm sorry. Fucking no. I asked because this past week I woke up one day and I was fine. I was cool, you know, and I like later on towards the day I started feeling real you know like right before you, if you've ever caught like the regular flu, like the RSV flu.
Yeah.
You know how you kind of get that weird stomach nauseating feeling, not like you're actually gonna throw up, like you're feeling like, oh man, I'm about to be sick type feeling.
Yeah,
you know?
the malaise.
So I was like, man, I kind of started feeling that. I was like, and my brother-in-law had him be like a seltzer. He's like, just drink a seltzer maybe to make you feel better. And we were sitting down in my man cave, and so I smoked a joint to see if maybe that would ease my stomach. Kind of just relaxed and watching TV down here, and I was taking a couple drinks out that seltzer. And I was like, no, I just don't feel like this ain't the ticket for me. I'm good. You know, I set it down, I started drinking some water, and I'm just like kind of like out of it, like ugh. And the next day I woke up, as soon as I woke up, same feeling, like just almost like I feel like I could want to throw up, but I didn't have to throw up, you know. So like it just felt just nasty, and that's just all how I felt the whole, like, for 2 days. And at the end of the second day, I started feeling kind of a little better, but I kind of had like a headache, and I don't know. But yeah, I think I didn't have like coughs or anything like that, but I had like bad body aches, like bad body aches, like I couldn't move. I just wanted to lay still. But I started getting real hot, so I got up. I went outside. I raked up a whole bunch of leaves because the wind was blowing and shit outside. So I was just like, fuck, I'm just gonna move, because sitting there feeling it, like, it was the worst. It was so bad sitting there feeling it. I didn't want to feel it. So I was like, if I move, you know, I won't feel it. Well, I was moving. I still kind of felt it, but it wasn't as bad. So I kind of like did a whole bunch of yard work and shit. So
you might have come down with one of the variants of COVID, of Omicron, because the variants of Omicron are supposedly more infectious than the original Omicron, which isn't a bad thing, because, you know, Omicron's much milder than the, like, fucking Delta was. Delta was a fucking killer, like, and, you know, the original ones were just nasty as well.
Well, it wasn't just me. It was like it hit in like a wave in my house. Everybody got, like, I took care of like my son. I had to take care of my daughter, and then my oldest daughter, she was like passing out everywhere, not feeling good. And this was, you know, all last week, or the week, yeah, this this just happened this past couple of days. So the week before that is when that happened with my kids, and before that was my wife. So it's like, shit. Everybody had whatever that bug is, but it was bad.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry to hear that. So I just checked in before I grab my tea and go back to fixing the sheets. Again, for those of you who haven't heard from the very beginning and just joined us now, I have a fetish that I picked up from the Marine Corps where I really have to have the sheets tight enough where we can bounce a quarter off the bed. It takes nearly about 45 minutes to go through this procedure. And for those of you who think that's really unreasonable, understand that I sit here on this bed for 12 hours while I'm hosting. I wanted to be comfortable, certainly fit to my needs. Such being said, these two gentlemen have been holding the stage. I'm certain they've done a wonderful job of it. Checking in with the chat room, Nick Littlesea says, Quino, talking about Aquino, no doubt. RJD, happy Easter, everyone. Thank you so much. And the same be unto thee. Elizabeth Beam says, I ask God to send protection angels, but please never get drunk unless you go with a good friend that has your back. Yes, so true. Chris Collins, I did read your message.
Unfortunately, I don't have the privilege right now, but okay.
Yeah, I thought actually probably the more accurate thing for Jameson Reese to say would have been, oh, unfortunately, I don't have any friends. Yeah.
Yes. That is apropos. I am what you call a loner's loner, and I don't even want to be a loner. But the thing is, like, no matter how hard I have that impulse to socialize, there is something in the back of my head that won't let me do it.
Well, you have this extended family anyway, regardless, such as we are. That being said, Chris Collins, I did read your message, Chris Collins. I'll try and check on what it was you asked and see if I can follow up on that during the transmission. He says, I find anything above 25 degrees to be easily tolerable with proper clothing. Love the changing of seasons. The winters are horribly long in Minnesota, but spring feels profound. Okay, good. That's wonderful. And happy Easter to yourself, Chris, as well. Thank you, Chris, for saying what you did about my elucidation concerning the Hunger Games. I could understand why Daniel Arola thought it was pro-communist, because it's obviously has a very anti-materialist bent, but that is how the author Suzanne Collins got it through the communist Chinese censors. They were fooled by that, and our man Jameson Reese published a post about the geomorphological basically the identical geomorphology of the United States' East Coast with that of mainland China. If Florida is submerged by rising sea levels, they become almost identical sea lines, which leads to almost identical cultural developments. That is the point of geomorphology and its logic. Of course, oh God, we'll go over a few more.
It's very frightening because, if we do not hold what we have in check right now, we run the risk of becoming that very same communist oligarchy that, Winnie the fucking Pooh.
Yeah, as in mainland China. Yeah, I mean, China. Believe me, your point's well taken with me.
And what's interesting is that this was before, even before I was hosting here, like 2 years before, 2 years before the pandemic, maybe 1 year before the pandemic, my last handler was telling me about this. He was saying, what you need to be afraid of is China, because everything that's going on in China is going to happen here.
Interesting. Yeah. How did he fucking know? Now, we'll discuss that more when I return. I must go now, for now. But I do, feel free to continue with your statement. Go on with what you were talking about with PAC-1, probably more relevantly for now, and then we can pick up that thread later. But one of the things that we will also pick up on is just a few minor nitpicking details with your post. You might still be able to edit it, even though you're banned from Facebook. It might be interesting to see, just to experiment, to see if you can go in there and edit it. You may still have that privilege since you're able to use Messenger. here. So at any rate,
I'll try, but
yeah.
I don't think that they will probably won't let me edit it
we'll,
though.
we'll find out.
That's the only
It's no
thing.
big deal. It's no big deal. And it was just a nitpicking thing anyway. But I do want to kind of educate you in your ability to communicate, because the problem is, obviously, there's several factors going on here, but one of them is...
Here.
Yeah.
Well, here's something interesting. Jim Forsythe marked himself safe in supposedly the shooting in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, USA, today at 2:10 a.m. So let me see what the fuck that shit's about. That is
okay. Follow up on that. Jim Forsythe marking himself safe through that is, I'm sorry. That's funny. I'm sorry. That's like he was probably at home in the housing projects where he lives. You know, that's at the time that shooting took place. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he was out and about. I mean, obviously, you know, the man has some issues with physical movement, so not being all that convenient. So, you know, it's hard to imagine him out and about. You know, I don't know if he's still using his walker these days, but, you know, at any rate, it's a good conversation starter. So PAC1, aside from that, I'm so sorry to hear your whole family was so sick, and I hope they're all feeling better now. Is that also a factor in your voice being as it is?
Yeah, so they had it last week and the week before. I just had it this past couple of days, and so yeah, I'm just probably like the second day I've actually kind of been over it.
Okay. Do me a favor, and I want you to talk to George Knight on Facebook Messenger, because what happened was very similar to you. He contracted shingles, which his wife is also a nurse. And his wife was telling him how unusual that is because of it being an old man's disease. We have to completely change that definition. Yeah, it's all changed now. All the young people, their immune systems have broken down because of the stress. A
lot of people are getting shingles right now. I actually, my the owner of Redline, the bar that I used to have my taco truck at, he's 36. He's the same age as me. And his wife is 33, the same age as my wife. Actually, his wife and my wife went to school together. And she just had shingles.
Oh my God!
She's 33.
You see, what's going on is
had shingles like 2 weeks ago.
The COVID lockdown has generated, as well as everything affiliated with COVID and the pandemic,
psychological stress.
Yes, it's broken down all these younger people's immune systems. Due to the stress has broken down their immune systems, which has compromised their ability to fight off chickenpox that they contracted as people, as young babies or whatever, and then it's all come back as shingles at a much younger age than it should have. Amy Kumo says, too much stress. Yes, that's right, honey. Mwah. Thank you. Love the fact that you're here. Mwah. Kisses to Elizabeth Beam as well. And I think that's all the ladies I see in the chat room. Again, some questions about people asking me why I was dragged out this time. It was a holiday, of course. So I was celebrating with my own extended family. There is a compromise to the joy of this holiday in my case as well. My upper right molar, opposite the one that I had replaced with a cap on the other side of my mouth, cracked. Friday.
Douglas, you're fucking kidding me, because yesterday on my left side, the left, I think the fourth tooth from the back, that shit cracked, and I have a tooth fragment that I actually saved from that.
Yes, that same here. Same here.
What the fuck is the likelihood of that happening?
It's a cult attack from Daryl Hamamoto and his affiliates. I mean, you know, at this point, I'm willing to buy into that with all the weirdness that's been happening.
Jesus,
you know,
Christ. I saved it. I saved a tooth fragment to, you know, sort of create a servitor with. So
yes,
Daryl's days are numbered. Yes. I'm just going to put that out there. Yeah. And I know that he's listening. Yeah. So, you know, all the more reason for him to be afraid, because I have that level of confidence in my skills at this point. I believe you can attest to that as well, right?
Yes.
Good.
Thank you. And by the way, Amy Kumo gives the peace fingers. Thank you, honey. Victory sign. Michael Lucurto says, kisses only for the ladies. Hugs from the
Well, good
men.
sir, you get a hug because
Yes.
you know
Yes.
it's just well I'm hetero, so a hug is the best I can.
By the
I wouldn't
way,
even
you
know.
know, just so people understand just how vague this can get, and I get all these guys who think I'm a lady and they send me porn, and I'm obviously not offended by it. Obviously, when they send me dick pics, I block them. I don't find that aesthetic. I don't like seeing that at all because they're usually GIFs, and they're usually like dicks that are bouncing and shit, and I have no desire to look at that. And I think most women actually tolerate penises as opposed to enjoy looking at them. But they'll send me porn, and I wonder, how do they think a female will respond to this? It's like, why on earth do they think a female would respond positively to that? I myself am so callous to it. I don't even bother blocking them at this point with most of it. But it's like, what do they think is going to happen? Some female will see that and then respond positively. That's beyond me, that their brains would be so addled. But
I've never understood.
Yeah,
I've never understood how guys don't even know a girl.
Yeah,
and just get into their inboxes and on some weirdo shit, like, and do it repetitively, like
Thank you. The height of insanity is to repeat the same action and think it'll produce a different result.
I honestly hate to be the outlier here, but I am guilty of kind of. We'll say that none of the women complain about it. They were more than happy to see it, but you know.
Yeah, but you're not sending it to them on Facebook Messenger or on Instagram.
No. It was usually a sort of like I want to see a picture of you type of thing.
Oh, I see. Okay, I get it.
That's different.
Yeah, it's different. That's different when they ask for it. Anyhow, as Amy Kumo says, all women hate dick pics, and thank you, honey. It's so true. When they're not asked for, let's put it that way. I mean, if it gets to the point where a woman is asking for it, then obviously there's a different level of relationship you've attained. Aside from that, Judy says, ask Peter Moon why he impersonated the voice of time travel scientist David Anderson on Coast to Coast. And Michael Loperto
didn't even know he was on Coast to Coast. That's news.
He's never been on Coast to Coast. Oh, what she's saying is she feels that when David Lewis Anderson was on Coast to Coast, it was really Peter Moon impersonating him. That the interesting scenario would be that Peter Moon is that David Lewis Anderson is an alter of Peter Moon.
Do they sound that similar?
I've never heard them. And obviously there seems to be somebody who presents himself as David Lewis Anderson, because that's on YouTube videos, even though those look like, like I said, as Jameson Reese will describe it, the guy looks and acts exactly like the guy who was a young man who, as a drunk driver, killed some poor bastard and then went on national television to admit to doing it.
Yeah. It was almost as if the kid was mimicking David Lewis Anderson.
Yeah.
So it made me wonder if the guy was even familiar with it. So and what's absurd is the light sentence he got. That was just fucking offensive.
Well, I mean, it was hard on him, believe me, but I get what you're saying. But by the way, I must go now. Got to get my tea, finish fixing the bed, so I can sit on it the rest of the night. I thank God that our man Pac-1 Morales is here with us. I'll let both he and Jameson Reese go back to, I can imagine their conversations while I'm gone. When it goes on mute, it'd be something like, "Oh, how's your Easter, dear brother in Christ? Oh, I'm jumping in joy in the Lord. Yes, but thanks for my salvation." I'm sure it's something like that. Yeah. We'll discuss it when we get back. Okay, mute for now. Thank you, both you gentlemen. Go.
Well, yeah, on that note, I've become a little closer to Lucifuge Focal. Not anywhere near what you would call Christ. That would actually be one of the anti-gods. So, yeah, I'm not gonna go there. How's your Easter, brother?
Oh shit, I ain't been doing nothing, man. We just kind of hung out, ate Subway, and fucking. I made breakfast this morning. Ate Subway, didn't do nothing. I mean, just I don't know. I don't really follow any really, like, I do shit for the kids because they see shit on TV
Oh yeah,
and things like that.
yeah. No doubt,
I don't
no
really
doubt.
follow any of that shit. You don't catch me at church or nothing like that. Not because I don't know. Yeah, it's not my it's not my stuff.
Yeah. Much respect. I mean, I couldn't understand. Listen. When it comes to kids, I am clueless because I will probably always be clueless. I am one of those people who shouldn't raise kids. So, yeah, much respect for you, man. To be able to do that.
It can be something else. It doesn't. It's like it's. I mean, I don't want to say it's a job because clearly I love my kids, but yeah, it's work. It's work. It's work, especially when they're my daughter. She's turning 2, and man, she's so bad, dude. She's a boss. She's just a boss. She does not like what she wants. She has a temper that like when she's mad. When she's mad because at that moment she's mad. She doesn't cry, scream, warn, anything. She just attacks. She's mean, and we've always been like, she was always so nice, always so happy and everything, and then just one day it was just, that was it. Yeah, she's always beating up my son. Yeah. She's always beating him up. Yeah, he's like, we go over there, she has him like by his face and like by his hair, and then he's like, it's my baby sister, why is she doing this to me?
Damn.
I call her her name is Anastasia. We call her Stasi, but I changed it to Stasilini. Like Mussolini. She's so evil, Stasilini.
Yeah, it's the terrible twos, man. Yeah, that's wow. I mean, that's an adventure in and of itself. It must have. So it must have definitely changed you from when you were like before you had kids. I mean, was there any difference between the way you are now?
Actually, so I had my first son. I had when I was 26. I was 26. Let's see. No, when I was 23. And I wasn't ready to be a dad when we had him. I was still running the streets. Like his mom, me and his mom had been together for a few years. Like, she lived with me and stuff, and I took care of her, and she never worked. And basically I basically ran into some issues with the law here, and I had to take off for a while. So I took her with me, and we relocated, and we were tucked away for a few years, and pretty much changed myself, changed who I was out there for a minute, for a while, and then she ended up getting pregnant, and when she got pregnant, was right around time when a friend of mine had got out of jail, and it was like, come back out, let's so I came back out and just started back up, and I kind of told I didn't want to be with her, and I just kind of sent her my son away. It was kind of, I had a lot of growing up to do, and then I turned around again and ended up getting with some crazy. She was crazy though. She was crazy. Got with her, and had had 2 kids, and then at that point, I was like pretty much gave up, you know, everything I was doing, like in the streets and shit, and went through a crazy deal of, you know, relationship with her. She was like a real toxic person, like real like immature, had no goals in life, didn't want to do nothing with herself. You know, she would like enroll in college, like she'd go to like enroll in every different college, like back to back, like, and you know, and get like the student loans and shit, and then would never, you know, and she just wasn't a good person. Nothing, you know.
So she was like living off the student loans.
Yeah. Well, she was also like, you know, on you know, government assistance and shit, and getting food stamps and, you know, cash assistance from the state, from DHS and shit, and just shit like that, man. And she's just a real toxic person. She's always trying to like, always the solution to everything would be she's gonna kill herself type shit, and you know, always sending me like, because like when I was doing my music, I'd be you know, be in Detroit, I'd go to Ohio, go to like, you know, been down to Tennessee, but you know, we've been a couple of different, you know, cities and states and shit, doing things, and she'd call and say she was gonna kill herself, or like towards the end of our relationship when my son was born, my second child I had with her, the second, she said he stopped breathing, and I had to like drop everything and like fly, you know, not fly, but you know, get in my car and like speed home. It was like winter time and shit. Come to find out, like, oh, she was like, they gave him a heart monitor vest or some shit to wear, but because he stopped breathing, but there was no reason why he stopped breathing. I think she like smothered him because he was crying or something, because he was just a baby, you know.
Damn.
So I think yeah, but she, you know, there was never no proof. I could never prove it, you know. But she'd send me pictures of her like drinking a bottle of Benadryl, or you know, drinking a bottle of Benadryl and shit, and it's dumb shit, dude. Just dumb shit, man. I don't know.
And I have to ask why didn't she ever come with you? I mean, I would think that would be like the thing, like, you know, if you were going because I don't know. That's just how I imagine couples work and shit.
Yeah, no. She wasn't, because she didn't. She was like always starting shit with people. She was just like a pathological liar. Like she wasn't comfortable company. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get you. Oh my gosh. I knew one like that.
Yeah. So, fucking ended up, you know, my mom and her ended up getting in a fight. Actually, we ended up splitting up, and then, you know, she wanted to work things out, but that's because I had a lot of things going on in the music, you know. And that night she chose to start a fight with my mom, and my mom, you know, we were at my mom's house. She was already drunk. She had already got the car impounded and shit and pulled over and everything. But my mom beat her ass, and she called the cops like 2 days later. She called the cops 2 days later and said that me and my mom jumped her when I was the one trying to break it up. And I had got maced that night at a bar we were at prior to that, because she started a fight with a stripper and shit. So, you know, like, and it was crazy. But it was like a big ordeal. Like I was like in jail. Like that helped me like pretty much like be like, fuck her, like not fuck with her no more. Like, you know. And luckily that's leading into that's when I got with my wife, you know, and that's what really changed me, you know. And she made me take accountability for being, you know, being a man and being a father, you know. I mean, me and her didn't even have kids, you know. She was like, you know, you're gonna fight for your kids that you got with that crazy bitch, because, you know, she knew she was crazy, you know. And so she helped me find a good lawyer. You know, I got a lawyer. We were making, you know, I got paid him to, you know, like it was a big thing, you know. And me and her been together, you know, now 10 years. And, you know, since, you know, day one, we were making plans, and, you know, we planned for a whole year. And after year 2, we were fighting for them and got them, you know. And you know, throughout everything. Their mom, the crazy one, always started shit, you know, Facebook, everything, always saying she was gonna kill us, and going
Damn.
up to my wife's job at the time. She was just, you know, my wife was just my girlfriend at the time, going up to her job during the wintertime and busting out the windows in her car and shit. And my wife, you know, she'd have to take her oldest to school and shit. So she had to drive in the winter with the busted window and shit. I remember that. She was crying and everything. Like it was messed up. Like this girl would just she was just crazy. She was always crazy. Yeah,
Damn.
so yeah, I did some crazy shit, man. So it took me a long time but that's how, you know, when you go through the most extreme shit like that, you're like, yeah, I know what I want in a relationship, you know, what a relationship should be like, you know. And if something ain't right, then you can definitely, you know, acknowledge it. But for the most part, man, I couldn't replace the relationship I have for anything, man. I wouldn't, you know, because everything we do, we support each other 100%. I mean, we
Yeah.
we make everything work. So I'm blessed in that sense, you know.
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, considering what you've been through and the, you know, women that you did start out with, you know, yeah, I'm glad that things worked out for you, man. Without a doubt. Although you know, the entire relationship thing is still scary to me, but
Oh,
that comes with being a loner and having to feel like you have to rely on yourself for too long.
you know what a relationship is, man? It's like being able to be all right and be comfortable with something that maybe isn't exactly what you like, you know, like music or movies or, you know, food or, you know, just like that. It's like things that make the whole relationship work is what matters, man. So you get comfortable with, you know, other people. It really helps you grow, man. I don't know. Being in a relationship as long as we've been in and doing what we've done and meeting people, you wouldn't believe the situations that like, for instance, there was I know a nurse, okay, and here's the story. She made a post on Facebook, you know, and someone on Facebook took offense to it because they were one of those like no people who supported not getting vaccine, the no vaxxers. No offense, just saying, you know, what you would
Yeah.
call someone, you know. And they reported this person's post when the person's post really wasn't serious. But the person who reported, you know, the lady who reported the post works with the lady who made the post. And she just developed this real, like, crazy, like, animosity behind this girl's back and was always talking shit. But the girl never knew because she didn't really know this girl like that, you know. She
Yeah.
worked with her, but that was it. And this girl behind her back was just making all this fuss about everything and to all the right people, and, you know, threatening to go public and make it go viral, make the post go viral and all this other shit. And then this one day, this girl was the nurse who made that post was on vacation, and out of nowhere, the day she was coming back, that someone found uh, a narcotic in her locker. But the girl who found it is the one who was against her making that post. But no one knew that she was the one against her making the post. But she's the one who found the pill, and she had no reason to be in, you know, that other nurse's post. or that other nurse's locker. You know, so she ended up, well, the nurse made a big fuss. I was like, hang on, why the hell are you in my locker? And turns out that nurse, one of her patients, was supposed to get 2 pills and only got 1. It was broken in half to appear to be 2. That girl quit. She quit her job.
Nice.
She called in one day and then quit the next, but she was the one, and it came back that she was the one that was making the fuss with post everything. Like, and this was something that the pill thing happened on just over a 2-day thing, but the post shit happened for over like a 3-4 month deal. I'm talking about fucking. There was all sorts of people involved and like higher ups involved, and there was like fucking just lawyers, everything. It was crazy. It's crazy to see that this person was going through that shit over, you know, this person being upset over a post
On Facebook.
and deciding to have an actual grudge and actual life that would fuck with this girl's license and her livelihood.
That's crazy. The fact that people would
and actually she wasn't even a actual nurse. She was like a student or like a aide or some shit like that. Yeah.
That's insane that someone would go like that far just for something on social media. You know, and you know, it's interesting you bring that up because someone was asking like, you know, why is it that now kids are like, more kids are committing suicide and having all these problems because of social media. It's interesting that because
we made social media such a reality. I mean, back in 1996, 1997, it wasn't like you go on there and talk shit and, you know, Yahoo chats, you know,
AOL.
You know, and now, you know, and all of a sudden people became offended, you know, or because of these massive fucking cyber stalkers or whatever the hell they were, people, you know, made the internet a place that is someone can really be hurt because someone let it hurt them one too many times, I guess. I don't understand how, you know, I'll still to this day never understand. I mean, I get it, your shit will be on there and people are laughing or whatever, you know, but I just, at the time, it didn't really seem like something that was that serious. People are sensitive though. I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess compromising situations shouldn't. I mean, you can be caught in a compromising predicament, you know, like someone pants you and, you know, gets a picture or some shit, you know, set up shit. But for the most part, if you got a picture that's a selfie of you naked, you know, you took the picture, you know, I don't know.
Oh, well, I guess it could be used to sort of frame someone or get someone swatted, which is something they do in like in the video game culture. They swat people and, you know, they call the police and claim all this shit. And, you know, they're able to check social media and whatnot. But still, it's like if you're never going to meet these people in real life, what the fuck is the point of really, you know, taking it seriously? I can understand, you know, I can grasp where you're coming from, but I guess today's culture is that, you know, because the parents aren't there, the social media are like their parents, so that's all they have. And so I guess today's kids, like if they're shitted on in social media, that's like your own parents disowning you or some shit, because the parents are just like, yeah, I'll give them the iPhone and let them do whatever. That's what I've seen many parents do. I don't know for a fact that everyone does that.
I think it's further than that, though. I think it's further than that. I think it's. I think sometimes they get so involved in looking up just shit that is further in encouraging what they're feeling, you know.
Oh, like the echo chamber.
Yeah. You know, I think that might be. I just, if anything, but it's the same thing. Like the internet's a double-edged sword. You know, it can show you that there's other things and that you can know about how you feel or why you feel certain ways, or you can enforce the way you feel. So
that's a good point. You know, the echo chamber effect of the internet is a very real thing. So we have Peter Moon on since it's 9. PATÄR, if you can transition things over to Peter.
yeah. All right. Well, hey Peter, how's it going?
Hi. Nice to be with you.
Yeah, we're just here holding it down for Douglas. He had to get himself together, get some tea, and get his.
You did wonderful. Honestly, that was profoundly professional. I'm so proud of both of you gentlemen to just how you handled everything and brought Peter on with that very smooth transition. You know, Jameson, when he puts his mind to it and acts civilized and isn't raging, it truly does work out. And PATÄR, of course, has been through a lot. And oh God, Peter, I'm so glad you're here. You have no idea. I just could take only so much of this praise Jesus bullshit that these guys were throwing at each other before you arrived. I mean, oh my God, how many hallelujahs can you take? It was just, you know, I mean, Christianity is great and all that, but once these two brothers found themselves in the Lord, everything really changed in terms of their behavior. They were into their 3rd round of kumbaya, but thank God you showed up and can bring us down to earth. So aside from that being said, however, I do want PATÄR in particular to know that it was just like with yourself, your wife being a nurse. I'm convinced that in both cases, through no fault of their own, but simply through their profession, your wives brought home the COVID. That's what happened to George and I across the Atlantic. He had the shingles, and then of course they had the latest round of COVID that swept through the entire family. So the both of you had an identical experience. It's profoundly, you know, to me, how what would we call that, resonant? How resonant that is. But if you could contact him, that would be great. That being said, Peter, now that you're here, just want you to know it'll probably take me another 10 minutes or 15 minutes to really just settle down. But in the meantime, let me take a few minutes with you first and help you transition onto the stage to take it over.
I have a lot to say tonight, Douglas. At least out of the starting gate. I don't know how long it'll last, but
wonderful.
And it's interesting how conversation goes, and I don't know what you were talking about, the praise Jesus stuff, but I'm not going to talk
facetious.
about.
I was just being facetious.
Tonight. You know, it's Easter, but I'm sure enough has been said, not only today, but throughout the millennia about this persona. Yes. But it was very interesting you say, bring us down to earth. Yeah. The whole idea of Jesus was to bring us out of the earth, away from the earth. The sign of Capricorn, under which he was born under, as was I, brings you down to earth. And it's interesting, you know, just the dichotomy of it, away from the earth, down to the earth. And of course, in wrestling with the so-called alien phenomena, and I will touch on that perhaps later, people, they become very ungrounded in embracing whether it be what they think or are ETs, UFOs, aliens, whatever they think these things are, whether they be real phantasms, it brings them disturbance of their soul in terms of being ungrounded in this physical plane. And they have to be brought back if they're going to be living in a body. If they're just going to, you know, ascend to heaven or wherever, and I say wherever in quotes, you know, whoa, good luck. Hope they're going to a nice place. But it's just interesting. Bring people down to earth, bring people away from the earth. It's just an interesting observation, which is true, for better or for worse.
Yes, and in a very real sense, Jesus was coming out of the earth. I mean, he was in the tombs. And of course, like you said, we don't want to overdwell on that. Obviously, there are many places people can go to hear such talk on this day. If I do bring up such topics, it'll be later after Peter has retreated into the gentle night. But certainly, hopefully, he'll be with us as long as he can tolerate.
I would also quote Arsenio Hall from the movie. What is that movie with Eddie Murphy about that silly movie that takes place in Queens? What is that one called?
I forget. I was never a fan.
Well, it's what is the name of that movie? God, it's a funny movie where Eddie Murphy plays an African prince. Arsenio Hall is playing a minister, and he says, "I love the Lord, and if the Lord is bad, I don't want to be good."
There we are. Something like
I love the Lord, but if the Lord is bad, I don't want to be good.
Yeah.
Anyway, so, but beyond that.
Understood. It's one of those things that it would have to be, you'd have to see it on screen and the right delivery, and then it would really hit, I'm sure. In context.
It's okay. But anyway, what I want to, I've had a lot of stuff going on, and I did listen to not all of your broadcasts, but much of it, and we'll touch on that later.
Wonderful. Oh, thank you so much. That's deeply appreciated. Yeah. And by the way, I do want to say one more thing just to qualify this so that people understand what I said about the nurse wives. Understand for Pac-1 Morales and for Mr. George Knight, nurses develop basically an acquired immunity syndrome, as do paramedics and to an extent MDs. But the ones who really interact with the sick and the injured constantly are the paramedics and the nurses. And so with an acquired immunity syndrome, they, after a while, stop manifesting illnesses to a great degree, but they do become, unfortunately, conveyors. And as vectors, they bring it home to their families quite a bit. So I do want people to understand, just bear that in mind when you develop a relationship with one of these professionals. So that being said, what I'm going to ask Peter to do is hold the stage with these gentlemen to kind of back him up if they're, I think he can do quite well on his own. But I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the longest. I just have to kind of get things tightened and tucked in together because I've got to, be comfortable the rest of the night. So I've got to make certain my environments are able to sustain me. So Peter's going to take it over. I'm going to go mute for about 10 minutes. And Peter, it's yours. Thank you.
Okay. And while you go on mute, and you don't have to respond to this now, but if we ever do get you up to Shasta, there's a couple people there that do the tea ceremony.
But wonderful!
It's more Native American style, but it would be very interesting to have you observe and input. I'm sure
that would be profound.
Be welcome. Yeah. I'm sure your input would be welcome. But that's all in due course, because I did not participate in any of that. JoJo did. And perhaps we can ask her about that when she's back with us.
On Wednesday, yes. And Wednesday will just be here before anyone knows it. So it'll be practically tomorrow as far as I'm concerned. Because as soon as these transmissions are done, I'm up maybe till the afternoon and then go to sleep and don't wake up until the next day, essentially. So, and the next day after today will be, basically for me, it'll be Wednesday. So we'll be back in the groove with her soon enough. So Peter, it's yours. Thank you.
Okay. So I had a delightful, but somewhat, as you could expect, for those of you who are familiar with New York City, and an exciting but exhaustive day in New York City on Thursday with my daughter. I went in and hung out with my daughter and her friends, and her friend, who is very much happening as a musical artist, who I had met in California. She, I would say, tentatively agreed to, try and do something with the Roswell song. We'll see if that goes anywhere. First, I have to hear back from her and send her the lyrics to promote Douglas's book, The Roswell Deception. But so I spent a, very fun, and I also got to visit an old friend who I knew from my days on the Apollo, this friend will remain unmentioned, but was very, very close to Hubbard in ways that I was not, in different ways, and a very professional involvement with him. Very professional involvement. Not that my involvement wasn't professional, it was, but it was from a different perspective. And we got to reminisce as we always do. And this person will be listening to the broadcast, as will some other new listeners. And I'm going to begin by discussing how I became involved with Douglas Dietrich and why I am involved with Douglas Dietrich and why he has become such a focal point of my work. But before I say that, I want to say something. Things have been very busy. I had tremendous amount of book orders. I get book orders from the distributor every Friday. Tremendous amount of book orders, but none were for the Roswell deception. In other words, the other books are selling like hotcakes, but not Douglas's book. We all sort of know why. But that's good. It's good for Sky Books. It's ultimately good for, getting some punch on the Roswell book. But okay, so if I'm embracing an author who's not selling, it's not because it's not worth selling. It's because there's some other reasons why it's not selling. And they're not the typical reasons. But how I got involved with Douglas Dietrich, and it had very much to do with, actually with Scientology, not a subject that I pay a lot of attention to. They'll always pay a little bit of attention to it. Sort of in the way a casual baseball fan from Cincinnati who moved to Los Angeles may pay casual attention to the Cincinnati Reds or something like that, but not a lot of attention. So, but I was listening to Mae Brussell. Mae Brussell, for those of you who do not understand, is in many regards, the mother of conspiracy theorists. And I don't say that with any disrespect, but Mae Brussell started her research into conspiracy in 1964 when she read the Warren Report, which didn't come out until 1964. Of course, the assassination, that was the Warren Report, the Warren Committee to investigate the assassination of President Kennedy. It came out in, I think, the fall of '64, if I remember. I remember seeing it on the newsstands. It was a tome of information. And basically she read it and was horrified by what she read, at how biased, unobjective, and what a disservice of justice it was. So because she was a woman of means, her father being the quote unquote Hollywood rabbi to Hollywood, she and her family owned department stores. She hired a clipping service to get her all the names of the people, key names in the Warren Report. So if these names would appear in other newspapers across the United States or even across the globe, she began to build up a dossier on all of these different people. And she began to see how outrageous what you'd say the world controllers, who they were, what they were doing. It was showing a pattern of deceit and deception that was all centered around the assassination of President Kennedy. So she evolved into doing weekly, I want to call them podcasts. They weren't podcasts, they were broadcasts. She was on a radio station. She lived in Carmel, California, which is sort of where the rich people live outside. Rather than live in Monterey, they live in Carmel. It's where Clint Eastwood moved and became the mayor. It's a very wealthy area. She lived there in Carmel, and she did a broadcast from Carmel once a week or once a month. I don't remember what it was, But I was particularly interested in Mae Brussel because Mae Brussel had a liaison with the Church of Scientology, and I was researching this specific point because it had to do with a liaison between J. Edgar Hoover and Heinrich Himmler that the Church of Scientology had uncovered or revealed back in the days when there was no internet. This was in the 1970s, and I remember being briefed on it. Of course, the connection between Hoover and Heinrich Himmler had to do with the fact that they were both policemen, in a sense. Hoover, the FBI, and Heinrich Himmler, the Schutzstaffel, the SS. And they exchanged letters and photographs and this sort of thing. And the Church of Scientology was trying to show what they considered to be the heinous behavior of the FBI, because the FBI had investigated in Scientology and had torn down their offices and whatnot and seized documents. So be that as it may, I was looking for this specific connection with Mae Brussel and what she'd said. And Mae Brussel hailed the Church of Scientology as the only organization that was even trying to uncover the nefarious behavior of what was the United States government and how they were in bed with the people who assassinated President Kennedy. Yes, there were Nazi Germanic tie-ins to this, but she just as there was a lot of chicanery going on. So I was listening to Mae's broadcasts. They're now all available on YouTube. They weren't for many years when I knew about her. And as I listened to them, finally I got to the end. And when I got to the end, she was investigating the Son of Sam murders and how Sam alluded to Uncle Sam, as in the United States government, and how the Son of Sam murders were tied into the U.S. Army, as was the Charles Manson scenario. I wouldn't say Charles Manson was a member of the U.S. Army, but he was being surveilled and some of that was being orchestrated. There are other dialogues on that. But so she was like beginning to see that the U.S. Army was responsible for deaths, assassinations. And then the Presidio scandals were taking her into a very deeper darkness. And the Presidio scandals, for those of you who do not know, concerned massive child abuse, sexual child abuse that was taking place in the Presidio daycare center. And this stuff is notorious, infamous. It made the headlines. And the reason it made the headlines, the reason it even leaked out at all, is because of our host, Douglas Dietrich. Now, I didn't know, I'd never heard of Douglas Dietrich, and I would never have heard of Douglas Dietrich, except that I got to the end of Mae Brussel, and I said, as soon as she started investigating the Presidio scandals and the man who was allegedly behind them, Colonel Michael Aquino, Satanist, who was a Satanist, who was the former Satanist technically because he wanted to be something far worse, but the founder of the Temple of Set, which was a schism in its own way from the Church of Satan, founded by Anton LaVey. The Temple of Set was much more potent in terms of its efforts, and it had Aquino, who eventually became a deputy director of the National Security Agency and was a colonel in the U.S. Army and was head of psychological operations in the U.S. Army, very good at psychological operations. And he wore, had a widow's peak with these weird eyebrows, and he championed himself as a prince of darkness. So when she began to investigate him, she ended up dead. And the unofficial story on her was that she was killed with dimethyl sulfoxide being laced with cancer-causing agent that was put on her steering wheel. And when she went to her steering wheel, it caused rapidly advancing cancer. Douglas has other stories about May, and they're quite extensive because he actually knew her, I think by phone. I don't know if they met in person, because he was trying to help her and warn her, because he was in Aquino's employ as a Defense Department research librarian, where it was his job to service Aquino, who would use the library at the Presidio. And so he was obligated to serve Aquino, and they developed a professional relationship, which bled over into all sorts of esoteric knowledge for Douglas to get, and that he would retrieve for Aquino at Aquino's request, which it was his job to do. And Douglas is always a person who would go the extra 9 yards when he was researching something. He was assigned to burn documents, classified and beyond documents at the Presidio. So he got his eyes full. And the way I ran into Douglas was I had helped a friend who was involved with, I wouldn't say he was involved with, well, he was, this girl who was a Satanist, and she had invited him over for dinner. And he was very attracted to her, very afraid that if she went over there for dinner, she might drug him, and who knows what might happen to him. So I helped him extract him from the situation. And then when I read this stuff about May, I sent him an email, and I got an answer back, but there was no answer. It was just a link to Douglas Dietrich. And he later denied that he did anything such. Now, it was a link to Douglas Dietrich. I went on the link and I saw Douglas Dietrich not only talking about the Presidio, but all about the Roswell incident and all of the intelligence files that were buried and hidden from the public with regard to the Roswell incident. And that's how I became involved with Douglas Dietrich. And then I began to listen to his broadcasts, which were then at that time on Revolution Radio, and actually thought I was calling in to listen to the show on the 800 number, and it turned out I was in the dock to speak to him, and that's how I met him. And right at that time, the previous caller was talking about Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, and I came right on after that. So it was really sort of synchronous. And it took me at least 5 years to build a working relationship with Douglas, because Douglas, there's a lot of drama and a lot of story behind what he's gone through with having to care for the death of his parents, how his mother was killed, murdered. She was old and dying, but nevertheless, she was murdered. At the same time, he began to really come forward as a public informant and release this information. So all of that has been covered a lot in the past by Douglas, but because he was having to be caregivers for his parents, his professional life, which he had worked as a mercenary, as a security guard, and as all sorts of things, was undermined. And he has been, financially sort of suffering, but managing to stay alive with donations and this, that, and the other thing. So we try to help him by raising donations, and anybody who wants to donate to Douglas Dietrich can do so.
Thank you.
Yeah, can you give the specific link, or can just
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I want everyone to know that you can help support me in two ways that immediately come to mind. One would be through PayPal, which is the easiest, and the number's right there on the screen. And understand, of course, I was all dragged out for the latest Holy Day celebrations with my extended family on the estates with my adoptive son. And as you can read, it's paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Douglas is spelled with one S, and Dietrich just used the words diet rich. Diet and rich put together, DIETRICH. PayPal.me/Douglas Douglas Dietrich, or of course you can mail me a check or money order to my physical residential mailing address, and that's at 1242 Green Street, like the color green, 1242 Green Street, San Francisco, California, and the zip code would be 94109. Don't worry about if you haven't written that down. It's available on the website at douglasdietrich.com. So if you go to www.douglasdietrich.com, you'll be able to find my physical mailing address. Checks are money orders only, of course, never cash, because it just gets stolen through the postal system, and doesn't reach me if you send cash, unless you send it like this one wonderful old lady living in Guam. God bless her. Shouldn't refer to her as that. A senior madame. She sent it to me covered between cardboard and taped together as if it were to somebody receiving it in prison, unless you send it cash in that manner. Otherwise, they've got dogs that sniff that out, and the postal inspectors just spend all day, I'm not kidding you, stealing money that's being sent through the mail system. That's all they do. They don't do anything else. With that level of corruption having been exposed, we turn it back to Peter, who's been...
Yes, and if you send money to an address on Shambhala, they won't steal it, but they'll add in 50%. If you send 1,000, they'll add in 1,500. If you're so lucky to get into Shambhala, except that they don't really need money as such. They don't use U.S. currency there. But nevertheless, that's the opposite. But I'm giving a context to who Douglas is and why he is important, and this brought to mind something else, and I don't know what it was that made me bring it to mind, but it had to do with something you said triggered something in me. It's a memory, and I don't specifically what it was, but there was, and my friend who I met with, she will remember this character, and she will laugh when I mention his name, just because she will remember him. His name was Roy McMurray, and Roy McMurray was, I remember him just a guy, and he worked. I remember there's only two memories I have of Roy McMurray. He was somebody who was a shipmate who I knew and saw, but when I was working in, I guess, the Dissemination Bureau, and I was not being properly posted or utilized. It was an illegal posting, but I was there to be the receptionist for, was basically the marketing unit. And I'll never forget, was on my probably first day on the job, L. Ron Hubbard had sent down his messengers to the marketing bureau with a baby bottle. I don't know where he got a baby bottle, because there were no babies on the Apollo, but he got a baby bottle, probably ordered somebody to purchase a baby bottle and bring it to them.
Right.
Because he was sending them a message that they were like babies.
Yeah.
That didn't know how to do what they were doing. And I thought it was tremendously funny.
Yeah.
Nobody else did. Nobody else did. I wasn't like laughing, but boy, they didn't like it. And they were under, I was not under any, derision, it wasn't threatening to me. I said, God, he's got a point, because they sure weren't doing any marketing. So, and the whole idea is, you got to promote if you're in business.
Yes.
So, but I remember during that time, there was a lot of heavy heat on the marketing bureau, which it eventually became called. It was called the Dissemination Bureau at that time. And I was told to go wake up Roy McMurray.
Right.
And I remember going down to his bunk. And, the kind of impression they get that, they kind of, though nobody said this, but you kind of get the thing is, okay, you're supposed to pick him up, take him off the bunk and say, get to work, you
right.
Emmer effer. No. So I went down and I said, Roy, whatever, it's like, you're supposed to be, at work. And he goes, I'm sick. And like, he felt like I was somebody who was going to pick him up and knock the shit out of him or something. That and I just said, okay, all right. He goes, I'm sick. I said, okay, that's okay. And I treated him with like just respect and honored him. I said, okay, don't worry about it. And he was just shocked. He was shocked to his soul that somebody would treat him with humanity. Now, of course, if a person was sick, they needed to be put into isolation.
Right.
They were genuinely sick. They would have their temperature taken, and they would be removed from the crew in their own specialized rooms. And it was like, so there I was just recognizing common basic decency, but also standard policy in the Sea organization. And he was shocked that somebody could be treating him with respect and humaneness. And there was nobody gave me any flack or anything. I went back and said, he's sick. And then they all reacted like, he's sick, he's sick. But okay, he couldn't be on the job. I don't remember if I think I sent him to the medical officer, probably, to go see the medical officer. He was probably afraid to see the medical officer.
Right.
This is how much psychological bullshit pressure people could build up and incur upon themselves.
Yeah.
Now, did his peers give him pressure? I'm sure, but not that much. People would soak up their own peer pressure. And I would never allow that to occur, mostly because I knew the rules and would enforce the rules.
Right.
And when I say enforce the rules, it's not with a fist. It's with saying, okay, if you want to do this, you need to do this. It's just understanding the rules, and people would become paralyzed by their own psychological fear of peer pressure. And that's what I remember Roy for. But the second thing, I think he was at one time the director of processing for the advanced courses. In fact, I'm sure he was. And that's why I never interacted with him. This is on the ship. And to be in that position on the ship was kind of a nice position, because the advanced courses, whatever you've heard about them, were kind of really light and nice and rarefied. It was pretty pleasant from what I recall, although I was not involved with the advanced courses on the ship. But later, I read something. It was called a flag order that was a part of the advanced courses materials of, I think it was Operating Thetan Section Level 2, OT2 they called it. Thetan being a spirit, operating spirit. And I remember he wrote something in there, it wasn't typical to have other people writing materials. It was L. Ron Hubbard's duty. But as somebody who serviced these OT levels, he wrote something, and I never forgot it. And I think it kind of found its way into disappearance. Mm-hmm. For all I know, my friend might have typed this flag order. And he mentioned that, he says, now that you are clear and you're doing this level, it's very important for you to know that you've cleared out your reactive bank, but there are other reactive banks that you need to clear out as well. Here I'm paraphrasing. Mm-hmm. So just because you've cleared your mind does not mean that you are free and clear, because there are other minds. And these other minds, reactive minds, can impinge upon you. And you would see this in your day-to-day life. So that means if you're being given a hard time from person X, in your job, you might have to clear minds associated with his mind, or clear minds associated with that mind. So the idea of being clear from this context and in other allusions that Hubbard made, you were clear. If you were clear, you were clear in your own reference frame, but now you're dealing with the environment, you're vulnerable, and you're going to have to deal with other entities and the reactive minds of other entities. And this requires a lot of esoteric or subtle perception. In other words, okay, what is this bunch of crap you're having to deal with? And then, okay, so you sidestep it. Instead of looking at it as the normal crap, you start looking at where is it coming from? Is it coming from this person, or is it coming from this entity that's associated with the person, or another entity that's ordering that person? And you're perceiving subtle energies, and then boom, 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 boom. So that's what I remember Roy McMurray from. I would imagine he's passed on. He was older at the time, not that much older, but significantly older. Right. I don't know, but what, he was from England or Australia or someplace like that. I don't really remember, but that came up, and I thought it was there were so many subtle nuances to what I learned in the technological aspects of Scientology, which are completely lost on so many people. And if you ever bring it up to them, they can be very dismissive. But so much for that. So
I really appreciate that. And it really is so heartbreaking, because it goes to show that nobody was ever nice to this man. And you're simply being...
I wouldn't say that. But during that particular time, I wouldn't say nobody was ever nice to him, but he was going through there were certain times and things when, everybody could seem like a worthy opponent. I wouldn't say nobody was ever nice to him. Okay. I just lost track of him. I don't know what the hell happened to him. But, and so many people would be attracted to Scientology because they could see such a great horizon, a beautiful horizon, and they'd also been delivered halfway to the horizon. So it's not that they'd be delivered maybe a quarter away, maybe an eighth away, but they could see this beautiful horizon, maybe halfway. And then the horizon kind of turns into in many cases, it turned into a nightmare. And so it's just, and the other thing is, it's kind of like taking on a bull, a Brahmin bull in a rodeo.
Right.
It's like, you're going for the whole, everything. You're going for, you're reaching for the stars, and it's a, make it or break it sort of. It's kind of like the gold rush. There's so many stories of the gold rush, and very few people who benefited from the gold rush.
Right.
It's I don't know if it's that bad or whatever the hell it is, but that's I don't want to digress into Scientology, which is something that can be talked about until the universe ends, and there's no time for that. But that was just sort of a brief introduction into Douglas Dietrich, and of course, we've talked about the Roswell incident so much, and this book that goes into all of the chicanery and ridiculousness that has happened over this whole psychological operation, which it was a psychological operation being conducted against the Japanese, winning of the war which ended in 1952, not 1945, and this whole psychological operation that Aquino was brought into further, and this is covered in the book.
Yes.
But we're not going to go into that right now.
Understood.
And I would also comment on last Thursday, spending the day with my daughter. It was so much fun to be with her.
Oh, wonderful.
I had spent a whole week with her in June at my friend's funeral, and she was so good. And she's gone through some heavy time periods there, but she was back here to visit her friend. And she was so pleasant to be with. And then her friends were great too, because I got to meet one of her friends who's a musician from Australia, who's now living in the city with her husband, and her friend Willow Avalon, who is a happening musician in New York City, and Willow's boyfriend Mac. Oh, Mac was fantastic. He'd been to Stanford. He's a musician too, but man, he I don't even remember the things we talked about, but he had so many insights, and I started telling him, and I hope to be communicating with him and whatnot, because he has such advanced knowledge of things, having recently been to college, and college is not like it used to be, because the subjects are so different.
Right.
And at least if you're in a happening college, I don't know. I know there's been a lot of chicanery over people graduating with MBAs and owing hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt, and they can't get a job. I don't know if that's still the case, because the environment is much more hireable. And I don't know if these MBAs have actually learned anything that's valuable or worthwhile. I really don't know, but there was quite a problem with that several years ago.
Right.
I don't know if these people have been hired, and they were more worried about their student debt than they were about working. So,
wow. That's so typical. Go on. Yeah.
Well, yes, it was very nice to speak to younger people, which I liaise with and work with very well, in addition to our football gang. And we are now on, to digress into football for a moment, we now have a website, the Blitz League LI being for Long Island, the blitzleagueli.com. Wow. And local people who want to play football with us can now sign up. We're going to have a league, a more official league, with a sign-up fee. We're going to even be having a draft on the 29th of April at Buffalo Wild Wings in Westbury, which Paula and I are going to attend. And they're going to pick players while the NFL draft is going on. I think the NFL draft is going on, and then we'll be having our own draft with our own live stream, picking players. That's
incredible.
And, you won't see me on the picture on the Blitz League, because when they took the picture, I was in Mount Shasta. But those are the people I play with, and we will be expanding it to 5 teams and 50 players. And it's Terrell, who heard on the air before with us, is organizing this, and he's not even going to play. He's going to be a commissioner and a referee. So he's talking to me for hours. Should I do this? Should I do that? Blah 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 blah. And it's a lot of fun. So this is such a great opportunity to interface with younger people. And of course, I was very shocked that him and his brothers voted for me to be in the All-Star Pro Bowl, they called it. They said I was snubbed. I was the top snub, along with a guy named Cole. And in other words, we should have been part of the Pro Bowl. I didn't think that I warranted that, but to even be in the name with the All-Stars of the players was a very great honor by them, because, as they say, I'm playing at a level less than what I was in my prime, of course, which you would expect at age 69. But I seem to be getting a little faster at age 69, and than I was at age 67, because I was losing. I couldn't even run a few years ago. So I've come a long ways, and this is a great opportunity. And I would also say, as we age, and I'm taking this new product, which I discussed with JoJo. She's taking it. D-Spark stands for Divine Spark. This has been very good. I mean, when I take it, I feel it.
Wow.
And I've been taking it every day, still working up to the full dose, because you have to work up to it. D-Spark. I think it was Divine Spark. I don't know if I can remember what the website was. But that, it's like, and I see people in my life getting older, and people of my own general age group, and their minds are bought into the belief of old age.
Right.
They're buying into the old age. Like, you'll be feeling this way in a few years. And I'm thinking, like, no, I will not be feeling that way in a few years, because I'm doing precise things which will avoid that. Now, it doesn't mean that I'll be as good as I am. Doesn't mean I won't. I intend to be better at age 72, 73 than at 69, because I am constantly working at this. I went out of my way to have my daughter do a video. She still has to send it to me in front of this. It was this cute little park in Soho. It's kind of in the middle of all these blocks, and there was these people in it. It was like, and it had some sphinxes.
Wow.
And I think some gardens. and she took a video of me in front of a Sphinx. I was doing it specifically for my ex-wife because I heard she had severe hip problems. When I asked my daughter about it, she says, "What hip problems?" "Oh, that's nothing." Well, she told me it was quite severe a week ago. Things change. So I did this video to help, and I was showing this when I was in Shasta to several people. It's a video explaining how to alleviate hip or lower back problems. There's more that can be done in this one video, but it's all I could do. I would have to have chairs and a towel to show more, but this is good enough. And I do this exercise every day. And it's like, it just makes the legs feel good, the back feel good. And I walked my ass off on Thursday in the city. And then when we all got back to Willow's home, everybody had to lay down, except for me.
Wow.
I was looking forward to going to my friend's house after that, which I did, which wasn't far away. But I didn't have to lay down. Now, I was tired, but not that. And I was so fortunate that, the best part of the day was when Willow brought this ice water. Oh God, that felt good. And then when I went to see my friend, I didn't know she was going to fix me dinner. That was fantastic. I just had this beautiful dinner, which I gobbled up gladly. I was very happy to do that. I told her I'd be coming over around dinner time. I didn't ask her to fix me dinner, but she did, and it was fantastic. So, but I held up really well for, I think I got some blisters when we walked so much, and because the city can really wear you out, and it wore out the young people as well. So that was good, and the more activity you have, the better. But this whole thing of I see people, their minds are buying into getting older, and there are things you can do to change that and to prolong your quote unquote youthfulness. My teacher used to say, and he was echoing what a biologist Robert DeRopp, he kind of wrote the book The Master Game. He was a biochemist, I think. He said back in the 1960s that the human body should live to 125 or 150. My teacher used to say 150. It has the ingredients to last that long. That's what it should last. But because of whatever, attrition is the best word. It decays, it does this, it does that. You can have critical problems, and I see people, the hip replacement. I have fellow Qigong students who had hip replacements. And if my teacher could see them, he'd be shaking his fist at them. He would shake his fist at people. He wasn't going to hit them, but he was trying to give a message. And sometimes it wasn't to them because they didn't see him shake the fist. I would see him shake the fist, meaning, you idiot. Right. Why are you not doing what I say and having to do this? They're not listening to him. They're not saying, if you do this, you will strengthen the tendons, you will strengthen the ligaments, you will strengthen the fascia. And if your fascia is strong and your ligaments are strong, your bones are not going to become, vulnerable, fragile, and go out of place. It takes work to make your body decay. The body is constantly under the force of gravity. And unless you push back against that gravity, gravity's going to overcome you. So you're not going to last forever. But if you push up against that gravity, elongate your spine. And I had the pleasure and the honor to teach this martial artist who was with us. He's up in Shasta, very accomplished. He studied with the ninja, was awarded in ninjutsu and all this stuff. And the first thing, when he heard about me doing Qigong, he didn't really know anything about me, I don't think, other than he heard I was doing Qigong. And he comes up to me and says, "Oh, I look forward to learning from you."
Wow.
Like he had all of these credentials, more in credentials than, you could imagine. And the first thing he said to me, I'm looking forward to what I can learn from you, instead of telling me how great he was.
That's incredible.
Yeah. And so I didn't get a chance, and he gave his talk, and he gave about, 80 to 90% pep talk. And then he gave 10% practice. I gave, like I said, you got a lot of pep talk from him. I said, I'm going to give you all practice. I gave them all practice, because it's just like, the pep talk becomes incidental. But then I caught him, and I taught him a exercise. This is a very guarded secret. A very guarded secret, as I was taught, how do we elongate the spine by going against the wall. And sure enough, he couldn't do it. I taught him. I said, you'd work on that. So he was like, all of that he worked, he deserved that. He deserved to learn that. He knows a lot of things I don't know. But this is what you do, is, you try and learn from each other. And the most touching thing he said, though, to me was how he was, he suffered a lot as a kid. Orphaned and stuff. He suffered, and he really made something of his life. He didn't live far away from me when he grew up. He was older. He's older than I am. He lived in Compton, which is, 20-minute, no, I'd say less than a 20-minute drive from Lakewood, where I grew up. And he remembered being abused for wearing jeans from JCPenney's, foremost jeans from JCPenney's, when all the kids had Levi's. If you didn't wear Levi's, you weren't cool.
I know, that's so awful. It's a kind of uniform, enforced uniform. Go on.
But he's the only one. This was Southern California.
Yeah.
And then it became cool to wear white Levi's. You'll even see a picture that I had circulating around me with my friends where I'm wearing white Levi's, because the Beach Boys wore white Levi's on one of their album covers.
Oh God.
But so they were actually those were kind of dressy, the white Levi's. And he remembered that. That was very cute. That was the dress code of 1962.
Right.
And so it was neat to meet and see him. But to move beyond that, I don't know if I'm quite ready to move on to your broadcasts, which were really interesting.
Oh, I really appreciate that. We don't need to go there right now. As you say, it's something that we're kind of going to work ourselves into. One of the things that, I do want to bring to your mind was the people in the chat room, specifically Diane Hillis-Buchberger, said that the comedy you were trying to allude to earlier was called Coming to America. So
that's correct. That's correct. Coming to America.
Yeah. And aside from that, of course, I just think it's incredible what you've done, what you've accomplished with the football. And I'm so glad that you're going in the direction that you're going in and making this available to others. And that way they can all learn from you. Certainly when you spoke of this individual learning from the ninja, that's profound to me. Do you remember any details about, obviously, of course, because of my mother's affiliation with the original ninja clans, I was just wondering the kinds of teachings that eventually disseminated outward later. There were people who got genuine teachings from people who were kind of, how would I say this, basically relations or affiliates, and later on it kind of branched out. But then, of course, there was the enfranchisement of, shall we say, false teachers. They were out there. And certainly Daniel Arola specializes in exposing martial arts frauds. And you certainly had any number of those who claimed to be ninja. And so one of the, shall we say, trigger words, are code words almost for a long period of time in America was you would go into major cities, and for a long while you'd see like dojos or so-called martial arts little schools, or little like, businesses where the shingle would be hung out that would say either Shaolin or ninja. And unless it was like a bookstore or something that was specializing in places where you could go to more.
This is like Tiger Schulman's corner martial arts store.
All right, yeah.
Tiger Schulman's a Jewish name. Tiger Schulman.
Yeah,
and this is where people go to, Tiger Schulman's.
Yes. There was even one Korean franchise that was rather infamous for being kind of like a McDonald's for martial arts. And so when it comes to, by the way, Jameson Reese says those were pedo traps. Me and Daniel can go into that later. Okay, so that's even more alarming.
Wow, that's heavy.
Yeah.
That's yeah. Well, karate instructors, martial arts instructors are notorious for getting into sexual scandals with their students, their female students, and it's typical. Yeah. Of course, as I learned when I was in Germany, my quite glorious friend, I really miss her. She spent time in San Francisco, Austrian, Bettina. I forget Bettina's last name, but she had a boyfriend who was a ski instructor. And, she was telling me how the ski instructor is always he's teaching women, and they're always falling in love with him. So she said, a ski instructor is not a good, prototype to have as a boyfriend, because he's constantly being exposed to women that, are going gaga over him.
Well, there you go. I mean, yeah, this is kind of the problem that I had with Judith Ager, was that I was constantly, and, just part of what I do, I constantly flirt with many people who are fans. And this is something that she took great umbrage at. And that was really too much on her part. She should never have been that sensitive to that. And she didn't seem to grasp the the nature of what I do, but such being said, and regret it, please go on with.
Yeah, it also applies to Defense Department research librarians. Yes,
I would say that.
Renegade military historians.
Yeah, it's just there you go. By the way, Jameson says he'll try to apply for a job as a ski instructor. Of course, he'd have to learn first. By the way, that's JoJo's mother. Excuse me, JoJo's father. The nice Jewish guy who wound up basically under the glamour spell of her mother. He's like a ski instructor, or more like their version of a lifesaver, on a beach. Yeah. And what I was going to say about the ninjutsu was, of course, I would happily go a bit in that direction to educate people a little bit about it, because there's so much people misunderstand about it, and who knows, it might help them identify reality from the frauds if they were so interested.
Well, to answer your question is, I don't really know. Just a second. Let me see who.
Take your time with that. And while he takes care of that, I can go a little bit into ninjutsu, and hopefully this will help people understand a bit about ninja in general. Of course, I can go into the history.
Well, that was one of your contributors calling me.
Oh,
they should be listening to your show right now.
Oh, delightful. That's
I said on the air, just
do they want to remain anonymous, or what? Yeah,
of course they want to remain anonymous.
Okay.
Not of course, but they do want to remain anonymous. To answer your question on the ninjutsu, I don't know. He didn't talk about it. I didn't ask him about it personally. I think there were multiple schools he might have been exposed to in Japan.
Okay.
I don't really know. He had, let's say this, he had a track record in multiple disciplines. I'll share this with you privately.
Sounds good. And just so people know that that's already an advantage. If he was going through people in Japan, that's already a far higher likelihood he's dealing with the real thing. Okay, when it came to, people in America who were training in that, then it gets a lot more iffy. There was only one person that I ran into who was very good about it. He was a Japanese guy, and he was doing the real thing for all intents and purposes. You had a number of them around for a while that all kind of vanished as time went on, because people became less and less interested in the martial arts when Japan divested in America, and there was less exposure in films to martial arts, and so people were less interested. The films that were all the rage for a while served as kind of a marketing for that, and so when the marketing died off, then of course the interest died off. Again, as our man L. Ron Hubbard would have said, right? It stands to reason. There you go.
People get suggested. People wanted to become fighter pilots when they saw Jimmy Stewart being a fighter pilot in movies, working for the Hollywood.
Wasn't he well in the movies? Forgive me, but didn't he kind of play what he did in the war? Just mostly a bomber crewman, as opposed to a pilot of bombers. Mostly is what he did. Mostly in the films, was he?
Well, yeah. But he was once he was in a movie about being a fighter pilot.
Okay.
A bomber pilot, whatever, and then it was a recruitment film, actually.
Okay. That wasn't The Bridges of Tokiri, was it?
You know, and people say, "I want to be a bomber pilot like Jimmy Stewart."
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. It's what people see in the movies. They wanna be like that. Yeah, monkey see, monkey do.
That's what inspires. That's why people wanted to become musicians, because they saw the Beatles on Ed Sullivan. Different inspirations.
Yes.
Inspire people. So, you know, this is the way it works. But to get back to the ninjutsu, as I say, this person had several disciplines, and I would say that most definitely he did not have dirty energy. And I did meet somebody who was very interested in ninjutsu, who I felt that he was studying it for the wrong reasons. Okay. And he wasn't quite aware that he was studying it for the wrong reasons. That was just my impression.
Could you give us a little bit more about that? That sounds fascinating.
Well, I didn't really talk to him. I was talking about Qigong, and he came up and was very interested in when I talked about my teacher, because my teacher had very, what you call, abnormal abilities. And in fact, this guy was interested in kind of like, oh, I want to check this guy out. But he never did, and he never would. And he would have gotten superior training from my teacher than he would have whoever he was studying ninjutsu with, or whoever he thought he was studying ninjutsu with. I could tell you that. But when I told my teacher about this, he said that his teacher, C.C. Ling, had always taught him to respect the ninjutsu. Mm-hmm. And that's the only time I ever was sort of, I mean, you're taught to respect all martial artists, but that was extra, there was emphasis on the ninjutsu. Even that was before I met you. Right. But so and then when you can see like I can see, you know, great martial artists, and I can see flaws in what they're doing. It doesn't necessarily mean that I could out-martial them. Right. Because, you know, but I could see flaws in what they're doing, right, or more in what they're teaching than in what they're doing, because they're not teaching their students certain things that if they did them would prevent them being thrown around the way they are. Right. So
got it.
There's, pardon?
Oh, I was just saying, got it. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So it's like, so it's like there's a certain level at which I cannot be bullshitted. And I've seen great martial artists do things that I'm not quite sure. I said, why do they teach what they're teaching? Right. Why do they teach things the way they're teaching? And the standard answer for that, not necessarily in these specific cases, is that they're teaching you the wrong thing. Like, look what I can do. It's fantastic. I'm going to teach you this, so you won't learn what I'm doing and be better than me. That's a game that is played often with martial artists. Yeah. And my teacher would teach you exactly what he's doing. Yes. And if you could do it appreciable, or even better than he could do it, which he would then do something else on you. Not that I ever got to that level, but that's the way he was. It's like, okay, and if you could do something as good as he could do, which I never really, the closest I ever saw that to the, or didn't see it, I heard about it, was one of my friends, threw him 10 feet.
Wow.
And then he turned around and said, okay, I did not have my guardian chi up. You caught me off guard. Boom, he sends him 30 feet. And that, he taught us all the lesson of guardian chi. You have to have your guardian chi.
Right.
So, in other words, and your guardian chi is going to prevent you from even getting in an altercation. And
yes.
It is sometimes with you, or often with you, and it protects you. So we will interface more on that.
Yes, yes. One thing that I would like people to know,
I'll get you some, because there can be so many different traditions. But what I would definitely say, that I wouldn't imagine that his teachers had as much inside ninja indoctrination as did your mother, and by extension of your mother, you, because she was working with the right there at the core of the Emperor's occult bureau.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so people understand that even though there could be a kind of difference between the ninja and the occult bureau, they became so interactive that ultimately there were many bleedovers, or shall we say a kind of intertwining of their responsibilities, and they got along quite well, unlike the Japanese Army and Navy, which were very hostile to each other, a competition taken to what the West would perceive as a pathological level. But when the first thing that I would like to emphasize, because a lot of people have trouble understanding this, because they're confused about my background, and Peter was doing a little bit to introduce myself, and I think that this is important for people to know. Obviously, Peter has gone over this, I'm sure, but just to briefly summarize so people understand, my father was Caucasian, of course, and he was a naval serviceman, and his entire experience is quite relevant, but with my mother, of course, that's truly where the core of my identity lies. And my mother was half Japanese and half Chinese. Now, even though the vampirism comes from her Chinese side, the ninjutsu comes from her Japanese side, but they are not at all separate. Understand that most people have no awareness of this because, of course, and I'm going to say something that's only a bit facetious, but unfortunately, it's all too true. People are introduced to martial arts concepts through popular culture. And the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles may have originated in the underground netherworld of New York City, but real ninjas actually have their origin in Imperial China, with fighting practices having been imported from places like Tibet and India. So what happened was, in the 7th century of our communal era, in other words, 700s of the Christian calendar, Japan was undergoing very rapid changes that consolidated power and wealth among the Japanese elite in a feudal system, but not unlike, of course, quite similar in many ways, mirroring and paralleling that of medieval Europe. So as the wealthy European lords and knights, as the lords had knights to protect their manors and their holdings, the Japanese had the samurai. But after the Tang dynasty collapsed on mainland Asia, in China, in the year 907, some of the generals fled to Japan. And later, by the year 1000 AD, just as Europe was converting finally en masse to Christianity, that was the year that Europe essentially became Christendom, majority Christian as opposed to minority. By the 1020s in Asia, Chinese monks followed some of these Chinese generals that had fled to Japan carrying their own new ideas along with them. And on Japan itself, after a period of revolt and political instability, the samurai amassed enough power for themselves to establish the shogunate, or the military state. And in response to the oppression of the samurai, the ninja began to evolve. And in the 10th century in China, when the Tang dynasty collapsed completely, then many more elites fled to Japan, and they brought with them fighting styles from people like Sun Tzu, the famous military general who authored The Art of War, and a century later saw the arrival of Chinese monks in Japan, who also brought their own fighting philosophies, and many of these were Shaolin. So the emerging class of ninja fighters adopted and synthesized many of these ideas, and this history, of course, stands in contradiction to the Japanese folklore that ninjas descended from half man, half cow demon. And where that comes from, just so people know, is the fact that the original Chinese ninja, the precursors to the Japanese ninja, they were called lingui, or in the Romanization, or the way the British would pronounce it, through the Cantonization, they would filter it through Hong Kong. They would call it Lin Kuei, literally forest demons. So these were the original Chinese ninja, the Chinese ninja connection that my mother personally embodied, being half Japanese and half Chinese. Now, what is one last thing before I turn it back over to Peter? What makes this so frustrating, what really gropes my ass, is you got the guy who made the video game Mortal Kombat. And so they actually present their ninja as part of the Lin Kuei clan. And so this is how most Americans get this name, and they have no concept of any of the history behind it. They play Mortal Kombat, and this video game is a part of many Americans growing up. They have no idea that there's a real history behind this term that was exploited and by an industrial scale entertainment franchise. So, such being said, we go back to Peter with that. I find nothing more frustrating than that, but, you know, hey, at least people get some exposure to ninjutsu, and it's popularized, and I think that it's important for people to maintain an interest. So.
Well, everybody has been televised, and so much, you know, Bruce Lee brought so much attention to martial arts that he became an icon, as this incredible icon.
Yeah.
And
oh yeah, and the movies are important for, as I mentioned before, back when I was in my Revolution radio days and trying to explain to people just how if it weren't for Ian Fleming, honestly, Americans wouldn't know about ninja at all. Just so people understand the real history, of course, it's important to disambiguate my mother's past from something that people would read out of a James Bond novel. The last ninja, they became Japan's original secret service, the Kempeitai. So the ninja that escaped Nobunaga, or the Oda Nobunaga, was one of the three, shall we say, transitional shoguns, who was the person who managed to conquer all of Japan, and then his dynasty was overthrown by Tokugawa, which established the shogunate that ultimately Adolf Hitler was influenced by, because Adolf Hitler was introduced to a book before he ever met my mother. He was introduced to a book through all of his perusals with occult societies on Tokugawa religion that highly influenced his conceptualization of what National Socialism should be. So much of Nazi ideology is simply Tokugawa shogunal religiosity and a kind of social structure that was inferred from that, the kind of moral ethos. But this same Oda Nobunaga was the first person who attempted to exterminate the ninja in Japan, to try and prevent any challenges to his power. He failed in that, of course, but the ninja that escaped Nobunaga's wrath had a valuable skill and needed new employers. Things began to change in the 18th century when Japan's first secret service and intelligence agency were formed, so of course they were on the short list for the job. And as stability spread throughout the empire during the Meiji restoration of imperial power, which was the elimination of the samurai, then what happened was that the ninja went off the books, as they always were, but they really went off the books in the sense that whereas before they would pass down scrolls, and basically much of the knowledge that we have about ninja in popular culture really does come from the source, because it comes from historical scrolls that the ninja themselves disseminated. They stopped making those scrolls. They stopped publishing anything about themselves when they became part of the imperial service. So the craft that they preserved in their mountainous abode for centuries, where, of course, through Mortal Kombat, you always see Lin Kuei affiliated with the mountains. Then, of course, those that descended from those mountains, relocating from Iga and Koga, the provinces from which they originally were most famous for dominating, then they continued to work as spies under changed circumstances. And Jameson Rees brings up the fact that there was an entire anime and manga called Ninja Scrolls. That's where that does come from, and also probably a video game. So they were called upon to quell a peasant uprising known as the Shimbaurara Rebellion. So they honed their fighting style so that they could effectively engage in open combat. This is where we get that impression of ninjas in combat, more so from modernization than from even their ancient exploits. So that's what brought about a period of peace known as the Edo period, the early days of Tokyo, when it would ultimately form into the capital. That's where many of them were given jobs at Yedo Castle, what is now Tokyo, and worked as the shogun's personal police force until a later shogun, Tokugawa, well into the 8th or 9th generation, decided to source his police from a different province. And ultimately, they came back to the fore with the emperor. That's why they supported the imperial overthrow of the samurai. So there you have all of that, just as kind of a background, so people have more of a understanding of all of this. And of course, I could go on for hours, but we'll go back to Peter vis-a-vis James Bond, because that was the first known Western usage of the ninja in pop culture, was the novel titled You Only Live Twice, in which James Bond as a character is trained by an elite Japanese ninja force. And that was at the same time that Ian Fleming was helping the West to recognize that Japan was a world power, that everyone was taught in the West that they had lost World War II. But certainly Ian Fleming was presenting a very different Japan than anybody was indoctrinated about. He was presenting a Japan that was very much empowered and conducting its own espionage. And of course, Bruce Lee and David Carradine came along and helped to extend a bit more popular knowledge about that. So with that, we give it back to Peter Moon, because, we're in the territory of the writer.
At people who are interested, and there's so many different aspects and schools that in all of this experience, it's like everything that occurs in life to you is your own individual adventure, school, whatever. because, you know, L. Ron Hubbard studied under Commander Snake Thompson doesn't mean you need to study Commander Snake Thompson, because Peter Moon studied Scientology with L. Ron Hubbard doesn't mean you need to do that. Because he studied Aleister Crowley on his own doesn't mean you need to do that. It's like there's all these different, or because Douglas Dietrich was indoctrinated into ninjutsu from his mother and learned how to cross-dress, you know, doesn't mean you need to do that. But all of these different teachers and disciplines, many of you encounter, they're your own, they're tailor-made for you. What I would warn people of is the tradition of when you go into a different ethnicity, particularly in Asia, they are sometimes very willing or happy to make a fool out of you, and you'll never know it. And this is, you know, they'll teach you, you know, I mean, I'm being very facetious here when I say how to stick your thumb up your ass and go around and say that you're a magic man.
Yes.
What it mean? They give you a title that says "Man with Thumb Up Ass," and it's written in Chinese, and you think it's this great title, and you wear it on your T-shirt, and they tell you it means something, and it means I have my thumb up my ass. It's like that. That's, you have to be aware of that these things can happen. So, you know, you have to have a good BS detector.
Yes.
Because, and then sometimes the Asian people will already be indoctrinated into a false doctrine, because it was notorious for the people with the real knowledge not to share it. They would only share it with their family, because if they did share it, they could possibly lose power.
Yes. So
this is, you know, one has to be distinguished in learning. And certainly, as they say, the smarter people are more accomplished people are more interested in what they can learn from others than they are about teaching their knowledge. And that's just a comment with regards to all of this.
Thank you.
It teaches you know, humility is very important. And then on the other side of the coin is too much humility is not good either.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because then you're prostrating yourself before everybody, and you know, it just gets a little ridiculous. But I would like to segue now. And I do have one question. But Douglas's last broadcast on what was it, April 13th, I think it was.
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Wednesday, yeah, April 13th. Yeah. He talked about the Civil War, but most incredible was his comments about J.P. Morgan and Tesla.
Yes, thank you.
But before we get to Tesla and Morgan, I want to go back to the Civil War. And the one thing that I think I heard most, if not all of it.
Yeah.
You know, you were doing a good job of deconstructing Abraham Lincoln.
Yes.
However, I thought what was completely omitted, unless, tell me if I'm wrong, was the involvement of Albert Pike.
Yes, I didn't bring that up at all, so I count on you to help round that out.
Well, I can't bring it up too much, because I have always been taught by my Moorish friends who finger him as the perpetrator of the firing on Mount Sumter. There was something missing there with Albert Pike. Of course, Albert Pike is his statue was removed. He was the only Confederate to have a statue in Washington, D.C. He was a master mason who was initiated into the 33rd Rite of Scottish Freemasonry by Caleb Cushing, who was from Massachusetts and was a great racist. And Caleb Cushing, of course, was the one cited by the secret society Eclampus Vitus as the one who was given the charter to start Eclampus Vitus in America. That is very, dubious, but because Caleb Cushing was the first emissary to China from the United States. He didn't have the rank of ambassador because that hadn't happened yet, because they were still establishing relations. He was said to have gotten this charter at the Cum-Lam Temple, Cum, K-U-M-L-A-M, which means blue queen, Lam meaning blue, Cum meaning queen, Cum-Lam Temple, whereas common history will tell you he never got off the ship because they wouldn't let him off the ship. And I really don't know what happened, but according to this tradition, the Emperor of China gave him a charter to start Eclampus Vitus, a quasi-Masonic. Now, he was certainly high enough in Freemasonry to be doing all sorts of stuff. And Eclampus Vitus, although the first chapter was chartered to Ephraim B. in Virginia, which would probably be West Virginia now, he had a tavern. It didn't really reach any impact until the gold rush happened. So it's just a very weird secret society who does, by the way, control all the gold in the mother lode of California. That's a fact. These people run the gold country. They are an unofficial police force that probably know everything that's going on.
Wow.
And in the gold country. Yeah. So that's Caleb Cushing. But to get back to this, he initiated Albert Pike. Albert Pike was had a lot of correspondence with Giuseppe Mazzini. Mm-hmm. Giuseppe Mazzini was the actual successor to the Illuminati, the real Illuminati, not David Icke's Illuminati.
Thank you.
No, I mean, it's just not. But it's like Adam Weishaupt was the founder of the Illuminati. Mm-hmm. He was Jesuit trained, was supposedly defrocked from the Jesuit, and then went started his own society. But it's hard to imagine that he never really lost touch with the Jesuits, because it sounds to me like a setup that he would be, cast out by them to look like a conspirator. Mm-hmm. I don't really know. And then when he passes on, his successorship goes to Giuseppe Mazzini, and Giuseppe Mazzini was the one who created the state of Italy by creating a rebellion against the Papal States. Now, what's very interesting here is you have the Papal States. I mean, Freemasonry goes back into the overthrow of King Louis and the advent of Napoleon. And so the Freemasons were enemies of the church.
Right.
And you can go into the Vatican, all sorts of stuff on the enemies of the Freemasons. Now, Abraham Lincoln hated the Vatican. He expelled the Vatican. And they were not brought back into the United States. There was no emissary or embassy until Ronald Reagan re-entered the fold. And Reagan was very much aligned with Catholicism, although he was not a Catholic. He was Irish. He was technically not a Catholic. But I'm just citing what few historical facts I know, because I can. But Giuseppe Mazzini, he brought about this revolution in Italy against the Papal States, because there was no Italy in the early 1800s. There were the Papal States, and he surrounded them and basically reduced the Papal States into a small area called the Vatican.
Right.
And he walled it off, so it was walled off already perhaps, and then you had this red, white, and green flag. And Italy became Italy, with all that Italy means today.
Right.
Especially in New York.
But by the way, what confuses me is I remember the great Italian unifier as Giuseppe Garibaldi. Is that true?
No, well, I haven't gotten to him.
Okay, thank you.
Giuseppe Mazzini. Yeah. Garibaldi was from Argentina, which is traditionally had a strong Italian contingent.
Okay.
I don't know what Garibaldi's actual ethnicity was. Garibaldi could be Italian, it could be Hispanic, I don't really know. But Garibaldi was hired away from Lincoln. Lincoln wanted Garibaldi to fight for him.
Got it.
But Giuseppe Mazzini outmaneuvered him, probably paid him more money,
right,
and got Garibaldi to go to Italy, where he liberated the people of the Papal States and championed Italy. He was a mercenary, basically.
Right.
And then the Vatican became a political, impotent. It was impotent until the 1920s, when it was resurrected by Benito Mussolini as a financial clearinghouse. I learned this as part of my Montauk research because there was funding from an Italian bank, back when all that weird stuff happened, and it's portrayed in The Godfather 3, and it went back to a bank on Long Island that was tied to I have it in an article somewhere, but so anyway, to get back to Lincoln and Mazzini would correspond with Albert Pike, and they would also correspond with True Ott's great-great-grandfather, who was the Postmaster General of Utah under Brigham Young. Right. So he saw the letters that went to Brigham Young from both Mazzini, Mazzini and Albert Pike. There was quite a professional correspondence between them. Of course, we do know that Brigham Young was a Freemason. We know that Albert Pike was a Freemason. I assume that Giuseppe Garibaldi, not Giuseppe, I'm getting all these names confused.
So sorry.
Giuseppe Mazzini.
It's my fault. Go on.
was a Freemason. He was most certainly an Illuminatist, and the Illuminati corresponded with Thomas Jefferson and George Washington. Now, they had their own comments on the Illuminati, but they were corresponding with Adam Weishaupt as well. When the Illuminati formed on May 1st, 1776. So there's a lot of interesting stuff that was going on there historically. But of course, Albert Pike was very prominent after the Civil War, he had to flee to Canada. He had to flee to Canada because he was I don't know if war criminal is the right word, but it probably is. I don't know the technical term, but he was so responsible for the Confederacy that despite this, now he met with Andrew Johnson. It was either right before or right after the assassination of Lincoln. I think it was right. I don't know if it was before or after or both, but he had a meeting with President Johnson. What was his name? Andrew Johnson, who was impeached, but just like Trump, he was impeached, but he didn't get voted out, like Clinton and Trump. Right. He was impeached, the first president to be impeached, and the only one until Clinton was impeached, but not voted out of office. It was saved by one vote. So Andrew Johnson was considered to be complicit. Considered to be, doesn't mean he was, because he was friends with Albert Pike. He answered to Freemasonry. Lincoln, I don't know if Lincoln was a Freemason or not. I don't think he was. But he was, the Vatican didn't like him. The South didn't like him. The vampires didn't like him.
By the way, he's being facetious there, okay?
Yeah, I'm being very facetious.
Yeah, the problem is people interpret popular culture as real history, so we've got to be careful with that.
Yeah. But so anyway, I guess Albert Pike had a big role in the Confederacy, especially being a Freemason. And I think Lincoln might have been a Freemason. But see, the problem with Freemasonry, and I'd have to go back to pre-Lincoln, back into the days of Joseph Smith, the founder of the Mormon religion, who was right at the crossroads of the Freemasons and the anti-Masons. And he basically acquired the wife of William Morgan. William Morgan was the head of this anti-Masonic society, the anti-Masons, and his body was never, well, it was disputed. It was identified, but it's questionable whether he actually died. Mm-hmm. And his wife became the wife of Joseph Smith, who was very much into Freemasonry. But then Joseph Smith was killed by the Freemasons.
Ah. Okay.
Or he was a Freemason, and there's all sorts of Masonic stuff. But the real problem with Joseph Smith, who was killed while he was in jail awaiting trial, is that he had the biggest militia in America, and he became a threat to the U.S. government, which was all a bunch of Freemasons anyway. It's hard to say, you know, it's like, which lodge do you belong to? Who the hell knows? Freemasonry is so secret that it was declared very dangerous. And this is why this William Morgan guy was going against the Freemasons and exposing their secrets, and they went after him. And then somehow Joseph Smith, it's right in the middle of Joseph Smith emerges in the middle of all of this, and then acquires the wife of William Morgan as his wife. Wow. And I think it was his main wife, because he had different wives, Joseph Smith.
Right.
Mormons were polygamous.
Yes. Yes.
So, but anyway, I was just curious about the role of Albert Pike. I tried to do some research on it. I wasn't getting anywhere with it as far as the battle on Fort Sumter. You gave a very good detailed analysis of it from certainly from the Lincoln perspective.
Yeah, thank you. I deeply appreciate it. And of course, now you got Jameson Reese wanting to convert to Mormonism for the polygamy aspect.
Well, see, the problem there is you have to support the wives.
Yeah, yeah.
And from what I've read or heard, you know, and they have what you call virtual wives out there, because they may not be legally married, but I've seen, you know, where they talk to these women and talk to the men, and they'll have all these different women living with them that they are financially responsible for, and that they will spend one night with each woman, with a different woman, and they'll have kids with these women, and the women serve the man, and the man has to provide for them. Now, the Mormon infrastructure, if you play the game of the Mormon infrastructure, you will perhaps be able to afford them if you're being a good Mormon. But they might ask things of you that you don't want, and it sounds like a very sterile environment. And if you can service a different woman every night, good luck to you, because you might get kind of tired, and you might feel more like a donkey if you could. And you'd have to really be in touch with your inner donkey. I don't know. It might sound good to a part of your soul, but and there's also that thing, that thing in Star Trek that what's that character? He's like a rogue who has all these different wives, and they all
God, that was that's one of the original Mudd's woman, wasn't it?
Yeah, Mudd.
Harvey Mudd. Yes. Oh God, we're showing our age.
They start attacking him. Yeah,
it's just so people understand. When it comes to these Mormons, many of these men also behave like pimps, and they actually have the wives supporting them. It's just stupid things that they do. Is that they have the they'll get textile factories to take all of their reject threads and disposed cloth and just don't contribute it to their household. And then they'll, you know, have the woman sew these into shit that they sell. So it's all kinds of things the men do to have the woman basically support them. So Jameson Reese is referring to one individual who says, yeah, remember the Mormon guy, you know, filming stuff in his car. And what he's talking about is Takedown Man, who basically, I have nothing against Takedown Man. I think he's a decent human being, but he is a Mormon who practices polygamy. And this is the other negative side that Peter hasn't brought up. I mean, forget the performance stuff. I mean, you're not obviously going to be fucking every night, and the woman really don't expect you to do that. But rather, the way that it turns on the man is just basically the wear and tear of all the nagging. So, Takedown Man.
You know, from what I've seen of Mormon, little I've seen of it, they don't seem to be naggers.
You would think not. You would think not.
Well, I think there's a firm hand awaiting them if they do nag and get out of line.
That's the horror. That there are horror stories where you have abusive husbands, obviously, and this can get really ugly, like incest. And you know, good example of that. That goober. Who is that goober who claimed he was an ex-Navy SEAL, and he was this doofus. He was one of the first people who was involved with Lori and Ann Fenton, and he was like interviewed by who's that lady who interviews everybody? Good God. She did that Camelot, that Project Camelot and Avalon chick. But I don't even remember the guy's name, and it's probably for the best. But there was this one guy who, for a while, simply when I first became a public informant, people kept trying to affiliate me with. And thank God that was never taken as real, and that never spread as even a rumor. But his
was that the old Fenian fella?
No. It was somebody else. I can't remember his name, but his wives. Remember? Oh God, Eve. Her name was Eve. His wife's name was Eve, and she was on Revolution Radio for a while. Evolution of Eve or something. Evolution was the name of her show on Revolution Radio. And so her husband was claiming he was with SEAL Team 6, and so he had like Navy SEALs who were just shitting all over him all over YouTube. And they even made videos that were just devastating, just deconstructing this guy. But this guy claimed he had a dishonorable discharge. And he was claiming that this was because he refused to, I guess, launch a drone to destroy a village in Afghanistan. It was something that the only thing that added credence to his story to me was the enormous homosexual overtones that he brought up, that many of these guys were gay and that many of them were into basically pedophilia. And so all of that rings true because I know that all for a fact. You got a bunch of gay, baby raping pedophiles in all of these military branches and services, and in the elite forces, you simply multiply that, ratchet it up by orders of magnitude, and you've got an idea of what we're about. I mean, hell, we're talking about, remember what Peter Moon was saying about the Boy Scouts? Well, just remember, Michael Aquino and Magus Anton Zandor LaVey were both Eagle Scouts. And guess what? You know, Mr. Aquino was also U.S. Army Green Beret, Special Forces. So you just give up any ideas about John Wayne and start thinking John Wayne Gacy, and then maybe you got an idea of what your Special Forces are all about.
Now you know what the word special means.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and
just for Jameson's sake, I want to read something from Mark Twain on Mormon history. Mark Twain on women. He says, but before he writes this, which is from chapter 14 of Mormon history called Roughing It, chapter called Roughing It. Before that, he says that on page 85, he says, I am not given to exaggeration, and when I say a thing, I mean it. Okay, this is from Roughing It, chapter 14 of his book on Mormon history. Our stay in Salt Lake City amounted to only 2 days, and therefore we had no time to make the customary inquisition into the workings of polygamy, and get up the usual statistics and deductions preparatory to calling the attention of the nation at large once more to the matter. I had the will to do it. With the gushing self-sufficiency of youth, I was feverish to plunge in headlong and achieve a great reform here, until I saw the Mormon women. Then I was touched. My heart was wiser than my head. It warmed towards these poor, ungainly, and pathetically homely creatures. And as I turned to hide the generous moisture in my eyes, I said, no, the man that marries one of them has done an act of Christian charity which entitles him to the kindly applause of mankind, not their harsh censure. And the man that marries 60 of them has done a deed of open-handed generosity so sublime that the nations should stand uncovered in his presence and worship in silence. In other words, he's saying that he felt so sorry for these Mormon women. Yes, there are they that. Well, then Mark Twain's conclusion was validated independently by, I think it says the Liberty Weekly Tribune. I believe this is from, well, I'm not sure who it's from, but it says, it's a newspaper article, Brigham Young's subjects. A Salt Lake letter to the Wisconsin State Journal speaks in anything but flattering terms of the personal appearance of the saints, male and female, the writer says. Quote, I went to the theater last night and had a good opportunity to study the character of the Mormons. There was about 2,000 people assembled, and I must say they were the worst looking crowd in every way I ever saw. It was a fair sample of the population, and it confirms my previous opinion that they are the scum of the earth. Brigham Young was there and occupied 5 long seats with his wives and children. Brigham is a very common-looking man, yet has great natural sagacity and good sense, but with little education. Indeed, he must be naturally a smart man to have such power over the people. There is not a handsome woman in the country. They are the worst looking as a class I ever saw. I don't know. I mean, the Mormons I've seen in modern times are not ugly at all. They're quite the opposite.
Right. That's quite the opposite. You would think that they had been through a breeding program to actually upscale. Many of them are kind of Aryan Nordic, Nordic Aryan looking, kind of would be fitting for propaganda posters. But the individual who I'm trying to remember, and I cannot find this individual at all right now, so I'm looking for help from the chat room because, once I remember something like that, it's frustrating. You can't remember their name. But I remember his wife's name was Eva, and this was the story that was so horrible. And by the way, Sarah Thomas gives us 3 pink pulsating hearts, so a kiss to her. And when it comes to oh God, how do I express this? So this guy, he basically, just in a nutshell, he was a Mormon, this Navy SEAL. Whether he was one or not is not of issue to myself. As I said, for anyone who doubts what I say and you think that just because I bring up, Michael Aquino and he was in Special Forces and, hey, there's always a few bad apples, if you want to go that route, when I looked up just now trying to find this guy, false Navy SEAL child molester, because this is what this guy was, the first thing that comes up is all these Navy SEALs who are real Navy SEALs who are sentenced for molesting underage boys and girls. So the first thing that comes up is what I get. Former Coronado-based Navy SEAL who molested an underage female relative in San Diego, sentenced, to hopefully the rest of his life, but it's at least 60 years. Maybe the fucker will get parole or something like that. And these stories go on and on. If you just bother to look for them, these are the men who comprise your special forces, and don't think otherwise. They're all like this. But but this other guy that I'm trying to remember, he had the ankle bracelet and everything. And so it almost lent credence. So these people who are claiming he's not a Navy SEAL, the only thing that makes me believe he might have been is that ankle bracelet. And so what happened was, when I first was coming out as a public informant, the reason that Lori and Ann Fenton was trying so hard to affiliate me with this individual and Siamize us at the hip was though so she could take me down with this individual, to make people think that he and I were the best of buddies and we were a couple of assholes. But what really stood out to me was he had these defendants, his wife, Eva, and of course this other lady in Australia, who were like his personal personality cult, his harem, if you will. But it's not like these people ever saw him. It was very similar to Joanne Richards with her relationship to the man who was responsible for the Pendragon murders, Dr. Mark Richards, or Professor Mark Richards. I think that's the guy's name. But if you look up Pendragon murders and Joanne Richards, you'll find out articles about him and her. They finally made an article.
Captain Mark Richards?
He might have been. She calls him Captain. That guy was never in the military.
Well, that's that. But I'm trying to identify the person.
Right. He was never in the military, but his wife, Joanne Richards, says he was in some kind of secret space command. That's his hold that he has over her. He's got her like publishing for him his space fantasies, which is why he claims he's in jail, because he was a space agent that, they framed for these murders. He basically was playing Dungeons and Dragons with his students and got them to commit murders for him. But when it comes to this other guy, what happened was that his wife Eva was she did what a lot of these people do. Something's wrong when these chicks shave half their head. It's bad enough, either that or their whole head. The reason they do that, just so you know this, is they're making their scalp available for the electrodes that they literally place when they brainwash them. They'll take them into these indoctrination sessions and they'll place the electrode pads right on their scalp, and they need their scalps to be bald for that. So the one thing that gives a girl away that she's part of a program is she shaved half her head or she shaved all of it. That's like, a good sign. It may not be the case. Maybe she's undergoing chemotherapy. Maybe there's other things going on. Maybe it is some kind of protest or fashion statement, but half the time it's the other way around.
Well, I have something here. I'd like to. I think I spoke to Joanne many years ago.
Yeah.
Because he had a book.
Yeah.
And I didn't really, know the senior side, but nothing ever came of this. But I know her husband was in jail. But it says true crime with an alien twist, a space opera gone wrong.
Yeah.
It says the story of Mark Richards is a remarkable true crime tale on its own. In 1982, the Pendragon murder rocked the Marin County with allegations that Richards sought to establish an Arthurian kingdom. Mark was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. Years later, he told about both friendship and battles with aliens as a captain in the secret space program. He claimed a family history that included friendships with Tesla, the lore of flying saucers, and the intrigue of Earth security itself. His wife spoke at conferences, and Carrie Cassidy of Project Camelot interviewed him as one of the most important whistleblowers. Cassidy went on to call him a national treasure. The site is a journey into true crime, stolen valor, and tales of aliens. Mark's claims must be measured against what is known about his life. They must also be measured by Pendragon, an alien named Nagadraconis, and the Dutchman himself. For full information on the saga of Mark Richards, please visit our updated and revised website, the Space Captain CAPN.com. There's nothing sounds good about this. I know that Sean David Morton is also back on the air.
Oh, he sent me a postcard again. He sent me a new one.
Yeah, and it's like, where is the toilet handle? Where's the toilet flusher?
Oh my God, he's written another book. He's continuing his Sands of Time saga, his bullshit. I'm looking up fake Navy SEAL interviewed by Project Camelot or interviewed by Carrie Cassidy. I'm not coming up with anything. They've scrubbed this guy. I'm getting Jesse Ventura of all things, but I'm not getting this individual. But the horrible thing about this guy was that he basically had sex with his underage cousin. They were going to force him to marry her because he had had sex with her before she became of age. This was just as bad as it can get when it comes to, Mormonism. This is it at its worst. And so this was all in that Mormon environment. But what was bizarre was both Evolution, or Eva of Evolution, I don't remember her full name, they were going all out, balls to the wall, to try and get me to defend this individual, to come out with my background in Department of Defense documents destruction, and try and see if I could say something that would convince people this person had been a Navy SEAL. It was just the craziest part was one time, it was the toilet apocalypse, as I called it. That was back when my landlady, who the first time I presented to her that the toilet was leaking was while my parents were still alive. And she said, why don't you tell me about it again when it gets, bad?
Real bad.
Yeah, like real bad. Like it's leaking already wasn't bad, right? And then years later, my parents died. And then I says, yeah, it's pretty unstable. Matter of fact, all the wood around it is rotted, and I think it's about to fall through the floor. Then she had to call in contractors to reconstruct a large part of the bathroom, at which point I was going through what I called the toilet apocalypse. So I was supposed to clean up the hallway. Anybody who's, knows Douglas Dietrich knows he lives in a hoarder's crypt, right? So I was supposed to be doing that to prepare for these guys to come in and, fix the toilet, basically fix the bathroom, basically reinforce the floor. And then I got a call from this chick in Australia on Skype. And it's a combination of my dread of having to do what I had to do and just the sheer outrageous insanity of what this woman was proposing got me sitting down and just listening to this person. And she said, Jameson Reese is saying, is the guy's name Bill Wood? But you know what? No, but that must be his alias because his original name was Bill Brockbrader. Now I remember it. Bill Brockbrader was the guy's name. I don't know if anyone can spell that or if we can find something by that. Let me take a look on that right now. But so this woman from Australia gave me details. I was just, listening to her aghast with my jaw hanging down. And of course, like I said, half the reason I stayed was simply because I could not bear going to do what I had to do, which was cleaning up this immense hoard. And she just stole a day from me. This bitch stole a day from me, telling me for several hours every detail about Bill Brockbrader. And so Bill Brockbrader was this fucker who, she told me, so his young, niece really wanted sex, and she forced him to have sex with her. And it was like, oh my God, she's blaming the victim. I can't believe a woman is calling me. And by the way, she had the camera on the whole time. She was dressed in lingerie. So that was another thing that kept me there. Yes, I will admit that. So it was kind of like phone sex. And by the way, I never normally engage in anything like this. It was the dread of cleaning the hallway up. So this woman's dressed in lingerie, and she's telling me about this, showing me her ample bosom and cleavage, just hanging out all over the place on camera while she's telling me about Bill Brockbrader basically eating out his niece. And so that wasn't really rape. It was and she forced him to do that. And so that's why, this poor bastard has the ankle bracelet. And, and it got to the point where, by the way, this is something that blows my mind, having never been in that situation myself where I have the ankle bracelet on me. I never knew this, but apparently you have to pay to maintain it. So he was unable to make his payments to maintain the battery on his ankle bracelet. And because of that, the battery died, which made him a fugitive. So he wound up running into the forest and living in the forest in a tent where he was uploading videos onto YouTube. And he had these women convinced he was doing all this because he was fighting the deep state pedophile rings, that the human trafficking rings were his enemy and he was going to take them all down, and that this is why they were persecuting him so and branded him so. And these women were all in for it. They believed it. And it was crazy to me. It was like, is this some kind of, this is like Joanne Richards marrying a murderer in prison because her original husband was so abusive that the next husband she wanted in a cage, but she wanted love. So this way she got the love, she got his attention because, you know, he's exploiting her Hannibal Lecter style where he's just brainwashing her into believing that he was defending Earth from space aliens and shit. And with Bill Brockprater, he had these girls convinced that, you know, he's taking down the deep state and he's going to expose them all because, you know, that's why they slapped an ankle bracelet on him to discredit him. And these were the kinds of people that Lorien Ann Fenton was affiliated with. So that's why she was thrown on myself by Michael Aquino as a handler so that she could get me lumped with these people. But the whole point was I had no way to say no. People who say, why did you accept this handler? It's not like I had a choice. I had no way to even deal with half the things I was dealing with at the time. By that, I mean like literally evading homelessness and shit. So, and I had to get out there as basically a public informant. But this was the crowd that she originally was trying to lump me with, and that never worked. But for those of you who don't believe the Aquino connection, understand that that Mark Richards believed he had a military grade combat laser that he could assemble on top of Mount Tamalpais. You can look up the Pendragon murders and confirm everything I'm saying. And that he could graze the skies clean of any incoming warplanes, the seas clean of any incoming warships, the land clean of any incoming land power, and this would make him the Pendragon, the king of planet Earth, and the boys who committed the murders for him would be his liege, his Knights of the Round Table, and they were given counties that they would rule once he took over the world, and he honestly thought he had this military grade combat laser because Michael Aquino had convinced him, oh, I can give this to you. I can give this to you. He gave him the blueprints. Then he said, you know, I can give you all the parts so you can assemble this and, you know, the world is yours. So this was another Aquino murder by default in the sense of, let me put it this way. Michael Aquino used to say, I use stupid people the way stupid people use guns. So he took Mark Richards and got him to commit murders. And basically because Michael Aquino was 3 steps removed, they were lucky to just pin it all on Mark Richards and put him in jail for the rest of his life. And then Michael Aquino, when he was brought up, everybody just, you know, by that time, it's too many links in the chain. So nothing happened to Michael Aquino. And he went laughing all the way to, you know, how he slapped this guy down. And he was basically proven to me that, you know, just because somebody's a professor, a doctor, and spends years in school, he's still an idiot. And what he meant to say was all professors are idiots. And that all academia and intelligentsia, they're all idiots. They have no true knowledge or wisdom or intelligence. And so he pretty much convinced myself. So I can understand where he was coming from with that. Mark Richards is an example of that. But
let me say something in the context of all this.
Yeah, please.
As I was doing a search on Mark Richards, I ran across something called the Roswell slides.
Interesting.
And you might, I don't think I've heard you talk about this before, but it's totally relevant to the Roswell deception book. Mm-hmm. And there's this group called the Roswell slides. And it says, this is from, well, 2015. The Roswell slides are images that a group of UFO promoters, including, now these names are very important. I don't know any of them except for 2. Anthony Bagalia, Jamie Maussan, Adam Dew, Donald Schmidt, Tom Carey, and Richard Dolan put forward at an event held on May 5, 2015, 4 years after Douglas Dietrich became a public informant, in Mexico City, as proof positive of an extraterrestrial crash at Roswell in 1947 and the recovery and cover-up by the U.S. government of alien bodies. These are claims that most of the aforementioned group have been making for over 2 years now, as if they're trying to disinform the public. They have repeatedly said that the best experts they could find were examining the slides and that they had determined the slides showed a creature that was of unearthly origin. Roswell Slides promoters Don Schmidt and Tom Carey at the Be Witness event in Mexico City, May 5th, 2015. It shows a picture. This article says nothing could be further from the truth. As many skeptics have been saying since the first rough image of one of the slides was procured several months ago as a screen capture from a promotional video released by DJOUS, the figure photographed and shown in the slides is mostly certainly a mummified body. We can now remove the word almost from the aforementioned sentence. The key to solving the mystery was in the placard seen in the slides in front of the body, a placard that the slide promoters assured everyone could not be deciphered despite extensive examination. Here is what Don Schmidt said on April 12th, 2015. Quote, "This will be part of the event, part of the program in May, that all of these analytical reports, all of these analyses, all of the main experts as well as the photographic experts who examined, there's a placard, very fuzzy, that cannot be legibly read by the naked eye. Yet we've had everyone from Dr. Rudiak to Studio Macbeth, even the photo interpretation department of the Pentagon, as well as Adobe, have all told us that it's beyond the pale and that it cannot be read. It is totally up to interpretation. So we truly feel we have performed due diligence. We have done everything we can to substantiate and prove what is contained within these slides, whether it is something of a human malady or something truly extraordinary. It took us just a few," okay, and then there's this, that's unquote. Here's the article. "It took us just a few hours to prove otherwise once we received a high-resolution copy of the slides." It says, "Deblurred image from original slide, not photoshopped in any way. Bring out the words that are in the placard." It says, "Mummified body of 2-year-old boy. At the time of burial, the body was clothed in something cotton shirt. Burial wrappings consisted of 3 small cotton blankets loaned by Mr. Plump, San Francisco, California. Let me see, it's got 7 letters here. AXAQUINO. Mr. XXX. Could be Mr. Aquino, yeah. San Francisco, California. Yes. It just says Mr. Yes. XXX. Absolutely. The same amount of X's that are in the word Aquino. Yeah. The entire effort only took 2 hours, quite a difference from the years of research claimed by the slide promoters. It says it's a boy from Earth, and it says the Roswell Slides Research Group are the Jose Antonio Caravaca, Isaac Coy, Nob Latour, Lance Moody, Tim Printy, Kurt Collins, Tim Hebert, Paul Kimball, Gies Fernandez, Chris Rutkowski, Roger Glissell, S. Miles Lewis, Jeff Ritzman. So they've completely deconstructed these Roswell slides. And this has been deconstructed. Of course, there's no allusion to any of your work. But they deconstructed it on their own. And it shows the, ridiculousness of this. What I would also want to address at this juncture would be that I continue to get a lot of alien buddy correspondence from people who know the aliens
personally. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and then it's sort of like this whole song and dance, and it's some of the stories are kind of coherent. They're coherent. It's not a question of whether they're true. They're coherent, and there's something to be said for coherency. And then and then this big UFO, and they'll tell the story, and then this big UFO appeared, as if the UFO is some sort of confirmation of everything. And it's like, oh, we have a UFO. No, it's like a come to Jesus moment. We have a UFO moment. Come to the UFO. The UFO is here. The UFO, it becomes a icon of something bigger than us has made contact. And we are in communion, which is the name of Whitley Strieber's book, Communion. We are in communion. Communion with what? And it's this great aha. Something outside of ourselves has made touched. We are blessed to be touched with something outside of ourselves that is bigger than we are. But when you roll it all back into reality, it is incoherent with day-to-day life. It's this outside exoteric connection that they're corresponding to, and the delineations of these events can be very specific. They're written so specifically that it makes you think that they're true. Yeah. And even if they are true, what is the relevancy here? Other than that you're trying to convince me that there is a big event in the sky.
Right. It reminds me of like when I was bringing up Ian Punnett the other day and talking about how we used to have this commercial on Revolution Radio that used to follow extra big ass fries. And after that, you'd have the Caesar's Messiah, which was about this conspiracy. It was a plagiarism of the Passover plot and Holy Blood, Holy Grail, just like the Da Vinci Code was, only this was, marketed as nonfiction. And so basically what happened was that you had these people who believed that, Jesus had a twin brother and, they crucified him and somehow they both got out alive, or at least one of them did. And so everybody thought he was resurrected. I mean, the story is so complex and based on how can you have even records that even allude to this from that period of time? It takes as much faith to believe in that as it does in the resurrection, if not more. At least the resurrection is simpler. But when one of these guys kind of called in with the summation of this conspiracy theory to Ian Punnett, who had graduated from seminary himself and had been through the whole disconfirmation process that you go through when you go to a real seminary, and they spend their time basically not reinforcing your faith, but studying different faiths around the world, and you get a comparative religion background, really. Then Ian Punnett basically said to him, I hope that gives you comfort, which was the point, is like, what does this do for you? When you're obviously trying to disconfirm everybody else, you're trying to convince them that their faith is wrong and therefore derive satisfaction from devastating everybody. But what does that do for you? What comfort does that give?
Well, yeah, and this is when you said that, I realized that people have put in more time into deconstructing and trolling Scientology than I did participating in Scientology. And I put a lot of time, when I say participating, I mean actual study of the subject. And they haven't studied the subject as it was presented and meant to be presented. They haven't done that, but they've spent more time deconstructing it than I did in learning and gaining from it and walking away from it. And it's like, oh my God, this is not healthy for them.
Yeah.
What it does to Scientology is irrelevant because it's just like spend all this time. Hubbard was bad. Here's another example. Here's another example. Here's another example. Here's another example. And it just goes on and on and on. And it is what it is. It's like, what are you doing with your own time for your own self?
Thank you.
This is exactly.
I mean, is this your life? Is this your life?
Yeah. It says more about them.
And what the real tragedy is those who have been former Scientologists and then spend the remainder of their lives doing that, because then they've never escaped. There is no escape from Scientology for them. It's worse. It's a double tragedy. They've dedicated their lives to it completely, and first in trying to make it work, and then in trying to deconstruct it for everybody else. It's horrible. But it brings up 2 points. One of them is that when it comes to the Bill Brockbrader situation, I've provided a link in the message box for Peter Moon. You know what? I may as well share that link with everybody in the chat. So let me grab that and shove that into the chat. But what the point that comes with this, and then, I think this is an opportune time to bring up another attack that we've experienced from somebody that I informed Peter Moon about recently, and I think it's time to just broach that subject and, in a sense, dispense with it very quickly. But it's how would I say it? It's simply irresistible to bring it up. But let me go into the chat room now, and I'll shove this in there for what it's worth, and let people look at that. And I'll point out, for everyone's edification, what is intriguing about this. First off, when it comes to this Bill Brockbrader person, the fact that he's heard of at all is pretty astonishing, because he's just what he is, which is almost like a nobody. And when it comes to this kind of campaign that they put out against him, what's fascinating to me is how the guy gets away at all. So the guy mentions in the summary beneath this link, when you take a look at the video and leave the sound off, you don't need to listen to it now or review it now, wait till after transmission if you want to see this at all. To me, there's nothing to it. But basically, this guy points out that Bill Brockbrader was highlighted in Pursuit with John Walsh. And he points out that he says, I'm going to rip into those who supported him, and there are lots of them, including Eva Moore, that's his wife. Eva Moore had the show Evolution on Revolution Radio, Carrie Cassidy, David Wilcox, who I barely remember, and Michael Jaco. These people sound familiar in one way or another. David Wilcox, I can't remember what he does. But when this guy is talking, he's just basically going into the fact that you've got this convicted pedophile, Bill Brockbrader. And then this is what is bizarre to me. Bill Brockbrader was, like he says, the young lady that Bill Brockbrader raped when she was just 11 years old, who this Australian chick in lingerie was telling me on camera, basically, the whole story about everything he did to her, more than I would ever want to know about what this guy did to this girl. And she still loves Bill Brockbrader, along with Eva Moore. And they present him as the victim, that this girl was the seductress. Obviously, this is horrific. The man, basically, the fact that they've got a system where you have to pay to maintain your ankle bracelet, this is how they lost track of him. So regardless of whether he could afford to pay for it or not, he stopped paying, and then it stops working. Well, how does that work? I mean, if the government's counting on all these guys to maintain their own bracelets, none of them are going to pay for it, right? And then that's how they all escape. They must all escape. So he went into the woods, and he's living in the woods. Now, what is strange about this, just so you people know, now granted, he's a Mormon, and there are certain Mormon branches that are highly survivalist. Yeah, it could come from that. Or he was trained as a Navy SEAL. Your average person cannot live off the land like that. Your average person cannot say, I'm going to hide from the authorities in the woods. That's just impossible. Once you run out of the beef jerky bags and the chips and the beer, it's like you're going to die, or you're going to start going back for shopping. And, that's how you get caught, right? So how is this guy doing what he's doing? Either he's supported by a network, which is ominous in and of itself, and then Bill Brockbrader says that we got to get this guy to justice. Again, that's it. So this was uploaded in 2021, not that long ago, September 1st, 2021. So if this guy was still on the loose, he was on the loose the last time I was talking to this Australian chick, which was during the toilet apocalypse when I was still with the Revolution Radio back in 2017? 2015? I mean, this guy's been loose for almost a decade now. How the fuck is he doing this? So then you got this guy, and what's his trip? This is why when this guy's talking, the chat, if you look at the chat on the video, is funny as hell. What they're saying about this guy, the guy's name is retired Navy SEAL Don Shipley, and his wife's name is Diane. And so this guy enters into the chat room. He says, my guess is Diane has got to the vodka before Don, and it's causing arguments. And then Alex Stoddard says, proper feud between you two, meaning him and Bill Brockbrader, because you do wonder what's going on with this guy that he's so obsessed with it. And then you got this other person saying, I'm a Navy SEAL. And obviously that's facetious, meaning anybody can make that claim. So it's there you have it. It's what's strange to me is that the audience response to him is not completely sympathetic. He doesn't have a whole bunch of people calling him up and saying, yeah, you're right, you're the man, and we want this guy caught. These guys are calling up and they're making fun of him in the chat room. They're not laughing with him, they're laughing at Don Shipley. So, anyhow, so there you go with this. This is like the weirdness of that. So throwing that out there. And so these were the people that Lori and Ann Fenton was trying to get me affiliated with, and these are obviously affiliated with Michael Aquino, and that would explain how Bill Brock-Rader's getting away with what he's doing. Because otherwise that doesn't... How does a guy get away with living in the woods for that long, and he's uploading videos onto YouTube? He was doing that for years. So he's like telling people where he is, and yet he's still loose. So something's going on there. Then you got another guy running, writing senior chief, all uppercase. It's making fun of this guy. There's an inside joke behind that in the military. So, it's obviously this guy's not really being received sympathetically. All that being said, the only guy giving him a thumbs up is a guy dancing naked in his jockey shorts, essentially naked in his icon. That alone says quite a bit. We could just go on. But the other thing with Daryl Hamamoto was Daryl Hamamoto put out a video, and, I just was not going to watch it. A couple of people watched it for me, and cross-referencing, it was definitely an attack. And this guy was bringing up the Roswell Deception book and saying, oh, you need to use this as a reference to prove that Japan had technology no one was aware of in World War II, and yet at the same fucking time, he, of course, compliments Peter Moon because Peter Moon's a white, cisgendered, heterosexual male, and basically Daryl Hamamoto is a Jap trash piece of shit house nigger and is sucking up to the white man and kissing his ass. And then he says, but the book is unforgivable in all of its completely flawed academic scholarship, without giving a single detail as to why. So he's trying to say, oh, it's out there. You need to reference this to realize Japan had this technology. But the scholarship is completely bogus. Peter Moon's a good guy, but Douglas Dietrich, and then he starts attacking me personally and conducting this character assassination, basically saying that he couldn't understand the beef I had with so many people. And yet this is a guy who, when you look up the version of Yelp.com, when students are basically rating their instructors, this guy, when he was an instructor, all his students were rating him as the worst, saying that all he ever talked about was conspiracies against him that the rest of the staff had organized to basically get him off the school. And obviously these conspiracies succeeded because he helped them along by raping his students. That's why he's not allowed on campuses. If he ever shows up on a college campus, police are authorized to escort him off campus because of his serious crimes in raping his students in the past. This is why I wonder why he's not in jail. So he's had enough students bring enough evidence against him to where he's not allowed on campuses, and police escort him off. So that's pretty serious. And yet he's never spent a day in jail. So this is a guy who, when, pot kettle black, he's accusing me of having beefs. But, well, hey, at least I'm not a convicted rapist, or at least enough evidence wasn't brought against me where, I can still go on college campuses without police escorting me off, hang out with the students and shit, maybe even get a date. Yeah, but no, not Daryl Hamamoto. So there we go with that. So, that should catch people up on some of the weirdness of the community and everything that we're dealing with. I don't know if Peter has any response to any of that.
Well, sometimes things are better off not even mentioned. Truly, because
your point's well taken. Your point's well taken.
Well, yeah, and it just is what it is. But as I say, we're with as far as your book goes, it's we've hit up against this resistance, and the more we expose the resistance,
yes,
and some of these people are, talking. It's such aggressive crap that they talk. It's aggressive.
Yes,
and it's a lot of people who are interested in a lot of crap. It's always been this way, and probably might always be this way. But let's pivot.
Yes.
And go in another direction while I have some time left here.
Yes, please.
And what I want to go in the direction of now is what you said and revealed. And for those of you who did not hear, and I know many of you tune out because it gets late into the night. You tune out about midnight when I leave. But Douglas gave some really incredible historically revealing information about Nikola Tesla, none of which, well, it surprised me in the sense that I didn't know it, but it made sense.
Thank you.
Because how Tesla betrayed his own cause by spurning J.P. Morgan's desire for him to marry his daughter.
Yeah.
And I always looked at Tesla's failure as lack of willingness to be responsible for administration/money, finances. It was beneath him.
Right.
And I don't know that he said it was beneath him, but he treated it as if it was beneath him.
Right. It was evident. It was self-evident that that was what he felt. Yes.
Yeah. And this is an arrogance of life. In other words, he didn't participate in life sexually. He didn't participate in life financially. He was too good to do these things, or too removed, or too aloof.
Too above it all. Yes, go on.
Man, see, this is a big mistake in life. When life presents you with life, in other words, he wasn't living life to its fullest. Now, this does not mean that everybody has to be sexual. It doesn't mean that everybody has to be financial. But like for example, I knew this guy once. He was a postman, and he told me, he was talking. He said he had to go take care of his mother because he took care of his mother because when the father died, she didn't know how to write a check. She had not written a check her entire life. So nowadays you don't need to write a check, but then you did.
Yeah.
And she never wrote a check I bet you she never wrote a check in her entire life. He took care of all her money for her. And that's nice if you can have somebody who takes care of you your entire life. It's really nice. But most people are not going to be in that position. And of course, Douglas went into the detailed story of how Tesla and J.P. Morgan and the Titanic was involved in all this. There's another story which I cannot reproduce for you of Aleister Crowley's involvement in the Titanic.
Wow.
It was very deep, and somebody once shared it with me. I've never been able to find it again. But he was quite involved in the Titanic crash as well, per this article I once read. So I found that interesting.
Surprising. Yeah, that's completely expected.
Yeah, but Douglas, talks in this episode about how J.P. Morgan was scheming to introduce the world to free electricity.
Yes,
and at the same time sell short the stocks of all the companies that would be hurt by this new invention of Tesla's, and he was going to capitalize on it by having sold the stocks short and then coming in as the hero to save the world.
That's right.
And he would then own everything, so to speak. And Tesla betrayed him by weaponizing the tower. The one I didn't understand, though, Douglas, was that you said that what's it called? The Tunguska? What's the word?
Tunguska incident.
Tunguska blast was in 1912, was it?
I believe so. Yes, it was.
But the tower went down in 1908.
Right. Yeah.
So how did that blast occur? If the tower, he wasn't using the tower. I
think the chronology is opposite. Definitely the tower still existed at the time of the Tunguska incident. So if I said something like that, I probably was like.
Let me look.
You can look it up. Yeah.
Because Tunguska blast, 1909. Let me see. Wardenclyffe Tower.
Yeah, was up for a few years after that, definitely.
Oh, yeah. 1901 to 1970. Okay, so it's consistent.
Yeah. And and what had happened was that just so people understand this, when the situation with Wardenclyffe Tower that was funded by J.P. Morgan, it wasn't just that J.P. Morgan had this idea, like Oliver Stone style, where Oliver Stone was basically saying that, he wanted his daughter, who's in her 20s and is half Asian. So I guess he treats her like property, like she's something that has no will of her own. But he was going to have her convert to the Russian Orthodox religion so that she could become Putin's goddaughter. I mean, this is like the attitude of Osama bin Laden and Mullah Omar when they married each other's daughters to seal a pact, to close an alliance, tribal style. It wasn't like with that attitude concerning J.P. Morgan. And it's easy to paint J.P. Morgan as this how would we say it? The basest of villains. The situation was a lot more complicated than that. And understand that I've dealt, due to my responsibility and personal security, with extremely wealthy people, and the majority of them are not simply pure evil cretins who are out to just fuck everybody over. They simply have obviously grown up very differently and therefore think very differently than your average person. They don't think like you and I, but you know that much. But it's because of that, also understand that because they don't think like you and I, they're not necessarily, though some of them are, they're not necessarily all malevolent and out to destroy everything, which would be madness because their entire life depends on preservation of the world, which made them rich. But basically what happened was that it wasn't like he was pushing Anne Morgan on Tesla, his daughter. It was simply that Tesla and Anne Morgan became fast friends because she met him. He was a celebrity scientist. So she became quite enamored with him. And basically, she, as enamored as she was of him, began dating him to an extent. And she was willing to adapt to what I would call his madnesses, his pathologies. It goes well beyond eccentricity, because he was like pathologically afraid of pearl earrings, for instance. They reminded him of seminal cum drops, which indicate some kind of childhood trauma with rape or sexual molestation or something. And so because of that, she adapted to not wearing any pearl earrings and the like. So, it was headed towards a marriage, which would have stabilized him emotionally and financially and gone on to revolutionize our world. But, no, it was ultimately his decision to pull out. So there was already that acrimony, and considering that acrimony, J.P. Morgan was remarkably tolerant. So basically, you had this situation, just so people understand it. Basically, by the time Nikola Tesla's AC generators had proved their superiority over Edison's DC, his mercurial personality was the main issue with all his problems. And so Anne Morgan, the daughter of J.P. Morgan, probably would have calmed him down in marriage. There's no other way I could look at it. And Morgan would begin to finance him. But there would be no question of that either. Everybody can consider that self-evident. But when you get to the point where Tesla where we all knew Tesla was heading, the invention of wireless telegraphy or radio, Morgan already recognized the potential of that and was already talking about in the records that ultimately were there at the Presidio military base. And as I said, there was a private business and corporate sector to our library where they kept the main bank of computers that I showed, both Peter Moon and Jojo Mikołajczyk. That was where I was able to smuggle things out, because I would say, it's in the private industrial section and nobody would care about the security in that area. If it weren't for that, it was the sheer volume of materials to smuggle out that prevented me from getting out just a pittance. It was all I was able to manage in all the years that I worked there, with all the other responsibilities I had, such as all the suffering children, the old ladies who I would pair them up with to kind of babysit them because of the fear of the daycare center, etc. For those of you who don't know about this, Peter Moon's probably already introduced it. But the idea was the establishment by 1902 of the Morgan Tesla Radio Company to begin global radio broadcasts from Wardenclyffe, Long Island. That was the whole intention that was laid out in their contracts. And of course, this was reliant, conditional to the marriage of Nikola Tesla to J.P. Morgan's daughter, which then Nikola Tesla simply turned down because he felt that would somehow, bind him or burden him or render him less a free man. But basically, you've got the situation where by the time they started truly perfecting wireless transmission, the broadcasting of electrical power without wires, so that to drive an electric car, you would just tune into the bandwidth like you would a radio station and just change it to different areas of the United States for the different towers you were around. Think of the clean energy we would have had generations ago. But once that was perfected, patented, and marketed, it was already projected. In all the documents I saw, that would be by 1924, about 2 years shy of Tesla's 70th birthday, when Morgan Tesla Radio Company would introduce that system of broadcast power, and they fully expected a global panic that would crash the stock market. But JP Morgan, in planning for that, was planning to sell short and then stabilize the market immediately thereafter with the immense amount of capital he controlled, and basically end the Christmas panic of 1924 by springtime in America, and thereafter work on the rest of the world very quickly. He would have literally, in a very real sense, owned the world at that point. Now, all of this might be considered incredibly malevolent, and you might think, oh, it's best that everything worked out the way it did. I disagree. In terms of doing that, ultimately, other things would have arisen to have, shall we say, devolve the power that JP Morgan had. I mean, how much power do you think he wanted? Do you really think he wanted to micromanage and control every aspect of human life? He didn't have that kind of personality of a Xi Jinping or a Vladimir Putin. So when what happened was, of course, Tesla saved the world. And again, here's something where we have to say, well, it's fortunate that that happened. He weaponized the tower. He literally concentrated enough energy in a beam where he struck the bolide that would have struck Moscow and conceivably would have ended all life as we know it. That was a large enough bolide, as you know from looking up the Tunguska incident, where had that hit Moscow, it wouldn't have just been the Russian civilization that would have been essentially wiped out from history as we understand it. It would have been potentially the impact on us that that other bolide hit had on the dinosaurs millions of years ago. So when he blew that bolide over Tunguska, the middle of Siberia, then JP Morgan, of course, was furious in the sense that all of the supermassive building-sized batteries that they had been collecting juice in for so long was emptied in minutes. And he came, of course, understandably demanding to know what had happened. And when Tesla explained to him what happened, then he said, I can no longer trust you. You didn't call me to ask me my permission to do this. Now, we have to ask, do you really think JP Morgan would have denied him had he asked? I mean, considering the severity of the situation, do you honestly think JP Morgan would have said no? That's, if you take that position, I think you're out of this world. You're not thinking rationally. You're unreal. Of course he would have said yes. Why did Tesla take it upon himself to do what he did? Because his ego. Because he wanted to be the man who saved the world. He didn't want to be the man who took the orders from the man above him whose daughter he didn't marry. That was the last straw. You can understand why JP Morgan severed and said, I can't support you anymore. This is understandable. He's a human being. I mean, how much can you tolerate from someone, no matter how brilliant they are? Obviously, he lost everything with that. JP Morgan lost all the money that he had invested in the tower at that point. And he had every right to have been informed of what Tesla was going to do. So then the hope turned towards John Jacob Astor. Now, John Jacob Astor was on the Titanic. And think about this. What I informed you of in the transmission preceding tonight was that the Titanic never sank. The Titanic was replaced by its sister ship. So if they managed to hide that from you in history, if you're rendered completely unaware after movies and everything else that you know about that incident, and yet you have no idea about the reality of the fact that the Titanic never sank, and it gave you all the evidence that proves incontrovertibly, inarguably, it did not, how can you not believe they could lie to you about World War II? How could you not understand they can lie to you about anything? The Russians live in a completely different, fantastical universe where when the latest of the European heads of state, the latest leader from the European Union went to visit him days ago, he came back and reported, Putin is convinced he's winning the war. If you're dealing with that level of self-denial, and you know what they said. I don't know if Peter's aware of this, but I talked about it with George Knight the other night. When the Russians killed all those people in the town of Bucha, then Boris Johnson went to visit Vladimir Zelensky. Then the Russians responded by saying the British killed all those people in Bucha. They're reporting that on their news. If you talk to your average Russian on the street, they honestly are convinced that Boris Johnson went to head an operation in mass murder with Volodymyr Zelensky to kill everyone in Bucha and blame it on the Russians. They believe that. So this is the level of where you're at when it comes to World War II and the Titanic. So take it away, Peter Moon. I mean, you see what we're up against. And the level of what we're up against is profound. It is the very fabric of reality itself that we're fighting for.
This is an excellent point to segue into something we don't have time to go into. And that is what did you say? You just said that up against the reality itself.
The fabric of reality itself is what
fabric of reality. And the fabric of reality is so much of what Stephanie South or Jose Arguelles has touched on. The fabric of reality is the dream spell that we're all under. And it has to do with time. It has to do with the lunar calendar. The lunar calendar is what we should be on. That is the natural rhythm of the universe. And when you, and I will just say this, and because I'm going to go, Stephanie is, let me see here. She's she's been in darkness for about a week. She'll be emerging, I think, tomorrow, and I will recommunicate. And up to now, it's only been telepathy. And one of the things is when we go on a lunar calendar, then what happens is slowly but surely, the natural rhythms of female menstruation will become synchronized.
Yes.
And this is the way it works in an indigenous village. All the women will begin to have periods at the same time.
Yes.
And they will synchronize, and this becomes telepathic for them. But it also becomes telepathic for the men. We live in a more empathetic world. Here's where we get the thousands of dollars cash being sent to you in the mail turning into $1,500 because you need it, because you want it, and the community knows that you need it. This type of fabric of reality is getting closer to the truth. And not for Jameson, telepathy in an empathic way. Somebody knows what you're feeling, and instead of you having to ask for the cookie, it comes to you. And I had a problem with this with my ex-wife because if I knew she wanted something and I prepared it for her and brought it to her, that happened one time, Oh, yes, you knew what I was thinking. Then there would be a demand placed upon me. Oh, but I was thinking of a steak sandwich. Why didn't you bring it? You know, I become a slave to her, and because I felt that, you know, that's how she would envision it, as I would become her servant, and I wasn't going to do that. So it was like I was not comfortable with telepathing with her, because I felt that she would abuse the relationship.
Understood.
That's just, I mean, it was just really rank. And you know, perhaps I could have worked with that more, but I said, oh, wow, I don't want to have anything to do with this, because it's going to be expected that I can read her mind every time. And that's not going to work. But on a more upbeat approach, this is the idea. We've been so divorced from our community, from our human community, and this is what we live in, as a bunch of divided souls. And we're not a tribe, we're not a group. In Europe, it was pointed out to me by a dowser that doctors are assigned by geographical location. That way, if there's a common problem in the plumbing with the water, you can tell people are all getting sick from the same source, and you can alleviate that, rather than having, you know, 100 patients or 500 patients from different locales where there's no common denominators that are isolatable. So this is, you know, this is indeed something. When we talk about the fabric of reality, the fabric of reality has been butchered, yes, by the Gregorian calendar.
Absolutely.
And this is just, you know, this is what I have to add about that. And you know, Tesla's life is a story of, it's a very disappointing.
Yes.
It's a very disappointing, and one can see the personal flaws, because he was a human being who had a great ability and a great gift, and was not, I guess, pragmatic enough, didn't have enough. Here's an instance where Machiavelli, a little bit of Machiavelli would have helped him. Yeah. Whereas he had the talent without the Machiavelli, Morgan had the Machiavelli without the talent.
Right.
And,
yes.
Yeah, he did have a talent for, you know, controlling things.
Right.
He was very Machiavellian, but as you say, he probably wasn't dehumanized to the point where he would have denied Tesla. And Tesla was somebody who resented, whether, you know, he didn't express his resentment towards the petty details of life, and they're not so petty. Right. This happens all the time, when people neglect the petty details of paying their bills and then wonder why they're being evicted by the sheriff.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
This is in effect what happened, and it led to his, you know, ouster from the United States.
Yeah.
He would never, you know, it's just unfortunate.
His ouster as a citizen, basically, he ultimately lost his citizenship. And now, of course, that is more true victimization. But at that point, it's almost like it didn't matter. he was so gone at that point, really, in so many ways, that it was simply the coup de grace, really. And so I do emphasize he truly killed himself, which is historically hidden. But you can see where it got to the point where it was getting anyway. None of that needed to happen. Even towards the end of his days, as bad as Peter Moon is making it sound, and it was all that bad, the point was he still had people paying for him to live in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City on the uppermost floor. I mean, this is a man who had that with his own laboratory taking up the whole top floor. This is like, he had unlimited privilege in that sense still. So it was, what was really holding him back at that point was he was essentially demented. He was truly demented. There were so many symptoms he had of dementia at that point. So his best years when he, had thrown out 700 patents, that needed to be taken advantage of at that stage in his life, because we all have to prepare for the potential we could suffer from senile dementia. So with that being said, before Peter goes, just a little bit of sports news for him, because I know he's a man who will appreciate that, and I'll probably go a little more in depth into this when he retreats for the night. Hopefully he won't do so for a few minutes yet, but of course, people who remember when JoJo was with us, I brought up the WNBA superstar Brittany Griner. She is still in Russia, I am sad to report. This is, in fact, a gender issue on the part of the United States, because women are underpaid for basketball here. So many of them went to Russia to play for big money. And so now she's paying the price because she's a political pawn, but because she is a very tall, masculine black lesbian, they are making an example of her, and they are keeping her in horrible captivity, and they are almost certainly going to sentence her to 10 years in prison. She will almost certainly not survive that. If she does, it's only because she's such a strong woman in general, but I'm certain there's going to be periods of time where she'll wish she was dead. Certainly they're taking everything they can out on her. And of course, I do want people to know that in the Chinese community, I had brought up some aspects about my gang brother before, and I was bringing up this AIDS factor. I couldn't even remember at the time that I brought that story up, where we were just bringing up why doesn't he, it turned out it was his cousin. Now that I remember, I had it buried in the back of my mind, that thought he was infected with AIDS because his cousin was gay, and his cousin's name was Douglas. That was a running joke between the two of us, was Cousin Douglas. Of course, we weren't joking about his potentially getting AIDS, but that was just an afterthought. I'll bring that up again when JoJo's back with us on Wednesday, just for a brief exploration into that area of a matter of minutes. But the one thing that Beaver was bringing to my attention was that the Chinese community is really ostracizing ESPN's, well, not ESPN, they're the people who expose this, finally, because the Chinese community insisted, and they had a lot of Chinese informants, but rather ESPN finally, through a lot of Chinese community input, is exposing the Brooklyn Nets owner, Joe Tsai, because he's a propagandist for the Communist Chinese Party. So I want people to be aware of that. I'll deconstruct him too.
Let me clarify. What is his name?
Joe Tsai. Tsai is his last name. First name Joe. So Joe.
Now, I thought that the owner of the Brooklyn Nets was Russian. Did he sell to this Chinese guy?
I don't know enough about sports to know the details of that. This was.
I don't know much about it either. But let me. I mean, I thought. I mean, he might have sold.
Yeah, because Beaver's pretty much, he's got much more of the sports gene than I do. And just so people know, Tsai is the executive vice chairman of the Chinese.
Okay, yeah, you're right. He owned the Brooklyn Nets since buying the NBA franchise from Mikhail Prokhorov back in September 2019. So, okay. Okay, so the Russian guy sold it.
There we are. So either way, it's just going from the hands of the Russians to the communist Chinese. And how you can have major sports companies, being purchased by the enemy. This is beyond me. I mean, I find this offensive beyond belief. And by the way, Jameson Reese says to me, damn, I weep for you, bro. You got to listen to your bro talk sports shit. That's quite funny. It can actually be interesting, especially in cases like this. It's imperative that I know about this. But understand that this Joe Tsai character is one of the reasons why nobody in sports dares to protest what the communist Chinese are doing. You literally, they're owned. They're bought and owned. So I'll just bring that up there before Peter Moon retreats into the gentle night. I'm hoping he'll be with us to at least the top of the hour. But definitely, I know that he can also follow up on this and probably tell us more than we would know otherwise. And it's just I think, horrific. Your sports are politicized in a manner they don't need to be. There really ought to be a kind of prevention for selling of sports teams, the way we would have, or media, the way we would have prevention concerning the sales of high technology. So an important point to be made. And of course, what I did was, with the latest transmission before tonight's, I took a break from Ukraine directly. And I'm so glad that Peter Moon appreciated that. And of course, you did hear what I said. Oh, maybe, like you said, you didn't hear all of it. But later on, I went into the Kabbalah to clarify.
I didn't get to hear the Kabbalah stuff.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so you'll appreciate that when you listen to it. So I look forward to you talking about that when we're back with JoJo.
I hope so. I've got a couple other things to listen to.
Understood.
Stoking I would like to, though. I have I'm trying to find something on Crowley and the Titanic, and all I come up with is a poem he wrote about the Titanic. It's very short, and I'll read it. It's called "The Titanic" by Aleister Crowley. Forth flashed the serpent streak of steel, consummate crown of man's device. Down crashed upon an immobile and brainless barrier of ice. Courage! Sounds like the Cowardly Lion. The great God shooting a laughing lip. Let not faith founder with the ship. We reel before the blows of fate. Our stout souls stagger at the shock. Oh, there is something ultimate, fixed faster than the living rock. Courage! Catastrophe beyond belief. Harden our hearts to fear and grief. The gods upon the Titans shower their high intolerable scorn, but no god knoweth in what hour a new Prometheus may be born. Courage! Man to his doom goes driving down. A crown of thorns is still a crown. No power of nature shall withstand at last the spirit of mankind. It is not built upon the sand. It is not wastrel to the wind. Courage! Disaster and destruction tend to taller triumph in the end.
That's amazing. Yeah, and what I'm going to put now in your message box, in your Facebook message box, is 2 links sent to me by the lovely Diane Hillis Buchberger concerning this very subject. So give me just a second here and let me do this one at a time so that you get the full effect of the links, so to speak. So here's the first thing she wrote and said, and here's the second thing she wrote and said about Aleister Crowley and the Titanic. I don't know if this helps, but perhaps just by a quick look at these 2 messages in your message box on Facebook, Peter, you'll be able to give us some more, and this further contextualizes what you've been saying. As a matter of fact, I'll let you check into that and take it from there.
Let me read this here. It says, I believe Crowley thought that the Titanic incident was a planned occurrence to shift into another reality, another age of the gods. Crowley had mystical numerology that had something to do with the Titanic. The Titanic was sort of like the Philadelphia experiment, but the other way around, bringing the gods into this reality. They inhabited some of the people on the Titanic. Crowley and his cronies were trying to bring the gods back into this reality. I mean, I don't think this is off base.
Thank you. Yeah, and one more sentence she had right here. She added one more sentence, which I've just added there. Don't know what you think about that.
That's subjective, and it's fine. It's just subjective. I'm going to go into, before I leave, I don't know if I'll be able to find it because these communications are very, I think this is like goes back over 20 years, and I don't know that I'll be able to find it, but I will look and see if see if I can find it. I remember the person who sent it to me, and this person was had a lot of problems.
Like a lot of people we know. By the way, just so you know, Peter, into this Easter weekend, Friday, early morning, my other back molar. If people remember, I had the other molar on the left that needed a cap, and I was going through a nightmare during COVID with their bullshit at UCSF. This other molar on the right side cracked. Now, thank the gods of my ancestors, not painfully. And Jameson Reese can attest the same thing happened to his tooth. I don't know, maybe the other side of his mouth.
Yeah, my left molar, that was like right next to the tooth they extracted.
Yeah.
That one cracked and a piece came off, and I still have the piece.
Yeah.
So that I found interesting.
Yes.
As soon as you said your right molar came off and my left molar came off, what's interesting is like you're like the light side of Lucifer and I'm like the shadow of Lucifer.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's very funny.
It's something going on. I'm willing to buy into an occult attack with all the weird shit.
And then the tooth, of course, as Peter can attest, is shin, and the shin and being in the middle of the tetragrammaton, which is arguable. So we would have, what would it be? Quana, Yod, He, Shin, Vav, He.
I guess we could take it there. Certainly.
I don't understand what you said, Jameson.
That's okay. You may not want him to explain. If you want him to, that's fine. If you want to.
Well, it was just the shin tooth connection.
Yeah. Yeah. What I was going to say was, on the more practical scale, I just want people to know that, even after everything that happened this month, and I was spending quite a bit of money, I still have enough money for rent. And some wonderful contributors have made certain that I've had even more to continue to supply myself with Coke and beer and bottled water, all of which are important because I can't use the pipes in this house. And yet, then when this happened, this might blow things off. So I do want people to know it's not painful, but nevertheless, I have to have it taken care of because this sort of thing becomes the inevitable infection point unless it's smoothed out and taken care of by a dentist. I tried to call my dentist all morning on Friday and they did not respond. UCSF left them a message, made certain they got the message, or at least that's what they told me, but they did not respond. So however this works out, I'll find out the hard way and I'll keep everybody updated. But let's just put it this way. It's the unhappy aspect of what otherwise was a wonderful Easter. And of course, I don't suspect that Peter Moon was doing anything with Easter in a long time, but surely when your daughter was growing up, you must have planted Easter eggs for her to hunt for. I'm sure that there must.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, they would plastic eggs with what they were called healthy candies.
Cool.
Raised healthy candies.
Cool.
And yeah, that was, in fact, I did it for quite a while. She liked to, it's very fun to go out and look for things and find them.
So you did this like in a park or your backyard? How?
In the house. Okay. Stick them behind the couch, stick them here and there, and she'd go find the Easter eggs, And I remember the first time, her mother said, no, it's not going to, no, it's not going to be an Easter. No. She wasn't going to do Easter for her. She's, upset my daughter. So I said, oh, no, you'll have an Easter.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, she wasn't very old. Her mother didn't believe in Easter, so.
Oh my God, where did that come from? I mean, it's not like you need to believe in Easter. It's just, something to do with the kids.
It's fun. It was very insensitive. So she did actually redeem herself by making rabbit prints with flour or something like that.
Oh, cool.
My daughter loved that. But yeah. So I mean, I was brought up with Easter baskets, and we had more of an Easter basket would be hidden with jelly beans when I was a kid, and that was jelly bean-itis, But no, never could. The religion of Easter is it's nature. It's resurrection. It's fertility.
By the way,
so on and so forth.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah, most certainly. And that's why it was so important for me during Easter to try and be fertile. Said great joke there. Anyhow, Diane Hillis-Buchberger, I understand Peter was talking about this being subjective, but I think this is an important point. She was talking about.
That's not denigrated. It's just subjective. That's
no. Understood. Anyhow, one of the points she brought up, another message I won't bother to cut and paste, but she was talking about. She felt that some of the beings inhabiting these people on the Titanic may have come in through the Philadelphia experiment as evanescers, which is very different from how I understand it. But her important point she said in this last sentence was, yes, evanescers. The captain of the Titanic went back to my hometown to live in Ontario. I read somewhere that he talked about beings inhabiting people. Very weird. So
excuse me, did the captain of the Titanic survive the Titanic?
That's what she's implying. I don't know myself. I don't remember that off the top of my head. That would be pretty bad. Maybe she means like a high officer. We could look that up. We could look who.
Well, she could also mean that he could be out of body too.
I don't think she means that. I think she means somebody who was on the Titanic who was a member of the crew definitely went to Ontario physically, where they were talking about beings inhabiting people. So that's what she means. But if it was the captain, a guy like that, that'd be a disgrace. Yeah, I mean, people would be asking him to kill himself. They'd be demanding it, or that he face trial. So it might have been like a high officer, but we could look it up and find out. I'm not quite sure. I'm that curious, but certainly, like Peter said, a lot going on for April 14th and 15th, and then we've got Patriots Day coming up. And of course, when JJ, I almost said, when JoJo and Peter are back with us on Wednesday, basically the day after tomorrow, as far as I'm concerned, it'll be, Hitler Day. It'll be my father's birthday, my biological sire's birthday. Okay, that's gonna be tricky. So not necessarily awkward between us, but that's I'm trying to think of a way to how do I emphasize that gracefully with people. So that'll be my challenge. And aside from that, Peter, by all means, anything else you want to bring up, before you retreat into the gentle night, which I presume you'll be doing soon.
No, that's good. We'll be back.
On Hitler Day.
Wednesday.
Yes.
But before I go to sleep, I will see if I'll do a quick couple minutes search, see if I can find anything else on that, and if I do, I'll come back. But other than that, I'll say good night to everybody, and hope to see you on Wednesday.
Yes, and we love you dearly. Share that love with Paula, and so excited about Wednesday. So glad to have JoJo back with us. She was doing a lot, of course, since coming back from Mount Shasta.
I hope she can be back with us. She's been so busy.
True.
We've both been very busy since we got back from Shasta, ridiculously busy, but it's good busy.
Yes.
Hopefully she'll be with us on Wednesday.
That's right, and you've become involved with a wonderful community through Mr. Sala. And I'm so excited for you and I about this, and I'm really glad that many of them have been listening, and obviously
I'll be back with him on the 28th of April.
Wonderful.
Which is the anniversary of Hirohito's birthday.
That's right. Oh, thank you. Delightful. And so everybody, do make note of that. And we're going to talk about that on Wednesday. Certainly Peter will be here, and prayerfully JoJo. And we're going to have people mark that on the calendars. So tell people where they can tune into. Where do they tune into for that?
I'm not sure.
You'll find out by then.
Michael Sala, he's very prolific. He's not prolific. I don't know if that's the right word. He's very popular. Right. Dr. Michael Sala, Salla. Okay. When it comes to what do you call it? the subject of exopolitics.
Yes. Yes, thank you. And of course, now I'm just going to enter this question because now it's nagging at me. Did the captain survive the Titanic? Captain survive the Titanic? And let's see what we get in response. Edward John Smith, a British naval officer, served as a master, and he perished when the ship sank on its maiden voyage. So that at least is what was expected. Okay. But then she's presenting me an article. So this is interesting. I can give Peter the link if he wants it. And so it's from timetravel.com. So I'm going to give Peter this link, and I'm just going to explain to people while I'm giving him that link. It says, this is from, interestingly enough, a website, timetravel.com, where they say, what happened to the Titanic's captain, and did he survive like some people claimed? Well, when Peter comes back on Wednesday, he'll tell us what his impression is of that. Because I myself, I've already explained to you, beyond any shadow of a reasonable doubt, I gave you concrete evidence the Titanic itself never sank. Its sister ship did. So, who knows? Maybe the captain survived. That having been said, we love you dearly, Peter. Blessings be upon you, and look forward to speaking with you on Wednesday.
Okay. Good night. Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Bye.
Good night, Peter.
Yes. So what I'm going to have our man Jameson do is bring back on everybody that he possibly can.
Gotcha.
Reach out to Sammy, Penny, anybody you can, and then I'll try to answer Chris Collins's wonderful question. Let me see now. We will try to call you now is what I was telling. We will try you now, okay? And this is to say.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So let me type this in. I hate this new setup.
It's not that bad. I actually, you know what? I like it. I mean, it's, change is usually bad, but in this case with Skype, I actually like it. Honestly, it's better than it was. I mean, I didn't like, monofocally staring at the single thing that was in the screen. I'm glad that they're keep upgrading it because it shows that they're keeping it active, so we have a real alternative to communist Chinese Zoom, okay? So think about it that way.
Why don't I have him as a contact? That doesn't make any sense. I
so
swear
they
I
knocked him off when they did the...
Okay. Oh, it's calling him now. I see. Oh, because I already added him. That's why.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't even know what I'm doing half the time.
No worries. I mean,
I apologize.
For the sake of nitpicking, I will go over something with you. As a matter of fact, we might as well screen share while I do this. So let me go to screen share for a moment there. Actually, I shouldn't disturb you while you're trying to bring everybody else on. Just keep trying to bring people on first. We can go over the other stuff later. Like I said, even try Penny Bradley. Tonight's a night where I'm not, in the mood to start right away. Just a lot.
What I wanted to comment on, and I think you wouldn't mind if I brought this up, since I already know this stuff. But for the most part, the demons that they present as ruling each Qliphoth are actually the 11 anti-gods, or or rather, shall I say, those are the third. Those are sort of like the third spheres on the third tree, which is the wicked tree. In other words, they somehow were able to insert themselves into the infernal hierarchy, these anti-gods. And so those would be the 11 heads of Azerate from the Sitra Achara.
Well, let me put it this way. The anti-gods have managed to basically conduct an insurgency. And by that, they try to usurp the demonic hierarchy. Understand, there is a real demonic hierarchy. And,
I know. And I'm fairly certain it does not take kindly to such incursions.
Thank you.
There will be a fight back against that, because that would be a sort of disturbance in the ecosystem.
Yes.
So the question then becomes, what is it that people are actually contacting when they are dealing with the 11? So far, I haven't had any bad results dealing with the 11 personally. I think I'm dealing with the actual demons rather than the anti-gods personally, because I tend to think if I was dealing with the anti-gods, I'd be batshit crazy like everyone Mike Lucchino surrounded himself with.
Yes, yes.
I'd be like eating toothpaste and all kinds of crazy shit,
Thank you.
and I'd have like wires growing out of my fucking arms and shit. Like I don't know, just
He's
random
alluding.
crazy
He's
shit.
alluding to people who have Morgellon syndrome. And by the way, that was the shall we say, the tragedy of Noreen Helphand, was that she either has Morgellon syndrome or is convinced she has Morgellons syndrome. You see, the question is whether or not Morgellons syndrome is real. But
It could be. It could also be an autoimmune disturbance, because the autoimmune system produces a lot of weird shit. I mean, if you've ever seen people with lymphatic diseases where their body parts swell up to like monstrous sizes, it's just totally gross, honestly speaking. But there's those types of weird medical things, medical maladies. The human body is a really, really odd factory in and of itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So all that being said, you know, it's something I don't even want to look into, because it's so revolting and depressing and just
But
really...
but it made me think of Zachary Garrett, because that's who I was thinking about with the Morgellons analogy.
Zachary Garrett. Who was he again?
That was that son of a bitch who produced for you for one day and then
Oh, that
triggered
idiot! Yeah, that
yeah.
idiot.
he claimed like his bugs were eating his skull, and he swore he didn't do drugs. Which I'm fairly certain he was on meth or something.
Yes. That's right. It's painfully obvious the fucker was, you know, doing the meth, because that's the typical meth head's, you know, pathology, is that
I don't do drugs.
Yeah.
What are you on?
Yeah, you're obviously on something, motherfucker. That was, yeah. But what's interesting is the person he contacted was that idiot Derek Talley, when he was trying to hit somebody on Team Dietrich to tell them, listen to Douglas Dietrich claiming he's the son of Adolf Hitler. I don't do drugs. As if there's a connection, right?
Okay,
maybe he's implying that I do drugs, which is like, everybody knows that already.
So you have a weird mutation trying to connect with a freaking monster who eats white women.
Yes.
This is just bizarre. I mean, see, this is how you know you're not working with the Kings of Edom, because you're not like that.
Yes.
And so I'm fairly certain that the demonic hierarchy of the Sitra Achara is the demonic hierarchy and is not the other stuff.
Thank you.
Yes, because if they were, I would probably, well, I wouldn't have a mind left to produce from.
Right. Though I do want to bring us back to some of the, shall we say, nitpicking here, and just let me turn on the screen share for a bit, and hopefully we can get somebody on soon so I can refresh myself. And usually I take a break to refresh myself after Peter Moon takes off, then come back and you know, build my way up towards monologue. And we'll see how long.
Oh yeah, that's my new profile, Lucifuge Reese.
Okay, yes, there we are, Lucifuge. Thank you. And so here we are. This is the post by our man Jameson Reese. By the way, none of you can see it, so I'm sorry about that. You'd have to go to my Facebook to access it. So this is what I would say, just a little bit more here. Now, for those of you who don't remember, what our man Jameson Reese started off with was basically, you know, he had a lot on his mind or something when he published it, because he originally was talking about the parallels between China and China. He meant to say America and China. But
yeah. Did I say China?
Oh God, it was awful. Oh God, I thought you were drunk out of your mind.
Dude, I just woke up.
Right. Okay. So it's kind of like he was sleeping on it and woke up and then entered it. So I can understand that. and definitely our man Peter has given me a kind of like, he's reviewed the article, so I want Diane Buchberger to know that. And as for our man, Jameson Reese, originally what he said was, yeah, China, and so you want to try not to be repetitive. So what you say is, it is impossible to overstate the geomorphological parallels, which of course I wrote, and then so when you say this again, if one analyzes the geomorphology, it is impossible to overemphasize. Rather, what you would say is, one cannot overemphasize. You don't want to use,
Oh, okay, yeah. The thing is, I'm not able to change it because I'm on the 29-day ban.
Did you try? Did you try to enter? See if you could edit it? Because sometimes they allow you to edit.
I can't. I tried. I can't edit anything.
Oh, okay. No worries then.
They literally block every feature when I'm on 29-day ban.
Except Messenger. So you can use the Messenger, which is odd. Which is, and that's the way it's been with some people who have been blocked.
Yeah. I could send messages, I could receive messages, but I can't edit my own post. I can't even change my picture, which I want to change my picture. Because I do like the angry green demonic thing there, but I want to use that weird drawing that I did. But
Understood.
I can't even do that much.
All right. Got it. And they banned me on Facebook. Yes, got it. Got what he's saying here. And so what I'm going to do is going to stop sharing for the moment. Is there someone who wants to come on with Jameson? Because I prefer it when he has someone to bounce off against. I think he's in a fairly good mood now, so we're not going to hear him rage.
Is it okay if I rage against Russia at least?
I don't want you saying you want to nuke Russia. You have to say, or exterminate the Slavic race. What you can point out is something like, the way I would say it would be, my biological father, Adolf Hitler, certainly had an opinion of the Slavic people that, in context of what's happening right now, you could understand why he had this kind of perspective. But understand that Adolf Hitler was not seeking total extermination or annihilation.
I know that. The thing is, I was in such a heat of rage that I didn't even think about what I was saying. It took me a while. When I cooled down, I thought about, like, that's not very apropos at all, because comparatively speaking, Hitler didn't kill as many people as FDR did, and
Thank you.
He didn't kill as many people as Churchill did.
Yes.
And I don't understand why. This is exactly the perfect time to do it. Yeah, I cannot stand people making this parallel between Putin and Hitler.
Oh, it's
beyond offensive to my intellect, because Hitler was profoundly how do we say, he was very competent. Putin is not competent.
Thank you.
Putin was never a military guy. He was intelligence. There is no way you can compare them at all.
Thank you.
And the thing is, there was also someone in South America. There was a South American leader that had claimed that they had sympathies for Adolf Hitler, and everyone was slamming them. And I'm like, well, why are they slamming this guy for idolizing Adolf Hitler? Because he had a system that worked.
Yes.
So it's just so interesting how all of a sudden now everyone's trying to attack the Nazis instead of the fucking Russians.
Thank you.
Doing the
this is
fucking
like
damage.
They're stuck.
This is fucking retarded.
Yeah, they're fucking stuck.
This is retarded.
Yeah,
so what I essentially got banned for saying was, this was a support children in Ukraine thing, and I was saying, I guess I was really nihilistic, because this is what happens when I don't drink for a long time. I get really dark. You can kind of say that there is some degree of self-medicating going on, but I was basically saying, what difference will it make to send any money there when they're just going to be fucking if you really wanted to solve the problem, you would fucking America would send nukes and just blast the shit out of Russia. Apparently.
But by the way, in context, that's almost, Yeah, you could almost get by. I don't know or understand why they leapt on that. I mean, honestly, that's not something I would say or encourage.
Their bot has a thing for me.
No, it's
their fucking algorithm has a hard on.
This is what's going on. This is what's going on. My gang stalkers are not even bothering with myself anymore. They're bothering with people who are helping me. So because you're affiliated with myself and you help to promote myself, you share all of my posts, and you basically are a person who's like also my producer, then anything they can do to inhibit your action, your ability to help myself, is really far more hurtful than attacking myself. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's now on you to be responsible for yourself. Because of me. Because
me being responsible for myself. When does that ever that's never happened any time in my life?
You understand what I'm saying? Well, you've got to learn because for the sake of, if you're really serious about helping myself, you've got to learn to restrain yourself. Well, you have to understand that this is what they're on the lookout for, and they'll jump on you every time. That you know these things. There are bots, and the bots do impact people immediately. Then you can appeal with some cases. Some cases you can appeal, and then it can get taken down. That's what happened with George Knight.
I've appealed so many times.
Understood.
Every time I appeal, nothing happens.
Understood, but. Understand in your case, there are also reports. So the enemy is watching you and they report, and that can take down an appeal. An appeal that would otherwise work is taken down because there's also a report against you. It's the bot and the report. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So they're double hitting me.
Yeah. And you have to be much more measured in everything you say. Measured would be the word for it. And all right, then. I do want to remind people, everybody, an upvote is needed because they do hit us. The bots do hit us as soon as we start transmission, and the bots hit us with everything they got. The filter on YouTube ultimately takes the bots out, filters the majority of them out, but at the same time, this prevents us from appearing on searches. So we know we appear on searches when everybody provides enough upvotes from every IP address you've got. You know, your cell phone, your laptop, your tablet, your PC. Use everything and put in an upvote from a different IP address. And the more upvotes we get, the more we appear on searches. And we know it works because we had some idiot calling himself Enemy Moon. I know it wasn't Peter Moon, believe it or not, who came up and said on one of our threads in video, left it in the comments section, as a matter of fact, "What this shit appearing on my homepage?" So we know we appear on searches thanks to enough upvotes. So it works. Make it happen. It's your war. You got to fight it, and we've got to get the word out. Now, Peter Moon is, of course, really not going all out to get the word out because he complains that
Well, I don't grasp why he would even bother mentioning Michael Sala.
Michael Sala is important and has certainly given a whole new exposure to a whole new community that can help me ultimately. So
okay, I see. I had no idea. All I know is that name rung a bell because when I used to listen to Jimmy Church, and so now every time I hear a name that I remember from that freaking station,
oh god, it's got a negative.
Cringing.
I get it.
It's just like an auto response thing.
Understand, but what Peter needs to do is start advertising, really. And we have no advertising. So our only advertising is yourselves. I can't really pay for any advertising. And God knows, with everything that came in from our, and I'll give shout outs to both Salman Sheikh, who contributed $250 United States dollars. And I'll give a shout out, of course, to our anonymous friend in Canada who gave about $50 United States dollars. These are wonderful people. Oh, thank God. Oh. Okay. Please go ahead and get started. Introduce yourself. Tell people who you are and tell us about what happened to you recently. Catch us up.
Well, my name is Sammy Romero. I don't know who's on the call. Sorry, guys. I was at a gathering.
Oh. So I hope we didn't interrupt anything. What is there something you can share?
Yeah. No, I mean it's nothing it's not really nothing important. It's just I was at a gathering, you know.
Yeah.
So I didn't listen to the show at all. So that's why I don't know what I can contribute.
Yeah.
But,
No
you know,
worries. And you
if you
didn't have
guys
a chance to
can
listen to
hear
the
me?
last transmission either?
No, well, it was Easter Sunday, so I had a bunch of church festivities, you know, the whole thing. So,
Oh,
you know, be kind
Easter!
of busy
It
all
was
day.
Eastertide. You were involved with Eastertide
Yes,
festivities
Easter,
as well.
yes.
Oh yes, that's right. You have that background in evangelical. Oh yes. So you didn't hear it in the beginning. Anyhow, what happened was I was making fun of Pac-1 and Jameson. What happened? Peter didn't get the joke at all. When Peter came on, you know, after Pac-1 and Jameson were talking for an hour, I was telling Peter, "Oh, thank God you're here. I couldn't take any more hallelujahs. I mean, really, they were on to their third kumbaya. I mean, it just gets really repetitive after a while. Yeah, you had Jameson saying, "How you doing, my brother in Christ?" And, you know, Pac-1 was responding, "I'm jumping with joy in the Lord in my salvation, brother." And, you know, and it's just, after so much of this praise Jesus, my head was spinning. And Peter didn't get it. He just didn't get it. It was I don't know what Douglas is talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but so was it a lot like that? How was it?
Well, no. Well, I'll tell you what. Okay. Yes, it is a regular church, you know, Christian. It's a, you know, evangelical service. But here's the thing about it. Okay.
By the
like
way,
I
your
told
audio
Jamo,
is horrible.
You'd be surprised the type of girl you meet.
What's going on with your audio? It's awful.
Hold on. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's still pretty low quality.
Hello?
Yeah.
We hear you, but it's still pretty low quality. He probably got disconnected completely.
It's because I'm like in a hilly area. I'm like in a different part of LA.
Okay.
I'm in a different part of Los Angeles.
Okay.
I'm not in, you know, the ghetto, quote unquote, where I usually live.
Okay.
So the audio quality here might be bad.
Oh, it sucks.
Can you guys hear me now?
Are you driving?
No, I'm in a car. I'm not driving.
Okay.
But,
You're
hold on.
somewhat semi-stable. You're semi-stable. I mean, I guess it will
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me better now?
A little better, yeah.
Am I better?
Yeah,
a little better. Okay.
A little better, yeah,
Okay.
So you're not hiding from the authorities, are you? Up in the hills.
No, not this time. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's just, you know, my significant other has family in a different area of Los Angeles, so you know, you have to do your rounds, you know, like a good partner, you know.
Yes.
So, but you know, as far as Easter Sunday, well, ours is, we call it Resurrection Sunday.
Yes.
But you know, because some of my family, you know, they do the egg hunt and all the whole, you know, shebang that, you know, you just want to contribute. You want to contribute and be around people and, you know, just rub elbows with people you don't care about. But really, it's for my significant other. I have to, you know, play the part as a partner, you know, and just make memories. But as far as the evangelical side, am my audio okay?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't hear anybody say. As far as the evangelical side, you know, you take things with a grain of salt as far as what's applicable and what's not applicable. You know, you let it go because it's some of it. It's, you know, I've kind of learned to just accept things how they are, and you know, any social setting is going to have their environment, to say the least. But as long as, you know, people don't get in my business and, you know, they don't cross those boundaries, you know, it's cool. You know, I have my faith and that's where I'm at, you know.
Yeah.
As long as I don't go into that bigot, you know, mentality that, you know, it's very close-minded, because, you know, it can get toxic and it can just get very weird. As long as I don't get to that point where I'm weirding you out, Doug and JMO, where, you know, I switch up on you guys, I think I'm good. You know,
I've never heard
think
you
it's one of
start talking in the tongue yet, so you're doing okay. You know,
No,
and
no,
obviously,
no,
you know, we
it's
kind of cross the line when you start trying to, you know, put the spirit of Jesus into the chickens, and that, you know, that kind of like, don't do that
yeah,
again on
yeah.
air, yeah.
You know, I was a 5-year-old. You know, unfortunately, I was just looking at, you know, you're a product of your environment, and you think you're doing good, but no, you're killing baby chicks, and
Yeah.
you know, you think they caught the Holy Spirit, but they're suffocating. No, you're killing them. You know,
Oh God.
but it's one of those things where no, my parents did spank me for that, but you know, you're only a product of what your environment is. But when I'm, you know, obviously I can laugh at myself and laugh at the things that are done, and you know, it's good to have a sense of humor.
Yes. Well, we have to.
What
Yeah, go on.
what I've learned is I don't like to be around people that can't laugh at themselves.
It's
and
so true. It's so true.
take themselves too seriously, because no, you kind of find out they have problems. And I'll share something, you know, that's very, it's very personal to my brother and I, which my ex-pastor was. Well, one of my friends that I grew up in church is getting married as well, you know, like Isaac.
Yeah.
He goes to the same church I used to, and he's in the quote-unquote ministry, and, you know, he wants to be a man of the cloth as well. Well, you know, that same pastor is a type of pastor that wants to be involved, but doesn't want to be involved, in a sense that, well, I want you to acknowledge me. I want to be a part of your life, but I want to dictate how far I want to go, and you can't call me out on it. Like a maniac, you know. That's you know, this is the person that should be an adult, you know. And don't get me wrong, people have their quirks, but there's just some shit you don't do. Well, pretty much he's making them choose between, I want to marry you, but I don't want to be at the reception, and if you don't let me marry you, then I'm going to ostracize you from the ministry. So that's where he's at.
An ultimatum.
So, yeah,
he's presenting an ultimatum.
yes.
He's being manipulative. Yes.
Right. And unfortunately, what he's doing is he's doing the same thing that he was doing to my twin, is really because of his daddy issues that pastor has, and his abandonment issues, because he's making a choice to pick someone else to marry him, which is an adult situation. This is the biggest, you know, event of your life, quote unquote, a wedding. You know, you're gonna make it. You're gonna be an individual and have this ceremony. You know, this is your ceremony, so you get to choose, you know, the dynamic of your ceremony. Shoot, you know what I mean? You know, where you want strippers or you want, you know, a choir. It doesn't matter. It's your ceremony. You know, this is a decision you made. So this is somebody that, because he's making an adult decision, what he's doing is he's making an ultimatum, like you're saying, Doug, and what he's doing is pushing him out. Yeah. He's pushing my friend out because I want to be a part of it and I want to control it. And you know, you see this sickness in people that people need to, in authority, people need to understand you have your quirks too. You're only as good as the people around you. And when, you know, these pastors get at a certain age, they become old and senile and set in their ways, and they just, because they're around all these entities and all these stuff that they're around, whether it's praying for somebody or trying to do an exorcism, they don't understand. You're exposed to all of this, and you add on top of that authority, and you add on top of this, you know, all this stuff obviously piles on, and it just adds and adds and adds. Well, they get to a certain age and they have no friends, Doug. They have no friends. They start off being, you know, energetic and trying to be around people, and then they try to have an inner circle. And that's when it gets, you know, it starts getting not only dumb but toxic, and it just, you're not treating people like adults. So, you know, it's one of those things where I'm glad I removed myself from that. I'm glad my brother's away from that. Yes. But what my friend's going through is he's going to have to take that big boy pill and understand it's either your wife or it's either that person that you thought was a mentor, but really is manipulating you. Yes. And he's making your life live in hell. And what he's doing, what that person really is doing is pushing you out And then he's not going to blame himself. He's going to blame you, and he's going to be the victim. He's going to be the person that, well, I try to help you, when in reality, that person was just manipulating you, and he just can't deal with his issues. And just like anybody, everybody got issues. So, take a number, and it's really how you deal with them.
Yeah.
But that's just just a little insight in because Isaac was relating to this to me, and I said, well, Isaac, you went through the same thing, and you've had to learn. And of course, Isaac. I don't mean to speak for him, Doug, but he's been meaning want to talk to you. He's been with his fishing, quote unquote,
which I don't blame
his job.
him. He's detoxing. He's detoxing.
Yeah, he's detoxing. And with his wife, he there's still he's still in that newlywed stage, but he'll come around to you. What I wanted to relate to you though, is my sisters about 2 weeks ago went to my mother's house in Tulare County, and they saw the Slender Man.
Oh shit!
Nice.
This was around dusk, Doug. Yes. Around dusk.
Right.
Okay. This is the same Slender Man my Isaac saw, and this was around dusk, and in my mother's kitchen, there's a huge window where she used to wash dishes and make her tamales and do her cooking and all this. This window is about, I can't even see. It's a big window, okay? Well, around dusk, they saw this figure walk through the house, and this is it's a shadow. It's like a darkness, and this is around dusk. So picture the sun hitting the windows at dusk, and they just saw this huge shadow. It was a man, and this was a very tall man. And what he did is he entered the house and left. But this happened to be a very tall man because you just saw this figure. Okay. Yeah. This is what the message was telling me. And, we've been, my we've been going through some stuff, mainly pertaining towards me, what I relate to you, Doug. This figure just showed up, and this was one of my sisters. It's funny, everybody relates to these encounters different. One of my sisters was like, okay, I saw it. She kind of knows about the stuff. One of my other sisters was in complete, like her eyes literally bulged out of her eyes. That's pretty much what my sister was telling me. The one that was like, okay, I know what that is, whatever. My other sister though was like, could not function. She didn't want to sleep, and it's just different levels how people take things. But this figure was the real deal. Yeah. This was Slender Man. Yeah. And when this was relayed to me, I told Isaac, well, this is what Doug's talked about. Doug's talked about this. All these entities or whatever it is, it's just part of what's out there in the world. This is what, this is what's hidden from us. It's nothing new, but it's just what we've been going through in my family. It's just, you see the stages where people are in their life as far as the relationship with God or even with their family, it's one of those things where, I acknowledge it and I know it's there. But at the same time, I told Isaac, there's just a lot of stuff we don't know that's been going on, even in the area that we live at. It's just what you talked about last transmission about the Homestead Act, where all this land was given, all this blood was shed.
Thank you.
All of that. It's just part of. It's just what we have to deal with in this country. That our own soil is soaked in the blood and agony of all these First Nations people. That this is what we get, and I have to talk. And this is what I take from it is, this is what we're paying, and whatever these entities are, like what I relate to you about the Wendigo that my parents encountered. This is not a secret. This is not, at least not to me. This is something that I have to understand And I told him that it's just the tip of the iceberg, you know. And I told him this is why Doug, you know, parties, and he doesn't want to remember a lot of stuff because it's not healthy. But you have to know what's out there, you know.
Yes.
And as long as you know, try to stay centered and understand that, you know, we're fragile as human beings. You know, people see these entities and go crazy, you know. You know, that's where I try to, especially people that have hurt me, try to show mercy on them and not, you know, keep my foot on their neck, or try to, because it's not conducive to the life that I want to live. I think if I was that way, I couldn't, you know, show that same love to even someone like you, Doug, that's done a lot, you know, you've done a lot for humanity. But I take it personally because I feel like you've done a lot for me. And I think as a human being, I want to reciprocate that, because you of all people can say fuck the world, and you'd be in your own right to, you know. You've experienced a lot of pain, and you know, it's a miracle. I even told you, this is a miracle you're not in a mental institution. It's a miracle, you know, that you are still, you know, in a somewhat healthy mindset where you can articulate, you know, the history that you want to remember. And the key word is want, and even the timing, you know. So in that case, you know, I try to, you know, even, you know, correct myself, because it's one of those things where, you know, it affects me in a sense of my family, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
And it's the good things that you give to the world, especially the people that do good to you, you know. You want to reciprocate that and understand that, you know, life's too short. And whether it's this Ukraine bullshit we're going through, or it's the global warming, or, you know, or the civil war that's about to kick off, you have to smile the roses and reciprocate that love that people show you. Well, you know, and Doug, your transmissions are part of that. You know, 12 hours is 12 hours. It's nothing to sneeze at. You know, it's one of those things where I try to understand that, you know, there is people out there that care. It's just, you know, whether you want to acknowledge it or not, somebody is going to benefit from it, and somebody's going to recognize it. So, you know, I try to reciprocate that. But that's pretty much it. That Slender Man story, though, was crazy. I couldn't even. It was crazy, but at the same time, I'm not surprised, because to me, with my family, we're going through so much turmoil that I wouldn't be surprised if that negative energy, whatever it is, you attract, and negativity attracts negativity, in my opinion. So, you know, that certain person that was there, I have a lot of strife with, and I'm not surprised she saw that. You know, maybe it was an omen to her that she needs to, you know, kind of get right with yourself, and get right with the people that love you and the pain that you caused. Yeah. Because, you know, it's just, we have a lot of love in my family, but when we butt heads, and it's very toxic. It's very nuclear, to say the least. But
I would interpret it more as there's a vulnerability. In other words, your family has been left somewhat open, or certain family members have been left open. And because they're vulnerable and open through this stress, this strife, that entity can insert itself in their space. It invades their space. This is like something that I will try to contextualize it more when I'm done refreshing myself. But what I'm going to do is, in a few minutes, I want to make certain that you and I have got things kind of settled here. I want you to know your sound quality has improved immensely. So all the while that you took the trouble that you did to kind of do whatever you did, you know, before you talked about the Slender Man incident, all the sound quality changed to a much higher quality, and so we were able to hear everything, and that's what's important. That's really good. And but aside from that, you may remember that I put the Slender Man in context before, and we will I'll go back to that when I return. But obviously, I'm just so glad that you were available because, understandably, it was Easter, and I hadn't even I forgot entirely just how the evangelical crowd takes this seriously. Depending on which schism. I mean, obviously there are evangelicals. Yeah, there are evangelicals who hate Easter because they feel it's pagan. I'm glad you don't fall into that crowd, really, to tell you the truth, because I think that
we don't have snakes. I don't worship snakes or do all that. No, that's not really what I practice or do. It's just it is. I'm a Apostolic Pentecostal, but what I'm trying to say is, and I know what you're trying to get to. I'm aware of that. I'll put it to that way. Okay, Go ahead, Doug.
Oh, yeah, no. And of course, but we all knew that. Because obviously, Mr. Romero or his twin brother, they've never been the kind to do what such people do, which is, break out into kind of like almost a mania. You can get people can get very manic talking. Yeah. And, yeah.
If you don't allow me to.
Please.
See, Doug, this is one of the things that I've had to learn about you, okay? And I've picked up on you, okay? You being, you're only 20 years older than me, okay? I'm 35, okay? So I'm not that far away from you, okay?
Far enough, but go on. A generation away, okay. Yes, but go on.
Okay, yes, but I mean, Doug, at the end of the day, 40s are on the corner for me, okay? I'm not a spring chicken. I'm a spring chicken, but I'm not spring.
Understood. Got it. No, he's a full-grown rooster by now, people. Yeah, he's quite the cock. Right. Yes, go on.
Right. No pun intended, I'm sure. But what I mean is, even talking to JMO, okay, you can be a Christ follower, you can love God, Christ is Lord and Savior. Just don't be a maniac about it, and don't be a bigot. And you don't know people's story, you don't know people's situation. Even when JMO relates to me about his experience with that, I have to respect it. And I'm not JMO. I can't tell JMO my story because he's not me. And even you, Doug, like I was talking to you about with my significant other today, and she asked me certain questions like, well, why does your friend just talk about history, and why does he talk about this country? And I said, look, mija, this country is really fucked up. And it's not that he wants to talk about it. Believe me, Doug does not want to talk about it. But this is Doug's profession as far as what he was. Doug has another life. That's one of the reasons why I like Doug and respect him, because he has his female partners, he has his escorts, he has his dates, he does other things. He's not some loser, that doesn't have a life. He has something outside. It's just, you have to understand, in his paradigm, what I like about Doug is he can still talk to people. He can interact with people. He has a sense of humor. He can laugh. Yes, does he make fun of me as far as my background? But I know it's coming from a place where it's healthy, because
thank you.
You need to interact with people that have some type of normality. I have my problems, but at the same time, if I want to be a blessing to somebody, I'm not going to tell Doug, well, Doug, why don't you tell your adopted son to give you money? It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. No. How about this? Why don't I'm a blessing to Doug? Why don't I contribute to him? Why don't I send him a care package? Because that's not how the adult world works, okay? I don't know if I'm making sense, but
absolutely.
In other words, if I care, that means I'm going to do something about it. Just like Doug had to do something about the Presidio. Just like Doug had to do about the Marine Corps depot bullshit that was going on. Just like he took the initiative. Just like he did in Saudi Arabia with the girls. I talked to her about that. I had to talk to her a little bit of it. I didn't want to go into detail because maybe one day you can talk to her. if she's up for it. But what I'm trying to tell you is because, I'm trying not to tell a man's story that's not my story. Just, you brush over it a little bit, and that's about it. What I'm trying to say is, if you want to help Doug, or if you want knowledge from him, that's great. But you need to reciprocate that, because it gets tiring. Okay, I've been through it where you want to help people, but people don't want to help you, and it gets tiring and it gets annoying, And you're human, and that's one of the things that I do respect about you. You can humanize yourself and be vulnerable. Not that you care what people think about you, but in a sense, you're reaching the right people that are supposed to hear this information.
Yes.
And it's one of those things where, it's helped me a lot. And obviously with boundaries, I'm not going to cross some boundaries with you as far as your personal life, because I know you, but I don't know you, and you're still a man, and
yes,
as men, you got to respect each other as far as boundaries, and just keep it healthy, because if that's what I can be, then I'm going to do that, because that's just really what I want to be, and that's how I want to be treated. But anyways,
absolutely. That's beautiful. I deeply appreciate that, and I thank you for the courage in also sharing what your family's been through, what you were talking about with your significant other, and I appreciate her questions. And just so people know, she honestly helped me with these 2 warmers that I desperately needed. They arrived at exactly the right time. It was truly divine, and it definitely is keeping me warm even now. It's like Sammy says, we're used to it being very hot in California. San Francisco is different. It's always usually generally freezing. But when it comes to Los Angeles, of course, when it went down to 60 degrees, that was cold for them. In San Francisco, we're lucky if it's that. So they sent me these 2 wonderful warmers. The idea apparently was that of his significant other, and then Sammy helped us make it happen. Now, somebody just said, "Be right back." I take it that's Jameson, or is that you're Sammy? Sammy, you're still with us, right?
yes,
No,
yes.
Okay. So
Can you hear me?
Jameson, yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. I'm here.
Oh, okay. So
that was me.
Oh, okay.
That was me. I'm gonna have to step out for a second. Okay.
Oh, okay. Just let us know when you're back. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
And,
All right. Bye-bye.
and so what? So Jameson. Oh God. So can you hold the stage yourself? I'm going to refresh myself and kind of leave it to you for a matter of minutes. By the way, Peter Moon, he wrote me a message where. Basically this is what he said. So let's take a look at what Peter
This got to be something amusing.
Yeah, he was basically apparently he was listening. Now, by the way, Peter Moon is definitely counting on the fact that his interacting with Salah has really expanded his audience, and he brings that audience with him. So when he was thinking of them listening to the opening hour, and of course things worked out the way they did today, where I'm busy like tucking in the sheets in every corner so I can bounce a quarter off my bed, just so I can feel comfortable the rest of the night while I'm sitting here for 12 hours talking to people. Oh shit! As a matter of fact, I'm going to just show this to our man, Mr. Jameson Reese. So let me turn on the share screen here, and don't read this aloud. So here you go.
I'm fairly certain this will give me a chuckle.
Yeah, could you see this? Okay. So our man Jameson is going to be reading that. My compliments, by the way, on the SpongeBob combination with the.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, I understand. Yeah. Well, that could be qualified because
Is there some way you can kind of contextualize that for the rest of us? But I noticed how he said he's really paid you a compliment here about your speaking. So,
Well, I think the problem, the issue with the dialogue was the fact that PATÄR was just coming out of a sickness, because there was like I think they had gotten ill with something.
The whole family. So he was like George Knight.
Yeah, they're not feeling well, so so the conversation's going to be a little more basic. I mean, again, there's only so much I can do while sort of restraining myself. You get what I'm saying? So I can't go.
I thought maybe Pac-1 was going real negative and talking about depressing things or something like that.
No. I guess Peter just didn't vibe with whatever we were talking about, which was just basic stuff. We were just because we usually just, you say that to fill the opening hour with trivia, so it's not like we're like covering.
But by the way, you don't need to take that as gospel. You don't need to take that as gospel. Obviously, I said the two of you can vent most of the time.
Yeah. Well, Peter should be, just. If I were to vent, it would be
Well, it's different with you. It's different with
There's a reason why I don't vent.
Yeah.
So
there's your average guy's venting, and then there's Jameson Reese venting. Okay. Jameson Reese venting is what makes you effectively unemployable in a conventional environment. Okay.
Yes, it's the reason why I cast. It's the reason why I practice what I practice, because that gives me an outlet. Although, one can argue that I'm trying to make the world a better place, which I do think I'm trying to do. I mean,
Oh, by the way, Veronica Barrera says, "Have a blessed Easter, Douglas and everyone, with hands clasped in prayer and plenty of stars." So, thank you, honey. Buenos noches a todas, Senora Veronica Barrera. Love you dearly. And
but the thing is, like, when it comes to filling people in as to what's going on with me, my life is uninteresting to people because my life is mostly internal. It's mostly in my head. I'm an introvert. So I'm not going to have a lot of experiences to be able to bounce off of people. Most of my time is spent alone, of course.
No, by the way, since a big chunk of your tooth came off and enough for you to save to go to the dentist with, and like myself, we've both had breaks that are not in pain. I do want people to understand that in my case, I don't know the case with Jameson.
I actually brushed the nerve. I was brushing my teeth and the nerve just came out in sync. So, like, I brushed the nerve out of my tooth. Somehow. I didn't feel a thing.
Okay, well then that would imply that your tooth is necrotic. Do you know what that means?
Probably is. That means I'm going to die if I do not.
No, it means it's the teeth. There's all kinds of people that happens to. When a tooth is necrotic, it's beyond infection. You don't need to worry at that point. It means your tooth died inside long time ago. It's basically mummified.
Right. So it's basically like my heart.
Well, I don't know about that, but the one thing is, we don't know if your tooth is necrotic. It would strike me that that's the case if you had some pulpy shit fall out of your mouth and you're convinced that that's the nerve. But you need to see a dentist anyway. You need to see a dentist anyway.
Yeah, I do. It was something that I wasn't like really able to. Well, it's not that I wasn't able to do it. It's that I wasn't willing to do it with the COVID thing. But now that I already got it, I might as well get it out the way.
Yeah.
So I'm going to set an appointment tomorrow. I'm not going to go tomorrow, of course, because they have this whole pre-screening thing, and they're probably going to have me take a COVID test, which, I don't know who I'm going to pay for that. And I still haven't even gotten my blood work done for, like, the medical doctor who I saw, like, last month. So, I mean, a lot of backed up stuff. But
anyhow, so that thank you. Yeah, for people who are asking me questions about my tooth, the gaps in my tooth now, I'm not talking about between the teeth. I mean, on this back upper molar, are the backmost upper molar on the right hand side are enormous. These are just enormous chunks have fallen out of my tooth. The tooth is not necrotic, so this means that eventually my juicy pulp and nervous tissue will be exposed. So I do need to get this taken care of by a dentist, which means I'm going to probably be paying through the ass for transportation. That's essentially what kills me. Then there may be charges from the dentist. I can't imagine that they'll be over much, but obviously it's something that needs to be taken into account, so I do need your help. And we'll see what can be arranged at all. When I was talking to the receptionist at UCSF, which by the way is almost impossible to reach, and it took a lot of effort on my part to reach the receptionist at UCSF Dental, then he was claiming, oh, and you come here, if I were to just go into the emergency, that they would do nothing but give me medication, which is not. They can't give me medication for anything. They can't do something like give me antibiotics because I don't have an infection, and they can't give me painkillers because I'm not really in pain, and they wouldn't give you much. They give you lame ass painkillers anyway. But the point is that what he said makes no sense. So obviously he had to have the dentist call me back so they could arrange for an appointment so something can be done. But in the interim, what I can say is whatever is going to happen, money's going to be involved. So I do need help. This was, of course, bordering on the supernatural. I'm getting a lot of stupid questions about the nanotechnology, the nanoplasma. I've explained this before. This is not a fucking movie with Vin Diesel where he plays the Nano Man. You know, Bloodspot. What was it called again? Bloodshot.
Oh,
Bloodshot
I
was
don't
the
even
character.
know. I wonder what I don't even want to think about what that guy does in his free time since he's a Navy. He's an ex-Navy SEAL.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go. And then you've got... yeah, who's that other clown? You know, poor bastard. The old man, Bruce Willis, you know, finally came out with expressive asphasia. And there you have that. I won't speak ill of him because, you know, he's got expressive aphasia. That's what my mother suffered after a catastrophic brain injury. So where
what is that?
Expressive asphasia means that you can formulate the thoughts, but you can't express them. So they come out sounding as if you're not really expressing yourself well. My mother was able to express herself to a degree. Bruce Willis is probably worse off than she was in that regard.
Yeah.
Judging by his dialogue in film. But when it comes to what we're dealing with in the case of what was I talking about? The teeth. Then I was talking about quote unquote nanoplasma. The people asking me about that. Why doesn't this like put you together? Like obviously this is something in my bloodstream. It cannot reach out with little arms and pick up pieces of body that fall out like.
This is the problem with people getting their education from movies.
Thank you.
Don't do it.
Yes,
you can't learn anything from Hollywood.
Thank you. When you see Vin Diesel as the character Bloodshot, okay, at that point. You're not talking about somebody who's a living human being anyway. You're talking about somebody who's a ambulatory mass of self-assembling Lego blocks is how they're portraying him in the film. It's just ridiculous. I mean, this is like, how do they... It's one thing that the nanobots might intrinsically put things back together again that have fallen apart to the degree that they can reach for them. But how do the parts like defy gravity and pull each other back together again? When somebody's being blown apart and then the parts reassemble by gravity, like they're defying gravity, like they have their own gravity. Then
yes, like they're anti-gravity essentially. I mean, I can understand if you had to roll over the area where all that dust was and reassemble yourself like that, but I mean, they're not even doing that.
No, they're reassembling themselves in midair. It's like he's being blown apart and then reassembling in midair. Okay, this is like it's not even at that point. You're out of the realm of normal physics. You're out.
Yeah, at that point, you're Bollywood. You're Bollywood at that point.
Thank you.
Because I remember watching this Indian movie with this guy. He's like, is he supposed to be some kind of robot? And
right. I bet we saw the same film. Is that where like he can turn into hundreds of different robots and then he can roll over people like a steamroller, all this other shit? Yeah. Yes. Just,
oh my gosh, it's just fucking hilarious.
No,
it's this is what people think reality is.
Yes, stop watching. Anyhow, you can't stop watching films because they're entertaining, right? So people watch them to be distracted. Okay, just don't count on that for anything real. You're just like, yeah. All right. So when it comes to this, just understand this. No, my teeth cannot reassemble themselves. It's not the way it works. And again, the reason that this problem arose, I can tell you exactly why, was because, hopefully Sammy will come back soon so I don't leave Jameson alone to hold the stage, but yeah, I'm sure he can do that otherwise. And he's got his new Lucifuge. How do we pronounce this? Lucifuge Reese? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And, but at any rate, Lucifuge, So we've got this situation where how I got to be this way was it was the lung collapses. So what happened was the nano plasma, by the way, was decisive there. I'm certain I would be dead without that factoring into what happened with my lungs. It's not that they could reassemble the lungs or get the lungs propped back up. That was done with surgery, but otherwise, once things are reconnected, they do help with the healing. So that happened. I mean, I saw this article just the other day. In fact, it was just yesterday I saw it, and it was the most frightening thing I've seen in a long time. Something that personally frightens me. Oh my God, some poor black woman looks older and, not in the best of shape. And the opening line is, she was hospitalized for COVID months ago. Her only ticket out now is a new pair of lungs. I like, holy shit, I never want to catch this shit. Just over 10% of lung transplants performed in the last year have been COVID related. Prior to COVID, most of these transplants were needed because of chronic disease. So, man, you don't want this shit. This is like, holy.
Unless you're like a fucking Olympic athlete, or you're someone who walks a bazillion miles a day like me, who somehow recovered miraculously with no shortage of breath. And in fact, oddly enough, I'm moving faster than ever before. Yeah, that's how you know I'm Cthulhu, folks.
So it's like this. They said from the beginning of the pandemic, the coronavirus has had a predilection for going deep into the lungs and causing scarring. Patients hospitalized for COVID for many months can strain hospital resources. In addition to staffing required to monitor the machines 24 hours a day, it takes up to 6 people, 2 to 3 times a day, to get a person on ECMO up, out of the bed, and moving to at least a nearby chair. This helps keep patients' strength up to a level necessary to even be a candidate for lung transplantation. You have to be able to mobilize to even be considered for a lung transplant. I mean, fuck this shit. I mean, this is like, no.
Get your fucking boosters, folks. I mean, if you don't get the boosters, then it's on you.
Yeah.
If you want to be a non-ambulatory cadaver, then hey, I mean, I wouldn't want to do it.
Thank you. I was through all this stuff already. I was on chest tubes and everything. And I did not get a lung transplant. So the fact that when they did the surgery to reestablish my lungs as stapled to my rib cage, then after that, it's like the nanobots took over. So it does work like that. Your average person, this would never have lasted this long. So once they were back up, it was fine, because my lungs were scarred. They were scarred from chemical weapons. So even that was taken care of to a degree. The other thing that I want people to understand was during that period of time, however, the agony, the pain was excruciating, just indescribable. And the pain of having the collapsed lungs, unable to be reinflated, the chest tubes, everything else was such that the doctors concluded that nobody could ever be in such pain, that it was literally physically impossible for anyone to experience that amount of pain. So they refused to prescribe painkillers. So I just went for months without painkillers and just was clenching my ass cheeks hard enough to crush ball bearings. And my jaw was equally clenched. And so when they finally unhinged my jaw so they could go inside to perform the surgery on my lungs, and then reinserted my jawbone onto where it belongs on my skull, then my jaw muscles at that point had, as I learned to rehabilitate, to masticate, to chew again. Masticate means chew, for those who don't know. It's not a self-satisfying action. Well, unless you consider chewing such. But
unless you're Derek Talley.
Yeah, there you go. And when I was, basically my jaw muscles became so overdeveloped that they're like an iron vice grip themselves. And so I have to, when I go to sleep, make certain that I don't grind my teeth by kind of, making certain I loosen my jaw up. This doesn't imply I'm maneuvering it with my hands. It just means that I kind of like hang my mouth open without opening my mouth while I sleep, and then my skull relaxes. You have to relax your face, really.
That's probably how my tooth got chipped, because I grind my teeth when I sleep.
There we are. So, but nevertheless, how can that happen on the same day, Friday going into Easter weekend, you know, for you and I, the fact that happened for both of us. It's
that superposition state, man. Maybe it had to do with that fucking, I don't know. I was working. I mean, I was looking up these Calabi Yao spaces, which is something in mathematics. It's something in geometry, but basically, this is something that also has a sort of occult relevance. And I created that like really groovy design that I sent you. You saw it, right? The sort of art piece I did. I hope that had nothing to do with it, but I don't think
such
so.
Being said, at any rate, my point was that basically my jaws get very tight, and even though I do what I do and loosen them up before sleeping, and when I wake up, they seem to be loose enough. Obviously, there's some grinding going on. Certainly, I woke up to that. Yesterday, I woke up to that when I woke up after kind of falling asleep I don't really sleep, I die and reanimate. But when I woke up, I did notice that I was grinding at the back tooth. So that probably led towards this, and that's because my jaw is just so powerfully clamped in its own way. They were recommending the dentist that I try one of those mouthpieces to insert in myself, not like those CPAPs. There's something that would just be like a, what did they call it? Mouth brace?
Like a retainer?
Yeah, just sleep at night so you don't grind your teeth. That might save your teeth. Yeah, well, that certainly comes into play now, doesn't it? I just want them to fix the tooth. Honestly, the point is that I can't imagine myself wearing something like that. The CPAP is just out of the question.
Well, yeah, I still have to wait for another machine. I had to register that yesterday. My mom had to like totally remind me because I wouldn't have done it.
Mm-hmm. But you need one? They said you needed one?
Yeah.
They tell that everyone to that. I mean,
no. Well, the thing is, I stop breathing 7 times every 30 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah,
I would have been severe, but I was like 1 point to, so I'm still like moderate risk. And my mom's talking about someone she knew who died at the age of 50 in his sleep, and I was thinking, holy shit!
Yeah, you don't
I'm
want
gonna
that.
die in my sleep.
Oh God, yeah, no, you don't want
And
that.
then I was thinking about that. I was like, hey, don't really want to die in my sleep.
There we are. Thank you. Yeah, maybe if it was something like that, I'd be forced to try it. But you know, honestly, the tooth brace or whatever they were talking about, I forgot what it was, mouth guard or something. It's like I can't imagine myself sleeping with that. I mean, that's just fuck it. At any rate, okay. All that being said, people are kind of caught up on the stupid shit, the stuff that makes life miserable. Other than that, you know, that's Jameson. Try and hold the stage. See if you can bring anyone else on, including Penny Bradley. You know, give it a few more tries, and then if Sammy comes back, that's great. See if you can hold it a little while. I'll refresh myself, and then you know, come back and try and meander my way towards you know, monologue. Doug F.
All right.
610 says, "Hey Doug from California. Remember meeting in Vegas during Bundy episode?" Maybe. I mean, yeah, maybe. And so this might be the young gentleman who was wheelchair bound that I met. If so, hi. That's the only person I can think of. What comes to mind? It might be somebody else. So if so, let me know. And anyhow, hello. Other than that, Jameson will hold the stage for a bit. I mean, God knows we've come a long way so far. We've made it into the middle of the 6th hour. You know, a quarter of way into the 6th hour. And but Jameson, you know, what give me a hint? What is it?
Well, we do have Penny Bradley on now.
Oh, thank God. Hey, Penny. Hi, honey. How have you been? Oh, that's fascinating.
How have I been? I have been bitchy. Just ask my friends on Facebook.
Cool. I mean, that's...
I have a few that are on the verge of being unfriended and blocked because they are so rude to me on my own wall.
I'm so sorry. Oh my God! And your voice sounds like you.
And that was the mood why I didn't answer the call earlier.
Okay.
I figured I was too cranky to be on air.
Oh well, hey, we don't mind your bitching and moaning and catharting. I mean, you're welcome to cuss the world out. I mean, honestly, that's fine.
I had a guest scheduled for Saturday who decided to tell me Thursday night that I was a Nazi and he wanted nothing to do with me.
Oh my God, that's awful. I mean,
so it's been all week.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry.
All effing week.
Oh my God. You know what? I'm gonna have you basically kind of take over, but I just need to say something to some of the people in.
Do you have a topic you're not gonna yell at me about afterwards?
honey, it's not like that. It really isn't. I mean, oh my God, please. Yeah. Anyhow, so Chris Collins. By the way, I want you can speak to this. By the way, as for Doug F610, he was saying teapot. That doesn't ring any memory bells. I'm sorry. Maybe he's the guy who gave me the tea collection or something. Some tea stuff, teapot. Maybe he's the guy who gifted me that. That's fine. I remember this older white guy giving me that. But hi. Chris Collins says concerning the CPAP. Here's what Chris Collins says about the CPAP, and I agree with him. I think a lot of people are misdiagnosed, and they're just forcing them to get these machines, and then they're making money off it because
the machines are killing people because they're giving people fucking cancer because of the freaking because of the CFL stuff they put in there.
Oh, Penny will speak to this then. Penny, yeah. But Penny,
my machine was, my machine.
I use a CPAP, by the way.
Yeah. That's why I said Penny will cover this.
I do as well, but mine was affected by the recall that Philips had because Philips, their CPAP machines were basically they had this.
The term is carcinogenic if they're causing cancer.
It had this carcinogenic chemical, and I still am going to get my lungs checked out. And oh fuck!
All that's in mine is distilled water, so I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. Carcinogenics.
All right.
I mean, it's just flat distilled water. It comes in a plastic bottle from Walmart. One of the few things I buy from Walmart.
Yeah, could I put this into context? All right. What happens is when that water is heated, it passes through.
But by the way, I'm going to go mute. I'll leave you two guys to this, and I'm sure Penny and yourself can go to town on this. Penny, of course, her life depends on this, and she's very good about it. I've made the point before that I've known people where, yes, there was a lot of, like Chris Collins says, that shit's got to be a scam to some extent. Those places are pushing those machines while, quote unquote, diagnosing everyone. Doug 610 brings up hydrogen water. Is the term he uses. By the way, George Knight says, much love, Douglas. Hugs, George Knight, much love unto you, sir. So, but basically what my friend was saying, who was the veteran worked with the Veterans Administration for a whole career. He was saying that the CPAP, he said the CPAP, when I asked him, oh, what's it like sleeping with a CPAP? He says, oh, same as with everyone else. It stays in the corner of my room where I never put it in my mouth. Because the one time I tried to sleep with it, gale force winds pushed my tongue into the back of my throat and almost choked me to death on my own tongue. So,
Wow.
Yeah.
I never had that.
I have the nasal pillows. They sit there right at the base of my nose, just like the thing that they give you oxygen with. It doesn't go anywhere else. And yes, that's Lou making all kinds of racket in the background. And
hello to Lou. Oh yes. Oh my God.
So it blows air.
Yeah.
So when you stop
and hydrates, and apparently
it keeps
hydrates.
The air blowing through your lungs, so you don't die.
Right. But it's also hydrating, right? So
I'm actually
it's hydrating. So about every 6 hours, I have to get up and go pee.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Humidifier. It's basically like a humidifier for your internals. But this actually goes into your
Have you ever tried one without the humidifier? You dry out so fast that you wake up going,
oh, God. Oh, that would be a nightmare. Oh, my God. Well, honey, honestly, I'm so glad you're here. And so, Jameson, you can just say what you were going to say, and then Penny will take over. And Penny will take over,
yes,
so to
yes,
speak.
yes.
I mean, you'll both have a
Okay.
conversation, but you get my point.
Yeah. Well, with the CPAP gate, basically, they put a sort of cushion in between the area where the air passes through. It's in between where the water is like heated up and where the air passes through and goes out into the tubing and whatnot. And this is meant
the
to
gasket, so it doesn't just blow water everywhere.
Yeah. Well, there's
You're having a problem with the gasket?
No. Please let me explain this. Just give me a second to explain this. All right, there's a piece that they put in that's made of foam, and that particular foam is meant to sort of make it less noisy. This is basically what I learned. And that foam, due to the warm, humid air, sometimes it breaks down. It breaks down over time. And when it breaks down over time, little microscopic particles of that get caught in your lungs. And if enough of that gets in your lungs because your CPAP machine is affected by the recall, you can get lung cancer. It's carcinogenic. So my machine
recall. Okay.
It's called CPAP gate. Look it up. CPAP gate.
Well, mine has not been recalled.
Okay.
And I've been on a CPAP for a full decade, and my lungs are the best they have ever been. My problem is that my brain fucking forgets to breathe.
Oh, yeah, mine too. That's the same problem I have. It's not obstructive. I don't have obstructive what do you call it? Sleep apnea. I have the sleep apnea where my brain just forgets to breathe.
Yeah.
I got the same problem.
And that one's deadly as hell. And I was to the point where my doctor was going to ease me out. And I finally told him, I sit down, I lean my head in against the wall, and I'm asleep. And he goes, well, maybe we ought to test you with a sleep study. And it came out that I stop breathing about every 3 minutes, whether I'm awake or not. But when I'm awake, I make myself breathe again. When I'm asleep, I can't.
Yeah, I got
so the machine does that.
Yeah, I stop breathing like 7 times every 30 minutes or so. It's
yeah. Mine was every 3 minutes average, and you cannot function that way. You get slow oxygen starvation to the brain, you die. So I'm looking at this. I've had an extra 10 years because of this machine. So yeah, I'm a little bit touchy when people start panicking over it. That thing has saved my life.
Yeah, and I will say that my sleep now is really shitty because I can't use the thing, because if I use the thing, I run the risk because mine is affected by the recall. So
if it's affected by the recall, make them send you another one.
Yeah, I already sent them the registration information, so they should get back to me any day now. I did that on Friday. Why did I take so long? I don't know why I took so long. Maybe because I'm going through a lot of shit. I just gave up on life. Okay, that's.
I remember that. I had a hard time dealing with you doing that. Yes, I even gave you access to an entire library of things that should have perked you right up.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm slowly but surely making progress to get back into existing, and hopefully this will be my last lifetime because I'll complete the initiation through the Citra Achara, and basically I just need to write. I need to draw all these sigils down and give my blood to them and do the chants and whatnot, and I'll be done.
Well, I have not taken that approach. That's fine that you have. I'm sure that my tutor would have preferred I'd done that, but I didn't. I read the thing. some of the beings from the Sitra Achra decided to introduce themselves to me. And while I can say I've probably made friends with them, I have not sworn fealty to any of them. I am still me.
I don't think I ever really had what's called a me. But then again, I've never really had time to develop an ego in the sense that most people have.
Well, I don't exactly have one of those overarching egos that screams out, I'm the best.
Well, no, nothing like that.
Although I was accused of that today.
Well, what I mean to say is that I don't have an integrated ego. In other words, we're split into little parts, and each part shows itself based on different emotions and whatnot.
I am split into approximately 2,000 personalities.
I can believe that, because
that was deliberately done to me so that the agencies involved could use each of those little personalities as their own slaves. And I'm in the process of slowly reintegrating those bits so they can no longer be used as slaves. And I've reached a point where I now have enough of it integrated to feel like I'm a me.
Okay, yeah, I rather take the approach of letting a demonic legion in and, just working with them as one. And,
I'm taking the approach of, I got smashed to smithereens. I'm putting the bits together before I add anybody else to the mix.
Well, I never really had that's good. That shows that you had some degree of a central eye, at least.
I had a cover alter who was my face to the normal world. And it was so de-energized that I was basically a mouse. You've seen women that are mice.
Yes,
and
yes.
That's what I was for most of my life. And I was put into the position of this mouse person had kids that I had to advocate to the doctor for them, because what the doctor wanted to do probably would have killed them. And my mother wanted me to kill them. And so I didn't want to kill my kids. So I was stuck in the position of I had to advocate for them in spite of being this mouse person. And it has pushed, and I'm serious, it has pushed me to develop this roar that I would never have had otherwise.
So in a sense, your initiation is basically being a woman, and that's something that we males, unfortunately, we have to go through this whole. Oh my gosh, well, we men are inferior anyway, but that's just because
most of y'all don't believe that.
I do. I see it. Oh my.
Okay, so
listen,
I'm in the position of I had to be a submissive person to fit into the culture. And then once I embraced obedience and submission, then I suddenly had to be in a position of advocating for truly defenseless people. And I had to find my roar. And now that I found it, everybody thinks I'm a bitch. And I really get angry when I have to roar, because I've done enough work. I've proven myself enough times. I should not keep having to roar just to get basic respect.
I agree with you.
Thank you. Because that's the anger this week, is that I'm having to be a bitch just to get basic respect. people not coming on my wall and dumping on me, people not calling me names because they finally did their homework and saw what the name of my show was 3 weeks after they agreed to be on.
I'm guessing most of these were males, if not all of them.
Let me think about it. There was one woman and the rest were males.
Yeah, why am I not surprised? It's this is what I was saying. There's something wrong with the Y chromosome. Of course, you know, me saying this to you and Douglas, I'd be preaching to the choir, but yeah, there is something really wrong with men. I don't know what it is.
The worst part is I like men. I just want to be treated with respect. And it feels like I'm not asking that much of them because they treat each other with respect.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I never had a problem with women treating me with disrespect, but I've had problems with men being disrespectful to me. And unfortunately for me, you know, I am a man, so my first reaction to men who do that is I want to use them as a punching bag. And
well,
unfortunately, we have rules against that.
3-4 times. The first time you woke me up, I was asleep because I was just exhausted from the show yesterday. And those who follow my show, I did have someone else scheduled, and my guest, Joseph Powell, came on with literally a day's notice and gave a perfect performance, and I'm just gobsmacked he did so well. So he treats me with respect, always. And he will always be welcome on my show because of that.
That's good to hear. I mean, and that's a rare thing to find, but it's definitely a good thing to hear.
Well, it probably helps that in our joint service out there, I blew up his head. So he's a little bit scared of me.
You did what?
I blew up his head.
I
have abilities. You didn't know that?
Oh, I knew you had abilities, but blowing people's heads up. Oh,
it's
man.
Actually pretty easy if you have the ability. What I did was I focused on that fluid that surrounds the pineal gland and heated it up. You heat that fluid and it just explodes the entire head. It only takes about 15 minutes. He was bullying me and had given me an illegal order. He was my commander in that particular situation. And he had given me an illegal order that would have killed me. And I considered it self-defense.
Yeah,
so,
well, I don't blame you.
Because there is regeneration technologies in that particular black op, as soon as I knew he was dead, I took the pieces and put him into regen. So my intention was not to kill him. My intention was to defend myself so that he would respect me afterwards. And he has. He hasn't always been happy about it. But I just before I came on here, I put a post on my Facebook wall saying, if your posts or comments on my wall make me mad enough, I want to hit you with my cane, I'm unfriending you. Period. I'm tired of being disrespected on my own damn wall.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to be disrespected on your own wall. It's actually quite incredible that someone would take the time to friend someone and all of a sudden just be disrespectful. I don't understand what it is.
This particular instance, I've been doing the research between my family tree on Ancestry.com that I've had since 2005 and the people who have memories of serving in space, like me. Now, this came up because Max Spears, in his very first interview, said that it was the Merovingians who were being targeted for these black ops. Well, I found them on both sides of my family tree. Everybody that I know from these programs that has done a family tree has found a connection to the families that are Merovingian.
Now, can you explain to me who the Merovingians are?
They were Frankish warlords who broke through the barrier of the Roman Empire in about 300 AD. And they came rushing into Gaul, and according to today's historians, they trashed the place. The truth is, they came in, they beat the knights, they beat the local aristocracy, they married the guy's daughters. So that gave them rulership through marriage. So they became the legitimate rulers, the traditional way of marrying the daughter of the king. They left most of the culture intact. The common people still spoke Latin. Nobody was screwed over. It was just they became the kings instead of the Romans.
I see. And what area of Europe would we be talking about?
In today's terms, we would be talking about Belgium, Netherlands, northern France, down into, some of it was as far east as Austria, but these were Germanic tribes. The warlords all learned Latin because they had to talk to the people they were taking care of. Now, they started off being pagan. About 5 kings in, there's a guy that we know him as Clovis the First, and he became the first of these guys to be baptized Roman Catholic. And he told the rest of his people, you know, you're going to be Catholic too. They had been what's called Arian, the ones that were Christians. They believed that Jesus was a good person, but he was not a god. And so there was some initial warfare between the two groups, and there were altogether, I think there were 5 Germanic tribes that came through the Roman Empire, and one of them, called the Visigoths, stayed Arian for a very long time. And they were the ones that ended up in North Africa.
Interesting.
Yeah, I've studied this time period because I had ancestors in every one of those tribes. Now, what made this dynasty of Frankish kings important was somewhere along the line, a woman named Sarah Tamar married one of them. Now, the belief is that Sarah Tamar was the daughter of Mary Magdalene by Jesus. And that was what made this particular dynasty important, was they were descended from Jesus. It also made them the targets of the Vatican that rose to power about 100 years after Clovis. In fact, the Vatican put Charlemagne in charge rather than, and then killed off all the Merovingian men. So all of us who are descended from them are descended through their daughters, not their sons, because all the sons were killed.
Ah, it's a matrilineal bloodline.
At this point, yes, it's a matrilineal bloodline. It was matrilineal in the first place because it was the daughter of Mary Magdalene. was who brought that blood into the family. So it's a matrilineal bloodline, which the Catholic Church has been trying to stomp out since the very beginning.
Do you have any evidence that they're still trying to do this? Or have they stopped doing that?
I don't have any current evidence. I do have evidence from up to about 600 years ago, or actually closer to the 1600s is the last time that I have definite proof that the Vatican was trying to stomp out these families.
All right. So,
and that was when the witch burnings finally stopped, was because the witch burnings were actually these families being attacked.
Okay, so that actually leads me right into my next question, which was going to be if these were people with a predominantly negative blood type, or Rh negative blood type.
They're a group they could not tell blood types in those days.
Yeah.
So they went by the phenotype. The expression of the genetic heritage produces a certain appearance, and so they were going after those people.
Oh, but by the way, I just got back. All I caught was they didn't know about blood types in those days. By the way, just to give people a little bit of context here, because I'm kind of like Peter Moon that way. I step in and just you
step in and don't know what we're talking about,
but start talking anyway. Yeah. Yeah. But just to reinforce that reality, I do feel the need to get this out there. Blood types are a fairly recent discovery, and as this young lady says, we didn't know about them until after World War I. It's one of the reasons why so many people in World War I died. By the way, when I brought this up at UCSF, where as people know, I used to bring this up a lot more in the past, and it just hasn't come up in a long time, but just to kind of summarize it as briefly as possible, when I was a care provider for both of my parents, and this probably came up a lot more in the past when I was at Revolution Radio, because, it was much sooner after my parents had died at that time. But when I was doing everything I could to be a better care provider, a quality care provider, an advocate, I was auditing courses through the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute for extended adult education. And they had what they called, at that time, they don't use this term anymore, mini med school, which was provided via the UCSF. And they had MDs lecture who were the highest range of quality in the world in terms of these were Nobel Prize winners, Nobel Prize laureates, and many other professionals at the peak of their profession. And that includes the man who wrote the medical textbook on pharmacology, Dr. Louis Bennett, the man who discovered the prion, who isolated the prion, Stanley Proisner, and many others. So I was able to personally ask these people questions. And when one time this doctor, who was by no means ignorant or stupid, it's simply a lot of people become doctors and they're MDs, right? They're not historians. So even though they teach medical history to a degree, these people are not becoming medical historians. So most of that is quite peripheral, whatever history they learn. So when I brought up the fact that nobody knew about blood types in World War I, he was astonished. He had no idea that that was the case. He actually asked another doctor on site in the middle of the lecture to go just to cross-reference. He found what I said so unbelievable. But that was, and the other doctor I don't think really knew either. But at any rate, it's true. And as a result, they would just give people blood and they hoped it would take. And sometimes it did, and sometimes it didn't. So those were very hard times, a real dark age. With that, I give it back to Penny and to our man, Jameson Reese. Right now, I'm heating myself up a little something to eat so I can slam enough calories in myself to maintain myself when Penny does retire. But right now, I'm glad we're graced with her presence, and hopefully she can extend that, you know, for at least an hour or two. God, that's what I'm hoping to steal from her, out of her life, so that I can make certain I have enough calories in myself to go through tonight, having not eaten just, party foods and snacks, of course, but nothing substantial before I got home. So aside from that, darling, so what were you guys talking about?
Oh, the Merovingian bloodlines.
Oh, the Merovingian bloodline is much more euphonic. But the bloodline from Christ. Yes. So Penny. Oh yes, you gave us a big family tree the other day on Facebook. Does this have something to do with that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It has something to do with the reaction to that.
Okay. And what was...
I shared it because those are the people who are targeted for the Black Ops.
Okay.
For the most part, at least the Black Ops that I was involved in. And
but by the way, to validate what she's saying,
assumed that it was ego.
Got it. To validate what Penny Bradley is saying, there is obviously an obsession in Black Ops with Christ and the crucifixion. Jameson Reese can help testify to this by talking about the Farsight Institute, which was coordinate remote viewers who developed the term coordinate remote viewing to disambiguate themselves from that asshole. Oh God, what was his name again, honey? The guy who was doing the original remote viewing that everybody got acquainted. Ed Dames, to disambiguate themselves from the fraud Ed Dames, the charlatan.
Well, there's Ed Dames and there's Ingo Swann and there's...
Thank you. But of course, what I'm saying is the majority of the people in the world knew of Ingo Swann, but Ingo Swann wasn't really marketing in the sense that Ed Danes was. So to disambiguate themselves from Ed Danes, who had kind of privately copyrighted the term remote viewing, even though he shouldn't have been able to because it was a government term, a federal term. It's simply a term. But he basically copyrighted it, so they developed the term coordinate remote viewing. And of course, they were run by an old white guy. This is actually something that matters to Jameson Reese and myself and any minority, because he had a fetish for young black women that he was always hiring and presumably fucking. To
add context to that, his son is half black, half white, and
I had no idea.
and I suppose his mother was his son's mother is African, so he does have a thing for black women.
Okay, there we are. And he always had these young, attractive black women helping him with his psychic visions, but his trip was going back and seeing the crucifixion and then creating this whole mythology that was based on Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and the Passover plot. And, this is the same stuff that was plagiarized for both the Da Vinci Code and Caesar's Messiah later, decades later. And he was just, regurgitating all that bullshit. So it was part of PSYOP, but their fascination is with Christ as well. The Montauk chair, Stuart Sverdlow, who Peter Moon lived with for a number of years, said he was set back in time to assassinate Christ, but ultimately wound up taking his blood back so that it could be used to clone Christ and create the Antichrist. So, I mean, there's obviously the Black Ops.
One question. All right. Do they have an obsession with people of negative blood types?
Yes, that too. So
would one of the reasons? I'm only asking this shit because as we all know, I'm someone who's stalked regularly. Of course, this was occurring before I was affiliated with yourself. Understood. Well before I was affiliated with yourself, and I just want to understand, why, and it's starting to make sense now because my mother is a negative blood type.
Yeah.
And I'm a positive blood type, so I probably might carry a recessive trait of it.
Understood. But obviously my mother was also a negative blood type, which I inherited, but then my polarity of blood changed when I received that full body nanoplasma transfusion at the age of 14. So with Penny Bradley, I'm just reinforcing and validating what you're saying, that there is an obsession that the deep state has with Christ and the Christ bloodline. So by all means, take the stage over again. Thank you.
So my only question is, what is it they hope to achieve anyway? Well, who knows? I mean,
Is Penny with us?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went and got my dinner because the button went off while you were talking.
Oh, okay. So that's what happened.
So,
yes. So you heard what I was saying, though, right?
yeah.
Oh, good, good, good. So, honey, by all means, take the stage.
I don't agree with you on all the details, but I never do. And I am from.
But honey,
I am from that bloodline. So
What? I mean, why? I mean, like what's there to disagree with about the details? I mean, I'm just saying that this, this Farsight dude is doing his trip.
okay, my tutor that I talk about that has been teaching me for the last 12 years.
Yeah.
He believes that there was a real Jesus that was the real progenitor of this bloodline.
I've always said that.
Yeah. He
He really buys into it, and
I've always said that.
I had reached the point that I did not believe he existed. And this guy spent, I guess, about 3 years indoctrinating me that this guy was real and that's why this bloodline matters. And it was seriously amusing listening to him.
But honey, don't you realize that I've always said that?
Yeah, we were just talking about Courtney Brown and his Farsight bullshit.
Yeah.
The group that my tutor is affiliated with was affiliated with Nicholas DeVere and Lawrence Gardner, who were the sources of the information in the Dan Brown sets.
I mean, they were probably conveyors of, shall we say, they probably called themselves experts and acted as consultants, but
actually, Nick DeVere found boxes of documents in his
is this the same guy
attic.
There's like, this might be the guy. Is this guy who was affiliated with Tracy Twyman? Because the name sounds okay. Yeah, that's.
Wait, Dan Brown was affiliated with Tracy
No.
Twyman?
This other guy, DeVree. His name is
actually Nick was supposed to have died 5 years or so ago.
Okay. Yeah, he was. I have my own differences with him, and I have my own differences with Tracy Twyman. I try not to talk too much about Tracy Twyman because I don't have that much positive to say. And the reality is that Crystal River, who I try to stay on the good side of, has a soft spot.
I try to stay on her good side too.
Good, yeah, there we are. Good. Have you spoken to her recently? She hasn't.
Our, how do I put this politely? Our operating mythos don't overlap very much. So I try to stay on friendly terms without offending her, which means I don't talk about much of anything.
Oh, okay. By the way, the term to use would be modus operandi. In other words, your methods of operation are very different and apparently...
No, our core beliefs.
Oh, your core beliefs. Okay. Oh, okay. At any rate, yeah, so, like, what was I going to say about her again? It was, that kind of threw me off. Yeah, trying to stay on her good side. At any rate, so that was it, Tracy Twyman. So, yes, I tried not to say too much about Tracy Twyman. And, she's got a soft spot for Tracy because, she basically knew her till the moment that she died. And they were in a fairly intensive correspondence. It was something similar on the level of emotional bonding and intensity that she had with Max Spears. So I can understand and I appreciate that. Try to respect that. But Tracy Twyman was originally a blood elitist. In other words, she felt that she was convinced by this De Vries guy, or what's his name again? Correct pronunciation for his name, claimed to be a descendant of Dracula in his bloodline as well. De Vere, yes. So
now be nice because he's a cousin of mine.
Okay.
Didn't he? Wait a minute. Did the name sounds familiar? Did he write a book about vampires by any chance?
No, he wrote a book about
yes.
magic. Well, kind of vampires. But yeah.
Yes. That rings a bell because I was reading the book. He doesn't spell it like vampire. He spells it with a Y in it for some reason, and
why do that?
He's British.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, he differentiates it from the vampires you speak of, Douglas.
Yeah, of
he sees them as people who have reincarnated, basically. People who've survived first death and managed to come back here, and that was I read partially through that, and I never got to finish it.
Yeah, he's very elitist, and as it was Tracy Twyman, and they believe that only people of the bloodline that they're a part of could practice magic. That no one else could practice magic, so that magic was inaccessible to everyone else. By the way, anybody who knows me knows that I'm not into magic in the sense of, say for instance, Jameson Reese. This is something that has been an enormous part of my life for a number of different reasons. But obviously, people know I don't spend my time casting spells and going through grimoires as a thing. But this was an individual who did, and he was saying it simply is inaccessible to people who are not of the blood. So this was very much a bloodline elitism that was conveyed by them. So just a fair warning in that regard to everyone. Knowing, of course, that he may be a cousin. Now, of course, we all have relatives that there's certain relatives we can't stand. But Penny, apparently you respect this person, and he apparently was a kind of teacher.
He had a high school. He had a high school education, and he found boxes of documents in his attic, and he went through and got them translated from Latin into English, and having an ego the size of Mount Everest.
Thank you for admitting that.
He went completely off the deep end.
Thank you.
I do believe that underneath all the Drama King stuff, that he has a core thesis that has some validity to it.
Okay. Yeah. But I hope you also understand that I was never saying anything antithetical to what you were saying. That you do understand. I'm presuming you believe there was a historical Christ. Or is that not the case?
I got to the point where I believe it's like an 80% probability.
By the way, that would not be, I just want you to know, that would not be a decisive factor in, any friendship between us, I assure you. I have friends who are complete atheists, I assure you.
Now, I'm not an atheist. I do believe in what the Sumerian tablets call the creator of all that is.
Yeah, understood. I never.
But as far as any of the deities that are currently running Earth, I believe them to all be something else.
Parasitic in nature, probably.
Yes.
Many people have come
and
to that conclusion.
I have no reason to interact with any of them, and a lot of reason to fear their followers.
Understood. Got it. And of course, you had an individual just recently call you a Nazi simply because they saw your affiliation with secret space programs and said, saw that.
Yes.
Yeah, saw some of the symbology.
Yes, that was one of those people. I would have gleefully beaten him with my cane.
So
people have got to get off that Nazi trip. It's old. Come on,
the
folks.
anti-Nazi trip? Yeah.
The anti-Nazi. The anti-Nazi.
Real Nazis were a political party that lasted 20 years and died with Germany at the end of World War II.
Well, they
I
actually wound
mean,
up
but honey, you were part of their
surviving.
secret space program, which was part of the Thousand-Year Reich.
They were not Nazis out there. They were Teutonics.
Okay, thank you.
They had reverted to the Teutonic Knights, which were bad enough on their own. They went through and genocided everything from Prussia to Poland.
Okay, honey. Right. Yeah. So moving right along. So I'll just go mute, and you two have got this, and yeah, Jameson, no need to make any arguments about details or anything like that.
Gotcha.
we can all agree to just take it. I mean, obviously, what you experienced was that. But so how do you perceive this, though? Just out of curiosity, before I go mute, you perceive this as the people who escaped from Germany and basically created a breakaway civilization. What you're saying is that there was a paradigm shift as you perceive it, and so that's essentially what you're saying, right?
I'm essentially saying that there was a paradigm shift. As soon as they interacted with beings not human, they realized that all humans have more in common than with each other than any of us do with anything else out there.
Okay, thank you. All right, there we go.
So it was an extreme paradigm shift. They are still Germans. They still follow their German traditions, which in that case, they reverted to the Teutonic Knights, which were one of the warrior monk orders that came out of the Crusades.
Right. Okay, thank you, honey. So I'll go mute now.
So it's a different approach, and most of the people who created this came from the region of Germany that is called Swabia.
Yes, Swabia.
And so they had their own subculture and their own dialect to begin with. And it was their aristocracy that was behind this program. It wasn't the regular normal guys from Berlin. And they had their own allegiances, and by the time that I got to Mars, I was taught in Schule that Hitler was a traitor to his people because he had abandoned the German aristocracy in favor of the Vatican's Jesuits.
Okay.
And that was why he lost the war.
Okay, honey. So thank you for sharing that. So that gives us a stance of the paradigm on which Penny is operating, and that's fine. So what I will do, of course, later on when she retreats into the gentle night is spend a little time contextualizing that. But honestly, as I said before, I'm on your side, Penny. Do understand that, and I'm not going to, say anything that attacks you in any way. In terms of otherwise, we can. Well, I'll go mute. Both of you will continue, and you can go on from there. I guess the only other thing to add at the moment would be nothing I can think of. I'll concentrate on getting some calories inside of me and just centering myself so that I can go talk for nonstop for a number of hours. In the meantime, I'm just glad you're with us. Honestly, it helps immensely. It really does. And so I'm glad you explained a bit about Mr. DeVries, his name was? How could you pronounce that again?
De Vere.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm so sorry. How does it spelled?
D-E space V-E-R-E.
V-E-R-E. De Vere, right. And
so they are descended from the Roman gens Veros.
Right, and what were some of the titles of his books? So we just make sure we're on the same page. That this is probably. I'm certain it's the same guy.
Okay. Yeah, it's.
Oh, he's got like 5 books out there, and most of them are the genealogies based on the documents that were in his attic.
Okay.
And they're close to what was in normal genealogy. In fact, they fill in a lot of the blanks that normal genealogy had not found.
Right.
So they make sense. Now, his genealogies make sense. The stuff in his main book about the dragon lineage seems to be designed to shock people.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's pretty offensive. He tries to be abusive.
I would say drama king.
Yeah.
And some people are like that.
Yes. Well, he had a flair for that. Yeah. And
some people have a flair for drama. They have a desire to be in people's faces. They get off shocking people.
Did you?
Gee, I wonder if we know anybody like that.
You're not suggesting myself, are you?
I'm teasing you, Doug.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, there we are. By the way, did you know Tracy Twyman?
No.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know Nick either. The person that I am tutored by.
Okay. DeVere
may have known him.
Okay. I see. Okay. Yeah, and so there we have it. And all right, love you dearly. And yes, go on. And in the meantime, we're gonna have Jameson hold conversation with you. I'll be back.
Yeah. The stuff. I mean, a lot of the stuff does ring a bell for some reason. Not just because I read the Da Vinci Code when I was a kid and all that stuff, but I just can't dredge it out of my memory as to why it rings a bell. All I know is that
you may have heard some of it from your mother if she's Rh negative.
My
mother is Rh negative.
She's Rh negative, but she's never told me about any of this stuff.
Maybe she doesn't know because most of them don't.
No, I don't think she does know. I mean, a lot of our family history is obscured, honestly speaking, and even through ancestry, we're having a hard time, getting some of the lineages, at least from my father's side.
That's understandable. What I found doing mine was normal people.
Yeah.
If you're not European, the records start when the Europeans invaded your country.
Yeah.
And if you are European, most countries started records of peasants in around 1400. Some countries, like England, started records of peasants at about 1100. And if you were aristocracy, they literally have records through Rome, into Troy, and back to Samaria.
Holy crap. That's a hell of a record.
I have 2 lines in my tree that I have tracked back to Samaria through written records. And that's how they know who these people are, is because there are written records. And now they blood type you and do your DNA as soon as you're born. That heel stick, they test you for all of these genetic diseases. Well, they're testing for other stuff too. So that started. My eldest was born in 76, and by that time it had already started. They were testing for blood type, they were testing for your DNA, they were testing for your responses to certain diseases. So everybody that's been born since 76 in the United States has already been DNA tested. That's why I tell people it doesn't matter if you do your DNA on one of these ancestry sites, because the government already has it. You might as well know what it is too.
Yeah, I'm looking at my my DNA chart here. You got 27% from Nigeria, 20% from England and Northwest Europe. That
you and I could be cousins.
Probably 16% from the Cameroon, Congo, and Bantu peoples, 12% from Scotland, 9% from Benin and Togo in Africa, 6% from Mali, 2% from Senegal.
I had 2% from Mali.
Interesting.
But I had ancestors who came through Spain and Portugal, where they, you know, they don't always name the women. Reality is you end up with, you can trace fathers, but if you have a woman's full name, who her father was and what year she was born, you better track that woman because she matters.
Interesting. I got 2% from the Ivory Coast in Ghana, 2% European Jewish, which is surprising. I got 2% from Ireland and 1% from Sweden and Denmark, 1% from Wales. Wow.
Yeah, well, if you can track your more ancient DNA, because I had the usual early farmers that you get from being European, but I also had the hunter-gatherers of the Eurasian steppes. Now translate that into English, that's the Scythian tribes. And that is what these Black Ops are actually looking for. They're just calling it the Merovingians because that's the group that's most widely known. The Scythian tribes were descended from what mythology calls the first human king in Sumeria. And his name was Cayenne. And he has been called all sorts of things through history, most of them negative. But that's one of the things about the bloodline at large, is that they are descended from him. And he is, according to the Sumerian tablets in the king's list, he is to whom the kingship was lowered from heaven. And in the mythos, that means that all of the kings have to be descended from him. So that's the beginning of the divine right of kings and the bloodline bullshit that my cousin Nikki came up with.
I see. So that's the stuff that haunts us all to this day with this,
yes,
these stupid fucking programs of harassing people for no reason whatsoever.
Exactly.
That is so irritating. On so
but
many
it
levels.
Goes back 5,000 years.
And so are they looking for someone specifically, or are they trying to create something out of someone that they could use for a specific reason?
This bloodline does have, especially those that are Rh negative or carry it like you do. Okay? Mm-hmm. They do have higher psi abilities. They're not the only ones. So Nick was wrong about that.
Yeah.
Because other human races have the ability to perform magic. Magic is about will and intention and emotion. It's not about your bloodline. Although the Vatican, trying to wipe out the bloodline, did a decent job of wiping it out of most Europeans and the countries where they were strongest. So if you go into a country that's Roman Catholic, odds are you're going to have trouble finding someone who has those abilities, because they were genetically based, and the Catholic Church spent a lot of time getting rid of those people.
I have to wonder, and I don't know, but this is just something off the top of my head. I wonder if they enslaved people based on that too.
Hmm.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, because that would really put a lot of things in the context of what's currently happening here in the United States, and why this whole built-in racism is still perpetuated.
The built-in racism was because those aristocracy who came and built the United States, the founding fathers, they were all British aristocracy. And
Yeah,
they all shared a variation of my cousin Nikki's beliefs, because that's what a lot of the occult groups from Europe believed. Okay, if you take a good look at the oath of the Knights Templar, right in it, they personally swear to defend the bloodline and descendants of David the King. Who are those? Well, the Merovingians are right at the top of the list. They're not the only ones, but they're right there. And if you look through history, the Knights Templar in Paris protected the Jews that lived there.
interesting. Well, there is some Jewish in the blood, so that would also explain things. Although it's only 2%. I mean, it's such a tiny chunk. It's not even funny.
Well, if you take the genetics of David the King, I don't think any of us today have enough of it to even matter.
Yeah.
And yet that's what they're basing this whole divine right of kings on. And 1,000 years ago, well, a little more than that, at the time of Charlemagne, so we're talking 700 AD. So that's what, 1,300 years. At that point, everybody who ruled from Ireland up into the then Viking countries, south into Spain, and all the way east to Japan, they were all Scythian descendants. All of them. Every ruler, all across Eurasia at that point, were all Scythian descendants. This is a powerful bloodline politically. And in them, they have this idea that they have the divine right to rule and that you have to follow them. And there's something very appealing about that. I don't understand the appeal, probably because I was born in that bloodline. But I listen to these people talk and I watch normals just absolutely go gaga over them, even when they're spouting pure bullshit.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me either. It's weird.
Weird is a good word for it. I look at it and it makes no sense to me at all.
I mean,
So-
I believe that they believe it, but I personally, do I believe that what they believe is true? I don't know.
I don't
know how much stock I could put into it.
I believe the story is probably correct. But
Parts of it?
The application of it drives me nuts. But I've always been egalitarian. I have always believed that we should all be equal before the law, that we should all have the same rights, and that the playing field should be level. I've always believed that.
And we also have to account for the fact that there's always outliers, people who can be outside the, a certain group who can just come in with abilities, who can just shake everything up.
Yeah, always.
So, I mean, yeah, the problem is with elitism is that it never accounts for outliers. It never accounts for the fact that you could possibly have someone who might be able to breach in and excel in something that they're not supposed to because they're not of the bloodline.
The trouble is that you and I are thinking in terms of what's fair. And they are thinking in terms of teams. Their team runs the show. They have the power, they have the money, they have the resources, and they'll be damned if they share that with anyone else willingly.
I see what you're getting at. They're trying to eliminate the competition.
Yes.
That's all it basically is. It's getting
It's a team sport. And once you start interacting with these people, you'll find out they are split up into teams that are in competition fighting. And some of them, they have their children in competition with each other that only one of them will inherit. So they have to prove which one is most competent in order to inherit. And it's based on how cutthroat you are, how much money you come up with. And I look at some of these and go, oh my God. And I'm related to you people?
Yeah, there's something very distasteful about their, extremely distasteful about the way they do things.
Now, part of the problem is that there have been entities involved. The higher up the food chain you are, the more likely you have one of these entities. They've been calling them the parents, and they describe it as a telepathic connection with an extraterrestrial. But they've never, well, some of them have had these beings physically materialize in their house and take a kid or whatever else they want.
Oh, I've had materializations in my house. That's pretty fucking awesome that you mentioned that.
So they are pretty damn sure that their old gods are real because that's who they're listening to. And when one of these entities talks to them in their head, it's so loud they can't think, they can't hear anything else. Even doing the la 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 doesn't stop it. And if they disobey, then the being will show up in their house and start taking their kids and their stuff.
Now, the experience that you describe is sort of similar. How do I put this? I hazard as to whether I want to really go there and go into what things that happen in my family, because I do tend to feel a desire to separate that from my own involvement with Team Dietrich. However, but
Dietrich doesn't like when I talk about those things.
So. Well, what I can say is that both I and my sister can attest to having experienced entities, and the entities have had a different reaction between. They've had a different reaction to me than they've had with my sister, which is quite strange.
I have had things talk to me. I have had things appear, but not necessarily as physical. I've had other things appear as physical. And I have so far, knock on wood, been able to tell them to go away. They have not taken my stuff. They have not messed with my kids that I'm aware of. They have not ordered me to do things. So I understand from the descriptions that I've been given that the farther up the chain you go, the more insistent these beings are. Now, I don't know what they are. The parents are something that Frankly, they terrify me because I don't want to be controlled by something from the outside. And knowing that this is happening to them gives me a certain amount of empathy for these people. You know, if they're being told what to do all the time, then are they really responsible for what they do? Or is the entity?
That's a good question. Well, I mean, I could imagine that the most deceptive entity would convince someone that they're their own thoughts talking to them rather than an outside being.
Well, that's what that's what V2K does.
Ah, okay. I think I might have experienced that once or twice, but I haven't experienced it recently, which is a good thing. I mean, I've had thoughts that have been like, why the hell? I wouldn't think that. And I've had to literally just shut that thought down. Like, nope, shut up.
Well, I wear an EMF blocker because I'm a prime target for V2K. And the cap has embedded nickel in it. And mine's getting old enough, I bought some of the fabric to make a new one.
Now, I've been wondering if you've ever considered casting a spell to put like a permanent shielding of that stuff.
Oh, yeah. I have, between what I've done and what Lou has done on my behalf, I have at least 7 layers of shielding. And there are people in the community, my community, who have bitched that they cannot get through it to see me. I'm like, sorry, dude, I'm not going to deal with some of these entities. And, you know, you have not given me a reason to make a door for you.
Honestly, I think I'm more afraid of the human beings than I am the entities. Because
then you have not interacted with nasty enough entities.
I haven't. Well, that's the thing. I haven't had very many bad I've had better reactions with these entities than I've had with people. That's just the bizarre thing. That's just the bizarre truth about it. You know, even, I mean, granted, there was a period of time where I was being initiated and I was being almost harassed every night by these things that were sort of like the Cho, as Douglas describes, these sort of dwarfish looking gray things that are about like 2 feet tall, but they look like they're super smushed down and wide and weird. They're just really odd. I actually saw a few of them the other night, and I decided to squash one of them like a bug when I was waking up. And the thing work? Just, yeah, because when I opened my eyes and looked again, it was just floating in like the astral space, like it was just splattered. I kind of found that funny. And that's something I wasn't able to do before to those things. So that was quite funny. Before I would be like so assailed that I would have no control over them. Now I could just like swat them down. But there was a period of time. This was when my sleep apnea was really fucking bad, where I swore that many times I was close to death in my sleep. And that drove me to the point of drinking as a means of trying to sleep, which led to alcoholism and addiction. It was pretty bad.
Yeah. Alcoholism isn't a good approach. I take 1 Benadryl and 1 Tylenol together to go to sleep, and it stops most of the astral stuff. Otherwise, as soon as my head hits the pillow, I'm astral. And people have to understand astral is not 3D real at all.
So just checking in for a second, just came back. I have my meal in front of me, which begs the question. I was just curious. You said it kind of like the bell rang on your oven or something like that, and you picked up your meal earlier. I was just curious, are you just letting it get cold, or are you?
I'm munching.
Oh, we never hear that. How do you manage to do that? Are you absorbing it through osmosis, through your skin or something, like an amphibian? Or how is it we don't hear
I
you
have
chew?
skills, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible. We never hear you chew.
I have skills from years of being online.
That's incredible. I'm impressed. Oh my God.
Thank you.
That's just good God. Well, anyhow, go back to it. I can't do that. So I have to go mute. People heard me chewing the other day because, it was only recently that I learned how to mute both. It's apparently I have to mute two things, the microphone itself as well as the screen where they have the mute button. So people were actually able to hear me do everything in the past. Like we hear Lou now, kind of going.
Yeah.
Is he all
Y'all
right?
know that Lou lives here and he doesn't disappear just because I'm on a show.
Yes, that's right. Though he used to sleep a lot more. Not that I mind. I don't mind his being up, mind you. But most of the time in the past, I remember when we first started talking, he was usually asleep when I was talking to you. I don't know why that was. Do you remember why? Or
It's because he works for the landlady and she used to have him do a lot more stuff than she does now.
Oh, cool.
Okay. The minimum wage went up, so it costs more.
Oh, wow. Cool.
So he's making about the same amount of money for a lot less work.
Wow. Fuck. I like it. He's got life by the balls. Yeah, so
pretty much. He gets paid for taking care of me, and he gets paid for taking care of the yard, and so he also gets his Social Security.
He's recognized by the Department of Human Services as your care provider.
Yes.
That's incredible. Oh, congratulations. There we are.
That's been for about a year.
That's amazing. Oh, well, congratulations.
I keep telling you guys that I'm disabled and nobody wants to believe me because my mouth still works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a concussion for a solid year before the surgery. I've still got issues from that the physical therapist is working on. And I had shoulder replacement surgery.
Wow.
Well, not the joint replaced, but I had to have 4 tendons reattached 2.5 years ago. And between that and the spinal fusion, I've had a pretty rough
life,
3 to 4 years. And the Department of Human Services decided that I needed some help and that they were going to start paying him.
Thank God. Oh my God.
And I'm thankful because for one thing, it eased the poverty here. Yeah, we were having a hard time before that.
Oh no! I totally get it. It's thank God. No, really, I'm so excited for you.
It is. Yeah. It's seriously thank God because we as inflation hit, our incomes were pretty much stuck.
Yes, it's true.
And I don't want to be one of those people that begs my followers for support.
Got it. I got it. No, honey, I totally fucking get
it. I did finally share my Patreon on my Facebook wall.
That's right. Tell people about that. I go mute. Tell people.
I did tell people, don't donate if you're poor.
Yeah, right.
I'm not asking people to make a sacrifice for me.
I'm going to take a fast break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Jesus, thank you. Let us know when you're back, okay? Thank you.
So, I've had people in the past that I found out were giving more than they could afford, and that makes me feel bad.
Of course it does. Yes.
I know what it's like to be poor and not be able to make ends meet, and then somebody's making you feel guilty into helping them. Oh, hell no.
That's just pieces of shit. Yeah, did that on Revolution Radio and shit. Yeah.
I'm living fine.
Yeah.
It's just to do things for the business part of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Requires money, and if people want to help support that, they can do it through my Patreon, and I can give you the link for that.
Please, and let people know all about it right now. I'm just going to go mute and chew, and let you kind of carry it. Our man Jameson should be back soon, and take it from there. Let me put these my
Patreon is basically, I have a couple of things there that are for everybody, and I have a few things that are there for free, but it's basically for people who want to support me.
Right. Okay.
And
right now she's looking up the link.
I'm looking up the link and I'm pasting it into the chat, but it didn't do it. So I'm going to delete that.
And
it will let me.
But you're welcome. Tell people about your Facebook timeline. They can go there and find it. Yeah, as well.
Oh, yeah. My Facebook timeline is what?
Let me
it's there. Yeah. I've got this big thing with your picture in it in the way.
I'm sorry.
What is it? It's penny.bradley.522.
There we are.
And most of my posts are friends only.
Okay, yeah.
But in the side where it talks about all the stuff that you do, it has it. And there it is.
There we are. There we are. So the other day I took our man Jameson on a shared screen trip to our friend Daryl Neely's timeline, and I pray he's doing. Was that a laugh from you, or was that from Jameson?
Timeline.
Was that? I
have been on his timeline.
Yes. So we were share screening on transmission, and I believe. Now, by the way, I don't know this gentleman. I have, nothing but the deepest respect for practitioners of spiritual, I don't know how to express it. Different spiritual disciplines, beliefs, and doctrines. And this guy's no exception. I mean, he's been on Ed's a long time, and he is Reverend Ed, I believe. I believe that's Reverend Ed.
Oh, Reverend Ed's cool.
Yeah. I'm sure he is. So we were just astonished. He was really moving. I mean, like there was like kind of like it wasn't like on a loop. I think this was actual footage where he was like he never stopped moving. He's just it's like he was very energetic and but
he's a ordained minister in a Pentecostal group where the head of his church is a woman in Nigeria.
Okay.
And it's your basic sort of Pentecostal church, except that he's really tolerant of me.
Okay, good.
And he doesn't push his stuff in my face. And there have been times that we have had problems in the network because during the time of the bug, we lost probably 30 people that were affiliated with the network.
Did they die?
Yeah, they died.
Good God.
And we were just...
I mean, that's got to be significantly unusual. I mean, for...
No, it was... Well, the people that were doing radio shows affiliated with the network, because the network has more than just GERN, okay? It's got lots of subgroups. And most of them are just playing music. So these were DJs. These were people that Daryl has known for decades. And we knew each other. And these people all pretty much died in the same 6-month period.
Good
and it was
God.
really hard. It was really hard for us.
I can imagine.
Reverend Ed stepped up and was a shoulder to cry on for every one of us, whether we believed what he did or not.
And that's wonderful. No, that's wonderful.
And I had the absolute utmost respect for the man because he did that. He did not try to convert any of us. He was simply there offering.
I get it. No, it's I understand completely. What I'm wondering was, so he had this cup, this plastic cup, and he kept reaching into it to grab something to put in his mouth. I have no idea what it was because
Ice chips.
That's what I thought was. I kept saying, "Is that ice?" But he was grooving so readily. He was like so energetic.
He gets in. In Pentecostal terms, he was in the spirit.
I got it. Okay, so that's it. You know, because what Jameson Reese says was, "It's meth." That was the first. I said, "God, that."
No, he does not do drugs. As far as I know, the man doesn't drink. He has been nothing but kind to me.
I'm not making fun of him. It was just, he was so energetic and he was so wired.
I even had him on my show once.
Yeah, I believe you. No, that's fine. I would be open to even his coming on here if he wanted to talk.
I'm one of those that says, leave religion the fuck out of my testimony, because what I'm talking about is 3D real. And I had him on my show.
I get it. Look, again, this is not a cut. It was just disconcerting to see someone so energized. And when I kept saying, "Is that ice?" But
You've never been to a Pentecostal church?
I guess not. I guess not. No, I've never attended a Pentecostal. I'll admit that. But I've seen.
You should go just for the show.
I get it. There's so that explains a lot. So this is what white guys do.
I have seen
it's like
pastors lose 20 pounds in a Sunday.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. I get it. So
they're animated. It's part of their shtick.
So they're imbued with the spirit. Got it.
Yes.
So that was it. And that puts it into context. Thank you. I was just curious. And I'll accept that.
Yeah,
that's fine.
But
by the way, you know me. I wouldn't have minded. I wouldn't have given a care in the world if it was meth. Understand that?
I just want to say that I have the utmost respect for this man. He actually lives what all of them are supposed to be.
Got it. No, I accept that. I accept that wholeheartedly. And in terms of, obviously he's done a lot for everyone. Daryl speaks highly of him too. So when it came
he's a good guy.
Yeah. So I hope Daryl.
Some of the other religious folks that have been on the network have been much less
dogmatic. It would be dogmatic is the term you're looking for. They're far more probably doctrinaire in the way
they get in my face.
Yeah.
In the network chat, the others have, and I end up blowing up at them, and it's not pretty. But I've been so abused by religious folks over the years that I just don't want to deal with them.
No, I get it. That's the way it is with many people.
And this guy is welcome in my world.
Got it. No, that alone says everything, and deeply appreciate it. I appreciate you sharing that. So in terms of whatever it was that Jameson and you were speaking of before he did what he did, had to take off, so I can't eat.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Tell me a bit about. Let's see now. Daryl, is he all right? How's his mother? What's her name again? I'm so sorry, I forget her name. It's
Doris, and she has a crush on you.
I know. Oh God,
remember her name.
I will try. Yes, Doris. I'm so sorry. Mea culpa.
She was a CIA archivist before she retired.
Understood. So Doris, love you.
And they are still living in a rental.
Oh my God. Yes, tell us about that. Tell us about their situation while I go mute. Catch us up on everything with them. And are they okay? Otherwise, if they're able to eat, Jameson's back. So, but go on, talk about them.
They're in a rental. It's Doris and her sister, who I won't name because she's not public, and Daryl and a woman that Daryl's been seeing for a long time, and they're in an apartment, and Daryl cooks for them. And when he doesn't, his girlfriend does. And Daryl does complain. He says that they are
All right.
that they're used to Southern style food where they have an assortment and that it makes cooking for them harder. But I think he's kind of half-ass bragging that he's capable of cooking like that.
Okay, Jameson, you're back. You can talk.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
back. Okay.
You know,
So we're talking
I do have
Something strange happened. All right. So I had to help my mother with my father, and I also had to like turn off the water to outside because it's going to go down to the 30s tonight. But when I left, I hit the mute button. I had everything on mute. When I came back, everything's off mute. I don't know how the hell that happened. That was just the strangest thing.
it happens sometimes.
Well, it happens if someone else is interfering with the call.
Dude, we already know that. That's
Okay.
every call is interfered with. I wouldn't even trip off it. I mean, it's okay to mention that and let people know about it so that they realize we're always being interfered with. But we
Well, I
always
just
have
wanna-
someone else who's on the call who's uninvited, and they pretty much have control of the call.
Hello.
We're just lucky they don't shut it down completely.
Hello.
Hey, Sammy, what's up?
Yeah. And so
Hey
Sammy,
guys, sorry, I'm back.
no worries.
I'm back.
Sammy Romero joins us, and I'm going to go mute.
Hi, Sammy.
Yes, while these three wonderful
Hey, how you
people
doing?
hold the chat. By the way, we were just talking about Reverend Ed Sammy, who is a Pentecostalist. And so what Penny was explaining to me was how imbued with the Spirit he is, because what happened was the other day I took Jameson on a trip to Daryl Neely's timeline, where Reverend Ed features regularly. And he was very energetic, and he just kept grooving. And it wasn't a GIF, it wasn't a loop. This guy was just grooving nonstop. And he kept reaching into a plastic cup for something he was putting in his mouth. And I was like, is that ice? But it was obviously too small to be ice cubes, whatever it was. And I knew it couldn't be tobacco because he was never spitting it out. So finally, that's when Jameson said, it's meth! And that was... but Penny explained to us that that's just the way these Pentecostalists operate. So, honestly, Sammy, we need your input into this because this is like, some people who fall into this category, right? Or no?
Well, I'll give you an example, okay? I wouldn't say necessarily, but I kind of have a little story, okay? There was this evangelist that used to come to our church. He's ex-military, okay? So, this is while I was listening to you, maybe about 3-4 years ago. Well, his delivery is very this is where obviously when you're relaying a message or the word, how you deliver the word is very important, at least to me. I don't like no one being condescending or belittling. Even if you're not, if you don't deliver it, as far as my concern, if you don't deliver it to me like you're talking to me like an adult, then I don't necessarily take it in like I'm supposed to. You hear the points and you hear the things that help you, but you're not going to take in the message. Well,
Got it.
this evangelist, he screams a lot, and it's not screaming in a sense of it's very erratic.
Like he's back in boot camp or some shit.
Yes, but it's more of emotional.
Maybe he's a rageaholic. He's kind of like Alex Jones. He's just screaming. Go on.
Well, maybe in a sense, because the thing about it is they get in their emotions, and it's okay to be emotional, but you have to be coherent because you can freak people out, or not freak people out, but
Well, just revolt them. You turn them off.
well, right. Well, yes, especially when you walk into a church. Okay, you walk into a church, you're going to see the demographic, what type of people on there. Every church is not the same, but the type of people, and that's kind of, that might not be making sense, but I'm gonna try to make sense.
No, it makes sense absolutely. If you walk into a church, the only kind of people who would be hanging out for some guy who's screaming would be rageaholics, or people who get off on vicariously on his raging.
Or it would be people who are amused by it, or just want a spectacle. That sounds funny.
And that's the thing, though. That's the thing is, when I'm trying to get into presence of God and meditate and bring in the Word, you can't invade that space, because it's a space of vulnerability, and this is where, you know, I usually, if it flies, you know, let it go. If something applies to me, then I receive it. But his delivery, I did not like. And then he tries to maybe call people. He tries to say certain things like, "Oh, you know, if you have an ailment, we pray for you," etc. And then what I don't like sometimes is what I don't like. I don't like no one trying to prophesy to me and trying to tell me something personal about my life.
Right.
Because even if you do know, quote unquote, that doesn't give you the permission to even bring it up.
Thank you. That's an important point, by the way. That would be invasive. It's a violation.
Right.
Without permission.
It's invasive, and it's not realistic, because nobody does that in the real world. You'll get punched in the mouth. So, and you're dealing with adults. You're dealing with vulnerability, and you know. So this ex-military evangelist was very much like that, and it's not that it was a bad. It's just your delivery. It's not good, because just because you say you have the love of God does not mean, you know, your delivery is good. It's just, it's off-putting. So, you know, to each their own. Everybody, there's, believe it or not, there's actually cholo. You know what a cholo is, right, Doug?
Of course, yes, most certainly, yes. So go on. Yeah.
There's cholo, or homies, or Pachuco type churches that everybody looks like they're ex-gang members, and you know, to a certain degree, it's just it's a social environment that everybody has something in common. I don't subscribe to that, because I'm not part of that lifestyle. I mean, I have family there, but that's not how I gravitate to my faith. It's just, I like to do it as personable as mine, and that's just doesn't connect with me. But you know, to each their own. Yeah. But this evangelist, he tried to call me up, and you know, they pray for you, but I told them, please be respectful, okay? Because you know, when it comes to my faith, it wasn't, when I just feel like being in that space, I am. And it happened, and he was respectful, but I talked to him, and it's just like, you know, I appreciate what you do, but you have to work on your delivery. Now, you know, keep in mind, do I care? It is what it is, but it's the way someone presents that. And I've learned that it's creating boundaries, and you at least have to take the initiative to make sure people understand, don't get dumb with me, or don't. And I'm not saying they do, but a lot of the times it's influence, and the idea that your influence somehow gives you authority, which in effect, you know, to a lot of people it does, but at the same time, if you're your own individual, you allow who gives you influence and who doesn't. And, you know, sometimes that gets you ostracized. Sometimes that makes you leave a situation because it's just no longer conducive to who the person you want to be. You know, I even shared with you about one of my friends who's an engineer who works for a military contractor. And that's one of the things that I talked to one of my friends that goes to his church, that he's having trouble balancing both. And I was right about it. And in a sense, it's because you have to, none of that matters if you actually want to work with people. People don't care if you got a master's or a doctorate in engineering. It's, can you connect with me as far as, you know, being on that same level spiritually? And if you can't, then maybe that's not the right profession for you. Maybe it's, you can't really be, you know, a man of the cloth, because in a sense, none of that world matters. It's kind of like what I was talking about, the Slender Man thing.
By the way, and because Penny's here,
Yeah.
Penny, I would like you to kind of hear Sammy out on this. Sammy, this bears actually kind of repeating briefly. I did promise you I would put that into context, and I'll do that later in transmission. Even if you have to go away later tonight and I'm doing it, you can hear the, you know, you can always replay it if you're not around when I get into it. But Penny, I don't know how familiar you are with the Slender Man phenomenon, but hear what Sammy has to say about this, and I would like to hear your feedback on this, your own personal impression, okay? And I'll go mute now, and Sammy, take over. Thank you.
Oh, so anyways, Penny, my mom lives somewhere in Tulare County. I'm sure you're very familiar with the area. And my mom's house, you know, it's a ranch style house. It's country. Anyways, my sisters were there, and this was around dusk. I would say about maybe 5 p.m. a couple of weeks ago. And around dusk, they saw a figure walk into my mom's kitchen. It didn't enter, it just passed through, but this was a dark figure. It's like pretty much a dark figure walking. And it walked into my mom's house and straight through a window. And obviously the reactions to one of my sisters, reactions really were quite different. One of my sisters was like, okay, yeah, I saw what I saw, and, you know, I'm aware of the spiritual realm and, you know, entities, and vice versa. And my other sister was completely frozen, like, what the hell did I just see? And to a point where she kind of was in denial, like, I'm gonna act like I didn't see what I saw, but I know what I saw. And throughout the day, she just couldn't stop thinking about it. But a lot of it, to me, and what I was explaining to my twin, was, you know, we've been having a lot of conflict in our family. And this is just how my take, that we've had in our family conflict, and, you know, just brotherly conflict, that, you know, maybe that entity or that Slenderman figure, he kind of looked like the neighborhood watch sign. So I guess without the hat. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Anyways, so maybe that figure showed itself.
Yeah,
because...
I'm here listening.
Oh, okay. Oh, good, Penny. I just want to make sure you're there. So that's pretty much what happened, that they saw this Slender Man figure. And maybe through that, I'm thinking maybe through the strife or just the conflict that's been going on in our family, maybe that kind of opened up maybe something like that to appear. And, you know, I don't know, maybe some type of omen. I don't know. It's just
feasting.
Really
it's feasting on the conflict.
Yeah.
It sounds like a lesser astral entity that just wants to try to use that as food.
What do you think, Penny? Hello?
Mouthful, just meant. I've been eating dinner through this whole thing. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Oh, it's okay. No, I'm just making sure you're okay.
I have had interactions with things that were actually life forms in another frequency. Okay. There are different frequencies throughout reality, just like there are different radio stations. Okay. And when you get into this conflict mode, you shift your frequency lower. And when you start seeing these things, it's because you are almost on their frequency, but not enough to see them as they really are. So you're seeing basically a shadow of them.
Okay.
And I take that as a sign that I'm going into a range where I don't need to be. And so at that point, I would say your conflict is causing all of you to drop frequency.
Wow.
Now, there are also some beings, like Jameson described, who feed on the emotional conflict. So it could be either one of those.
Right. And I think that's one of the things that I don't know if I'm interrupting you. I'm sorry. Were you going to say more?
No, you're not. You're fine.
Oh, okay. And I think I think you're right, because, you know, I don't know if you ever had arguments with your siblings, because I have a big family. Okay.
Oh man.
Okay. Well,
I have been disowned by my family so many times, and they'll wait a year or two, and why aren't you talking to us?
Okay,
well, you guys told me to stay away. I'm just doing what you said.
Yeah. It's one of those things where maybe it's not you that's in that conflict. Maybe it's two other brothers and sisters, but you feel the tension.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of been like that, where because of the conflict was so vitriol and so toxic that you can feel the tension when that person walks in, and everybody knows why, and everybody tries to see past it, but that person is so prideful that they don't want to bring it up, and they themselves are like, well, I'm just not going to do anything about it. I don't care. And the thing about it is, when you walk in, then that tension's there. And I try to stay away. I'm like, right now, certain people in my family, I'm just staying away, keeping my distance, and just letting time pass. And that way I can come back to the table and, you know, we can hammer things out.
Well, I'm in my 60s, and this hassle has been going on since I was in my 20s. And I just reached the point where I said, I'm going to be me, and they are going to be them, and it's fine, but I'm not going to keep putting myself in their face.
No, and that's smart. That is, because at the time, you know, your piece is your piece, and you know,
my piece mattered more than them trying to force me into their way of thinking, which wasn't going to happen.
And the very interesting about it is that Slenderman figure did not show up until that person was there.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, that person that I think was the reason why it was like her eyes were bulging, like, oh my God, I just saw that. But my other sister was like, yeah, well, I mean, they're out there. They're out there. It's not like it's brand new news. Like, it's just not breaking news. It's just, I think you're right about that, Penny, that I think you enter a different frequency, and, you know, that was very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, you're entering their frequency, and that's where they live, and they feed off of that energy. So just stay out of their zone. And
by the way,
if that means that you have to stay away from those siblings until their fight is over, then you may have to do that, because they are going to keep encountering those beings until they resolve their situation.
JMO,
yes, that's a good point. I was just going to say that it sounds like that particular family member who was startled by it, they might have that entity might have attached itself to them because of that tension and because of that sort of not addressing the problem. So it's sort of like that. It's sort of like a thought form, and that entity is going to keep growing until that thing is addressed, and it's going to show up more frequently.
The term you're looking for is tulpa. It's like a tulpa that has the potential for that, But one thing I want to say is,
yeah, I always get those. I always get those mixed up.
No worries. It's the same thing. It's simply that thought form is just a transliteration of tulpa, essentially. But when I think Penny has got a brilliant observation going with this, as I said, I'll put it in context soon enough. I'm almost done with the conventional food that I'm eating, and it's a miracle to me still how Penny managed to get her food down without making any chewing sounds that any of us heard. It's miraculous to me. I don't know how she does it. I think, she's somewhat magical in that regard alone. But such being said, I would want to ask her about when you think about the sort of thing that happened with, what was the other thing that I was talking about where there was, you know what? I had a thought on the tip of my tongue at the edge of my mind, and I totally lost it, but that's fine. All of you go back to talking about what you were talking about. I'll go mute and finish this up, and then by that time, maybe the thought would have reemerged in my addled brain. But certainly, I think that this was important. We're on a important tangent here, and it's something that's socially relevant. So, Penny, go back to what you were saying. Thank you.
Well, I've had that type of thing, only I had the guys that were 4 foot tall and brown. And it was during the time frame that my memories were reactivated and I was just completely stressing out. And I would be awake almost all night anyway. And I would see these guys walking through the room. I couldn't see features. They were just this flat, very dark brown, maybe black.
Okay.
And they never hassled me. They never really interacted with me. They were just there. And I came to understand that I had, because I was stressing so badly, that I was dropping into their frequency. And
sorry, go ahead.
And that's the point that you have to stop and think about. Okay, you have dropped enough that you're in their frequency and they feed off these energies. So you need to find a way to stop stressing so much. And if that means separating yourself from the fight, then that's what it means. Now, in my case, I could not separate myself from dealing with the memory activation. But what I did was, when I was Christian, I was a Carmelite associate. Some of you know what that means. So I would start using the Carmelite contemplative techniques to get myself back in my own zone so that I could deal with the issues being brought up by my memory activation.
Wow.
I was a postulant for holy orders in the Episcopal Church, and my bishop was a Carmelite brother, and he had put me under that as part of being a postulant for holy orders. So I wasn't officially a Carmelite, but I was.
Could you explain to us what that is, that contemplation?
That contemplation is based on a very old book from England, of all places, called The Cloud of Unknowing. And what it doesn't really talk about God as Christians talk about him. It talks about that deity is not personified, that deity is something you cannot understand. It is something that you can only interact with, and that there's this entire cloud of basically bullshit. The myths, the legends, the doctrines, all of this stuff is basically in the way. And you have to project yourself through that to find the actual deity that's on the other side of it. And that deity on the other side of it is completely divorced from all organized religion as we know it on the planet. And so it's a deeply mystical kind, almost telepathic kind of connection that you are deliberately making with another being. And they use mind tricks, like when they're doing this with you, they'll give you a scripture to meditate on that keeps your monkey mind busy while you're doing this action. And honestly, I can get into a zone of doing that and stay in it for days because I was part of that practice for so long.
This brings to mind the terminology of the Gnostics, the gnosis, or the state of knowing.
Mm-hmm. It's very similar. It's from 100 years after Charlemagne, so we're talking about a very ancient practice. But this was written by an English monk in about 800 AD. We don't even know who the guy was. He just wrote it out. And there's a companion book that was written in the 1700s, or actually dictated, because the guy that is credited with it was illiterate, and his name was Brother Lawrence, and his book is called The Practice of the Presence of God. And you make that telepathic connection with God and you just hold it while you do everything else. You can be scrubbing the floor, you can be doing the dishes, you can be cooking dinner, and you still hold this telepathic connection with deity. And this is part of why I don't believe any of the organized religions. It's because once you make this connection, you understand that deity doesn't have a gender, doesn't care what you do so much as how you feel. And all of the little nitpicky things that we do to each other are all bullshit. So, Sammy, my eldest son and his wife are members of one of those churches you talked about where they were gang members, and you walk in and it feels heavily testosterone. And when they start the service, it feels like you've walked into a Narcotics Anonymous meeting, except it's praise the Lord mixed in with I'm keeping it real.
Well,
they've been in it for a very long time. They have done really well in their personal lives since they've joined it. I've been to a couple of their services and it feels like I'm being screamed at.
Yeah.
So I don't go of my own free will. I go because my son has decided I needed to go for Mother's Day or whatever. And I enjoy what time I have with my son.
Right. That's understandable.
Yeah, I do understand that. I was raised in one of those hellfire and brimstone churches where they nitpick you to death. And so what you were talking about, ministers, I understand exactly where you're coming from.
Okay.
So, the reasons I left the church were I outgrew the dogma. And at the same time, they took offense that I had altars. They decided that I was demon possessed. And they put me through weekly exorcism for 2 years. And when I still had altars, they excommunicated me.
Right. That's very well. Here's the more I start just thinking about the thing is, a lot of the things the church doesn't acknowledge, and that's very very small-minded. For example, your altars. I think a lot of the time, and it gives a lot of validity to what Jama was talking about, how even our own government, where it quote unquote claims separation of church and state. Well, not really, because they do keep tabs on the church. They keep tabs on what they do in exchange for that, that no tax policy paying. But that's very interesting that they well, not interesting, but sad that they don't acknowledge certain things that people go through.
Right.
Yes.
It's not demon possession. This country has a lot of bullshit that needs to be addressed. And one of the things is just the trauma that people go through, whether it's, being part of a super soldier program or a victim of it or any type of abuse.
Well, I don't know anybody that willingly joined any of the super soldier black ops.
Right. Absolutely.
Well,
I think
we were all kidnapped as children.
Yeah, it's something that how would I say this? It wouldn't work if it were voluntary. So,
well, obviously, yes. My thing is the church doesn't even acknowledge that even existing. They just interpret it as.
But the thing is, the churches are the places where they do it. That's where it starts.
Well, that's many places. Yes, many churches.
That's what I'm getting at. That's where they start picking the children up. That's where they start targeting people. That's where everything happens.
Yeah.
Well, I do know other people from the denomination that I grew up in that were part of these super soldier black ops.
Well,
and we have identified 8 denominations that were used as recruiting grounds. Because these particular groups, the dogma was so strict that it reinforced the mind control.
Yes.
Well,
and so complete your thoughts, Sammy. Yeah, by all means, take your time.
Well, this is where Gary Willard Hambright comes in when Doug talked about this.
Thank you.
That he told Doug, my next move is politics. But him being a ordained Baptist minister, if I'm not mistaken, him being in the thick of it and being literally hands-on with all this and dying of AIDS. That disease he died of AIDS. Yeah. It doesn't take a genius, but to be alongside, Aquino and claim to be a man of the cloth, it's like the 2 and 2 are the same in a sense. It's just inverted.
Thank you.
And this is one of the things that I've discovered, Penny, that where I've had to kind of grow out of the Sunday school mentality, because, you taught Sunday school. I went to Sunday school my whole life. And it's called being an adult and understanding humans are sick.
Or can be.
Or can be sick, to put it.
I've kind of gotten to the point where I don't think we were sick so much as we were never told the truth. Right. And so everything that we think we know is based on a lie.
Yes. Well, that's so true.
And it makes it really hard to become a responsible adult if everything you think you know is based on lies. Now, one of the problems that I have in my community is most people recognize that they were part of the satanic ritual abuse like Aquino did. The hard part is What I remember is more Christian ritual abuse. And you can't talk about that because that's their sacred zone. But like you just pointed out, they're doing the same thing.
Absolutely. I think this is it's, and I'm gonna put it this way, okay? And I'll say it, okay, because it's just what it is. These are the subjects that's very hurtful, and it's very, you have to look at yourself in the mirror and even in your family. And what I can take from it is really, the only thing I can take from it is my parents. Unfortunately, they only knew what they knew. But in a sense, because I did ask God, give me knowledge, and be careful what you wish for.
Yes.
Be careful. Because that knowledge hurts. It hurts, and to a certain extent, I accept it. But it is also a blessing in a sense that it's what you do with it and how you cope with it. And the key word is coping, because a lot of people can't cope with this information because it's very hurtful. And I
made the mistake when I was about 15 of asking for patience, and you get patience by tribulation.
Absolutely.
The other mistake that I made was asking to know why. And that is one of those things, like the pendulum in the Poe poet. The pendulum just keeps digging deeper until it kills you. And that's what the why has done to me. I have searched deeper and deeper and deeper, and now I think I have good answers, but nobody wants to hear them. They have to put them in a context that is acceptable to them.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, one of my friends, my childhood friends that I grew up, and was molested, and she was abused by a pastor. She was she didn't speak, so she couldn't talk. So what would you call that? Hearing impaired? Or what does that mean? When someone
speech
impaired.
Speech impaired.
Speech impaired. Okay, speech impaired.
Some of them it's they can't talk, and some of them it's they don't hear, and it's hard to tell from the outside.
And by the way, it could have been what we were speaking of earlier with Bruce Willis manifesting what my mother manifested. However, my mother had a bit more of control. I don't know exactly the extent of what Bruce Willis is manifesting, but he has what's called expressive aphasia, which means you can formulate the thoughts, but you cannot express them. And so everything that comes out of your mouth sounds like you're drunk or you're crazed. And so he's at that point now where he can no longer act and had to withdraw from society. My mother, due to her catastrophic brain injury, that's how it happens, theoretically. So it could be that the trauma is so extreme that her brain changed shape, which is what happens with complex post-traumatic stress disorder. So it is equivalent to a catastrophic brain injury. And she might have expressive aphasia, as if she's talking in word salads, kind of like non sequiturs. I don't know if that's how it's manifesting or whether that's the symptom she's manifesting. But just providing that as further context. You're all doing so well. I'll be right back in just one moment, and then I will put my 2 cents into this, because I think that this is an extraordinarily important topic of discussion, and that we truly are getting to the heart of the matter. And I think everybody listening should appreciate this. So be right back. Gonna get rid of some of the accoutrements around me and give me about 10 minutes at the absolute most. So when I come back, I'll rejoin and much more aggressively. Thank God Penny came in tonight so that this could manifest. And thank God both of you gentlemen are here, because I just couldn't do it without you. Not tonight, not after Easter and my cracked tooth. And the combination of the recreational narcotics that was needed to self-medicate, which I fortunately had at the estate, are of course the same ones that threw my mind off rather, shall we say, from its normal, not that it's ever on a really organized track, but from its normal track onto a bit off track. So be right back. Going to go mute and go back to what you were saying about your friend, what you're all saying. Yeah. Did Jameson disappear? He's with us?
No.
Okay.
I'm still here. It's just, I'm just listening and,
absorbing. And by the way, one of the things that our man Sammy was trying to express was he was talking about it on more of an interpersonal level, but on the social scale, our state is completely incapable of dealing with the baggage of intergenerational trauma. So what we see is a lot of manifestation in all these various communities of intergenerational trauma. Now, I can't resist the cut here.
Our state just generates it. Our state makes money off of it. Our state is intergenerational trauma.
There we are. I can't resist the cut here, but so I'll cut loose with, you see it manifest in places like the Hispanic community with zoot suits. And so that and lowrider cars. And that's how you see it, kind of like symptomatic of that intergenerational trauma coming out at what I feel is its worst. But, personally, I would take the gang shootouts over the lowrider cars and the zoot suits, but such being what it is. Okay, I'll go mute now.
You have issues with lowrider cars?
Let's just put it this way. When I went to school at John O'Connell Vocational Institute of Technology in what used to be a heavy Irish area of San Francisco that turned into a barrio, and you go to school every day and hear the music, and basically you see the cars basically saluting each other on the street, bouncing up and down on their shock absorbent springs. And, and then the guys all,
You have an issue with that?
It got old quick. It got old quick for me. It's just, if somebody were to torture me, if they were to interrogate me now, they would just basically tie me down and play that music. I'm sorry.
I grew up in Tulare County. It was grapes of wrath people and the folks who were there before the white people came, and the farm workers.
Yes.
And I went to school with the farm workers. So,
and after that, you never wanted to plant anything again, right?
Oh no, I actually respect those people.
Okay.
They work hard.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
They get treated like shit, and California could not exist without them. And it pisses me off the way they're treated.
Well, by the way, this is a just so people understand this, when I was speaking with Sammy the other day and we were talking about the hobos and the hobo phenomenon, understand that these were the white laborers, the migrant workers, before basically you had them replaced by kind of America's importation of Mexicans north to take the role that the hobos did perform. So when the hobos disappeared, it was really because the state kind of replaced them, or rather the economics of the industry replaced them with Mexican laborers that they continued to ship up en masse. And that was the overworld creating an underworld, ultimately, of smuggling. So there would be no smuggling of Mexicans into the United States without the overworld's demand. And, of course, it's no longer Mexicans at all. It's now, of course, completely different. Nobody's really coming north now. I mean, honestly, it's all bullshit now. At this point, it's just blowing wind about the wall and the stupid Mexican border. At this point, Mexico is the fucking wall. Mexico is what keeps the people from further south coming up at all. So it's a non-existent.
Yeah, and
Actually, that's true.
Mexico is where they want to put the Ukrainians before they come to the U.S. In other words, they're saying those Ukrainians ain't coming on American soil.
Or rather, they're coming as slaves.
Yeah, they'll come as sex slaves in chattel.
Yeah, because they're overwhelmingly women and children. They're
and I'm guessing this is coming from all the males of both parties.
Yeah, basically it's deep state, the same military industrial complex, because they're what's on the border is military bases. So I'm going to go mute. All of you continue on the trend you were on, and when I get back, I'll put my 2 cents in about basically this kind of abuse and why it's such a problem to contend with. And so I'll be right back. Thank you.
Well, what I was saying is that she had speech impediment. She couldn't she really couldn't communicate. Her descent was from Oaxaca, so they were migrant. These people are migrant laborers. This is what they do. Well, she was abused. And a couple years ago, she got together with a lot of the other kids that were part of that church, and they finally got the SOB, and they got him arrested. Now,
good.
As far as him being convicted, that's another thing. But it's sad because I didn't know. You don't know none of this going on as a kid. You don't know this. And when she told me, it was like a domino effect. I started hearing from some of my other friends, that I was really close to, and it almost jades you. It gets you angry. You do get a lot of anger in your heart because this is a place where you have the ultimate vulnerability. Not just, as an adult, a little, but as a kid, you're wide open. And it was very. I had to reflect a little bit. I had to kind of also accept the fact that humans can be sick.
Humans are always sick.
Well, what I mean is just there's always that human element of effing things up, and
well, I've kind of gotten to the point where that children are sacred and everything else be damned.
Yeah, and it's just the thing is when someone tells you, and they get emotional and they get angry themselves, you kind of have to take a break a little bit and decompress and kind of start understanding that this is just the reality, that unfortunately it's a war zone, and there's casualties, and you may not be a direct casualty, but you and yourself are a casualty because it's that wake-up call, that you're not in Kansas anymore, quote unquote. And it's part of growing up, pretty much, Penny, that I've kind of had to, life hits you in the ass and says, you're not a kid no more. And the excuses of someone telling you that you're demon possessed or that you have something in you that is not, quote unquote, godly, it's not good enough no more. There has to be more of a root. And we all have problems. It's just understanding them. And, there's nothing wrong with faith, but if the person that wants to be an influence in you cannot help you in a sense of just the basics and just trying to connect with you, then maybe they're just not the right person for you. And you move on, because you can't stay in that moment either, because then you're just making it worse. Yeah. Anyway, Dreamer, what do you think?
Oh, I think, well, I would say that I would say as a kid, I always knew something was off. I just didn't know what it was. But that's because I always had this sort of sharp intuition when I went to church as a kid. And it was just like, oh, I just want to go home and play video games. I don't care about any of this bullshit. That was all that went on in my mind. What I would say is when I got a little older, I reached a point where when I wasn't evangelical, when I was 18 or so, I started to get into this sort of more contemplative aspect. And I was like, well, what the hell do I need the church for? What the fuck do I need these people for? And then I started to question, well, gee, why the hell does God even give a shit about half this shit? And so at that point, I just realized, screw it. I don't need Christianity. I don't need faith in that. And, you know, I just eventually evolved into this black magician. Everything worked out.
Yeah, you know what? I was a musician, believe it or not. In church, musicians are kind of like jocks. Okay. Which is fun. It's hilarious.
They are.
I think Penny knows what I'm talking about. A lot of musicians were, at least the ones that I knew, were very promiscuous. One thing about church, okay, there's a lot of sex involved. As much as I don't want to admit to it, it's just being an adult. There's a lot of screwing going on.
You know, that's one of the hypocrisies that was the biggest turnoff of church for me. It's just like, you know, this is so full of shit. It's not funny. Why put up with it?
Well, I'll tell you, I put up with it because my father was one of those, if you were out of bed, and he would drag you out of bed in the morning, but if you were out of bed, you were working. And church was the only place I didn't have to work.
No, and that's understandable. I was kind of the same until I think my father matured a little bit. He kind of started seeing it in the sense that if I push them, I'm gonna lose them. And the thing is, when parents are so indoctrinated into thinking that whatever got them to connect like that, it's not going to get my children. There has to be more than just hellfire and brimstone, because it's not a perfect. Obviously, it's not. That's the pretty much the basic gist of it. It's the complete opposite, because there's a lot of sex and a lot of bullshit going on. And, you know, you can't say, well, oh, the church, you can't, because it's so toxic in the sense that once you figure it out, you got your ass kicked. If not, you know, you've been raped or abused. So it's better to, at least in my perspective, it's better to at least not sugarcoat it. And it's better to show them that you need to be an individual if you're not ready for something, then the right time, then you'll be ready, you know. But, you know, it's just, like I said, it's one of those things where I was a jock pretty much in church. So when this hit me and I started hearing all my friends that were going through this, it made me, it kind of, I felt really bad because, you know, my experience wasn't, I wish my experience in church was, well, their experience, I wish was mine. But it's not realistic, because everybody has, you know, everybody's a different individual. And unfortunately, even me, that's not good enough no more, being a jock. It's not good enough being a musician, because it gets old. It's not, there's more to life than that, you know, and, you know, it's just part of growing up. But yeah, it was just it was a life-changing thing for me, coming from that background. So I don't know if you guys know this, but the AME Church, the retirement fund for the clergymen, I guess, has been stolen. A lot of the clergymen have no retirement no more, and it's about $80 million of their pension is gone.
Yeah, there were issues with Ikuza as well, that there was a split, or as they called it, a schism, and it was over gay rights. And the main part of the church went with gay rights, and the schism didn't. And the schism ended up taking the money for the pensions. So
it's so lame. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it ended up this big mess where you have all these pastors that gave decades to the church, and now they are having to go back to work because there's no money.
I mean, if you get raped one way, you're going to get raped the other way, and it's sad, but it is what it is. I mean, no one's safe. And that's
the Church of Christ that I grew up in, they didn't even have a retirement fund. They paid into Social Security. And that may end up broke too.
Well, is that our local NSA agent?
Yep.
Okay.
He's doing his rounds. He's like, oh, gotta let them know I'm here. He's gonna scratch his butt and yawn and do all kinds of other disgusting things, just to try
to annoy the NSA agent. I thought that my father had no information about what had happened to me at all. And he died in 1980, long before I remembered any of this. But once my memories were activated, I remembered this weird conversation that I'd had with my father right before he died. And he told me, Penny, don't ever screw around with the FBI, the CIA, or the mafia. And since I've got my memories activated, it's like, what the hell did my father know that he didn't tell me?
He might have gotten, well, sometimes, and I'm not saying this is the case with you, but sometimes parents do sell their kids into programs for certain social benefits or money or whatever the hell. That stuff happens.
Oh yeah. I have dealt with the CIA, the mafia, the NSA, the OSS, and I'm looking at all of this and going, what the hell did my father know?
Penny, do you think it coincides with the church? Obviously, that's maybe a dumb question, but I mean,
I know the CIA had control over the denomination that I was raised in.
Yeah.
Because in my 20s, the CIA basically took it over. And the mind control aspects became so in your face that was why I left.
Wow. That is, that's very startling.
And I was kind of a true believer. So me leaving because of the CIA influence, they were using CIA mind control techniques to control people's behavior. The clergy were being taught these techniques to control the behavior of the members that didn't want to go along with the program. And a lot of it was just so judgmental and controlling that it had no business being in a church. But they would find somebody that was giving the pastor a hard time, and there was a technique to put your arm around the person on your right and put your hand over their right kidney. And if you do this to someone, even if they've done nothing wrong, it makes them feel guilty. So they were using techniques like this to control the membership.
It's disgusting.
That's what I thought. That's why I left. And my then husband was a pastor in this group. And I was like, nope, 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 nope. And he says, I'll be defrocked. And I go, I don't care. This is wrong.
Yeah.
So
Wow, Penny.
Those
That's,
techniques would become all this stuff would become a testing ground for community policing, which we now know is called community gang stalking or gang stalking.
yeah.
And
Or-
this is
or like the
targeted
NSA
and the whole
agent that-
targeted individual stuff that we're all going through.
Or like the NSA agent that is constantly monitoring Douglas's show.
Oh yeah. He's. I wonder what church he goes to. Who knows? He might actually be interfering from the show from a church. Now that would be something interesting.
Oh, well, he can do whatever he wants to do until one of us catches him at it.
Well, who knows? If we ask him enough questions, we might get him to say something like, "I mean this church, I mean that church."
Has he ever talked to you?
Yeah, he has. He has. When Douglas was once talking about like the about Cthulhu and some occult stuff, and he was like, "Mm-hmm."
yeah, I remember that too, J-Mo. Now that you mentioned it, it's almost like he wanted to hear this. Like he was actually tuned in for that specific subject, which kind of lets you know,
Well, he
where
does.
he's coming from.
So he could be an occultist.
Well, no doubt.
A lot of these agents are.
Okay.
Did I tell you, Penny, that I've had my run-ins with I had a homeless quote unquote woman outside my place.
Tell her about it. Tell her everything.
No, I haven't heard about that one. Tell me.
She was, for some reason, this homeless person was practicing arts and crafts. She literally was making arts and crafts right outside my place, and she was hanging them up in electrical box. Now think about this. I'm in a very urban area, okay?
Yeah.
And she's hanging up trinkets and very arts crafts. She literally had a briefcase. What homeless woman would find time to do this? And
actually,
worse,
it's more like, where is she getting the money for the raw materials? Because arts and crafts are not cheap.
Well, she was camped outside an elementary school. Okay.
Okay.
She set up camp on an elementary campus, and the reason what startled me is she was changing clothes in the middle of the street right in front of the elementary. So it's like, why is this homeless lady getting naked? She was in her underwear, but still, it's like, why would you change right in front of children? It's one of those things
she
where
had lost her mind.
No, but I think it goes beyond that, Penny. What was going on was that basically, because of his affiliation with myself, and this has nothing to do with indulging myself, he has become a target for gang stalking. Now, Jameson Reese, of course, feels he's experienced that even before his affiliation with myself. And yet, at the same time, the fact that he was gang stalked since childhood and has had handlers assigned to him, like the former psychiatrist he often speaks of. In fact, on record, Jameson Reese has mentioned that Me and this guy, to emphasize how closely he had bonded with this individual for a period of time, unless I'm miscommunicating, and we can always ask him about that when he returns. But he said that this psychiatrist and I had sex with the same woman together. He was friends enough with this guy where he bonded with the man's dog to the point where he actually cared about the dog far more than he did about the psychiatrist. Now, all of this is kind of shall we say, a memory that may have been imposed upon him through hypnosis, the idea of them having sex with the same woman, etc. like that. But regardless, with that kind of background, in a sense, it's almost like Jameson was assigned. Yet I trust him in the sense that he's not necessarily free of his handlers or the gang stalking, but simply that Jameson is what he is. Shall we say, he's in a special zone where he's not like other people who have been handled and assigned. He's rather been someone who I won't say broke free, but has just simply, he's very hard to control, and his raging prevents a lot of his use by the enemy, so to speak. But he definitely has a background that predisposes him as a potential product of a program, if not a probable one. When it comes to something like this that happens in front of my home, during the time that I was involved with Lori and Ann Fenton, and again, had no choice in the matter, I was bringing up earlier this individual named Bill Brockbrader. And Bill Brockbrader is a pedophile. Now, by the way, in a court of law, just so people understand that I'm not throwing that term out lightly, because I violently brought up the fact the other day while Sammy was with us along with Jameson, how damaging it is that people keep throwing that term around so casually. So when I use that term, people have to understand that it's been decided in a court of law that that term applies. So when it comes to Bill Brockbrader, and by the way,
that's one of the issues that I have with the truther community is that they will accuse people without evidence.
Thank you. I mean, they'll use that term just on everybody that they dislike.
If they don't like you, that's what you are. There's no evidence for it. And because once that gets loose, there's no defense from it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these days, fortunately, I guess this is how bizarre the situation is. It's unfortunate, but in a sense, for the victim of such a verbal assault, such a character assassination, it's been used so often that it ceases to have any meaning. So it's not like it was in the past. Honestly, these days people throw it out and it's like hearing birds chirping. Nobody really even absorbs it, or it doesn't even sink in. By the way, that's the ultimate negative, because it's gotten to the point exactly where the pedophiles want it, so that the term isn't taken seriously at all. But when, by the way, Mirth Ling says she's loving tonight's transmission. Thank you so much, honey. And so I'm going to make sure not to read what she wrote, because I have a habit of doing that unless people tell me not to. So I'll give a more in-depth look at what she wrote later. But from what I'm seeing just by a quick scan, it's she basically had mysterious packages delivered or something like that. It sounds pretty gnarly, full of meat or something. Oh, ooh. So aside from that, what I was going back to was when I was dealing with Lori and Ann Fenton, I had homeless people constantly outside of my home. And these were obviously assigned because if anyone who's had a look, looking it up on Google does not do it justice. I've told people this far more than what you see. But if you look up on Google and have any idea of how cities are laid out, understand that San Francisco is the second most congested city in the United States after New York City. You understand just how there's no real room in my residential neighborhood for any homeless to be here casually. This is not a convenient place. It's up on a hill. They have to walk up on a hill no matter what direction they're coming from, a big hill, a steep hill, to get here. Most homeless are not going to expend that energy. So the fact that I would have homeless outside my door shows that they were assigned. There's no reason for them to come here. It's not a begging area. There's nobody to beg from. So when it comes to what happened with our man Sammy, that's essentially what happened to him. This woman was there, and she's not in an area which is a begging area. She's across the street from a school. So she's just basically there to cause discomfort. And she ultimately was expelled by just everybody getting aware and kind of mobilizing. And ultimately, she was driven out, essentially. Jameson feels that she was probably driven and dropped off by the cops themselves. I don't know if I'm that cynical as to include that, but the potential is there. You would be amazed. Police forces can be incredibly corrupt or have corrupt elements within them. But when it comes to the situation that he was describing, believe him, it was not something where he was indulging himself in like, oh God, there's a homeless person here and they're acting strangely and I'd better be suspicious. This was one where she was definitely doing something to essentially psychologically disrupt his sense of inner peace, which is the main point of gang stalking. In a sense, Our Lady Penny, she's in a much safer area because the community is so small. Anybody who arrives is automatically recognized as a stranger. So it's an area where it would be very hard to gang stalk or terrorize her. It's just too many people know each other, and the strangers arriving would be instantly spotted. I mean, I don't think you were strategizing. You just wound up in that situation fortuitously, right?
I've had vehicles park across the street. But Lou, bless his heart, went across the street and said, you guys park here long enough. We need to build you a shed so you can take a nap. And they stopped. It's like, oops, we're caught.
It's like, you wonder why that bothers them. It's like, what did they expect? Of course they're caught. How could anyone miss them? So
how they were there for what was it, 2 years about?
That's fucking incredible.
It was about 2 years that they had an old Pac Bell truck across the street. Well, anybody who lives in California knows that Pac Bell bought AT&T in the 1980s, 90s. Mm-hmm. There hasn't been a Pac Bell for decades. Mm-hmm. So they're sitting there in a Pac Bell truck across the street working on the telephone pole. Come on, get real.
Well, there you go. You know the story of my telephone pole, right? It became legendary.
It's like, we had so much trouble when we were on AT&T that the guy didn't know that I was living with Lou. So he's telling Lou all about, well, I don't know why that apartment is having so much trouble because they're on the dedicated line for the federal government.
There you are. Yes.
So now we're no longer on AT&T, we're on CalNet, and it goes through the air, and I'm sure they've got somebody with something listening in.
Yes.
But they were listening in all the time before. I don't care what they hear because I'm telling the truth as I know it, and I'm to the point of I don't give a shit.
Mm-hmm. So,
but
yeah, go on.
You're right. Where I live, anybody that comes through that nobody knows is automatically suspect. Yeah. And if they sit in a spot too long, they get spoken to.
Mm-hmm. Yes, good. And so one of the things that we had spoken of before you had come on, we were talking about Mark Richards and the Pendragon murders and Joanne Richards and how she often sees him and he tells her all about his life experiences and she writes them out. Are you familiar with any of this?
Oh, that's the saga that Carrie Cassidy is enthralled with.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
she thinks that is the only true story in the SSP.
Wow. Wow. Sorry to hear that.
So, yes, I have met Mrs. Richards at a conference, or 3 or 4.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you've met her repeatedly, as I have, and I'm sure you've spoken with her at length, right? As
No.
I have. Right? No?
No, I have not spoken with her at length. She gives me this look like that I'm competing for her money.
Oh.
And so I say hi, I nod, I walk away, I give her space. You know, I watched the cartoon thing that they made about his life, and I thought, you know, okay, that sounds like Marvel Comics. It doesn't sound realistic at all. I have never encountered the beings that he describes, nor have I encountered any extraterrestrial that made a human feel special. So, you know, it is what it is, and that's the story they're telling, and let them tell it.
Yes, there we are.
There are a lot of cover memories out there that people are just completely buying into the cover memory and never going past it with hypnosis. And I have made a point of going past my cover memories and dealing with what's behind the curtain. And it's very different because my cover memories are being a mermaid in a kelp bed. I mean, come on.
Well, I kind of like that one.
It's innocuous. It's fun. It would be a good place to be. And, you know, but every Friday for decades, I would dream about that.
Wow, cool.
So when the NSA agent who restored my memories said that he also dreamed about that every Friday for decades.
Oh, wow.
I understood that this was not what it appeared to be.
Right.
And so at that point, I addressed it with a hypnotist.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And that helped. Yes. Right?
I don't know. If I wanted a happy life, I should have stuck with the mermaid in the kelp bed. But then I wouldn't be on your horizon either.
Yes, there we are. Jameson says,
I have taken up telling people, you know, the myriads of folks who come to me and say, I know I was this, but I have no memories. I have taken up telling them, count your blessings and go have a happy life.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
They think I'm mean.
Yeah. Oh, there was one person who encountered you the other day who felt you were mean. We'll talk about that some other day. That falls more into the fun gossip category.
Oh my God, there's somebody almost every day who thinks I'm mean. Okay, I'm going to put this in context for the world. I'm old. I'm disabled. I'm stuck with memories that are horrific and traumatic. I'm stuck with mind-fractured alters that pop up, and the me that is speaking now ends up with tons of missing time, and I'm trying to make some sort of continuous story out of my life. And then somebody will pop up and say, oh my God, I think I did what you did, but I don't have any memories. You have to help me. Oh, and I don't have any money to pay you.
Yes, of course. Of course not,
yes,
because all such people are unemployable. But go on.
Yeah, so I'm like, at this point, I stopped doing counseling 3 years ago. Period. Because I'm in too much physical pain to be nice to people. That's the fucking truth. Okay? I had surgery, what was it, 5 months ago?
Yeah, it feels like it wasn't that long ago, yes.
Yeah, 5 months ago, I had major surgery. And I wasn't even out of the hospital when people were still messaging me. I feel drowned. I know that doesn't make sense to most of the audience. I feel like I am drowning in the demands of people who see me as entertainment.
Ooh, yeah.
That's how it feels. And some days I just want to find a hole and crawl in it and pull the lid over me and tell everybody to leave me the fuck alone.
Yes. Yes, I get it.
That's where I am emotionally. And then some asshole will send me 50 messages in the course of 2 hours and get mad because I don't answer them because I'm nocturnal and I'm asleep while they're doing it.
Okay, well, that's definitely glad that you brought this up, and I think that it's...
So, yes, I have this rage that's almost as deep as Jameson's about the sheer chutzpah of the public. And I'm tired of things being demanded of me that they would not ask of someone in their own family.
Yeah, no, that's...
I am not a public slave.
Yes, yeah.
And I'm tired of being treated like one. And so, yes, if I have to be a raging bitch to get them to leave me alone, I may very well do that. I have a radio show. I occasionally come on your radio show.
Yes. Yes.
Otherwise, I'm pretty picky about who I spend time with. And if they don't give me a good reason, I'm not going to spend time with them. And if they're coming to me, well, I've watched 20 of your videos and I started having dreams. Well, shit, the dreams are because you watched 20 of my videos.
Yeah, yes. I remember, of course, with, Christine Joanna Hart. What was it I remember about her? Oh, yes. She was entirely like the young lady I knew intimately, albeit never got to know her personally because she was so wrapped up in the system. She was just basically when I had that full-bodied blood transfusion when I was 14 years of age. And they affect...
I didn't realize you were that old when you had it.
How old did you think I was?
8.
Good God, no. Oh, my God. So, just out of curiosity, what gave you that idea? Is it, like, do you have any context for why you remembered it that way?
No, it's just the impression that I had.
Okay.
I read about the disease, and it normally hits people of Japanese descent at about age 8. So...
Oh, are you talking about Kawasaki syndrome?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Yes. So understand, of course, there's variants of the Kawasaki syndrome, obviously, that are not in the medical textbooks. So that's where that comes from. Okay, I understand what you're saying. No,
you gave me the name of the disease in one of our conversations, and I looked it up. I was pre-med microbiology. I can read the journals.
No, deeply appreciate it. Yes.
So I was checking into what you'd had.
No, thank you.
I thought I was being a thoughtful friend.
Of course. No, it's not taken otherwise, I assure you. Hey, you did the right thing. I mean, I provide people a link to just a basic article, which is hopefully still on the net. Every time I provide a link, usually they'll scrub it from the internet within a short period.
Geez.
Yeah, I'm sure that's happened to you as well in your experience.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But
a lot of stuff that I was using 5 years ago is completely gone.
Yes, understand. But what I try to explain to people is that my manifestation of what would be deemed to be Kawasaki syndrome is simply because they don't really have any way of dealing with what I am. In other words, I don't have anything. I'm simply a subspecies of humanity. I've inherited traits from my mother. And of course, this is one of those things that was taken to be a manifestation of Kawasaki syndrome. But since I manifest no other symptoms other than the red eyes, then what would happen is that they would simply say, well, it's asymptomatic. Kawasaki syndrome. It's just their way of just dealing with it. So the red eyes, when they do manifest, they'll just say, okay, well, it's the symptoms manifesting or something like that. It's just a way of dealing with it. Bear in mind that when the Dr. Kawasaki, who the syndrome is named after, isolated the condition was when I was about one year of age. I was one of the people that he studied. But everyone else who had it went on to ultimately have other symptoms that were potentially dangerous or degenerative. And so mine became the what you would call it, the out model, the outrider, the asymptomatic.
Outlier.
Yeah, outlier, the exception. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. And but by the time everything that he wrote came to the United States, it was like decades later. They had no idea that any such thing existed as Kawasaki syndrome until decades later. I often write that in the summaries that I usually make certain to append to whenever I'm manifesting red eyes in a photograph so that people understand that. And this is because, of course, it's almost exclusively Asian and therefore, or almost exclusively manifests in Asian people. So in a sense, there was no reason for whites to know about it. But as it happens...
Except I'm this curious person that wants to know what my friends are going through.
Yes, no, deeply appreciated. So, but the point is that I'm not really going through any suffering because of it. The biggest suffering I would get would be...
Hear.
I'm sorry, honey?
Good to hear.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. No, the biggest suffering I would get is losing friends when they get freaked out by it. That's, but in terms of the point that I'm making with that, what was my point of bringing that up? You know, I'm losing a lot of trains of thought tonight, but that's because we're going through a lot of different things, and that's fine. And they also bring
part of it is because I'm thinking sideways instead of linearly.
Yeah, there's that. And so when
I do that sometimes, it's a side effect of too many alters.
Okay, thank you. Though, you know, may not just be you, it may also be myself. Sammy's letting us know he's on mute. He's washing dishes. That's so cute. And I'm so glad he helps his significant other with that. Oh my God, the man who washes dishes is the man any woman wants to adopt. That is like an ideal partner. Oh my God. It's, you'd almost envy her. So aside from that, in terms of the blood transfusion. So the Kawasaki syndrome was always there, but apparently you were under the impression it was the reason for the blood transfusion. Am I correct in assuming that? Okay. That's where that comes from. No. So it was completely, how would I put this? It was completely criminal and exploitive and had nothing to do with anything. Basically, the immediate cause that was exploited was the fact that I had bleeding duodenal ulcers. So when I manifested bleeding duodenal ulcers at the age of 14 through 16 years of age, this was the
usual cause of that is poisoning.
Okay. Go on.
Have you looked into that?
No, I appreciate what you're saying, and I might look into it just out of curiosity. I don't feel that that was the case here unless, you know, there could have been poisoning environmentally through the pipes and everything in the tenderloin. I have no doubt that I was poisoned by any number of environmental factors, that's for sure. As a matter of fact, my cosmetologist V was convinced that I... how would I get it? She was convinced that I'm a victim of lead pipes. And that might have been the case with the Tenderloin apartment and even where I'm living now. So yeah, it's a potential that a lot of this has had long-term impacts. So poisoning might have been involved. I'm not averse to that. Personally, I feel a lot of it was simply stress. In the old days, and I'm sure you're well aware of this, I know you are, before this idiot in Australia simply injected himself with loads and loads of H. pylori virus to the point where he gave himself an ulcer. And by the way, this is incredibly stupid that this was taken as evidence that H. pylori virus causes ulcers. This is like saying, I drank just, bottle after bottle of vodka every day, and I got a bleeding duodenal ulcer. So this shows that all ulcers are caused by all the vodka that you drink and all the people this was the logic.
That would be alcohol poisoning.
Thank you. But of course, enough alcohol will also thin the fabric of the stomach lining. It can help contribute to ulcers. You get my point. So with H. pylori virus, the fact that this guy loaded himself up on it and developed an ulcer, then they said, okay, that means all ulcers are caused by H. pylori virus. Okay, this is in the...
That's a logical fallacy.
Thank you. This is what is taken.
Hey, I have been trained in logic.
Thank you, honey. Yes, very important. And it's good of you to clarify that for all our listeners. So then in the old days, before this idiot in Australia, this MD did that to himself and completely upended treatment for ulcers to the point now where you have a bleeding duodenal ulcer, they prescribe you an antibiotic. This is, in the old days, they assumed it was due to stress. And so it was known as like a chief executive officer's disease, a CEO's disease, and it was induced by too much responsibility and stress, and therefore men who were suffering that were basically prescribed counseling, and as well as a lot of...
Yes, because they considered it to be a mental illness.
Well, interestingly, it never had that onus. It was more like the way we would consider post-traumatic stress disorder, almost romantically. It was like, in other words, it was like, you got to respect the man. He's working himself to the point where it's damaging his health, that kind of attitude. So, yeah. And it shows that he's working hard. This is what,
Except when a woman gets it, it's mental illness, and they call you a hypochondriac.
Yeah, that was when they finally started recognizing it in women. Remember, they didn't even recognize heart attacks in women for years and years, generations.
Oh, I know. Yeah. We would just drop dead, and nobody would know why.
Yeah,
and no one would care.
No one would care. No one would, or basically follow up on that with any kind of. Why did she die? It's just, women are frail like that. Sometimes they'll die on you. Yeah, that kind of shit. So just so people know, it was...
just so the audience knows, women are as tough as men, and we survive longer.
Yeah. Well, aside from that, understand this, for the longest period of time, it was simply medical axiom, meaning taken as a absolute truth, that women did not get heart attacks and that women did not get ulcers. You see, you'd have to have the responsibilities of a man to suffer such things. And so it was just deemed that, nobody looked into it. Nobody was looking into women getting it because it was simply considered impossible for them to do so. So that's how that worked. But when I developed bleeding duodenal ulcers, I was still in the care of my parents, still in the care of Letterman Army Medical Center. It got to the point because of this, my parents knew something terrible had been done to me. They realized that I had been exploited, essentially, and they began to take me to other doctors outside of the Letterman Army Medical Center system. One of them was I think his name was Dr. Mike Lenore, who had his own television show on local Oakland television here in the greater Bay Area. And his last name was definitely Lenore. His first name might have been Michael, or pretty sure it was Michael Lenore. But at any rate, he was a black African-American doctor. and actually was concerned enough where he conducted a home visit. So he was obviously thinking along your lines. A kind of poisoning. The general filth of the tenderloin was such that, of course, there were all kinds of health problems I came down with before the nanoplasma transfusion. But what had happened was, because of the bleeding duodenal ulcer, I was assigned to receive psychiatric care and psychological care. That was, at that time, I'd say it was worthless. Nevertheless, I'd say it was the right track. I would say it would be infinitely better, our world would be infinitely better, if they assigned psychiatric and psychological counseling to people who had bleeding duodenal ulcers these days, instead of giving them antibiotics. Because there's obviously a lot of compromise of the immunosystem through stress. It was exactly what they originally said before this H. pylori virus bullshit. So, what had happened to myself was, my parents were told when I was brought in with all the blood I lost with the bleeding duodenal ulcer, so much so that I was having violent fading spells because of loss of blood. Then they told my parents, I was going to die. I was going to bleed out. Well, that was a lie, of course. I found that out later. But they took advantage of the situation to provide a full body blood transfusion, only there was a catch. It was at that point in history, again, this is something you remember back in the old days, they used to pay homeless people and alcoholics and intravenous drug abusers for blood. They used to pay them to come in off the street, contribute blood. Oh, yes, and of course, street walking prostitutes. And beyond all that, one of the biggest contributors to the blood market crash and the whole rehabilitation of the blood market was William Jefferson Clinton and Hillary Rodham Clinton when they were running Arkansas to the ground. Basically, what they did was they encouraged, so they could look like good people, so they could look badass and that they were doing good for the public. They encouraged all the people in the prisons to contribute blood. So they'd have these big blood drives in the prisons, and prisoners would get, free donuts and prison privileges for contributing blood. And of course, the prisoners are all fucking each other, and they're all loaded with every sexually transmitted disease you can imagine, including at that point, the entire system was saturated with AIDS. So basically, Clinton and, the Clintons, both of them, they crashed the blood market. They were a factor in that. But aside from the stupid system they used to have of inviting people off the street carrying everything known to man to contribute their blood for donuts and $20, then they had this prison drive that the Clintons were doing, and it became known as Bloodgate. Now, what happened at that moment, just so people understand some of the politics behind this, and I'm very familiar with it because as a Department of Defense research librarian, I dealt with the records of CENTO. And for those of you who don't remember, aside from NATO, there used to be a Southeast Asian Treaty Organization that was the Asian equivalent thereof, known as CETO. And there was a CENTO.
Yeah, I remember that. I was wondering what happened to that.
Oh, it ultimately disappeared after the fall of Saigon because one of its founding members and one of the pillars of CETO was South Vietnam. So when Saigon fell, it was the equivalent of the fall of Byzantium. I mean, it was like the fall of the Eastern Roman Empire. And at that point, everything in the world changed. It's just so people understand this, that may be too esoteric a historical parallel, because all you guys can think of, majority of you, is World War II or thereafter. Imagine if the Soviets had overrun all of Western Europe. That was the equivalent of the Middle Ages experience of the fall of Byzantium, the fall of Constantinople to the Turks, the equivalent of the Soviets overrunning all of Western Europe. That's and then you have all of the Europeans fleeing to America, as many as they can. That was essentially what had happened when Saigon fell. And then you had all of the Vietnamese refugees and everyone else escaping as much as they could to other countries surrounding Vietnam, these boat people. And there were several ways they were exploited. One of the most notable ways, which you can look up on YouTube, is any Italian-directed cannibal flick, which would take these vegetarian Buddhist Vietnamese boat people and exploit them to pretend they were cannibals for Italian cannibal films. They were all Vietnamese.
Oh my God.
puppies, yeah.
They actually did that?
Yeah, horrible. And
oh, gee.
yeah, and so the at any rate, the ocean was the poor man's gas chamber. Many of them died. But my point is, with the fall of Saigon, Sito fell. Sito collapsed. It was the equivalent of the Soviets overrunning Western Europe and Asia. And when it came to Sento, that disappeared with the fall of the Shah. So Sento was the central treaty organization that comprised Saddam Hussein's Iraq, the Shah's Iran, and Pakistan. And of course, the Pakistanis had a couple of dynasties that essentially ruled. And Benazir Bhutto was a product of one of those dynasties. She considered herself a spoiled Muslim princess, and she was at one end of Sento. At the other end was Turkey. It was Turkey, Saddam Hussein's Iraq, the Shah's Iran, and then, of course, you had Pakistan. Under the, as a matter of fact, Iraq may never have even been a part of it, but it was certainly Turkey, Iran, and Pakistan. It was just Turkey, Iran, and Pakistan that were part of it. And so those three, if anybody looks at the map, you'll see the borders are connected. That was supposed to be Sento. That was supposed to stop, or do their best to stop, a Soviet invasion of Southwest Asia. The Americans would back them up, of course, so America was the fourth member. So it was just four members. It was Turkey, Iran, and Pakistan. And with the fall of Shah's Iran, it all fell apart, but because the central component of Sento fell apart. But when it comes to Turkey at one end of that crescent, and Pakistan at one end of the other, obviously Iran was in the middle, but both of these nations, Turkey and Pakistan at the other ends, were ruled by Muslim Muslim female dictators. Turkey became ruled by a lady named Tansu Çiller. And Tansu Çiller was so butch, she made her husband take her last name in a Muslim nation, no less. And Tansu Çiller...
How did she pull that off?
It's just real Muslim dragon lady, bitch queen. And on the other hand, in Pakistan, it was ruled by Benazir Bhutto, who called herself a spoiled Muslim princess. Now, the thing that these two ladies had in common was they both went to the English school. I believe it was Oxford. It was Hillary Clinton.
There's a lot of people that go to Oxford because Oxford has satellite campuses all over the world.
Yeah, there's that, but yeah, they were in England, and so they met in England, and they were educated. They were all sorority sisters with Hillary Rodham Clinton, who was also educated at that English university. So they were known as Hell's Harlots. They were in the same sorority together. So Tansu Çiller, Hillary Rodham Clinton, and Benazir Bhutto were sorority sisters. They all knew each other, potentially intimately. They were certainly going through whatever kind of rituals that such sororities go through, which often involve some kind of sexual degradation, like all fraternities do. And but they knew each other well. So when Tansu Çiller became the female dictator of Turkey and Benazir Bhutto became the female dictator of Pakistan, Hillary Rodham Clinton was convinced she was going to become the female dictator of the United States. At any rate...
Well, that didn't work out.
No, it didn't. But at any rate, what had happened, because they had such close connections, when Hillary Rodham Clinton was getting her hubby to juice the prisons for all that blood, then what happened was that the blood market ultimately crashed. And the first thing that Hillary Rodham Clinton did was she called up her sorority sister Benazir Bhutto and said, here's your chance to make some real money. And so Benazir Bhutto basically contacted the United Nations and said about the blood market crashing because of all the AIDS, because basically what had happened was this incredible series of tragedies, for those who don't know, because all these assholes were donating their blood off the streets and in the prisons, and altogether crashed the blood market. Basically people of all ages started dying of AIDS. Basically they were getting it from blood transfusions. So when the blood market crashed, And they said, well, now literally hundreds of thousands of people are going to die. We have no blood. It was Benazir Bhutto who came to the rescue. This is all part of what became known as Bloodgate. So Benazir Bhutto basically said, to the United Nations, I can give you all the blood you want, and it'll be proven to be clean. You can test it, and it will be pre-tested anyway. I'll have my military contribute the blood. All my soldiers will volunteer to contribute blood. So the United Nations says, fine, please, by all means, we need this immediately. So she went to the military and said, look, we've had 5 wars with India that have almost gone nuclear, and we're headed towards the 6th war with India. We're going to need to store up on blood, and we need it for the troops. And some of it can go on the international market as well. All of our troops are tested for STDs and everything, including AIDS, or they're not allowed to serve. And so the military said, okay. And she basically gave all of the paramedics direct orders secretly. And when 20,000 men were wheeled in, instead of taking a single pint out of each body, the medics took 12. In other words, they strapped them down.
They stripped them to nothing.
They killed them. They drained them dry. So they bled all of their own troops. She killed 20,000 of her own men. And that blood went on the international market. She became a multi-millionaire. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars because people needed this or they were going to die. She charged top dollar, and people had to pay or they would die. So she basically took the money and ran to England, lived in London for about 20 years. And it was when Hillary Rodham Clinton was running for president, she was convinced she was going to win. So when she was running against Obama, she basically told Benazir Bhutto, now's your chance to go back to Pakistan and reassert your power because I'm going to be president and I'll back you up. Now, when Benazir Bhutto returned to Pakistan, I told everyone she's going to die. I said, yeah. And then what happened was, of course, as soon as she got off the airport, she was descending from off the plane. There was a guy with a suicide backpack, threw himself on the bottom of the plane and blew himself up. And a lot of people died, but she survived that. Everyone around her died, but somehow she, survived that, got into an armored car. As soon as she got into the armored car, then they started trying to drive her to her armed and, security gated estate. And that's when a man threw himself under her car with a suicide backpack and blew himself up. And she died the way all these troops were dying in Iraq. She died of a traumatic brain injury, as if she were the victim of an improvised explosive device, because the IEDs in Iraq would just blow up under the Humvees, and the soldiers, whether they're wearing their helmet or not, it wouldn't matter. They'd be thrown up so hard against the roof of the armored Humvee that it would smash their brains out. So if you wore a helmet, it really just added to the damage. You were fucked either way. So the IEDs would kill all the American troops through TBIs, traumatic brain injuries. So basically, that's how she died, like a soldier in Iraq. She got thrown up against the top of her armored car and her head was smashed. So when, that was the end of that saga. But that was all intrinsic to my own experience, because what had happened at the time that the blood market crashed, my parents were confronted with the fact that there was no blood. And they were told, oh, your son's bleeding out, and if we don't give him a blood transfusion, he's going to die. Unfortunately, the blood market has crashed, and we have no available alternatives. See, that was right before Benazir Bhutto rescued the blood market. And so they said to my parents, we need your permission, but we have a highly experimental nanoplasma, and it's killed everyone that we've transplanted it into, all of these prisoners that they would get from the California medical system who would volunteer. They were given prison privileges or even revocation of death sentences, a gubernatorial.
It killed all of them, and then they were going to use it on you.
Yes, that's right. And they warned my parents that.
Your parents said okay.
Because they told my parents, your son is dying. Get it? They said, your son is dying. He's bleeding out. We have no blood. This is all we have. It's killed everyone else, but we feel your son has a better chance to survive because he's so young. And they explain, you see, children are pliable. And obviously we would never use this on a child without the parents' permission. everyone we used it on was older and their bodies were set in their ways. And, young children have a much higher percentage rate of surviving.
Oh my God.
Yeah, just impossible procedures that, they're pliable. They're pliable. This is why you can do things to a child surgically that you can't do to an adult. You know this. And so the end result was my parents said yes. They felt they had no choice. It turned out the military was lying, of course. Remember, this is a military hospital. The people that they had tested it on before were all prisoners. These were prisoners from the California prison system, and they were volunteers because this was their way out of the California prison system. So then what happened was I was strapped down, I was emptied of blood, I was filled with this artificial plasma, and I died. I clinically died. So I was clinically dead for about, what I'm told, about 1 to 2 days. To my parents, it felt like 100 years. But they said, well, let's keep him because, he's clinically dead. But, we'll unplug him in about 72 hours, 3 days. And within about 24 to 48 hours, somewhere between that time, then I reanimated. So when I reanimated, one of the things that had happened was my negative blood, my O negative blood that I inherited from my mother, the rarest blood type in the world, had switched polarity, and I was now O positive, which is one of the most common blood types in the world, a universal donor. So there we have that, and that's what happened to myself. And during that period of time, to compound all of the insanity of everything that happened to myself, was, of course, I had to stay there for weeks under observation. And they told me that, my parents and myself, the reason why, and it sounded reasonable enough at the time. So I was there under observation, and I found out later that Dr. John Henry Hagman and Michael Aquino wanted to see if my body still functioned after that full body blood transfusion. They wanted to see if it functioned enough where I could get an erection and reproduce. So a young lady, this was never explained to me at the time. All I know was that a young lady started visiting myself. And this young lady who visited myself started having sex with me. So that was something I was not going to say no to. I fell instantly in love with this young lady with the zombie monotone that she would speak in. And she, of course, looked kind of like a street lady. It kind of reminded me years later when I saw the series Ally McBeal, a bit along those lines of appearance, but she did not have a name. She was just someone who had been given numbers, and she was showing me, for instance, that she had a wired head. It was right at the nape of her skull, where the top of the spinal column connects with the base of the skull. She had basically, the only way I could describe it was a golden spider of microcircuitry that had been surgically implanted. There was something similar above her left eye, which looked almost like an ornament. And she, like Christine Joanna Hart, she was like someone who had been a product originally of a convent, basically an orphanage run by a convent. So basically what she was able to tell me was that she had never known whatever exact criteria had decided her fate, that basically apparently the nuns had decided when she was little more than an infant that her soul was lost, and she had been placed on what they called the list. And one dark night, she and 2 other girls from the orphanage were heavily tranquilized and bundled into the back of what to them was an enormous a Lincoln. It was with tinted windows, of course. And after a hallucinatory ride, she had arrived at Deer Park, the headquarters of the CIA. She didn't know any of this at the time, but that's where she grew up. Now, she'd been just 9 years old when she commenced her career by, well, under the only name she would ever know. Class B Femme Juve 879. And for those of you who don't know, that's a category system where Class B means sex slave, Femme Juve means female juvenile, and 879 was the month and year of her birth. Now, the only mercy was that she was spared being one of their 5-year-old baby whores in heels and makeup, all bent out of shape by steroids, estrogen, and psycho-conditioning. And most of those had either died or killed themselves by the time they reached 15. But she survived, and that was probably the first time I met Michael Aquino, though I didn't know who he was. And that was also the time that I certainly got to know Dr. John Henry Hagman. And he told me I was being gifted. And she was there to make certain I was still working. And so she had sex with me several times, and by the time that I was discharged, within about 2 weeks' time, I'm certain I had impregnated her. Now, I know this for a fact later on when my mother had died, my father having died 5 years before her, and I was in danger of homelessness. I went into the San Francisco system, San Francisco being probably the only city in the world that provides health insurance for homeless people. Then I asked to be put onto the homeless system where they would help me get money if I would do some things in exchange. They had most of the people sweeping the streets of dog shit and human shit. And I avoided being assigned to that by the fact that I had a young Asian lady who judged me too handsome to be condemned to such work. So she found a way to get me the money without doing any of that. Now, all that having been arranged, one of the procedures was, of course, a background check. That goes sans saying. And during that period of time, I was asked by several people who had appeared to in the system, "What about your daughter?" And I said, "What daughter?" And then they looked at it and compared it to my age and said, "Well, I guess it doesn't matter because you're not legally responsible for her. Apparently she was born when you were about 15 years old." So this daughter that was born of this union, we think lives in Canada. We think she's a certain individual. That's what we grew to suspect when I was involved with Judith Eger. But there were all kinds of things that would make any ability for me to help her or contact her impossible. One of them being that she was prone towards accusing me of rape. So nothing could really come of that. And that almost certainly was the reason she was ordered to contact myself. She actually contacted me when I became a public informant. And at that time, I began to flirt with her, as I do any number of females, not even suspecting remotely that she could potentially be my daughter. That was something that was brought up by Judith Eger when she later on stated how similar we look. But had I rendezvoused with her, almost certainly she would have accused myself of rape, at which point I would have been guilty and exposed as a rapist, but beyond that, guilty of raping my own daughter. Some kind of incest rapist. which, by the way, if you look up the name Douglas Dietrich, you will actually find a man who was assigned to prison for incest rape named Douglas Dietrich. And that's some white guy that they've got who got busted on that, which may have been someone that they slammed into the clink in my place because they had everything set up waiting for me. Now, that's the horror of this situation and growing up where you're targeted from birth. But as for whatever happened to the potential mother of my daughter, I can't even begin to fathom. I've never been able to follow up on that, even when I was working with the Department of Defense in the library system. So that, of course, is CIA, very different record system, and it's separate from the Department of Defense. You might ask how they were involved. Well, of course, it turns out that there were times when the U.S. military attempted takeover of the CIA, and that was one of the reasons General Petraeus was inserted as the man who took over the CIA, a U.S. Army general, and he held the position for only 1 year, a single year, before he was brought down. But he did what Aquino wanted, which was to transfer the responsibility of the CHO out of CIA hands into U.S. Army hands again. For those of you who don't know, the Chochoa were like the Montagnards or the Hmong tribesmen brought over to the United States, North America, the U.S. and Canada by the thousands, the tens of thousands. And they were placed under CIA auspice in a clandestine welfare state. And they operate as a unit in the sense like the Hmong do. Good example of this would be this one woman I knew through, if you ever watch Roswell and the Rising Sun, the video, which is on my channel, if you ever watch that, there's this ugly idiot, this white guy with a balding head, like a tonsure, you know, the haircut with a little hole in the middle. He's like changing the slides for me. That guy later accused me of rape. And his wife, who looked like a man, she was successful for a while as a vitamin saleswoman because she was from Thailand, and she got another Asian minority, all of the regional Hmong tribes people, to sell vitamins for her. And they did so as a community until they were confronted with the fact that that would mean they were employed and therefore they'd all lose their welfare checks, at which point they abandoned her. But for the year that they were all working for her, she was the most successful vitamin saleswoman in the United States, to the point where they were asking her to give speeches on how she made it. Of course, there's no one who could pull that off except somebody who could convince an entire sub-tribe, an entire cultural community, a minority group to do all of the telecommunications, the telemarketing for her, like she did. So when it comes to what we're dealing with here, it's, oh God, what can I say? There's an example of a minority group that acts in lockstep. When their welfare checks were threatened with being cut, they all stopped selling for her. And, well, that's the way the CHO act. They all get their checks cut, so to speak, originally from the CIA. But when General Petraeus took over for a single year, they're back under Army command now. So they're essentially a foreign army under the command of your army, haunting your dreams and feeding off of you at night, terrorizing your subconscious. That's the deep state for you. Of course, our lady, Penny Bradley said that she was listening on mute. She's welcome to come back on if she wants. Of course, if she wants to go to bed sometime soon, she's welcome to as well. But do come back.
I had to do something that would make more noise than you needed to hear.
Understood.
So I was being polite.
Oh, no, deeply appreciate it, honey. Yeah.
Yes, I could hear everything you said. And it's getting to be that time of the night when I'm considering going to bed, so I will bid you adieu. Good night.
Well, thank you, honey. I love you dearly. My love to Lou as well. And we'll speak again soon, okay?
Okay.
Well, hugs. You take care for now. Bye. And
Bye.
yes.
Night, Penny.
Yes. Before
Whoa.
you leave, tell everybody where they can find your show on GERN.
Oh, she left.
Oh, she left. Okay. Well,
Hello.
yes, there we are. So thank you,
Hey.
Sammy. Come back on.
Yes, I've actually done with the dishes.
Okay, good. Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah. So it's probably getting that time too, but I mean, do you want me to stay on a little longer? Or,
Please. Oh, by all means. Yes,
Okay.
it's deeply appreciated.
I can stay maybe 10 minutes just to kind of help you,
Okay.
gather your thoughts and,
Thank you.
get ready if you want, Doug.
Yeah, sure. By all means, please. I appreciate that. Then I'll go a bit into the context of the Slender Man. You might remember I've published these columns in the past, and one of the columns that I've published them on Slender Man. Do you remember any of this?
Very vaguely.
Okay.
It's been a while, but
I do.
Okay.
very vaguely, yeah.
And do you remember columns on the phenomenon of Schrodinger and Schrodinger's cat?
That I don't remember. I remember Tulpas and Slender Man, but not necessarily that. I
Okay.
think if you talk about it, maybe it'll come back.
Hopefully so. And
Yeah,
do you
yeah.
remember those columns on Schrodinger, or was that before your time, Jameson?
That might have been before my time, but I'm familiar with what Schrodinger's cat is.
Well, maybe you are, and maybe you're not. There's
Maybe.
many layers to it.
Yeah, I might not be. I'm just familiar with the what do you call it? I'm familiar with what the public is told by mainstream science.
There we are.
So, but in that respect, I would say that I'm not qualified to speak on it in any detail.
No worries. You don't need to even qualify to that extent.
But I would
But
just assume that it's a cat in a superposition state.
at any rate, when it comes to the situation, the Slender Man was developed as a kind of a U.S. countermeasure to the Nazi development of Schrodinger's cat. So this is why they're both metaphysical entities that
Interesting.
few people see. I will give the details on that, and it requires a lot of explanation. But when it comes to the fact that your relation saw the Slender Man, I can guarantee you it's because of your connection with myself, just as the homeless woman was. This is because I'm considered to be connected to the Thousand-Year Reich in exile as Adolf Hitler's son. I will also tell you something else. There was something that Penny Bradley said about, we were taught that Adolf Hitler was the race traitor, that this was something that, they're no longer really Nazi, they're Teutonic Knights. Did both of you hear Penny say that?
I heard her say that they were yeah, I did. That
Okay,
they're no
and
longer
did you
Nazis,
hear
they're
that, Sam?
Teutonic Knights.
Did you hear that?
That might have been a little bit before I actually came back on transmission. Yeah.
So just both of you understand this. Even in that, I'm shocked at a potential reality concerning her memories. Now, her memories are, as far as I'm concerned, cascade memories. That she's definitely not lying.
They're really experienced by her, but that does not mean that they are actually what occurred.
Right. And much of it is camouflage for aspects of the memories that they want her to relay that in context get discredited. That it's kind of like Andrew Basiago and I'm in a jump room to Mars with Barack Obama. So in her case, when she talks about what she does about the Thousand-Year Reich in exile, which she basically says is, well, now they're Teutonic Germans, which of course ethnically they always were. That's kind of like saying that, you know, after World War II, the Japanese stopped being imperial and started being these new Japanese. It doesn't make any sense. But just so people understand, since the early 90s, as I spoke of in my interview with Nexus Magazine, so that it is published and people can look this up, on my website, douglasdietrich.com, basically to the surface world, which was maintaining a more and more increasingly sporadic and erratic communication with Unterland. But starting around the early 90s, around the time that they were closing the Presidio military base due to everything I had exposed, all communications from Unterland made less and less sense. Basically, the culture was becoming so alien, the surface world could no longer comprehend what they were saying. First, they became strange, and then stranger. It was as though they were no longer relating to human beings at all, not as we know them. The old guard, the original New Schwabenland Nazis. Now, you remember she brought up, many of these people come from Schwabenland. You see, so these are more nobility. Basically, in the German culture, Schwabenlanders are known to be cheap. It's kind of like when you want to talk about somebody and you say, man, that guy's cheap. In Germany, they'd say something like, he must be from Schwabenland. And they named Schwabenland, or that part of Antarctica conquered by the Third Reich, as New Schwabenland, because the original ship that had reached Antarctica as the Third Reich's expedition was the New Schwabenland. So that ship's name became the name of their conquest. But the original New Schwabenland Nazis had held on to power for far too long. Dissent was savagely repressed. It started to resemble North Korea in Unterland. And in addition, as far as the surface world could tell from some of the stuff that was being shipped to them to honor their demands, their tithe that they demanded from the surface world as bribery so that they wouldn't invade the surface of the earth. It was obvious by what was being demanded that a widespread program of genetic experimentation had been going on. Now, it was around 1997 that some kind of uprising occurred. And shortly after that, all contact broke down. There's been no communication with Unterland since. Now, one of the things that cannot be overemphasized is the fact that my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, prior to his escape, had undergone what was known as the Bulgarian blood treatment. He was receiving a full-body blood transfusion from the vampires that he had saved. And the blood took because we understood the concept of blood types by World War II. He essentially, through mechanical means, which the Soviets would later simply emulate, made himself a vampire. His life was likely at least doubled in lifespan. He would still have been alive and functional by 1997. Now, two things could have happened. If you take a look at what happened in communist China with Mao Zedong, the Chinese Communist Party tried to expel Mao Zedong from power. He fought back by unleashing the Red Guard. He mobilized the youth of China to overthrow the communist Chinese government and render himself as permanent dictator. Something like that could have happened in Unterland, where Adolf Hitler extended his rule through the help of the Hitler Youth and decided to break off all contact with the surface world at that point as no longer even necessary. Or perhaps he was overthrown, and as a vampire, the term assassinated wouldn't even be used. The term they used for my own mother, as they use for vampires, is slain. Someone who kills a vampire from the days of the High Middle Ages legally is not considered a murderer. They're considered a slayer. So that may have happened as well, in which case we have no idea who's running Unterland. If something like that was taught to her in these memories, perhaps stripped, neuronically combed from captured prisoners of war, from any downed Hanabu or other aerocraft of the 1,000-Year Reich in exile, then what she could be saying could be reflective of that. We simply don't know. So that puts that into some perspective. Of course, Sammy Romero has to get up, I presume, early in the morning, and we should let him go to sleep now, and I'll talk a bit about Schrodinger and Slender Man before turning towards anything else. I'll give the solicitation first, of course. I'm so sorry, what were you going to say?
That's this is something I've never heard you say. It's making a lot of sense now, but that's why I'm talking about the whole blood transfusion with Adolf Hitler and everything.
His doctor was Dr. Theo Morell at the time, right. And Theo Morell pointed out that at that point in history, Adolf Hitler's urine was beer brown, which is, of course, very much like the vampire's urine. I'm sorry, go on.
Well, he was born in 1889, correct?
That's correct. And his birthday is on Wednesday. JoJo will be back with us on Wednesday, and she'll be here for Hitler Day. Go on.
Interesting enough, oh my God, I believe it was the guy that founded the Pentagon. What's his name? Groves.
Leslie Groves. Bomb. Leslie Groves. Thank you. You got it. Yes.
About the same age as he is. Anyways, and I always do the math because I was born in 1987. He'd still be, 90, 98 maybe? I mean, that's still fairly young.
Are you talking about Adolf Hitler or Leslie Groves?
Yes, well, both, but Adolf Hitler, really.
Adolf Hitler being born in 1889, he'd be over 100 years old.
Okay, then my math is wrong. Then.
No worries. I mean, you're talking about different centuries, but, right. Not that different. 1889 was the end of the 19th century. But let's take a look at just 2022 minus 1889. He would be 133 years old. This year, he'll probably turn 133 or 134. Depending on your side of the international.
I'm 35.
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm 35, so that's, that's still, anyways.
Yeah.
So it makes a lot of sense. As far as as far as the communication and everything. It's now I want to stay up, but obviously I can't. But anyways, I just want to say, everybody, please support Doug.
Thank you.
This is very essential because this information needs to be relayed, and when he decides to relay certain information that he hasn't said, it's because it's the right timing. Everything's in the right timing, or else it'll just be chaos. It'll be like a street preacher preaching the word, and it's not even the time or the place to do it. But that being said, I'll continue to support Doug, and as well as JMO, and I keep both of you in my prayers, and continue to work together to just make an impact in what we can. And, I'll sign off as a good night, and God bless everybody.
No, before you go, though, thank you so much for saying you want to stay up now, and I know you have to go to bed because you do get up early. But I do want to clarify one thing before you go, so that people, I may go more into this, but I think it's important to cover this while Sammy is with us. One of the biggest problems that we have with the entire reality of satanic ritual abuse, or basically even Christian ritual abuse, which would simply fall into another category of satanic, understand that the biggest problem is it's identical to the abortion confrontation. basically, when it comes to abortion, there's no one in the middle. There's no central ground. You're either pro-life or you're pro-abortion. And those are loaded terms in and of themselves, because pro-life implies you're supporting life, and it doesn't acknowledge the mother's life and how she might be impacted by a baby that will conceivably destroy her life. So when it comes to the reality of abortion, however, neither side will give an inch. Both sides are essentially, this is the way it is, and there's no concept of compromise. So understand that when it comes to ritual abuse, it's people who believe that it exists and those who believe it does not. There's no middle ground, and that's the reason nothing can get done. And the reason why therapy and care for these people is almost impossible. Right now, the overwhelming majority has landed on the it does not exist camp. And for those who believe it exists, these are the victims. So the problem is the victims know it exists, but the rest of the world denies it. Very similar to people who are born as hermaphroditic. They're not given counseling to decide when they come of age what they want to be. They're simply given to their parents who, without the child's consent, decide whether they want a boy or a girl. Do you understand the parallels between all of this? Does that make sense to you? Is that coherent?
Absolutely, Doug. That's very, it makes a lot of sense. Thank you for contextualizing that, as you always do. That also makes me think about how much men are the real pieces of shit.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I am a man just like you and JMO, but to create a child it's a responsibility. Even if, you don't want to, you made the child, Obviously your case is a little bit more unique, but you did what you could. And I've told you this to you, I think you did your best as the man that you are. Obviously, you have your limits, but you did what you could. And I think you can go to your grave saying that you did.
Thank you.
And that's respectful, even what I told you. But either way, I think, I can't wait to hear this tomorrow morning. So, thank you again for clarifying that.
Well, love you dearly. Share that love with your significant other.
Will do.
Yes. And you have a blessed night. Happy Easter.
Yeah. Thank you. Likewise. Bye-bye.
Good night, Sammy.
Yes. So Jameson Reese will be with us for the rest of the night, hopefully. And
I'm not. I've queefed 3 energy drinks throughout the day, so I'm.
Oh my God.
I'm not going anywhere.
Oh my God. Except maybe the hospital. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
No. I made sure to get some electrolytes in my system, so I should be fine. I should, and I've got a lot to take care of. I've sort of backed on work again.
Okay, so all right, I appreciate that. Let's take a look in the live stream, see how people are responding. I noticed that after everything I described, Penny just didn't respond to it. Just decided it was okay. Guess it's time to retreat. Love her dearly, but do wish she had expressed more of a response to what I had said. So Chris Collins was saying, any conscious awareness while your physical vessel was lifeless? I recall you addressing this. Yes, there was. I'm not quite sure if I want to relive that tonight. That was it involved a young lady who had killed herself. And this young lady was somebody that had done irreparable damage to me in school. And what had happened was that in school, while I was watching over one of the innumerable animals that they kept in this first grade, chicks and budgies, hamsters, this young lady who was this very attractive blonde. Now, bear in mind, we're talking Joan Benet Ramsey here, level age. But the behavior was very adult, was apparently attracted to me in a sense that she was hypersexualized, no doubt by repeated molestation and exploitation. And she decided to express her attraction towards me, or whatever fixation she had with myself, probably my girlishness, my femininity, the fact that I wore dresses, the fact that she knew I was a boy, the fact that I was not ashamed by my presentation. She lashed out at one point by grabbing a budgie out of the cage, screaming, "What are you doing?" while crushing it in her hands. Literally like a sponge, squeezing all the blood out of it. Throwing it on the floor and saying, "Look what he did!" At which point I was branded from that point forward as a psychotic and murderous. People who kill animals are ultimately graduating towards killing people. Ultimately, I did graduate to the point of killing people, but I never started with animals. And in her case, and of course I'd already killed people, actually. My first kill was at the age of 3. And she had heard that story as well. Another reason I feel she felt so resentful of myself, because she could not kill her rapist and felt disempowered and unable to do so. For those of you who don't know how I had my first kill at the age of 3, it was my grandfather attempting to rape myself, and I bit his penis off as my teeth were coming in. And by the way, Penny Bradley says, I don't just talk to hear myself talk. I listened. It made sense. I saw nothing to add to it, so I didn't. Thank you, honey. I appreciate your coming in to say that. Thank you. Thank you. Saying that is contribution enough. Thank you. Love you. And love Lou as well. Both of you stay safe out there. So when it comes to this young lady, when I died, I went down to this hellish place, very similar to the ancient Sumeric traditions of the underworld, basically a refuse and a waste dump for all of the living worlds, shadow beings and shadow environment. This is why the ancients used the term shades, that shades are mere shadows of the people in life, yet with all of their faults and addictions and pains, they never go away. There was no such thing as heaven or hell in the original concept of the afterlife until man's bicameral mind united into the mind we have today, the holistic mind. Until then, man needed no concept of a heaven or hell, because he was more like an ant or a drone. So it was simply perceived, let's put it this way. When a Westerner dies, they somehow have the fantasy that you get all the answers. And so people coming back from the dead is a scary thing to people. It's something that you feel they have one up on you, that they know something you don't, that they know it all, in a sense. And therefore, they're something to be frightened of. Now, if you take a look at the dead in the Western perspective, that means all the dead are scary. All the dead taken as a mass are considered hostile. There's very few presentations of the dead en masse as a positive. That would be a challenge that some literalist or some literary artist has taken up, I'm sure, but I haven't heard of it yet. Now, when it comes to the Asians, they believe the majority of dead coming back are harmless. If you ever take a look at the concept of the vampire mystique in the West, the vampire mystique in the West developed over centuries This includes, as I said, the Black Plague, where hundreds of millions died, and the nobility in general survived because of their use of the colloidal silver, and ultimately this made the majority of them blue, and they were viewed as undead, and therefore vampirism became affiliated at the time of the Black Plague with nobility. This was just before Vladislav Sepish, the historical Dracula, came into history. And by that time, he as nobility was almost expected to be a vampire. Now, all of that is the Western evolution towards the romance of the vampire. The idea that the vampire is a nobleman, as close to a gentleman as a monster can get. When it comes to the Asians, vampires have always been nobility. In Europe, they started off as bags of bloated flesh, more like zombies, except they sucked your blood instead of trying to eat your meat. It took the Black Plague to change that image, when only the nobility survived, while everyone else died by droves. In Asia, the vampire were always nobility because they were the mage kings. But beyond that, it was the common person's experience. Say, uncle, to the Asian, to them, there's no answers with being dead. When you die, you may go to heaven, but you're not going to be any different. You're not going to learn anything. You're just going to be you. So you may go to hell because you might be an asshole, and you wind up sinking because of the weight of your soul, which is more like lead. If your soul is more enlightened, that's why they call it enlightenment, you float and you go into the sky, you go into the heavens, and you're at a higher resonance because you were at a higher resonance in life. You cared about your impact on others, tried to help others, or at least not hurt anybody. Now, when it comes to the dead in Asia, therefore, if the dead come back to life, get reanimated for any reason, then the Asians don't expect them to behave any differently than they did in life. If Uncle, Chong was a alcoholic, the only thing he's going to do when he comes back to life is ask you for more rice wine. He's just going to be, hanging out and saying, hey, you got any rice wine available? How about some of that sake? Just like he always did. He's just going to be a pain in the ass. If he was someone who was a flirt or a womanizer, he'd be going around bothering the ladies. Probably along the lines of, oh God, who's that guy they call the hedgehog? The porno star who he's got Alzheimer's now, wound up in jail.
Oh, Ron Jeremy.
Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Personal friend of Miguel Andahar, who kind of was volunteering as a care provider of Ron Jeremy's for a while before Ron Jeremy got put in jail because the guy's just stuck in the porno set. He thinks he's on a porno set. Poor son of a bitch. He truly is innocent. I do want to say this. This one individual I will stand up and defend. Ron Jeremy has Alzheimer's. He has no concept of what he's doing. He thinks he's on the porn set, and he just goes around feeling women up and trying to fuck them. He humps them like a dog. Okay, this is wrong. He's not at fault. The man belongs in an institution. He needs to be cared for, not in jail. But in terms of your average dead guy coming back who was a womanizer in life, he'd come back something like that. But all vampires or the scary undead, they're all dressed as noble people. They all wear noble garb. They're dressed as Manchus. Why? Because usually it's assumed that older than the Manchu dynasty, there's probably nothing left to come back. The Manchu dynasty is the most recent historic dynasty, so all the undead, the hopping vampires, are dressed in Manchu garb, Manchurian garb, in the funerary garb of the nobility. Why are they scary? Why do people fear them? Because they will do what they did in life. What did the noble Manchus do in life? They would whip Chinese and tell them what to do. So the reason Chinese fear the noble dead is because, unlike Uncle Chong or that flirtatious Asian version of Ron Jeremy, when the nobility returns, they will do what they always did in life, which is basically start to flog you and tell you what to do. So this is how literary critics interpreted the literary Dracula written by Bram Stoker. They believed that it was a prospectus or a thesis on the ultimate rejection of the return of nobility, or the divine right of kings. That the literary Dracula represents that to the Western man, where the common man is fighting back against the attempt by the eternal nobility to reassert itself in the Manchurian sense of dominance. This is a kind of similarity to East and West at this point in history. So when it comes to the reality, and we're talking about what happens when you die, well, in my case, basically, I went to what can be considered hell, but when I went there, I was confronted not only with shades of people just basically in chaos, essentially desperately seeking whatever had sustained them in life or eased their pains, drugs, alcohol, looking for something in a chaos of extremely dilapidated skyscrapers towering into the skies, congested office building, urban landscape. The only difference being all of the skyscrapers were interconnected by enormous spider webs with cords as thick as steel cables and super massive spiders that would feed off the hosts of people caught in the web. Aside from those visions between the sundered skyscrapers, dilapidated and crumbling, this was simply a shade, a shadow of the world on the other side. Stop signs in the street, not standing up, but flat on the street. An urban landscape in chaos and despair. And yes, a lot of flame. The heat and the stench of sulfur. This was definitely a hellish landscape. Well, that young lady who had crushed the budgie and sent my life on a path where I was deemed a psychotic without a trial, she appeared before myself. Glowing. Fluorescent skin, pushing me out of that environment. She's what pushed me back into my body. My experience on the other side lasted for me what felt like maybe 24 minutes rather than 24 hours. Maybe more like 36 minutes rather than 36 hours. It was approximately a minute for every hour that I was clinically dead I spent on the other side in terms of experience. When she appeared and pushed me back into my body, and I reanimated, my memory was quite distinct, quite intense. And of course, I investigated whether I could meet her again and speak to her and talk to her in real life. I had every misgiving that this was my imagination and that she would not respond positively and simply call the cops. But by the time I worked at the Department of Defense Library and then became an assistant in my spare time to Gino Tonelli Neely, Gino Neely being a private investigator in the U.S. Army Reserves, that wasn't his Army MO. That was simply what he did because he was in the reserves. That's what he did for a living. And, of course, he was scamming everybody on the base with tarot card readings. Well, not everybody, just the officers' wives, who he was having sex with basically all of them. As a matter of fact, one time he voiced the boast, "I think I've fucked everybody on this base, except my mother and my sister." To which I told him, "Well, between you and me, we did them all." But at any rate, Gino helped me track down this young lady. Of course, we found out she was dead. She'd been dead before I died. She had killed herself shortly after she had killed the budgie in front of me. It was sometime the following year that she had managed to hang herself, because her father was continually raping her, and her mother was grooming her for that rape, dressing her up like a little adult, like JonBenet Ramsey. So when I saw this dead girl, she was in her prime. Well, about the age I was when I was dead. She looked my age. Well, we'd both been the same age when she killed that budgie. So when I died at the age of 14, she appeared my age. So make of that what you will. And she'd been on the other side for quite some time already before I reached the other side. And she pushed me back into my body. So, with that being said, that was my first near-death experience. I suffered many more after that. We can speak of that some other time. I don't know if any of that strikes any memory chords, but anybody in the chat room, you're welcome to express if it does. Now, going to conduct solicitation here, which is like pulling teeth for me. And let me see if I can look it up. And, all right. It's in my All Fools Day file, April 1st Day file from 2021, that I always dig up the solicitation. And I do want people responding in the chat room. Jameson's left for the moment. And let me see if I can even get my voice together for this. Honest to God, really, I'd like help throughout the night. But ultimately, we have to do it ourselves. Not because anyone around me is particularly incompetent. Simply because that's what has to happen. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into the forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com to access excerpts from Mr. Ben Astenius' work, yet to be published, by that very title, The Unfinished Man, and review scenes from his cinematic documentaries, currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. Spell Tucson as you would Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, theTucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben at 1520//323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Now, our man Chris Collins has asked me a bit about my tea, and let me see if I can find this for him. Gemaicha 88 brand tea from Japan. Brand tea, that is my green tea. Okay, I wrote barned instead of brand. Let me get that right. All right, entered such. Brand Japanese green tea. All right, and all right, so here we are. Let's see what we can come up with. Gemaicha green tea, no popcorn in it. You don't want the goddamn popcorn, all right? For some reason, as Americans think that that's supposed to be the shit with roasted brown rice. I call it popcorn, okay? You don't want the goddamn roasted brown rice that simply dehydrates the tea. At any rate, my brand is Gemaicha 88, and I can't seem to find that looking it up. I'll take a look at maybe the last wrapper that I have. I need to buy new bags anyway sometime soon, so I'll need money for that to supply my tea sometime in the near future. The problem with drinking so much green tea as I did for so many years makes you very sensitive to the cold. Just so you understand, that's a side effect. That's considered part of Chinese medicine, is it's not good to drink so much green tea. It's good to drink a lot of green tea because it has antioxidants and helps purge a lot of Westerners of all the toxins that they're loaded with from the environment and everything else. But when it comes to, the reality of it, it also has some side effects. All good things have bad things that come with them. By the way, Chris Collins says, fascinating. Survival and Empathy says, good morning, Douglas. Thank you. Hugs to both gentlemen. I forgot whether Survival and Empathy is a lady or a man. Let me know. And aside from that, I mean, if you wish. And aside from the Gemaicha, our man asked if there was anything that I needed in terms of what he turns into kinds of works of art. I need an electric can opener. An electric can opener. If you can turn that into a work of art, yeah, I'll go for that. Definitely need that. And so he asked about my favorite colors. I would say gray and lavender. How's that? Deep gray or medium gray. I'd say more like a kind of grave slate gray, along with a very bright, painfully bright lavender trim would be a nice kind of peaceful kind of coloration. Could be lighter on the gray, more towards dove gray, and a darker violet. But that's a nice combination of colors for me to be at peace. Obviously, when I'm in war mode, it's black and red, right? That's the Nazi colors. Okay. Such being said, let's take another look at his message here. And great, I'm getting this James Morgan guy friend at me. Hello, nice to meet you. He probably has no idea who I am and thinks I'm some kind of chick. Or maybe some of these guys think I'm a man and don't care. They want in anyway. All right, here we are. Let's take a look at what our man has said in his message, which, do you have a favorite combination of colors? Do you need any wall decor, mirrors, candle sconces, lamps, or any such things for your home? I've been turning objects like I sell on eBay into dazzling pieces of art. And I would love to create something for you that you could actually use or would genuinely enjoy. Yes, an electric can opener. See what you can do with that. If you can't think of anything, I'll find something for you eventually, but any thoughts are encouraged. Hope you had a great week and definitely missed you on Wednesday. Still want some green tea enlightenment at some point. I drink it throughout each day as thyself. And I'm sure you have insights that would inform my future tea purchases. Obviously, this is for a time when there's nothing urgent to address. Much love. Well, we got that, I think, kind of done with tonight to a degree, or just started rather. And definitely look forward to, whatever he says to that. And certainly he's free to respond in private messages or the chat room. And very glad, of course, that we have other people participating. I do want to see more. Always good to have that. It's always reassuring. And let's see now. Had some input here. Oh, here we are. There we are. Chris Collins says, fuck that puffed rice shit. Thank you. Thank you. Americans think that's hot shit for some reason, and the Asians push that on them. Let me give you an example of something that, Peter Moon says Asians will sometimes take Westerners and kind of make fools of them. Understand as well that some of these things are what Westerners demand. If you went to Japan in the classical days, and sashimi, raw fish, specifically raw tuna in particular, have been harvested and eaten forever, going back well over 2,000 years. The Japanese prefer the red meat of the tuna. This is the tuna that is very lean. So you just see pure red tuna flesh or meat that the Japanese use for sashimi. When they serve tuna to Americans, they serve them those parts of the tuna they would throw away, which are loaded with fat. By the way, this is not because they're making fools of Americans and saying, oh, give the worst shit to the whites or the Westerners. This is because all Westerners demand that part of the tuna. Westerners don't want the best part of the tuna. They want the fucking fat. They want all the fatty tissue because that tastes more like meat to them. So the Westerners demand the Japanese give them what they throw away. In other words, the Westerners come grubbing for Japanese trash. What the Japanese would throw away is what the Westerners want to eat. Thank you. Jameson Reese says, why am I not surprised? Thank you. That's the insanity of the West. Well, this tastes more like meat because it's all fatty and chewy and shit. And it's like, what a Japanese person would spit out because they would think it was disgusting. To the Americans, they would think that the red meat is disgusting. Go figure. There's no, I don't know what to say. It's like watching somebody dig through your garbage and pick up food and throw it away, that you throw away and eat it. So there you go. That's that's life for you. Then they throw in all the puff rice. Chris Collins says, I'm fading here, but thanks. That's the information I needed. I'll keep an eye out for a can opener and I'll just find some cool shit give you. Bless you. Thank you. Love you dearly. Hugs. That's our man, Chris Collins. All right. And of course, any artwork you can make in those color combinations, that's fine too. Great, man. Thank you so much and deeply appreciate it. Okay, so let's get started a bit about going back to some history. And Jameson Reese says, shit, they should just dumpster dive in Japan. All right. Now, I will try and, oh my God, the best that I could probably do is ultimately republish some post on Schrodinger's cat so that people have a better understanding of what I'm talking about. Because Schrodinger's cat is something that if people look up, well, we'll see what they find. And come back to me and tell me what you find. But understand that he, j'ai, what Americans, the Allied enemy would call it, be everywhere and nowhere. So we're going to whistle past the graveyard with the imaginary, in quotes, terror scourge that frightens the deep state, the crypto-plutocratic or government by secret monies, elite power cabal of the, shall we say, the universal enemy, into endless waking nightmare. The Cultists of the Kings of Chaos. Now, the first time I published a column about this was on International Physics Day, when I found myself, by the way, Jameson Rees says a simultaneous superposition state before wave collapse. Let me read this. By the way, you're welcome to come on and say that verbally. Before, what did he say there? I guess that's
via observation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Basically, the act of observing the particle then influences either one or the other. So the cat's neither dead or alive in the box, or it's both dead and alive until one observes it. Then one either gets the dead cat or the living cat. Or so that's how the scenario is pitched.
Thank you. Thank you. How it really manifested was as a young child who was not that young, about pubescent age. And it was more like Schrodinger's chap, or rather Schrodinger's trap. It's what I meant to say. I couldn't even say that right. I've been hanging around drinking the blood of so many gay people over Easter, those young boys in the blood harim, that I begin to slur the way they do. Better watch myself with that. But it was more like Schrodinger's trap rather than Schrodinger's cat. It appeared as a young child that was either a boy or a girl until you pulled down its pants. So understand.
Wow, that shows what they were thinking.
Well,
I think I like the wavicle or the wave particle idea better.
Well, understand what the Nazis were confronted with. This is the enemy that you're attempting to fool, infiltrate.
Ah, I see.
So basically, I found myself when I produced that column with portfolios. I used to publish portfolios of illustrations, many illustrations at once. And I found myself with the conundrum of presenting what, till that point in time, was some of the most uncomfortably disconcerting illustrations that I had ever published on Facebook in exposition of metaphysics, the physics of supernature, or the supernatural physics of a magical meme. Understand that the original meme is mnemosine, M-N-E-M, and that is, of course, the M as in Michael, N as in Nora, M-N-E, almost like enemy, M-N-E-M-E, that is the original diminutive of the goddess of memory, as in meme, mnemosine. It wasn't pronounced meme. That's somehow the N got dropped when everybody became illiterate. But the magical meme is a magical memory that is a tulpa that manifests physically. So what happened was that the Austro-Deutschen, the Austrian-German quantum physicist, Erwin Rudolf Joseph Alexander Schroer, that was his nickname, Schrödinger, anglicized as Erwin Rudy Joe Alex Schrödinger, the winner of the Alfred Bernhard Nobel Prize in Physics, circa 1933, and the recipient of the Max Karl Ernst Ludwig Planck Medal, circa 1937, both awarded to him by the Reich, developed a number of fundamental results in the field of quantum theory, which formed the basis of wave mechanics. He formulated the wave equation, the stationary and time-dependent Schrödinger equations, and finally revealed the identity of his development of the formalism and matrix mechanics prior his passing. Now, Herr Doktor, Mr. Dr. Erwin Schrödinger, proposed an original interpretation of the physical meaning of the wave function and, in subsequent years, repeatedly criticized the conventional Copenhagen, or the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, applying, ergo, therefore, the paradox of Schrödinger's Hitlerjugend, cat girly boy. This Hitler Youth, cat girl boy, who was not a furry, but looked like a child, except manifesting more elfin ears than you would think were humanly possible. More like a cat's. Very attuned and turning in the direction of sound. This is visibly what would manifest. The cat ears appearing separate from the human ears on the head, almost like a child with a costume, just putting on cat's ears for fun, on a lark, and completely unashamedly and unself-consciously. A political permutation of science per alchemical representation of the indefatigable renaissance of youthful exuberance and animal vitality via the Hitlerianitesque ideal of the Hitler Youth, since aggressively suppressed and collaterally reformulated by the post-ceasefire Western academic cartel as merely Schrodinger's cat. In other words, it's been censored and filtered for public consumption. From the young lad in the Hitler Youth uniform that was originally seen as Schrodinger's cat, and it's a play on this reality. In the subconscious mind, which is infinitely more powerful than the conscious mind, as I pointed out, Europe as a superpeninsula of the supercontinent of Eurasia, a subcontinent of Asia itself, is an intellectual manifestation, a specialized appendage of Super-Asia, Asia representing the vast unconsciousness, and Europe representing the conscious intellect. Always remember the unconscious is infinitely more powerful than the conscious mind. The intellect and reason is swamped by that vast sea of subconscious unreason, or pre-reason, or non-reason. Not necessarily irrational, but something far more powerful in motivation. In terms of the original Schrodinger's child, G is hermaphroditic, as unto the angels, and animalistic, as in the sense of Lilith. Understand that when God created Lilith before he created Eve, Lilith was created equal to Adam. Adam was created of the earth, and Lilith, like he, created of the earth, took one look at Adam and said, I don't want to be the bride of this loser. I can go into the forests and mate with the animals who are more of a man than Adam. And she took off into the forest and became the mother of monsters, the mother of the centaurs and the satyrs and various other beings that now are considered mythical, that had profound impact on teaching humanity much wisdom. The children of Lilith. Now, because she had basically stood up to God and Adam, and both men found themselves, God is more, goddess, and did not feel resentful when Lilith just said no. That's the feminine aspect of God respecting and acknowledging that, created the more pliant Eve from Adam's rib. So the children of Lilith are represented by Schrödinger, in that sense, rendering the Hitler Youth manifestation into a cat. To qualify, Schrödinger's Hitlerjugend, or Hitler Youth, cat girly boy, by now misconceived in the West for decades as Schrödinger's cat, to dehumanize Ger completely and render Ger an it, is a tulpa, a thought-form experiment in generation of a literally indestructible nemetic idea that irresistibly analogs into physical reality. The physically mechanistic manifestation of a tulpa, an intelligent companion imagined to exist, imagined into existence, alternatively a self-awareness imaged into existence, incompletely understood or completely misunderstood in the West as a paradox, as devised by Schrödinger himself circa Anno Domini 1935 of the communal era, when the Hitlerjugend, the Hitler Youth organization, which inspired him, had already been operational for over a decade. There was a Hitler Youth long before there was a Reich. Now, in the course of developing this ideologically motivated experiment in ideation, idea generation, such articulation is not at all a redundancy in expression, I assure you. Schrödinger coined the term Verschränkung. Verschränkung implies entanglement, a mind worm, which was to plague the Allied elite throughout their inevitable deconstruction ongoing today. Mundanely, Schrödinger's HJ, the acronym for the Hitler Youth, cat girly boy, illustrates what Erwin Schrödinger perceived as the fundamental inconsistency of the Copenhagen, the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics as applied to everyday objects and or objectified subjects, inclusive of humans, animals, or conceptual conflation of both, in the Lilithian sense. And the scenario originally perpetrates, or rather, well, basically an HJ, Hitler Youth indoctrinated, cat girly boy, he, she, itself named Erwin Schrödinger, by which the first doctor of quanta imbued himself metaphysical continuity. It est post-corporeal interface with our space-time continuum, meaning immortality outside of the body. That may be both alive and dead, as dependent on an earlier randomizing event. Said event being abstractly and post-incidentally, rather speciously, debated ever since the Judeo-Magyar, the Jewish-Hungarian, American theoretical quantum physicist and mathematician Wigner Geno Paul, Eugene Paul E.P. Wigner, claimed 50% of the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1963, the year my late sister was born, with 25% granted unto the second female Nobel laureate in history of physics after Madame Marie Sklodowska-Curie, the Deutschen, the German-born American theoretical physicist Maria Goeppert-Mayer, obviously ethnically German. And the remaining 25% granted unto Deutschen nuclear physicist, the German nuclear physicist Johannes Hans Daniel Jensen, who worked on the Deutschen Nuclear Energy Project, the German nuclear energy project known as the Uranium Club, in which he made contributions to the separation of uranium isotopes throughout the prosecution of proactive hostilities in the Second World War, in other words, throughout the Second World War as you understand it, as it was waged on the surface world before the final battles of the South Atlantic on Antarctica. Who opened the box? You see, the Judeo-Magyar, the Jewish-Hungarian American theoretical quantum physicist and mathematician Wigner Geno Paul, Eugene Paul E.P. Wigner, the Madame Marie Sklodowska-Curie, being the precursor to the female theoretical physics partner with Wigner, Maria Goeppert-Mayer, along with he and the German Johannes Hans Daniel Jensen. Those three together opened Schrödinger's box, the box containing Schrödinger, the cat girly boy. And while the term Schrödinger's cat has become universally hackneyed as cliché, only Black Project's physicists have perforce become painfully familiarized with the Wigner's box event. You see, Wigner Geno Paul, as in East Asia, the surname precedes the Austro-Hunnish tradition, in which the Austro-Hungarians of the empire my biological father Adolf Hitler was born into, they present the surname, the family name, first. And Wigner Geno Paul earned the Nobel Prize for his contributions to the theory of the atomic nucleus and the elementary particles, particularly through his discovery and application of fundamental symmetry principles, as in fearful symmetry. Wigner is notable for having laid foundation for the theory of symmetries in quantum mechanics, as well as his research into the structure of the atomic nucleus. It was Wigner-Jenow who first identified Xe-135, or Z-135 poisoning in nuclear reactors. And for this reason, it is sometimes referenced as Wigner poisoning. Wigner also, well, he's also important for his work in pure mathematics, having authored a number of theorems. Wigner's theorem, in particular, is a cornerstone in the mathematical formulation of quantum mechanics. And while the incident which let loose the bane of the Allied New World monetary order has filtered down onto the masses as a hypothetical, and the identity of Wigner has since been parallaxed, it is refracted, by obliquely referencing the overzealous investigator of Schrödinger's containment unit as Wigner's friend. In other words, if you learn about Schrödinger's cat, you're going to hear about Wigner's friend. Well, that's Wigner. And he opened up Pandora's box. The historic reality being that the National Socialist doctor, Erwin Rudolf Joseph Alexander Schrödinger, deemed it most fitting that his immortal nemesis against the crypto-plutocratic or government by secret moneyed cabal be unleashed upon the world by a Jew. Now, the manifestation of nemesis, the eternal enemy, the ultimate harbinger of doom, Schrödinger's cat girly boy, an androgynous, and more specifically hermaphroditic, Hitler Youth, deemed feline in hybridization as an anthropomorphic personification of the multiple lives of an indestructible paradigm, along with a fragile glass vial of poison and a radioactive source, are all placed together in a sealed box. If an internal Geiger counting monitor is arranged to count the number of particles encountered during a defined period of time and subsequently detects radioactivity, it as a single atom decaying renders the even count odd, a hammer is tripped and the flask is shattered, releasing the vial's lethal contents to terminal effect upon the half-human, allies would say inhuman, and sexually ambiguous, actually not ambiguous at all, unambiguously self-inseminating and self-reproducing hermaphroditic youth, or intersexed cat girly boy, yet without destroying his, her, undying belief in the Hitlerianesque Weltanschauung, or worldview in the German. I'm getting some incoming messages here. And hopefully these aren't questions that take me in too many divergences. Thankfully not. Because it'll take all of my attention to try and explain this Hitlerianesque Weltanschauung as immortal and the meme, but converging that immortality. The Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics implies that, in the fourth dimension of time, the hybridized Hitlerianesque cat child is simultaneously alive, perhaps even pregnant, and dead. Yet, were one to investigate the contents within the box, one would ascertain the cat girly boy, the symbolic embodiment of the self-perpetuating future of National Socialismus, or eternal National Socialism, is either alive and potentially even self-impregnated, having naught else to do with his self, herself, yourself in confinement, or dead. Not both alive and dead. And yet, that which he, she, she believed in is neither, while both. You see, ideas can never die, and Nazism cannot be killed. As Jameson Rees says, it is a symbol of multi-levels of complexity as to attain a life of its own. So this poses the question of exactly when quantum superposition ends and reality collapses into one possibility or the other. Quantum physics informs us that upon the occurrence of the terminal event, the cat girly boy goes into two superimposed states, one of being half alive, like the half-life of radiation, which is effectively eternal, and the other of being half dead. Only when the human experimenter, historically Wigner, arrives later to look into the box does objective reality collapse in upon the events. And then that reality instantly collapses back retroactively to the instant of the fateful events. Theoretically, the transition occurs because the universe splits into two copies, one containing a live cat girly boy, and the other containing a decedent, or dead, cat girly boy. Both universes contain a copy of the experimenter, id est, the Wigner. Also, each of whom thinks himself unique. Generally, if a quantum system is in a superposition of n, in most cases, n is the equation numeric, the symbol of infinite. So we factor infinity into the equation. Quantum states then, on measurement, the universe will split into n copies, as in infinite copies, rendering Schrödinger the nth man, or person, the nth individual, the infinite individual. Hence, we are forced to accept that there are actually an infinity of parallel worlds, coexisting alongside the one we perceive at any instant. Moreover, there are an infinity of individuals, more or less identical with each of us, inhabiting said worlds. Now, Jameson's asking a question that would take us ahead of ourselves. So I'll read it, but ignore it. He says, would there be a way to undo the collapse or return to superposition? Well, don't you know it? The Allies have been seeking that since World War II. But either potential being realized, per the politically physical paradox as originally posited by Herr Dr. Schrödinger, the crypto-plutocratic, the governed by secret-moneyed American establishment is forever trapped into perpetuating that very National Socialist, that very Nazi idea it seeks to destroy through its forced commitment to maintenance of continuity of mobilized media propaganda against such, thereby perpetually reanimating der Schrödinger Verschränkung, or Verschränkung, meaning the Schrödinger entanglement. The same with the former Soviets, the Russians today still locked into fighting World War II, and the Nazis. They're stuck in time, both the Allies. In the end, the only winner is the Reich. This is the Schrödinger Verschränkung of National Socialistisch, of Nazi ideological immortality, until the perpetual perpetrator of anti-National Socialistisch, or anti-Nazi propaganda itself, the transitory Allied United Nations New World Order of the Allies, deconstructs itself into oblivion via chronic expenditure of an ultimately finite amount of energy, personnel, and resources on the eradication of a Nazi ideal which can continually die an infinite series of deaths. You've killed all Nazis an infinite number of times in all your video games and in all your movies. But they keep coming back. The only conceivable option by which to disentangle from this auto-destructive conundrum would be for the Judeo-Anglo Russo-American dominated Western alliance to completely disengage from propagandization against National Socialismus, against National Socialism, against Nazism. An impossible option for the Allied United Nations, as they are now totally committed to media mobilization against National Socialismus, or Nazism, as the foundation of their very societal matrix, because said global ideology, and Nazism is a global ideology, is the only socio-economic model in history they consistently claim to be more evil and destructive than themselves. To clarify, the Russo-American deculturated West identifies itself as an anti-culture only through its totalitarian commitment to anti-national socialismus, or anti-national socialism, anti-Nazism. That's your only unifying factor, is the Russians saying they're there to kill the Nazis, and the Americans saying you're the Nazis. Beyond even that, this constitutional republics and that of the Russian Federation's baseline population have both been so thoroughly indoctrinated into reflexively unconscious anti-Nazism, contra-national socialismus, that the mimetic, the memory trope, is now inescapably regurgitated in derogation of Russia's and America's opposition to anyone, anything foreign and or domestic, through repetitively historic or historically illiterate analogies to National Socialismus or Nazism. Everything that happens you parallel to Hitler and Nazism in one way or another to make your point. Americans need to realize that by gifting das Dritte Reich, the Third Realm, the Schrödinger Tulpe, Herr Dr. Schrödinger has guaranteed Reich's victory, or at the very least, survival. For the Schrödinger cats, the Schrödinger cat, Tulpe, cannot die. No matter what one does, one cannot kill an idea. Compound that with Schrös, the Tulpas, as he, she, G has since been identified, reality hacks via the physics of omnipresence and the logic that infuses such, and the inevitable destruction of the force majeure imposed crypto-plutocratic or secret money governed Allied world order, has already happened. Such has been confirmed and reconfirmed as metaphysical certitude, because the original experiment proved it so. Its politically sensitive projection resulting in immediate censorship throughout the Russian and American-dominated Allied world order's pseudo-intelligentsia as an imaginary exercise. Even as similar principles have been researched and employed in practical applications by the Allies themselves. Hence, the innumerable allo-historical scenarios published and or produced positing continuity of Hitlerian-Tinesque, National Socialistisch, or Hitleresque Nazi enmity and or triumph. In other words, the man in the high castle effect. You continually portray worlds through your video games like Castle Wolfenstein, where the Nazis won, because effectively they have. Incontrovertibly, the strong anthropic principle holds. Events must unfold so as to preserve the observer. This is the only logical conclusion to draw from the fact that the Nobel laureate known to Britons and Americans and the Russians as E.P. Wigner survived his opening the box of Wigner's Friend meaning Schrödinger, who was Wigner's friend, to claim his share of half the 1963 Nobel Prize in Physics, the year my late sister was born, in the very same year of my own late sister's birth. Collaterally, the fundamentally reconstructed, and thereby misrepresented, thought experiment is oft featured in modern and postmodern theoretical discussions of the interpretations of quantum mechanics, sans, or without, the occulted, it is the secreted, ideological motivation, and said motivator's tulpic personification. Only in the Axis nation of Shichisen no Shima no Oiki I Nippon Teikoku, the 7,000 islands of the greater Japanese Empire, has Erwin Schrödinger's original and unadulterated conceptual perception, inception, been preserved and popularly disseminated as Schrödinger Neko Jury, or Chief Warrant Officer Schrödinger cat. All of the aforesaid being the irrationale as to why the unspoken of and ultimate terror of the Russo-American Allied West continues to be the secret scourge of a quantum mechanical tulpa as personified in chronically suppressed quantiphenomenal sightings of and or encounters with Obersturmführer, or Senior Storm Unit Leader, HJ, or Hitlerjugend, Hitler Youth, SS Werwolf, or Schutzstaffel, meaning security staff, Werwolf, as in the SS Werewolf's underground military resistance and organization and terror network, the National Socialist Viet Cong, Erwin Schrödinger Katz, a ghost in the Russian-American Allied global occupation machine, named after the incredible Schrödinger Reichsproject, or Realms Project, of self-sentient, self-aware, zoohumanic, or human-animal perception, in disambiguation from material production. Schrödinger was never produced. He was, and is, and always shall be, perceived. Now referenced among the Russo-Western elites as JWO, JWO, the acronym itself referencing Junior Warrant Officer Schro, he, she is perceived as a sprightly, quick-witted, and sharp-tongued weircat with a perpetual smirk, whose prominent ears betray his, her, quanta daemonic nature. Understand that demons are the good guys in the original definition of Greek mythology. You wanted demons around you, as in eudaimonia. And this is something you can look up yourself, the term, so that you can have a better understanding of your demons. Understand that eudaimonia means you're in good spirits. That's what you want. So think of them as spirit personifications. In Greek mythology, the daemones, Daemones, spirit personifications. They would include Eros, for love and sex, and Thanatos, for death, Hypnos, for sleep, Lysa, for rage, Mnemosyne, for memory, Nemesis, for retribution, Nike, for victory, Patho, for persuasion, Phobos, for fear, Plutus, for prosperity, Pona, for vengeance, Pothos, for longing, Soteria, for safety, Hebe, for youth, Hygeia for health. Of course, hypnos for sleep, we derive the word hypnotic, or hypnosis. Hygeia, we derive the word hygiene for health. Dike was justice. Eris was strife. Geras was old age, from whence we derive the term geriatric. Now, all of this, I could go on for hours, but understand that daemons are personified spirits of the human condition and abstract concepts, forming a large part of the Greek pantheon of gods. Their names are simply capitalized nouns. So, for example, eros is simply love. Thanatos is simply death. Schrödinger has come to represent fear in the Russo-American, Anglo-Judaic allied world. All right, to gather myself and go on. He, she, je definitively serves the will of the late Herr Dr. Schrödinger with the unwavering trust of a child in the metaphysical immortality that follows physical death and is oft the receiving end of vicious terminations from those who fear National Socialismus. The most, National Socialism and the cat child are by now deemed as inseparable within the minds of the illuminated elites, as is the popular impression of Nazism being integral to the person of Der Führer, literally my biological father, Adolphus Jacob Hitler. Understand that in that context, Schro is the immortal, undying, and unkillable Nazi idea. As for the Schro phenomenon, Schrödinger cats, is an anthropomorphic feline in service of the NSDAP, the National Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterparty, the National Socialist German Workers' Party. He, she, she is their messenger, and with his, her, her quantum abilities to be everywhere and nowhere, he, she, she can instantly teleport anywhere, even after deadly injury, and even, or most especially, within the inner spaces of the mental realms, serving as a spy and or messenger. His, her, her youthful appearance and behaviors seem at odds with his, her, her status in the NSDAP as their modified envoy. So think of the real name as Obersturmführer HJSS Werewolf Erwin Schrödinger Katz, or Katza. The aliases would be Junior Warrant Officer Tom Queen Schrödinger, as he came to be known, G came to be known to the Allies, or simply the nickname Sergeant Schrokates, or Katza. Also known pejoratively as Messenger Boy Queer Cat. That's an Ami or Amerikaner slur. As for race, humanoid, cat girly boy, a Tom Queen. The quantum anomaly being that even government forms that I was ordered to destroy list cat girl as a race. I shit you not. I destroyed the documents and that's what I fucking saw. So for ethnos on the files, as in personnel files of documented enemy agents, ethnicity would be cat girl, the species being an artificial werecat, not human, the gender being an effeminate zoohumanic male, it as an androgynous hermaphrodite, an intersexed individual. The age, well, taking the form of a young boy appearing to be 12 through 14 years of age, 12 to 14 years old, true age unknown, though always appears as an ambisexual young boy in his teens, although he, she, she appears to be around 14, which was also the minimum age of Hitler Jugend or Hitler Jungen Hitler Youth membership. The hair being blonde, short, spiking outwards, eyes being baseline pink with a pinkish red that is very much like a bunny rabbit, but they can also turn bright blue. Very similar to my eyes in chameleon-like adaptability based on ambient light. A height approximately of 5 foot 1 inch, maybe, well, close to maybe 5 foot 2 inches. And a thin build, clothes being those of the Hitlerjugend, the Hitler Youth, the uniform thereof, with Schrödinger manifesting in a Hitlerjugend uniform, which consists of black shorts, a yellow dress shirt, black knee-high socks, and a black tie. He, she, or she also appearing to be wearing white gloves and black dress shoes. The oddities being possessed of a distinct pair of brown feline ears. Schrödinger has been perceived, that's a pointed qualifier, to expose a tail, which may or may not exist on the real entity. It simply may be imposed by people who thinks she should have one. In other words, not everybody sees it. Such being said, its alignment in the world would be that of nemesis against the New World moral, it est, monetary order established in 1941 by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, when all non-axial, non-axis currencies of the world were pegged to the United States dollar as a fiat currency. The affiliations of this entity being the NSDAP, the National Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterparty, the National Socialist German Workers' Party. And Jameson Reese says, I wonder if Aquino ever tried to merge with, and please don't use the term it, son, use the term G. He says, what would surprise me? Thank you. It's actually XE, and it's pronounced as if it were ZH or JIE, but you're getting there. Thank you. He says, what would surprise me is if he didn't try to merge with Schrokat. Yeah, I'll tell you basically what happened. Basically, when it came to the main allies of Schrokat, that would be, of course, das Tausendjährigen Reichs im Exil, or the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, actually established in 1923. The year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother was born. The main enemies of Schrokat would be the Russo-Amerikanischen Okkulten Transrepublik, the Russo-American Occult Transrepublic, and the FOG, der FOG being an acronym, FOG, for the Freemasonic occupation government as perceived by the Nazis of Unterland. As for abilities, we're talking about an entity with immortality, invulnerability, unable to be killed as long as he, she so wills such, who can spontaneously appear and disappear at will. Schrödinger Katz's ability is perpetually being everywhere and nowhere, essentially making he, she able to teleport anywhere he, she deems, even into one's own mind. Such, of course, being the nature of ideology. The ideology infects the space between your ears. Schrödinger's name, powers, and feline characteristics, whether physical or perceived, are product of the occulted quantum physics thought experiment, Wigner's friend, since mythologized as Schrödinger's cat, the experiment, propagandized by the Allies as having been intended to demonstrate the problem with applying quantum mechanics to problems on a macroscopic scale, manifested a scenario in which a cat girly boy, technically not a human, was inside a box which could not be seen into from outside. The box was opened at a later time, and, due circumstances inside that which was labeled Wigner's box, there was equal chance of the hybrid humanic feline being dead or alive. While logic would dictate the hybrid was either alive or dead, the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics instead predicted the transhumanic hybrid both alive and dead. This is evident in Schrödinger's powers, which allow him, her, je to be everywhere and anywhere, but also nowhere, simultaneously. This ability being analogous to that of the Cheshire Cat from the book Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, published in 1865 by the English Anglican deaconess, logician, mathematician, photographer, and authoress Charles Ludwig Dodgson, who was pseudonymous as Lewis Carroll, assuming a female pseudonym. Now, as for powers, I haven't even really covered those yet. Schrödinger-Katz's powers stem from the belief of others, which, dependent on what they believes about him, her, je, either allows for extremes in regeneration or teleportation. If anyone anywhere believes him, her, je is somewhere, or that he, she, je be unscathed, then he, she, je be so. He, she, je harbors a form of rivalry for der late Führers, or rather Hitler's. We don't know if he's alive or dead any more than we do Schrödinger. The leader's attentions with his, her, je late, in other words, presumably dead, namesake creator. There is a concept that the creator and the created, or the generator, the progenitor and the generated, are in rivalry for the affections of Hitler himself. The exact nature of Schrödinger-Katz's abilities has yet to be defined, really, though they are obviously quantum reality-based. This has been confirmed by none other than Erwin Schrödinger himself, who stated that Schrödinger-Katz only exists for as long as others are aware of what he, she, je personifies, indicative that he, she, je be derivative from das Noosphere, the sum of the mental realms that form the sphere of human thought itself. The Akashic record, if you will. And, okay, just received a private message here. Checking that out. Okay. There we are. Acknowledging a message sent. Now, understand, the manifest entity known as Schrödinger-Katz itself, well, yourself, pardon me, has mysteriously stated that he, she, je is everywhere and nowhere, possibly meaning that if others believe that he, she, je exists somewhere, then he, she, je will. Such would explain his, her, je apparent regenerative immortality. If others believe he, she, je be unscathed, then he, she, ze be so. I hope that reiteration drives the point home. In essence, his, her, je powers are, others think of what I represent, therefore I am. It's not I think, therefore I am. It's what you think. And all you fuckers think about is Nazism. Hate Nazis. Hate Nazis. And for that reason, you never let them die. Even if Schrödinger-Katz be fatally wounded, if anyone believes he, she, je alive and unscathed, then that he, she, je be so, in multiple locations simultaneously, no less. As for skills, we're speaking of an excellent armed security enforcement warrant officer, good control over his, her, je abilities and strengths. His, her, je abilities allowest him, her, je to get out of practically any problem. However, phlegmatic, most of the time, GB, so is never overcome by panic. In terms of weaknesses, well, G can be cocky, leading to injuries or screw-ups that could have been prevented. and tends to get on the nerves in some way of the people around him, her, sure, and does not carry any weapons around save one, rendering him, her, or sure harmless in the firearms aspect. That weapon being a Schutzstaffel, a security staff, an SS dagger, bearing the bladed inscription of the Hitlerjugend, the Hitler Youth, Mein Ehr heißt true. My honor is loyalty. Axiom of the Schwarzkorps, the Black Corps, the Schutzstaffel, the SS slogan. As for any gadgets and tools, none whatsoever. No accessories. Overall, it seems he, she, she be far more intelligent and perceptive than apparent age would lead one to assume. Although he, she, she has never been known to have engaged in combat, as of yet, speculation abounds as to whether he, she, she is one of der NSDAP's or the Nazi Party's ultimate weapons in and of himself, herself, yourself. He, she off boasts of things he, she has done. So that brings us to personality. Cute, yet horrific. Evil, but affable. Schrödinger Katz's smirk of cruelty reminds one of a cat that toys with a mouse. His, hers, your personality shows a jaded, corrupt streak chilling in one who appears so innocent. Respect him, her, your, but fear him, her, your, when such be seen. Schrödinger Katz, very much like his, her, your professorial namesake, likes war and likes seeing it happen, as he, she finds it very amusing and likes the thrill of it. Schrödinger Katz is also a very phlegmatic multivisual. Encounters relating that even after getting his, her, your head blown off, he, she seems totally calm when he, she reappears and even makes a joke of it, making it seem as if he, she does not take many things seriously. Like most people, however, and we can say people in quotes if that makes you more comfortable, he, she still does not like taking injuries. No one, nothing, apparently finds such pleasant. And Schrödinger Katz hates people who make fun of him, her, your, or talk behind his, her, your back. In terms of ranking, the ranks and insignia of the Hitlerjugend were a NSDAP, or Nazi Party paramilitary rank system that existed from 1932 through 1945 on the surface world. The Hitlerjugend had existed for nigh a decade prior, but the organization did not maintain any particular system of ranks. Such ranks were introduced in the early 1930s and became institutionalized thereafter when the NSDAP came to power circa 1933. The ranks of the Hitlerjugend were then divided into an adult leadership corps, which maintained their own system of ranks, as well as the general membership of boys between the ages of 14 and 18 years, 14 to 18 years of age. After the law made enrolling in the Hitlerjugend compulsory, all eligible boys from 10 through 18 years of age were in the program. At the age of 10, young boys were sent to the Deutsch Jungvolk, the German young people, and then transferred to the Hitlerjugend at the age of 13 years. The ranks in the Hitlerjugend were extremely easy to understand and had to be for obvious reasons. You're dealing with children. Advancements were given as one gained experience, age, and badges. They also followed a comprehensible chronological order. One started, for example, as a section leader and then advanced to senior section leader and then a comrade unit leader. The lowest rank was that of a regular member of the Hitlerjugend, that of Hitlerjugend, and the highest rank was the Reichsjugendführer, the commander of the Hitler Youth. So, obviously, you can look up charts of the different ranks in the program yourself. divided by the child ranks and the adolescent ranks. The organization of the Hitler Jugend being the Hitler Youth for boys, age 14 to 18. And from the small units to the larger ones, I think that it was started off with the smallest unit being the Kameradschaft, our comrades unit, 10 to 15 boys. Schar consisted of 3 Kameradschaften, totaling 50 to 60. Gefolgschaft consisted of 3 Scharen, totaling about 150 to 190. Now, each Gefolgschaft, roughly the size of a military company, had its own flag and was the primary unit each Hitlerjugend boy identified himself with. The Unterbahn consisted of 4 Gefolgschaften, totaling 600 to 800. There were 223 Bahn, with each Bahn consisting of 5 Unterbahn, totaling about 3,000 boys. And Oberbahn, consisting of 5 Bahn, totaling 15,000 youth. The 223 Bahn were all divided into 42 Gebiete, with each Gebiet totaling about 75,000. The 42 Gebiet were divided into 6 Obergebiet, with each Obergebiet totaling about 375,000 boys. In terms of the Deutsch Jungvolk, the German young people, boys 10 to 14 years of age, the ranks from the lowest to the highest started off with Pimpf. Yes, that was the youngest, lowest rank, Pimpf. Then it went up to Jugendschaftsführer, the youth leader, the Jungzugführer, the Fähnlein-Führer, the Unterbahnführer, and the Jungbahnführer. The Hitler Jugend from the boys aged 14 to 18, their ranks from lowest to highest were Hitler Jugend, Kameradschaftsführer, Scharführer, Gefolgschaftsführer, Stammführer, Bahnführer, Oberbahnführer, Gebietsführer, Obergebietsführer, and Stabsführer. Now, the pre-war membership from the HJ, the DJV, or the BDM, the DJM, these would be the young boys, the young girls, young ladies, and young gentlemen combined. In 1923, the year my mother was born, there were already 1,200 Hitler Youth. By 1924, double that number, 2,400. By 1925, 5,000. By 1926, 6,000. By 1927, 8,000. By 1928, 10,000. By 1929, 13,000. By 1930, 26,000. By 1931, 63,700. By 1932, 99,586. By 1933, 2,292,041. By 1934, 3,577,565. By 1935, 3,942,303. By 1936, 5,437,602. By 1937, 5,879,955. By 1938, 7,031,226. And by 1939, the year most Westerners perceive war in Europe as starting as opposed to the Spanish Civil War, 7,287,470. Now, by December of 1936 already, well before that, the Hitler Jugend law had made membership compulsory for all youths aged 10 to 18 years. By March 25th of 1939, a new, tougher law concerning compulsory Hitler Jugend membership conscripted all German boys aged 10 into the Hitler Jugend. By fall of 1940, the National Youth Directorate required target practice and terrain maneuvers for boys aged 10 years and older. By March 13th of 1942, Adolf Hitler ordered new military training camps to provide 21 days 3 weeks mandatory training for all boys aged 16 to 18. And by January 26th of 1943, anti-aircraft batteries were officially manned solely by Hitler-Jugend boys. One such young defender of the Reich being the future Pope Emeritus of the Catholic Church, Benedictus. What was his number? I mean, I remember. The Roman numeral. Why do I always remember the fucking Roman numeral XV1? And for some reason, every time I try to translate that into the Arabic number, I know it was 16, right? It was 16th. Yes, Pope Benedictus the 16th. He was a Hitler Youth manning an anti-aircraft battery and shooting down American aircraft. Joseph Aloysius Ratzinger. He ascended unto infallibility on Hitler's Day, EVEDAY, April 19th, Patriots Day, on the year 2005. This day. How many years are gone? Just basically, fuck. How come sometimes my mind works with the math and then it just lapses? 17 years. How did you do that? Yeah, that's right. At any rate, 17 years ago, he became the Pope. Till the year 2013 when he abdicated ex cathedra. The first Pope to do so in hundreds of years. Simply because of his Nazi background. I mean, he was a child, for God's sakes. It shows you how all you bastards just are so incredibly insane. You condemn a man for defending his country by shooting down aircraft, bombing his country, by the way our man says, I use my decks out of brain. Ha, cool, it works. All right, on June 24th of 1943, the 12th SS Panzer Division, Hitlerjugend, was established. These lads dressed in U-boat leathers, and they shamelessly scrawled the names of their girlfriends all over their tanks. On Normandy Day, D-Day, June 6th, 1944, the 6th day of the 6th month, the Allies landed at Normandy. In northern France, the SS Hitlerjugend Division was deployed to the Normandy front to impressive operational effect. They tore into Allied ass. And on February 1945, the SS Werewolf Project began training children in sabotage and assassination. Now, believe it or not, there are quotes and sayings in the English that have relevance here. The fact that the majority of Hitlerjugend matured to become the leaders that comprised the administration of post-ceasefire Deutschland, Germany, both East and West, throughout the decades since 1945, is one of the primary reasons it be so important to come to grips with the necessity of coexistence with National Socialismus as a global ideology in the same manner as has forever been espoused for so long with godless communism and now al-Islam, the Dur al-Islam being the world of submission to Allah, the God. Considering the sampling of indoctrination that I'll try and quote for you, it's hardly surprising that Deutschland has remained a model of stability amidst the nations in its realization of Hitler's intended European Union. The Jungvolk Oath, taken by 10-year-old boys on first entering the Hitlerjugend, was, in the presence of this blood banner which represents our Führer, I swear to devote all my energies and my strength to the savior of our nation, Adolf Hitler. I am willing and ready to give up my life for him. So help me God. Their pledge of allegiance was, I promise to do my duty in love and loyalty to the Führer and our flag. And they had prayers. Hitlerjugend prayers were modeled after the Lord's Prayer. Adolf Hitler, you are our great Führer. Thy name makes the enemy tremble. Thy Third Reich comest. Thy will alone is law upon the earth. Let us hear daily the voice, and order us by thy leadership, for we will obey to the end, and even with our lives. We praise thee. Hail Hitler. Or, Führer, my Führer, given me by God, protect and preserve my life for long. You saved Germany in time of need. I thank you for my daily bread. Be with me for a long time. Do not leave me, Führer, my faith, my light. Hail unto my Führer. Mottos for boys would be something like, live faithfully, fight bravely, and die laughing. Or, we were born to die for Germany. Or, you are nothing. Your Volk, the people, is everything. Mottos for girls would be something akin to, be faithful, be pure, be German. The sayings of the Reichsjugendführer, the realm's youth leader, Boulder Benedict von Schirach, the Gauleiter of Vienna, convicted for crimes against humanity in 1946, but released in the year of my own birth, 1966. Boulder von Schirach would say, we do not need intellectual leaders who create new ideas because the superimposing leader of all desires of youth is Adolf Hitler. Or, your name, my Führer, is the happiness of youth. Your name, my Führer, is for us everlasting life. Or, he who serves Adolf Hitler, the Führer, serves Germany, and whoever serves Germany serves God. As for quotes from my biological father Adolf Hitler himself, there are four that come to mind. I begin with the young. We older ones are used up. We are rotten to the marrow. We are cowardly and sentimental. We are bearing the burden of a humiliating past and have in our blood the dull recollection of serfdom and servility. But my magnificent youngsters, are there any finer ones in the world? Look at these young men and boys. What material! With them I can make a new world. This is the heroic stage of youth. Out of it will come the creative man, the man-god. Or, when an opponent declares, I will not come over to your side, I say calmly, your child belongs to us already. What are you? You will pass on. Your descendants, however, now stand in the new camp. In a short time, they will know nothing but this new community. Or, knowledge would spoil my young people. I prefer that they learn only what they pick up by following their own play instinct. But they must learn self-control. I will have them master the fear of death through the most difficult trials. That is the heroic stage of youth. Out of it will grow the stage of the free man, a human being who is the measure and center of the world. And finally, the German youth must be slender and supple, fast as a greyhound, tough as leather and hard as Krupp steel. He must learn to do without, to endure criticism and injustice, to be reliable, discreet, decent, and loyal. So, put all that together, and it was inevitable the Nazis would win. And they have. The American response has been the generation of an insidious new tulpa in the field of metaphysical warfare. On the home front against the Tausendjährigen Reiches im Exil, the 1,000-year Reich in exile. Now, let me try to explain what's behind the American military occult complex's toxic meme, making itself felt, even by originally seeking Kickstarter support for continuity of replication through an independent, I say that in quotes, filmmaker, in desperate response to Schrödinger's Hitlerjugend cat girly boy. Yes, what were we faced with that drove us to this point? What brought Slender Man into the realm of the senses? Schrödinger is misconceived in the West for decades as Schrödinger's cat. This, if it were a test, would be your physics day finale, wherein you open the black box and correct your misperceptions. The theory behind the creation, the generation of the toxic meme of Slender Man, being to lure out Sergeant Shrocates via the energetic resonance of the psychic cries for help, particularly from children, as the Slender Man feeds off their premenstrual stress, as perhaps because itself is eternally paedomorphic, Schrödinger cat that is, permanently child-formed. The imaginary terror scourge that frightens the crypto-plutocratic, that secret money-governed elite power cabal into endless waking daymare, has been known to aid children, and per highly suppressed reports, has saved many a child from a predator. I know this because I was ordered to destroy the documents of such. Not too long ago, two 12-year-old girls attempted to murder their best friend to prove their allegiance to a thought form experiment from online horror stories as part of a Kickstarter campaign then underway for Slender Man, the movie, which ultimately came out. A feature-length horror film employing the nefarious urban legend of the internet meme and wildly popular computer game to create a dark, disturbing, and most importantly, reality-based storyline. The fundraising goal had been set at a mere $250,000 United States dollars, covertly sponsored by the United States Department of Defense at astronomically higher black budget levels. The cyberspatial funds drive was initiated solely to propagate public perpetuation of Slender Man manifestations. Understand that the Slender Man itself, and here we can use the term it, is a DARPA, D-A-R-P-A, a Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency disseminated TORPA, an intelligent companion imagined to exist, alternatively a self-awareness imaged into existence, generating mimetic, what they would call, back in my times with Aquino, mimetically hazardous material, analogous unto physical reality, a toxic waste leak from the imaginal into the physical. Memetics being this controversial new field of theory of mental content based on analogy with Darwinian evolution, originating from the popularization of this law of metaphysics from the book titled The Selfish Gene, published in 1976 on the 200th anniversary of America itself, the bicentennial of the United States. Writ by an English evolutionary biologist known for his genocentric view of evolution, conceptualization of the meme, and advocacy of atheism. This being the Scientiae Doctor, Scientiae Doctor is Latin for Doctor of Science, Clinton Richard Dawkins. Fellow of the Royal Society for Improving Natural Knowledge and the Royal Society of Literature. His notable awards being the ZSL, the Zoological Society of London Silver Medal in 1989, the Faraday Award in 1990, the International Cosmos Prize in 1997, the Michael Faraday Prize in 2001, and the Nuremberg Prize in 2009. Now, the Baltimore director and the founder of a company literally named Infamous Pictures. That founder, Stephen Belcher, is a senior research scientist with over a quarter century at the time of the generation of Slender Man and his release into the public as a Kickstarter meme, that man had been operating for 25 years of experience at the CNA, the Center for Naval Analyses. He had at that point directed and worked studies in manpower and personnel, readiness, training, facility infrastructure, and anti-submarine warfare. His work experience included full-time assignments to several Navy organizations, including the teams that supported the last three BRAC, B-R-A-C, base realignment and closure rounds. Like the closure of the Presidio military base, this man was involved directly, and the task force that conducted and implemented the United States Navy's Revolution in Training. He served as scientific analyst to several OPNAV, or Office of the Chief of Naval Operations, organizations in manpower, personnel, and training, as well as field representative to a destroyer squadron and carrier battle group. It was my father's naval experience that made this man indispensable because of his naval experience in destroying a entity that they now linked with myself. Steve Belcher asserted per his fundraising website that his movie would not be a triple F found footage film like the Blair Witch Project of 1999 or Cloverfield of 2008. Rather, the story sought to convey narrative through traditional horror. I would call it subversion of the familial care provision of America's aging population. Belcher wrote that his film would follow the story of a man who began to experience terrifying nightmares about the Slender Man whilst providing care for his ailing mother. He discovers some new clues about his father, who has been missing for some time. That leads him to unravel pieces of a deep, terrifying puzzle linking the disappearance to the Slender Man, leading him down a dark path from which he would never return. Now, Belcher's Department of Defense contracted CNA, Center for Naval Analyses team, were then scripting the Slender Man movie, simultaneous raising funds for the project extraneous to federal sourcing, fleecing the tax-paying consumer base from both ends, even as their Slender Man preyed upon said electorate's children. Confer the preview and learn more about the CNA crew's original plans for Slender Man in the Kickstarter video. You will probably be able to find that online through the Wayback Machine. As for further reference, the first popular book devoted to the science of nemetics as transcendent of psychology, biology, anthropology, and cognitive science was titled The Virus of the Mind, published circa 1996, as writ by the American computer programmer and internationally best-selling author Richard Reeves Brody, the original creator of Microsoft Word and assistant to the former CEO, the chief executive officer, and chairman of Microsoft, the world's largest personal computer software company, in case you did not already know, the American business magnate William Henry Bill Gates III. That's whom Richard Reeves Brody worked for. Now ask yourself if it was ever seriously worth the cost of sacrificing your prepubescent female children to succor the monster that would destroy the spirit of the Third Reich. Your federal government thought so. The U.S. Navy thought so. The Department of Defense thought so. Those two girls that got caught, those were just the ones that got caught. There were many girls who killed their girlfriends who were not caught. Look up all the girls who died during that time of that Kickstarter. Again, because Shrokats is eternally paedomorphic, forever child-formed. This imaginary terror scourge that frightens the crypto-plutocratic elite power cabal of the Allied world order into endless waking nightmare. has been known to aid children, per highly suppressed reports. I know of them because I was ordered to destroy them. In contrast, the American-manufactured tulpa of the Slender Man is but another manifestation of baby-raping predation on part the military junta, which bleeds your coffers dry and now wants your young girls too. The theory being to lure out Sergeant Shrokates via the energetic resonance of their psychic cries for help as the Slender Man feeds off their premenstrual stress. As it has always taken your young boys for sustenance since 1861, when that pirate flag was run up over both the United and Confederate States of America. Understand, then, that the background I provided you for the childlike Elder Tulpa, that the Slender Man has been incepted to destroy, that protects your children in the same manner that it's the Nazis today in Europe who stand between the most vulnerable of the population in Ukraine, the transgendered, the homosexual, the children, between them and the Russian motherless bastards who would come and rape them to death. Understand that the Russians would kill every gay person on earth. Again, I almost slur like a gay kid whose blood I've just drunk when I bring that term up. And by the way, of course, our man Jameson, let me make certain to contact him, see if he's aware. And with the concurrent viewership we have now in towards the last hour remaining, hopefully I've explained enough. By the way, we had a troll who, by the way, that cross that he bears is the doubled cross of the French resistance. He called himself Michael Cooksey. Yes, so they're triggered. They're triggered by what I'm exposing. Understand, these are the members of the Slender Man cult. When you take a look at the true homophobia, transphobia, the pathology of the Russians, their desire to kill every gay man, woman, and child on earth, every intersexed hermaphrodite who happens to be born, as so many children are, with both traits of both sexes, the desire to kill every transgendered person on earth who has manifested their true sexuality. All that stands between the most vulnerable of Ukraine and the Russians are the Nazis. This is why Sammy Romero was saying the Nazis are already here. This is what Shrokates defends. Schrodinger's cat, the ultimate tulpa of the dispossessed, as an entity that walks between genders and identifies with neither, as an entity that is both boy and girl, simply given a boy's uniform to empower it in a society that recognized the indisputable fact that men at that time ran the world. Shro appears in boy's dress. But as I said, that's Schrodinger's trap. He's either a boy or a girl, or both, until you pull down his pants. At which point, observer effect. What is it you want to see? This childlike entity, which has been known to save other children, is the target of destruction of the Slender Man. This is what he was created for by your Department of Defense. You cannot kill an idea, but they're hoping by killing enough of you, no one can think that idea anymore. So what do they choose? The most helpless among you, the young girls. This is the world we live in and what we're dealing with. This is the world Shrokratz was created to destroy, to usher in a new age, in which children no longer need to identify with a role simply because it's demanded of them. Now, if you truly look up Adolf Hitler's attitudes towards, yes, the transgendered or intersexed, they were quite liberal. There was one who participated in the Olympics. You can look that up. He was considered so liberal in his attitudes towards sex and gender identity that modern reactionaries call him gay. So much so that the statue built of my biological father in Uganda was spray painted in pink or splattered in pink paint from buckets and torn down because of these maniacal, proselytizing evangelicals, Scott Lively and his ilk, these evangelical ministers who convinced black Africans to annihilate each other by the tens of thousands because they were told they were killing potential gays, that the Nazis were but a mean fag operation, that Adolf Hitler was gay, all presented in their lunatic book, The Pink Swastika. Shrokatz provides the truth behind it. This isn't gayness as you understand it. You could consider it definitely queer, but it is more than that. By the way, Jameson Reese says, and I quite agree with him, these black Africans are fucking dumb enough to listen to two fag crackers. Yes, that's what happened, and they wound up killing themselves by the thousands. Tens of thousands. At this point, it may be hundreds of thousands. These campaigns have never been categorically accounted for because nobody cares enough to investigate them in depth. We do know they've been mass murderers to the point of genocide. And Russia's propaganda against the Ukrainians has gone full genocidal. I'll try and give you some context about today's date, or rather tomorrow's date. It is Patriots Day, Eve Day by now. After some shout-outs, shout out to Salman Sheikh, who contributed 25 United States dollars, and said, "Greetings, Brother Douglas. In the month of Ramadan, we are taught that Allah accepts all prayers. So my prayer is for all of the Pakistani men to please stop messaging Brother Douglas. Love you dearly. May Allah bless you always. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you and yours. P.S. No line dancing without a mask," referring to, of course, fat-ass Derek Talley and his dad. And our anonymous friend in Canada, who I'll happily name if he gives me permission to do so. I'll ask him about that. Contributed half 100 United States dollars and said, "Happy full moon in Libra." Of course, with what's happened with my tooth, I need all the help I can get. And I'll count on all of you to contribute. This is your war. You have to fight it. One of the ways that you can fight it is by supporting myself. That would include sponsorship. So if you can't afford it, don't put yourself out. I've always said as much. Then by all means, support me if you can. Now, tomorrow is Patriots Day. The forgotten history of America's Patriots Day and what it commemorates is something that I'll share with you. Understand that it's basically a day of horrors. That effectively, historically, nothing good happens on Patriots Day. This is not a day to look forward to. This is a day to dread. For those of you who doubt myself, recall that Patriots Day is the day FDR took America off the gold standard. It's the day of Ruby Ridge, when that idiot Geraldo Rivera rode on an FBI helicopter to taunt the man at Ruby Ridge. Oh my God, what was his name? Let me look that up. I used to remember this guy's name. Weaver, right? Randy Weaver? He taunted Randy Weaver into shooting at the helicopter so the FBI could claim that they could now go in and kill the entire family. And then, of course, April 19th was also Waco. It was the date of Ruby Ridge, Waco, and the Oklahoma City bombing, which was conducted in vengeance of Waco. So, when you've got a day, Patriots Day, when FDR took the U.S. off the gold standard, the day that in 1775 the American Revolution began at Lexington and Concord, the day of Ruby Ridge, Waco, and the Oklahoma City bombing, and of course, oh yes, the Jameson Reese says, why do I get the feeling this is a heads up? Don't forget, Columbine. Columbine took place on this day too, the Columbine Massacre, on Adolf Hitler's birthday, Eve Day. His birthday, of course, being the day Jojo Mikołajczyk and Peter Moon will both be with us, most hopefully. Adolf Hitler's birthday being, well, April 20th. The date when in 1792 the French Revolutionary Wars began, when France declared war on Hitler's birth nation of Austria. He was born on that significant date. And his birthday Eve Day is the day America started the revolution with the shots heard around the world. The revolution that ushered in all other revolutions thereafter. No other revolution on earth, whether the Japanese Imperial Revolution of Meiji Restoration or the Communist Chinese Revolution on the mainland, no revolution that took place thereafter could not but stand upon the shoulders of the American Revolution in one way or another. By the way, Jameson Reese says, I'll be sure to stay in during the 19th, so that means he'll be staying in all day today. And yes, by all means, that's the smart thing to do. As I said, not a day to look forward to or celebrate, but a day to dread. He says today's the 18th. Oh yes, it's Eve Day. Thank you, you're right. It's the Eve Day. By the way, who is this Jack Star son of a bitch, and what did he say, Jameson? Come on and tell me, was he just repeating the same thing? He's just the same guy under another name, or what?
Yeah, he said you're worse than something or another. I don't know what the fuck. Who the hell is Magician Humphrey?
I have no
what the
idea.
fuck that is.
Yeah, I have no idea. Did he say something too? I didn't see something come up with that name. But
he says, seriously, you're worse than Magician Humphrey, Jesus.
Oh, wow, cool. Who the fuck is that?
I don't know what the fuck that is. It just seemed like spam. And they always use these fucking stupid, simple-ass fucking icons.
Yeah.
Nothing creative.
Yeah, it's stuff they get off the net, like, you know, what do you call it? Like generic icons or something that they find on the net. I'm looking around for my, give me a second here. I'm going to put on my long underwear, which is like cooler than the shit I was wearing earlier, which, you know, I should be able to find if I dig around enough, and then I'll get into basically what the fuck should I get into? What should I talk about? Some current events, and you know, kill the last hour doing that. And
I was pretty fascinated, you know, with the whole history of Sergeant Shrokates,
yeah,
and Slender Man and their war.
So does it make sense now why our man Sammy Romero's relations have seen him? Yeah.
Although, I'm not sure if that's a. Well, that's the thing. He called it Slender Man, but he said that it was just a black shadow.
Well, he knows what he saw. Certainly, his relations know what they saw.
Yeah. If he says it's Slenderman, it's Slenderman. He would definitely differentiate if it was just a shade.
Thank you.
So.
So that's important. And give me a second here. I'm going to swing into this shirt. I don't have my earbuds on, so it's almost like I'm driving blind, so to speak. And then I have to get enough together to kind of decide which direction to take this in the hour we have remaining. Actually, 45 minutes we have remaining. I think people now get a kind of an understanding of the gravity of the situation with the everything, Slenderman, the day at hand. And of course, we will continue more into Ukraine maybe Wednesday. Honestly, I think people have been so saturated with that for now.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fairly certain by the 25th, before the month is over, that's probably when things will go nuclear.
It may very well understand that
Because,
Volodymyr Zelensky warned of that. He said that.
Yeah, and then there's a lot, astrologically speaking, where things are going to get violent on that day, on the 25th specifically. 25th, 26th, because of the certain alignment. I don't know who Peter listens to, but the guy I listen to, being that the guy's a witch and he does astrology, he's telling you every fucking date what the alignments are going to mean and everything. So this guy's thorough.
And understand that Mars is going to be what, hanging out in Pisces. So it's like not its space. It's hanging out in a water space, and it's a war planet. So things are going to be really tweaked.
Yeah. That is one of the reasons why that period I'm going to devote my time to gaming.
Yeah, got it.
And I think I'll avoid any drinking or festivities or any use of anything that I shouldn't use, because that would just amplify shit.
It's always good to practice abstinence and see how long you can take it, and eventually maybe you'll be able to do what my father did and kick it. We'll see what happens. Doesn't hurt to try.
I mean, if I reach the point, I'm fairly certain I do not see myself kicking the cold medicine this year, though. That is just too hardwired into the system.
Understood.
And the effects of going off that would be so devastating. I wouldn't even be able to produce.
I hear you. I mean, do what you can. And obviously, I'm just glad that you're here. And believe me, I'm glad you're here right now. You're able to handle the trolls. And, unfortunately, at this hour, this is what we've got. So let me try and, you can go ahead and hang on and interject whenever you feel it's constructive. Let's make this kind of like, casual. I'm going to try and tell people a bit about Patriots Day. Understand that what it commemorates, it's not celebrated too widely outside of New England, but Patriots Day is universally celebrated in the most violent sense by lunatics all over the United States. It's also, where you put the comma. Patriots Day with a comma after the S implies, like all patriots, in the sense of a people's day, whereas if you live in Maine, it's called Patriots Day where the comma is after the T and before the S, meaning like it's possessive, like the patriots possessed that day. Now, it's a big deal there, primarily in the state where the battles of Lexington and Concord actually took place, Massachusetts. For anyone who is hearing me now from New England, who isn't aware, well, no, you're not getting the third Monday in April off, so you can stay home and watch the Boston Marathon, which I think they may have canceled because of COVID this year. Am I wrong on that?
I hope they did cancel it, because now that we have a Democrat as a president, we're going to see false flags and shit.
You mean they're going to send some nigger with a bomb? I'm not even going to bother to say black man.
Yeah. They and now their trope is to try to use as many black people as possible instead of white guys. I mean, or Middle Eastern guys, as we saw when Obama was president.
Right.
Whereas, if the Republicans are in office, there's just going to be cops killing niggers, and it's going to be crackers killing niggers, and it's just going to be horrible.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I say that, folks, with the most detached, from the most detached sense, because I'm someone who has black and white in me. But honestly, I say that because I say that purely out of just demeaning anything human. It's not targeting the race.
Well, beyond that, I myself
specifically,
I myself would use the term nigger to refer to house niggers. So understand that, and these guys are MK Ultra niggers is the best way to refer to them, and their entire job is to discredit all blacks in America as violent maniacs.
This way, everyone can vote for fucking Trump, the garbage dump.
Yeah.
And have us all deported to Liberia or some shit.
Yeah, truly. No, this is serious. It's what Lincoln wanted to do, and Trump would like to finish Lincoln's job. So understand that even before the Declaration of Independence was written, there were the battles of Lexington and Concord, the true beginning of the American Revolution. And to be sure, this is something that had been brewing for some time. There was the Boston Massacre. Well, you know, the first one, not the one during the marathon with the bomb. The Boston Tea Party and the Intolerable Acts. But the battles of Lexington and Concord marked the first shots fired between patriots and Tories, beginning what would eventually lead to the independence of the American colonies from the British Empire. Now, understand, I'm trying to basically present this in as detached a manner as possible, but it's not going to be an anti-American diatribe. And it's not going to be an anti-gun diatribe. You can take it as even pro-gun, if you wish, or something of that nature. But
we could just call it National Violence Day.
I mean, honestly, this is like, this is like, I don't know how to describe this. It's something that is just what happened. And I love guns, understand that, but I understand there's a need for common sense gun laws, and that automatically alienates me as the enemy to all too many crazy people who want there to be guns in child daycare centers and in baby cribs and shit.
They just want everyone to just finish everyone off. That's what they really want, but they're not going to say it.
Yeah.
So they have to rely on a negative piece of shit like me to be the voice piece for negativity. Like, yeah, and then I tell them I'm not on your side. They're like, why the fuck not?
Yeah.
Blah, blah. It's like, dude, you do know I'm black, right?
Yeah.
Well, look at this other house nigger's black too. He's my friend. Like, okay, I don't want.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's actually happened online.
It's like, this is where they want you to be the kind of black who goes out and does violence so that they can vote in law and order. It's definitely something horrible. Let's take a look at the Boston Tea Party, for instance. When it was considered this great event. Now, it was audacious. It struck at British cronyism. I mean, honestly, in a country with a story that at this point is as short and as bland as ours, you could still argue that there's hardly a date on the calendar that was not at some point an important day in American history specifically. It would be tedious to comment on all of them, yet I can't help but note that the Boston Tea Party is one of my favorite bitches, or punts for just articulating the nature of it. I mean, there's two reasons why it stands out: one low, one high. The low reason is that it's a good reminder that the founding generation was not all about highfalutin philosophy and earnest debate about the first principles of government. Far from it. There was a lot of mob activity during the 11 years between the end of the War of 1765 and the Declaration of Independence. And there was also, to be quite blunt about it, quite a lot of booze consumed by said mobs. We're talking about people who drank beer for breakfast, okay? And yet the Boston Tea Party stands out for its sheer criminality. I mean, basically a group of revolutionary radicals and tea merchants conspired to destroy thousands of pounds worth of India's finest. That's hardly an act consistent with a revolution that would be premised in part upon the protection of private property. And for their part, colonists throughout the rest of the continent were frankly embarrassed by this. Benjamin Franklin encouraged the city of Boston to pay for the damages. A 23-year-old James Madison wrote to his college friend, William Bradford, "I wish Boston may conduct matters with as much discretion as they seem to do boldness." The Boston Tea Party became a galvanizing issue only when the government of Prime Minister Lord North overreacted, passing the so-called Intolerable Acts, placing Massachusetts under martial law. The rest of the colonies came to appreciate that if the greater British Empire was prepared to revoke God-given rights and ancient governments from Bostonians, it was prepared to do it for anybody else in North America as well. There's also a higher lesson to be drawn from the Boston Tea Party. The attitude among many progressives these days is perceived or propagandized as being that the founding story is of little use because it happened so long ago, and its main characters were a bunch of incontrovertibly, that means inarguably, racist, sexist homophobes. As Vox's editor-at-large, Ezra Klein, noted a few years ago, the Constitution is confusing because it was written more than 100 years ago. Of course, you can say that, well, call me old-fashioned, but I think that with some careful application of the gray matter, confusion can give way to clarity. Well, I guess we could argue the same about the Boston Tea Party. The origins of the Boston Tea Party were in the Tea Act of 1773. In the spring of 1773, North was in a bind due to the declining fortunes of the British East India Company. The East India Company was suffering under a sizable surplus of tea and was in financial jeopardy. In a free market system, that would not have been a problem for His Majesty's government, but that was not how the East India Company operated. Publicly chartered in 1603, it had a monopoly over English trade with India, which had made many Englishmen, including many members of the Parliament, fantastically rich. The government could not afford to let the East India Company go under. Truly too big to fail. So North's government exerted more control over the East India Company, but also offered it a quasi-bailout in the form of the Tea Act. The East India Company would be allowed to sell its tea directly to North America, hopefully eliminating the illegal tea trade and cutting out North American tea merchants. The reduced costs for the colonists would, or so North hoped, maketh them amenable to paying the Townshend duties on tea, thereby validating Parliament's right to tax them. This maneuver was too clever by half. The Sons of Liberty, the radical vanguard of Bostonian politics, joined with disgruntled tea merchants in an act of protest on December 16th of 1773. And the rest, as they say, is history. Now, the lesson for contemporary listeners might be styled cronyism and its discontents. Lord North was particularly solicitous of the East India Company's fortunes because the government was all tangled up with his private business. As for the North American tea merchants who were more or less ruined by this act of favoritism, well, too bad for them. The Boston Tea Party, in other words, is an illustration of the dangers of government favoritism. In the Anglo-American understanding of government, there is a broad expectation for equal treatment under the law. When the government itself ignores that, when it plays favorites to the well-connected and the wealthy, when it leaves all other people on the outside looking in, it runs the risk of a popular uprising, a populist movement, if you will, like Nazism. And in many instances, the populist response to government inequity is not reasonable or high-minded because, to put it plainly, people are pissed off. The British East India Company was a product of the mercantilist mindset that dominated British economic policy during the early modern age. That theory of political economy has mostly been done away with, thank goodness, but governments today are still stubbornly insistent on micromanaging the economy, which, according to the reactionary right, inevitably entangles them, like the Shro entanglement, with private interests. Now, it's rare indeed to see the government create losers like Lord North did to the Boston tea merchants, but our own government still likes to pick winners and losers in our economy and society. So, you might think it's worth asking, as we are commemorating the anniversary of Patriots Day, a direct result of Boston Tea Party and the intolerable acts before it, whether that's a really good idea, or you might talk about the destruction of property that was manifest in the Boston Tea Party, that this was not a great idea at all when it comes to anything. You're talking about a group of people that made Black Lives Matter look like amateurs. And they tried to blame it on the Native American Indians by dressing up as such. So the hope was for the British government not to strike back at white Americans, but to annihilate the American Indians. I mean, like, pure, raw, fucking evil. This is not something good or anything that should be celebrated. So that much I'll say on that, and try to catch my breath and, finish off what I can in terms of, the more immediately relevant Patriots Day, even though I can always continue that next transmission as well. Certainly understand that the damage the Sons of Liberty caused by destroying 340 chests of tea in today's money was worth more than $1,700,000. So that destroyed tea could have brewed 18,523,000 cups of tea just into the sea, because, you've got a bunch of fucking assholes that, were just, out for themselves. It's, it is what it is. All right, then. So when we get back to today, and let me check on the time we have remaining, and in the live stream here, almost at 30 minutes. Jameson Reese is feeding the cats. And, all right. Well, these battles that led to Patriots Day they began as a small skirmish. They quickly became a bona fide fight, and a bridge from which the American rebels could never walk back. Once they committed, it was war. There were increasing tensions in the Massachusetts Bay Colony already, of course. And by the time of the battles, the British occupying troops had already earned the nickname of Redcoats, or even Devils, depending on who you spoke to. They had been occupying Boston since 1768, and due to forced quartering, as well as increased resistance on the part of the colonists, the tensions between the natives and the occupying army were only growing with time. Boston was to some degree under the control of General Thomas Gage, military governor of Massachusetts and the commander of a garrison of some 3,000 British troops stationed in the city. However, outside of the city was a whole nother issue. Indeed, it was outside of the city where the rebel sentiment held the most sway. While it is often said that 1/3 of colonists were Tories, another third patriots, and another third apathetic, the Patriots held the overwhelming majority of support among Massachusetts colonists outside of Boston. Now, Gage, planned to assert central control over the more rural parts of the Massachusetts Bay Colony by using small strikes to confiscate the Patriot militia's supplies. He had some success in doing this in advance of the battles of Lexington and Concord in what were known as the powder alarms. Still, due to the threat of Native American Indian raids, or such threats as propagated by the whites, every town in Massachusetts was required to have a militia, and all these militias needed supplies. So disarming all of them seemed unlikely at best. Hence, the confiscating of the colonial arms, well, turning out the way it did. On April 14th, 1775, and remember how important that day was. I've already talked about Lincoln being hit on that day. He didn't die till the day after. Fort Sumter surrendering that day. The American Civil War officially began the day after. The Titanic struck the iceberg that day and sunk the day after. That same day, the order came down from the Central Authority in London that General Gage was to confiscate the colonial arms. On the morning of April 18th, Gage sent a mounted patrol of 20 men to intercept messengers and perhaps most importantly, sent a mounted patrol of, I'm being distracted by music out in the front. I literally have someone outside on the street who came by playing music like at boombox level, and it's 4:33 a.m. in the morning here. Now, that's fucking bizarre. Okay, I mean, this is Easter Sunday into Monday. That's not, this isn't Halloween night. Now, as I said, what these men were trying to do was, more importantly than intercept messengers, this 20-man squad on patrol was out to seek and find Samuel Adams and John Hancock. It was their search for the latter two men that tipped off the colonists that something bigger was afoot. This put the residents of the area on a higher alert than they otherwise might have been. Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith was ordered to go relieve the conquered militia of its arms and powder, but not to disturb the locals or their property. He did not give orders to arrest the rebel leaders for fear that this would spark an enormous mass uprising. Now, the Patriots had largely been alerted to both the general plan, remove their arms and powder, and the specific plan, go after the conquered militia, and the Massachusetts Provincial Congress ordered the militias to resist the British troops. Well, resist the Brits with force. Ooh, I mean, that's serious. On April 18th, in preparation for the arrival of British troops, Paul Revere took his famous midnight ride. This day today. How many years agone again? 1775, right? So 2022 minus 1775 equals 800. What? No. That can't be. Then I fucked that up. 2022 minus 1775. That was 247 years ago. Today was basically when Paul Revere took his famous midnight ride to warn the colonists of the area that the British are coming. Indeed, the colonials had intercepted the transmission from London and knew that April 19th would be the day of the raid, even before General Gage himself knew. Now, the leading lights of the rebellion left the city of Boston and laid low to avoid an arrest. And the Minutemen were born. You know, the American mythos surrounding the Minutemen is about as powerful as that surrounding the cowboy. Thus, it is fitting that the Minutemen were born during the battle that kicked off the struggle for American independence. While it's true that the Minutemen were in existence before these battles, it was during Lexington and Concord when they really came into their own as an important force. Indeed, in response to the midnight ride of Paul Revere, militiamen were organized as far as 250 miles away while British troops were still landing. Lexington was more of a minor skirmish than anything. The British troops weren't even supposed to be there. The British Marine Lieutenant Jesse Addai decided to turn right instead of left, putting him in Lexington instead of Concord. And upon meeting up with the rebels, an unknown British officer rode in front of the British troops, waved his sword, and ordered the militia to disperse, yelling, "Lay down your arms, you damn rebels!" For his part, the captain of the militia ordered his men to disperse, but his orders were either unheard or simply not obeyed. In any event, while some of the men did choose to disperse, none of them laid down their arms. Both commanding officers ordered their men not to fire, but someone did. And the rest, as they say, is history. No one is really certain who fired first. In fact, most historical sources agree that it was someone uninvolved in the fighting at all. It is like the devil himself. Only one British troop suffered minor injuries. However, 8 patriots were killed and 10 were critically injured at Lexington. Most of these occurred during a British bayonet charge that followed up. In Concord, militiamen from both Concord and neighboring Lincoln. Yes, there was a Lincoln before Lincoln. It wasn't named after him, he was named after the place. Were already amassing, and tensions mounted between an advancing Patriot militia and a retreating British force at the North Bridge. Hence, the bridge that you cannot retreat from once you've crossed. A firefight broke out, leading militia commander Major Dietrich to yell out, "Fire, for God's sake, fellow soldiers, fire!" Fire they did. The British regulars were soon outnumbered and outmaneuvered. It was a stunning strategic victory for the American Patriot forces, as if the Viet Cong had overwhelmed an American army. As for the reaction to these battles, it's likely that none of the colonists expected to win this battle, never mind win it quite as handily as they did. Most probably didn't even think there would be a confrontation where each side was shooting to kill. However, the early stages of the American Revolution are filled with examples of the colonists being surprised as they walked further and further out onto the ledge of independence. All told, 15,000 militiamen showed up to encircle Boston on 3 sides and to keep the British regulars hemmed inside the city where they could only do negligible damage. Men were pouring into the region from Rhode Island, Connecticut, and New Hampshire, forming the core of what was about to become the Continental Army. General Gage did not declare martial law, but instead continued his move to seize private weapons by other means. The main reason the battle was a strategic failure for the British is because it baited them into exactly the kind of confrontation they were trying to avoid by confiscating arms from the colonial militias in the first. Oh, God. The battle was largely seen as the moment when the rebels crossed that metaphorical Rubicon and could not go back to the status quo antebellum, as in the way it was before the war. For what it's worth, the Patriots very heavily relied upon propaganda to paint this battle in a positive light. Inconvenient facts were suppressed, and more positive aspects of the Patriots' role in the battle were played up to give the colonists a battle they could believe in. Over the years, the battle began to take on an almost mythic quality. Ralph Waldo Emerson's poem, Conquered Hymn, was one of the earliest post-revolutionary attempts at lionizing the battle. Paul Revere's Ride by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow was memorized by generations of schoolchildren. For there are at least 4 Massachusetts National Guard units I can think of that can directly tie their lineage to this battle. And this was the beginning of Patriots' Day. In 1894, the Lexington Historical Society petitioned the Massachusetts General Court to declare April 19th Lexington Day. Concord wasn't willing to let this stand and counter-petitioned that it be declared, well, what else? Concord Day. They were both at a bit of a loss, when they found out that the biggest battle fought on April 19th was actually in Menotomy, Menotomy, which is now known as Arlington. Thank the gods. It has been speculated that one of the reasons the much longer battle is less remembered than the two smaller ones is because the name of the town has changed several fucking times since the American Revolution. That's cultural genocide for you. Now, as a compromise, designed to keep everyone happy, Governor Frederick T. Greenhalgh proclaimed the day Patriots' Day, which replaced the previous Fast Day, as in starve yourself like a Muslim on Ramadan. The new state holiday served to consolidate what had previously been a variety of local observances throughout the state. It further commemorated the first blood of the American Civil War of Northern aggression and rights between the states during the Baltimore riots of 1861, where 4 Massachusetts militia members were killed. Maine became the second state to celebrate the holiday in 1907, likewise replacing what had formerly been Fast Day. Starve like a Muslim on Ramadan. Now, New Hampshire became the third state in 1991, with Connecticut joining as the fourth in 2018. It is currently celebrated on the third Monday in April. Because Bay Staters love their sports, the Boston Marathon takes place on Patriots' Day, and the Boston Red Sox have been scheduled for home games every year since 1959. In 2013, they played despite the bombing of the Boston Marathon. But I think COVID did them in, at least for the past several years, and maybe this year. Now, those who do not live in Massachusetts or New England frequently confuse or conflate the holiday with Bunker Hill Day or Evacuation Day. The former of these celebrates an unrelated battle in June, and the latter commemorates the British evacuation from the city of Boston after the successful siege by the nascent United States Continental Army, which was back then simply the North American Continental Army because there was not yet a United States. Get it? Meaning your army existed before your nation, as did your navy. Fucked up, right? Now, Evacuation Day, for its part, is often confused with St. Patrick's Day because it is commemorated on the same day. All of these, except St. Patrick's Day, of course, are part of a family of holidays known as minor revolutionary holidays. But Patriots' Day is arguably the most important of them for 3 reasons. First, it celebrates the very beginning of our nation. Before the battles of Lexington and Concord, we were nothing more than a bunch of colonies with a few radical rebels. After the battles, we became a nation in the making. The other reason largely flows from the first. While there are only a handful of New England states that celebrate Patriots' Day, it is recognized in Wisconsin as a day off for the public schools. The state of Florida urges people to celebrate it without being an official holiday. People around the country have at least heard of Patriots' Day in a way that they haven't, for example, Bennington Battle Day, which, yeah, fucking exists. Finally, the battles of Lexington and Concord are arguably where the Second Amendment's right to keep and bear arms was born. It was the attempt by the Redcoats to seize their arms that demonstrated just how important this right was to the colonials. The battles of Lexington and Concord were the Patriots putting their lives on the line to defend that right. So, on April 19th, or the third Monday of April, whichever you like, go ahead and remember Patriots' Day, or Patriots' Day more easily, why it's celebrated and what it is intended to remember. Even if you're not in New England, it's important to remember the origins of our nation in a small battle outside of Boston and the Second Amendment, which plagues us all today. There's no other word for it, with the firearms pandemic that slaughters us en masse. Until we have another revolution that establishes at least common sense gun laws. All right, Brando says, this is all true. I lived in Arlington and Lexington for a long time, and they still reenact this and teach Longfellow's poem. Bless you, Brando. Hugs. Thank you so much. Is that Brandon Young? He says, but everyone remembers Lizzie Borden's song the most. Yes, of course. Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. And when she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41. Yeah. That's Brandon Young, right? Do you want to come on? Brandon? Jameson, if you're there, you're welcome to bring him on. You know, that way I can while away till the top of the hour and just kind of fuck off. He says, it is me, Douglas. Yes. Okay, how about Jameson? Is he still feeding the cats? He's probably still feeding.
No, I'm back. I'm here trying to whoop this person's ass in magic.
Oh, cool.
While listening.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Can you bring Brandon Young on? Just give him a call. He may not want to come on, but...
Oh, well, good morning.
Oh, good morning, Brandon. Thank you for joining us, and you give me a break. And thank you, Jameson, very much for your efficiency there. Deeply appreciate it. So, okay, so what do you think of what's been going on with anything you want to talk about? Bring up to us what's important to you.
Well, what's important to me is I am on vacation from school, and I am enjoying a very well-deserved day off.
Yes. Oh my God, you've earned it, son. Tell us, what about the Boston Marathon? Is that happening this year?
You know, I don't know. I'd have to ask my father, who is always up to date with the Boston Marathon.
Okay.
And Boston goings on. I've kind of stayed away from the marathon for a few years.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. And crowds in general.
Yes.
Around the Boston area.
Thank you. I mean, yeah. So, and by the way, so your last days at school, how were they? How did you send the kids off?
Well, you know, basically they had a half a day. The last day it was, and everybody was super excited. But also that we had this standardized testing in Massachusetts called MCAS testing.
Okay.
And basically, so they, you know, their standardized testing is always a stressful sort of a time, and a few teachers were retiring or taking leave, and so it was actually a really stressful week, to be honest. And so I was happy for it to be over, and they had us recite this little dumb group situation where you get into these little groups and talk about a story, and the story was about this kid Chris, who is such a, you know, he's really lonely. His parents hate him. His brothers hate him. His sister
is this a true story? What?
Oh, this is a true story. Everything I say is true. So, and the story they wanted us to relay to the kids, and of course I did it in a stupid Southern accent like this, just to, like, so they wouldn't. You know, they would actually find it funny or amusing and not so boring.
Oh my God!
Yeah, so Chris was married, so he ends up like finding love. Well, he ends up. All right, let's put it this way. So everyone hates him, and he goes off, and he's really depressed. And one day he comes across an MP3 player. And of course, some of the kids didn't even know what an MP3 player was, you know.
Holy shit!
I'm like, well, you know, just think about this. It could be MP4s in the future, and you know, there's MP4s now. Maybe in the future, there's MP5s, MP6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It was a stupid joke, but anyway, so I tried to keep them on point. But anyway, the moral of the story was this kid gets so obsessed with this MP3 player that he starts getting into music, and he's like, yes, now I find courage, now I have rhythm, and they make the students chant this stupid line at the end like 7 times, you know.
Oh my God! Go
on.
I
said, you don't have to do that. You really don't have to do that, guys. Let's just call it a day.
Right, right. For your sake more than theirs, but go on. Yes. Yeah.
Oh man, but isn't that's the moral of the story? Yeah, when you don't have real friends or real family, go to your technology.
Yeah. There you are. Yes. The dildo. Yes, go to the dildo.
Oh heck, that's what I do.
Or the blow up doll.
Technology.
Yeah. It's interesting. See, men need a full fucking blow up doll. They need a full body, whereas women just need the dildo when it comes to the technology when you're alone. So what I meant was, I know everything you say is true, so I know your stories are true, but what I meant to say was, this story based on an actual historical biography, or was this just a metaphor?
I don't know. It didn't. It could have been.
You couldn't have cared. You couldn't care less.
I could. No one could care. But also, there's a part where an older teacher or an older man visits him in a park while he's listening to the MP3 player, right?
Ooh, that sounds sleazy. Go on.
Oh, totally, right? And so he goes over to him and he's like, "What are you listening to, little boy?" Or whatever.
And want some Pepperidge Farm cookies? Yeah.
Yes. So he's listening to it, and he's like, "Oh, this is how you keep in rhythm." And it's just so stupid and corny. The fact that the school paid like hundreds of thousands of dollars for all these materials is just absolutely a scam.
Thank you.
I could have designed my own set of questions. It's just one of them, how's the school year going, guys? Basically, but anyway, I tried to make it really fun. And I was talking in a stupid accent, and I was adding my own words and embellishing. I made it seem like a gator came over. He took that MP3 player. He loved that MP3 player. And Chris married that MP3 player for the rest of his life. They have children now. And stupid stuff. So that made it sort of entertaining.
So there's no hookup between this character and another human being. It really just does end with him finding rhythm, and that's all he needs is the rhythm.
Yeah. I guess. Well, and he has courage all of a sudden, and just all this courageousness. But he also, there's the older gentleman, which is this mysterious older gentleman. So it's like, hey kids, forget your parents, find a older creepy guy at a park.
Yeah.
And an MP3 player, and that's all you need. It's really, really a bad teaching.
Holy shit. By the way, I've just heard a gunshot outside my window. So we had weird, loud music pass by. Bear in mind, it's Easter Sunday fucking morning into Monday. Yeah, where people should be going back to work today. But we had boombox music, and then we had a gunshot.
They shot Easter Bunny.
Yeah, that's it. Either that or a firecracker they shoved up the bunny's ass. One or the other. I think it was a gunshot. By the way, I relay this just for interest to people. It's not like I'm freaking out. But certainly, I'm glad to have Peter Moon with us. We have only a few minutes left, but, about 6 minutes. So cut loose. I don't know if you heard any of this story, Brandon.
I was listening, and then I digressed. I said, I've got to listen to this video this friend of mine sent, and boy, I had to switch it off. It might get some legwork. It might redeem itself. However, this person who's, a friend of mine, mostly from a long time ago, who channels a lot, was talking about the good researcher named Linda Moulton Howe. And I'm saying, and they're talking, it starts off with all about this thing is distinguishing, the truth. There's a lot of truth out there, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, oh my God.